Chapter 101 Tentacles. Tang Zai's heart suddenly shrank. He opened the panel and activated the night vision function. In the night vision mode, he saw that he was still holding a piece of arm tightly in his hand. But the other end of the arm was empty. This is a prosthesis. Tang Zai threw the prosthesis on the ground angrily and groped forward. He saw the glass cabinet where the prosthesis was soaked, which was still full of water. The prosthesis that was originally soaked in it had disappeared. I don't know if Lu Bai took it to install it for someone else. He didn't care and continued to touch the archive room. Tang Zai paused. An unpleasant pressure came from his calf, slowly moving up along his muscles. The next second, his ankle suddenly tightened, and the stinging pain under the heavy pressure made him grit his teeth. Something was wrapped around him. Tang Zai lowered his head, suppressing his nausea. The night vision imaging was delayed for some reason, and he only saw his legs submerged in the shadows of various cabinets and equipment. A few seconds passed, and the imaging still did not appear. As a last resort, he could only reach down along his knee. He touched a tentacle as thick as a thigh. The tentacle was slippery, like a big slug. The mucus swam on the surface of the uniform, making a strange sound of water, which made people's scalp numb. Tang Zai's breath was choked. He carefully shifted his center of gravity to the other foot, and then lifted his leg up very slowly, trying to get out of the tentacle. However, he did not succeed. His other foot slipped, and he lost his balance and fell backwards. Paw. While struggling, Tang Zai did not know what he touched. Suddenly, a dim red light came on in the room, illuminating the outline of half of the room. He barely stood up by holding on to the cabinet. When he looked up, he could not help but gasp. The entire prosthetic studio was filled with sticky colloid, and bubbles of all sizes floated in the air, just like a huge aquarium. The colloid submerged various equipment and prosthetics in the studio. In addition, a shadow was entrenched in the height, and countless tentacles meandered down from the roof and piled up on the ground. It was one of these tentacles that entangled him, and around his body, there were many more tentacles ready to move. This was a mutant. Tang Zai's heart was alarmed. He knew very well that this was different from the mutants he had seen in the past, and it was 100% an animal-type mutant. Although the snake vine was also in a similar form, it was much thinner. The snake vine itself had a strong plant nature and was simply driven by energy. But the tentacles in front of him were different. Not only was the thickest part as thick as his waist, but each tentacle was as powerful and greedy as a python. There was no doubt that this thing would slowly strangle him to death, making him watch himself suffocate, but unable to escape. Why did such a huge animal-type mutant suddenly appear in Area A? Lu Bai, Tang Zai shouted. No response. Saib, can you control this thing? The tentacles have already crawled all over his legs and are slowly wrapping around his waist. He is not wearing protective clothing or a helmet now. It won't be long before the tentacles break his neck. There is no breakthrough. You can't deal with the animal type for the time being. Besides, this is not an insect. It is already a mutant with certain nerves, and it may even have toxins. Go to the captain for help. Tang Zai bit his lip. Fang Shuyu is upstairs. If you ask him for help, he will be there in less than a minute. I don't know if Lu Ji's weapon is effective against this thing, but I can't care so much. Captain, help. A strong sense of squeezing suddenly hit Tang Zai. The tentacles seemed to have noticed his actions, and the tentacles hanging around and watching all rushed towards him at the same time, wrapping around him like a python. From the outside, Tang Zai had disappeared in the room, and instead, a group of tentacles gathered together, entwined with each other to form a huge pillar. Airtight! Tang Zai couldn't think anymore. The huge pressure from all directions made his head split. This was greater than any pressure he had encountered in the past. This thing was too powerful. He was almost squeezed into a mud block. At #%. Gurgle. Puff. Hua la la la. Tang Zai felt that he was being squeezed to melt, and even had the illusion that his brain was squeezed out. A few seconds later, consciousness returned to his body. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already sitting outside the door of the prosthetic studio, and there was a vague shadow of the file rack in front of him. The night vision function was restored. Tang Zai slowly stood up and staggered forward. At this moment, there was a loud noise in front of him, followed by a burst of light. The door of the archive room opened with a bang. Tang Zai. Captain. Fang Shuyu rushed over with a gun in hand and caught him. Are you okay? Tang Zai fell weakly on Fang Shuyu. slowly raised his hand and pointed backwards. Captain. The prosthetic studio. Fang Xiyu pointed the muzzle of the gun in the direction of the studio, but did not move forward. Instead, he carefully protected Tang Zai and retreated. After walking a few steps, a few pop sounds suddenly came from the room. The lights came on again. The scene in the archive room reappeared in front of them, and the two were shocked. Lu Bai? Lu Bai fell face down on the ground. One hand stretched forward, as if trying to grab something, and the other hand disappeared from below the elbow. Fang Xiyu settled Tang Zai by the door, then rushed over to help Lu Bai up. Lu Bai, are you okay? Lu Bai raised her head and rolled her eyes blankly. Gone. What's gone? My memory. Gone. Fang Xiyu thought she was frightened and had forgotten what had just happened, so he helped Lu Bai sit up and patted her shoulder comfortingly. It's okay. It's not important. We'll check it out. Area A is full of surveillance cameras. We'll find out who attacked you. Go to the medical area for a checkup first. Rest well, and we'll talk about other things later. After that, Fang Xiyu contacted the medical team and waited with Lu Bai. Tang Zai leaned against the door, watching the sudden change, his eyes full of gloom. When Lu Bai was taken out by the medical team, he passed by Tang Zai and paused. Tang Zai saw her eyes, which were more empty and powerless than before. This look seemed to tell him the file was taken away. The memory fragments that were hidden by someone with great effort disappeared just like that, and they may never have the opportunity to solve the countless mysteries. Tang Zai looked at Lu Bai's back as he walked away, and a kind of hatred quietly surged in his heart. Fang Xiyu came over and hugged his shoulders. Tang Zai, you should go check it out too. I'm fine. Captain, I'm just a little scared. Tang Zai looked up at him, his eyes pleading. I can't leave yet. Captain, close the door and help me find something. Fang Xiyu responded, then pulled him in and closed the door. What are you looking for? Paper? Or other suspicious things? Tang Zai said. The power suddenly went out in the archives room just now. I don't know what happened. I just heard Lu Bai exclaim. There were several open file boxes here, but now they are all gone. I think someone broke in and took them away. Suddenly broke in and took away the files? Why? Fang Xiyu was full of doubts, but he still searched around. The archives have been here for so long, and you don't need too high a level of authority to search for them. If you want to see the archives, there are plenty of opportunities. Why did you suddenly break in and take them away at this time? Tang Zai didn't answer. This incident was indeed strange. It didn't happen at any other time, but just when he caught Lu Bai and questioned him, and Lu Bai suddenly disappeared under his hands. And when he reappeared, he was in the archives. Not to mention the huge tentacle monster that suddenly appeared in the prosthetic studio. Rather than someone suddenly breaking in and taking away the archives, it is more likely that Lu Bai turned off the power in the room himself, escaped control by cutting off his prosthetic limbs, and then disposed of all the files in the archives. Tang Zai looked at Fang Xiyu, who was concentrating on looking for any lost paper in the gap between the shelves. So he quietly walked into the prosthetic studio to see if there were any traces of the tentacle monster inside. He had just activated the body's softening function to escape. If Fang Xiyu knew about the existence of the tentacle monster, it would be difficult to explain. The lights in the prosthetic studio illuminated every shadow. The water had completely disappeared, and there were no traces of moisture on the equipment and the ground. In addition, there was no sign of the tentacle monster, and the studio was almost the same as before. Almost. On the ground in the center, a slender forearm was placed. That was Lu Bai's prosthesis. Tang Zai walked over and saw that the cross-section of the prosthesis was covered with holes like insects, and the inside was dark and bottomless. He looked up and saw the glass cabinet filled with water just above the arm. Tang Zai picked up the arm and stood up, staring at the glass cabinet for a while. Just as he was about to throw the arm in, Fang Xiyu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Tang Zai, I found it. What is this? Fang Xiyu walked in with a few pieces of paper, his eyes fixed on the things in Tang Zai's hand. Her prosthesis? Tang Zai put down his raised hand, took the paper from Fang Xiyu, and handed him the prosthesis. It's so realistic. I just know that she has a prosthesis on her left hand. Fang Xiyu exclaimed. Lu Bai is really unrivaled in human bionics. Tang Zai frowned. The pieces of paper Fang Xiyu found were all blank, with nothing on them. Chapter 102 Gravel. Lu Bai. How do you feel? After turning the archives room and the prosthetics studio upside down, Fang Xiyu took Tang Zai to the medical area to visit Lu Bai. Lu Bai sat on the bed with a hollow look in her eyes. Fang Xiyu handed her the prosthesis. She took it expressionlessly and put it on her upper arm, and the arm grew back intact. After a few seconds, Lu Bai raised the newly connected hand, and then moved it back and forth. The prosthesis has been connected. Tang Zai noticed that the disconnection of her elbow did not reveal the cross-section of muscles and blood vessels. Probably even the upper arm is a prosthesis. Did she really change her whole body? Lu Bai. The archives room and the prosthetic studio will be temporarily closed, and the security team will investigate the situation. I will inform you if there is any progress. Of course, I ask them not to touch your equipment as much as possible. Relax and take a good rest for a few days. There is no need to rush the arrangement of the new department. In special circumstances, the higher-ups will make concessions. Lu Bai's eyes rolled woodenly a few times. Minister Fang, there is no need to postpone it. You can arrange my work now. Lu Bai turned his head and said, there is no need to postpone it. Tang Zai knew that she meant that he used the excuse of postponing the arrangement, but actually just wanted more time to check the archives. But now the files are gone, so there is no need to delay. Well, your duties have always been special. Although you are not officially employed, your work has made a great contribution to the gathering area, which is irreplaceable. So in the new department, I will try my best to retain your original prosthetic production work. As for the establishment part, do you want a leisurely position that does not take up much energy, or a job related to biology? Lu Bai raised his eyes and looked directly at Fang Xiyu. Minister Fang, I have a request. You say, I want to join the special forces. Fang Xiyu was stunned, and then an irrepressible light appeared on his face. Really? Tang Zai didn't expect her to say that. He was stunned when Fang Xiyu pulled his hand over. Although Fang Xiyu at least pulled him hard and clapped his hands, his excited eyes clearly said that he wanted to pick up Tang Zai and spin around to celebrate. I have another request. Lu Bai paused. I'm afraid I can't work with Lu Ji. Fang Xiyu's smile froze on his face. I don't want Minister Fang to fire her. It's just, we can't be in the same department, and we can't do the same research. Hee hee. This is not impossible. After all, your directions are still different. Fang Xiyu put away his smile awkwardly. No problem. Then let you study alone. Lu Bai suddenly raised his head. Minister, I heard that there are people from other biological fields in the special forces. I wonder if I can study with her. Fang Xiyu blinked, turned back, and looked at Tang Zai. Aunt Lu? Of course. Then thank you, Minister Fang. Lu Bai said. No, Captain. Fang Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Originally, his arrangement for Lu Bai was to cooperate with Lu Ji or Lu Tianyi. Although Lu Bai is still unwilling to study weapons, if she can combine with Lu Tianyi, it can greatly advance the research on the 5-color stone experiment and the law of one change. We can only rely on Lu Ji for weapons, which is a bit regrettable. But in any case, it is good that Lu Bai agreed to join the team. He didn't know that Tang Zai behind him looked at Lu Bai with a gloomier look. Why did you change your mind? Tang Zai asked coldly. Fang Xiyu received another work message and was in a dilemma. So Tang Zai volunteered to stay and comfort. He left with relief. And before leaving, he did not forget to give Tang Zai a thumbs up from an angle that Lu Bai could not see. Tang Zai waited until he left, then put away the tenderness in his eyes, and his eyes became indifferent and gloomy. What happened just now? You should explain it. Right? Lu Bai rubbed the place where the prosthesis was connected and looked at him blankly. Like you, I have no idea what happened. Do you think I will believe this? Tang Zai stood beside the bed and stared at her coldly. I am not a very polite person. I just want to ask how old you are and how many prostheses you have replaced. Lu Bai looked back at him, and after a few seconds, she lowered her eyes. All the limbs and facial features have been replaced, and only a few internal organs have been replaced. As for age, to be honest, I don't know. I said that our memories are incomplete. I can't even remember when the memory started. Tang Zai's eyes sank. Every time he pressed Lu Bai, she seemed to answer. But when it came to the key questions, her answers were either forgot or don't know. However, Lu Bai was actually constantly replacing her body, even her internal organs. Are you planning to replace your entire body with a prosthesis? Lu Bai lowered his head, his voice calm. Why? Can I? If everything is replaced with a prosthesis, there will be no risk of mutation. Prostheses don't have DNA. The molecules can remain stable, and they can be mass-produced and replaced. Don't you think this idea is a bit of a waste of time? You might as well just make a robot and import your thoughts into it. Lu Bai raised his head, and there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Someone has already done this. It sounds easy, but have you ever thought about this question? If we can completely import our thoughts into a virtual world, what is the use of the body? We live directly in the system, and we don't even need robots, let alone fight against the pollution in this world. Well, it's like this. Tang Zhe was a little confused. I am obsessed with the human body because giving it up will cause more unpleasant problems, Lu Bai said calmly. First of all, at this stage, we have no way to completely copy a person's thinking. The amount of data is too large. If there is a slight deviation, this person may not be the original person. Do you dare to take such a risk? Also, human thinking and cognition are inseparable from the real body, physiological phenomena, and practice. If you completely give up the body, people will no longer look like people. If we don't give up, we will become less and less like people, Tang Zhe said. In this environment, under this system, people will only become less and less like people. Would you say that our future appearance is better than the future appearance of the virtual people in the system? Lu Bai raised her eyes and looked at him again. And this time, those lifeless eyes seemed to flash some emotions. A faint, but lingering sadness. So, I want to keep at least one thing. If our civilization will eventually collapse and people will become beasts, at least, we can keep this look. Tang Zhe was stunned. We all know that people will change. In this environment, sooner or later, they will change. Perhaps, I am just the one who tries to keep a little more when the sand flows through my fingers. She raised her hand and made a holding gesture. I, you, and many other people are actually doing the same thing. Maybe in the end, we will find that every road is blocked. The sand will eventually be gone, and we can't keep anything. But even so, we still want to, and we can only keep trying. What if? Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes. You are right, but perhaps among them, there are still people who hope that the sand will flow away quickly. Lu Bai maintained his original posture, and his tone remained unchanged. Then we have to work harder. When leaving the ward, Tang Zhe stood alone outside the door for a while. He seemed to see some irreversible collapse and passing before his eyes. The sand in his hand, the sentinel flowing out of the gap in the protective suit, and the water that gushed out after the destruction of the No. 2 test site. Is this inevitable? Tang Zhe turned around and looked towards the ward. It was in such a ward that he encountered the inexplicable shadow. Considering what Yisu and Lu Bai said about the connection between Lutiani and the hospital, he couldn't help but suspect that there was a hidden line in the hospital that had not yet been discovered. And this hidden line had already been buried deep beside them, monitoring their every move. Could it be Lutiani? Chapter 103 Tang Zhe. You are so nice. 1 day later. Next, Lu Bai will be a member of our special forces, Fan Qiyu said. In the center of the special forces office area, a huge panel was displayed, with a red border, and a bunch of colorful text and animations. Welcome Lu Bai to join the warm family of the special forces. Everyone should know Lu Bai's name, and also know the contribution of the prosthesis she made in Area A. Next, I will briefly explain her work arrangements in the team. No one answered. Everyone was silent waiting for Fan Qiyu to continue. The atmosphere was a little weird. Tang Zhe stood beside Fan Qiyu and secretly scanned the expressions on everyone's faces. Yuka Yuri did not express anything, but just typed the word welcome on the panel. In addition, the expressions of the other 3 team members seemed to be a little wary of Lu Bai. Guaninjian's face was not very defensive, but more of a sense of distance, which might be caused by Lu Bai's image in the eyes of others. Lu Tianya's eyes were heavier, and she seemed more wary. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Tang Zhe felt that she didn't want Lu Bai to join the special forces. After staring at Lu Bai for a while, she looked at Tang Zhe quietly. Tang Zhe pretended not to notice Lu Tianya's gaze, and quietly looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji had a cold face and no expression. She looked almost exactly like Lu Bai, except that one had brown eyes, and the other had red eyes. Now the 2 faces were placed face to face. But they seemed to not know each other. They were sisters and lived together. So why were they so unfamiliar? Even if they were in different research directions, their relationship wouldn't be so bad. Right? Tang Zhe thought secretly. His eyes sank. And when she heard that Lu Bai would be assigned to a group with Lu Tianyi, Lu Ji's expression did not fluctuate at all. After the meeting, she still had a cold face and went back to adjust her weapons. The last time she went to the breeding area, she wanted to test the attack effect of the new weapon in the swamp. But she didn't expect that because all the mud cells died. She didn't try it in the end. Afterwards, Lu Ji pursed her lips and sulked for a long time. Later, Fang Xiyu promised to let her go to the second test site as soon as possible. And she reluctantly calmed down. Guan Yingjian and Yuka Yuri were very busy recently because they were responsible for training new members. So they went out as soon as the meeting was over. Anyway, Lu Bai's work has nothing to do with them. They can't say whether they like Lu Bai or not. But they are a little confused about Fang Xiyu recruiting her into the special forces. They didn't know that Fang Xiyu planned to let her develop weapons from the beginning. Nor did they know that Fang Xiyu's initial preference was for fusion weapons. However, Lu Bai also has deep research in biotechnology. And he and Lu Tianyi complement each other perfectly. Thinking of this, they felt that the captain must have his reasons. Lu Bai, then you go and get busy first. The office area is next to Aunt Lu. And she will introduce you later. I will ask someone to help move your studio up. If there are any precautions, you can contact them. Lu Bai nodded silently and turned his eyes to Lu Tianyi without anger. Lu Tianyi put away her guard and turned away. Come with me. Then, the two of them disappeared into the cave. Tang Zhe looked at Fang Xiyu. Captain, I still want to go to the archives room to take a look. We searched for so long yesterday, but we didn't find anything. Fang Xiyu patted him. Important files should be backed up in the system. They won't be lost. You don't have to worry too much. Tang Zhe lowered his eyes. Paper files are more likely to convey hidden information, which is something that system files can't compare to. Since someone went to great lengths to steal it, it means it has an irreplaceable and important role. But it just hasn't been discovered before. So I still want to look for it. Well, no problem. Anyway, you don't have any other tasks these 2 days. Fang Xiyu hugged him and walked to the door. Logistics will help Lu Bai move the studio, and may go in and out of the archive room. Be careful when you look for files. Don't get hit by the equipment. Tang Zhe nodded meekly. When Fang Xiyu disappeared at the end of the corridor, Tang Zhe put away his submissive expression and turned to go downstairs. The strange thing about that room is not only the tentacle monster that suddenly appears and disappears, but also its location. It is right below the Special Forces office area. Is there something wrong with this location? The prosthetic studio is to be moved from downstairs to upstairs, which is exactly what Tang Zhe wants. During the relocation process, he can see all the equipment and layout inside. And maybe he can find some hidden things. So he decided to stay in the archives room while Lu Bai was adapting to the new environment upstairs. Hey, Tang Zhe? As soon as he entered the archives room, Tang Zhe ran into his old acquaintances. Although he hadn't seen these people for a while, they had made their presence known several times because they took over the welcome panels of the Special Forces. So much so that Tang Zhe instinctively felt his eyes go dark when he saw them. Hee. Everyone, hello. Tang Zhe. Do you like the panel we made for you last time? Yisu said and walked towards him. Hee. I like it very much. But don't do it next time. Yisu automatically ignored his last sentence. Speaking of which, I really want to thank you. Did you help us get this job? I knew it. You stared at the support board we made for the minister for a long time last time. You must have been impressed and recommended it to the minister. Right? Tang Zhe, I didn't. Thanks to your recommendation, several of us have had close contact with the minister. Yisu raised his head, tears of emotion in his eyes, and fell into memories. The minister asked us a lot of design details and personally participated in the selection of each picture. We studied together for several hours and finally finalized the board style. Those few hours were the best hours of my life. Tang Zhe. Did Fang Xiyu personally choose those things? Yisu was still immersed in memories. Oh my god. Minister Fang's eyes are so bright, firm and wise. His voice is so powerful, deep and magnetic. His body is so tall and majestic. Yisu's eyes were filled with pink flowers. I can't believe how happy I would be if I could work with the minister like this for a few hours every day. After a long time, he realized that there was someone standing next to him. So he took Tang Zei's hand and shook it hard. Tang Zei, you are so nice. If you need our help in the future, our fan club will definitely do its best to help you. Forget about gossip. As long as it's not against the law, we will help you. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the other members of the fan club. The people standing not far away all stared at Tang Zei with the same grateful eyes, and then nodded firmly. Tang Zei, thank you. He was just worrying about revealing some gossip about Fang Xiyu. But he didn't expect Yisu to have made up such a drama in his mind, which saved him the trouble. So he tried to control his twitching cheeks. The captain should customize these things frequently in the future, and you will have many opportunities to work together. Unexpectedly, Yisu lowered his head and sighed. The director only came over that time when we customized the panel for you. After that, he just sent us a message and told us to make it ourselves according to the template. That's right. The director has so many things to do, and so many staff members are waiting to work with him. How could he spend all his time on us? Even a special forces member like you can only see him once or twice a month. Right? Tang Zei, yes. That's right. You and the director meet so rarely. But you still worked hard to help us get such a job opportunity. We are really touched. We will remember your kindness in our hearts. If you have anything to say, you are responsible for the relocation of Lu Bai's studio this time. Right? Tang Zei interrupted him quickly. Yes. The minister asked us to be responsible for publicity and logistics. In addition to the venue layout, the customization of the condolence panels, and the organization of group activities, we also do some logistics work on a daily basis. Yisu's tone was regretful. When you receive daily supplies in the future, we can find a way to help you get more, such as green socks and red underwear. If you want to customize some special patterns on it, we can also help you do it. Hee. That's not necessary. Customized pattern? Yisu pulled up his trouser legs, revealing his green stockings. On the cuffs of his socks were printed the words Captain Fang is my god. Tang Zei. Fang Xiyu must not know about this. Ahem, you still have things to move. I won't bother you anymore. I'll tidy up in the archives room. Call me if you need any help. Amid several grateful glances, Tang Zei walked stiffly towards the archives room. There was a ping-pong sound of moving items from the prosthetic studio. Tang Zei glanced in that direction, then walked to the depths of the shelf. After he asked Fang Xiyu to help him find the files, Fang Xiyu searched almost everything from top to bottom. Even the few white papers that were found hidden in the cracks after the shelves were moved away. Tang Zei didn't know where he could find the missing things by himself, but he still felt weird. Whether someone really broke in and took the files, or Lu Bai dealt with them himself. It was impossible to leave no trace in such a short time. There were quite a few file boxes, one of which was opened by Tang Zei, and the files were placed everywhere. Even if it was burned, it couldn't be so clean. Therefore, Tang Zei thought that maybe there was a secret passage or mechanism in this house that could hide things in an instant. What he wanted to find this time was the traces of these things. Yesterday, after Fang Xiyu left, Tang Zei also asked how Lu Bai teleported to the archives room. It took less than a second from the time the lights went out to when he heard Lu Bai's voice from a distance. Even if Lu Bai cut off her prosthesis and ran away, she moved too fast. However, Lu Bai said she was dragged away. I was dragged there by a strong force. It was that force that broke my arm. Lu Bai said hollowly. I didn't know what I hit and almost fainted. It was when Captain Fang came in that the lights woke me up. She shook her head. I don't know what happened. Then why did you suddenly change your mind and decide to join the special forces? Lu Bai raised her head and looked at him steadily. Because Captain Fang is a reliable person. I believe he will protect the things I cherish as he protects you. Chapter 104 Black Hand. Tang Zei didn't believe Lu Bai's words. She might have really changed her mind because she saw Fang Xiyu saving Tang Zei. But it was not necessarily to protect her research. On the contrary, she might think that as long as she became Fang Xiyu's core member, he would unconditionally trust her and protect her. She was using Fang Xiyu. For some reason, this made Tang Zei uncomfortable. Although it was clearly him who persuaded her to come in on the grounds that Lu Bai could use the resources of the special forces. When she really did so, he felt a burst of unexplained anger. Lu Tianyi, And even several other people were clearly using the identity of Special Forces members to secretly advance their own goals. Maybe one day, they will leave the Special Forces. Several fragments flashed through Tang Zai's mind. You can go anywhere. I will pretend I don't know. Really? You really chose me? I have to stand in front alone. Like a flag. But now it seems, someone is standing with me. He quietly tightened his fist. He couldn't stay in the Special Forces forever. But there was a moment. Perhaps only a moment. He hoped that this kind of life could last forever. Not to be discovered by Fang Xiuyu about his true ability. To be a little grass in front of him that needs to be cared for at all times. If only it could be like this forever. Tang Zai had thought about what Fang Xiuyu's reaction would be if he saw him swallowing energy or softening into a pool of liquid. He might shoot without hesitation. But what if he didn't? This time, Fang Xiuyu's attitude towards Mu Jiming made Tang Zai's heart slightly disturbed. Maybe even if he appeared in front of Fang Xiuyu in a mutated form, he would still love and cherish him as he does now. Then, they could build merits openly. And the prey they caught would be used to feed him. And then, they would go to explore a new world. They could really cooperate closely and win-win. And just like that, it would go on. This cabinet can't be removed. Qin Ju's voice came from the prosthetic studio. Tang Zai suddenly came back to his senses. The people inside seemed to be in trouble because of the glass cabinet. They tried left and right, but couldn't shake it. Tang Zai put down the things in his hands and walked in. What's wrong? Tang Zai. Yisu waved at him. Come and take a look. Have you seen similar things in the Special Forces before? We are afraid that it is professional equipment and dare not force it. But it seems that it really can't be moved. As he said, Qin raised his hand and pushed hard in front of him. Sure enough, there was no change at all. Isn't this welded to the ground? Wang Ningning said. Tang Zai then looked at the cabinet carefully. The glass cabinet was still full of liquid. When he asked, Lu Bai said that it was just a culture medium to stabilize the prosthetic material. But she never admitted that the thing she cultured was a living organism. Tang Zai stared at the things in the cabinet cautiously, resisting the urge to put his fingers in. So he looked around, walked to Lu Bai's workbench, and took an eyeball from the row of prosthetic walls. Then, in the surprised eyes of the fan club members, he threw the eyeball in. The eyeball sank silently to the bottom of the water. And there was no other movement. How could it be? Tomza, what are you doing? Yisu asked cautiously. I seem to have seen Lu Bai put prosthesis in there, and thought there would be changes. Now it seems that I may have thought too simply. Tomza whispered. Ordinary prosthesis has been soaked in there. Wouldn't it be damaged? Yisu looked embarrassed. It's a bit difficult to salvage it now. The top of the glass cabinet was about the same height as their heads. But it was more than 1 meter deep. It was easy to throw things in. But it was difficult to fish them out. If they wanted to take out the eyeball, they had to at least stand on a high place and use tools to fish it out. Tomza looked around and didn't see any similar tools. There was no telescopic clamp or anything like that on the top of the glass cabinet. So how did Lu Bai take out the prosthesis? Or, did she not take the prosthesis out by herself? Tang Zai raised his eyes and looked at Yisu steadily. You said you were willing to help me do anything that was not against the law. Right? Yisu nodded solemnly. Of course. You helped us so much. We will definitely repay you. Tell me, what do you want to help with? Let's break this glass cabinet and take out the prosthetic eye. Yisu, is this really not against the law? Lu Bai cares most about her prosthesis. The most important thing is that the prosthetic eye can be delivered intact. Nothing else matters. Besides, this glass cabinet can't be moved. Just assume that you dismantled it without knowing and there was an accident. Seeing that they still didn't agree, Tang Zai showed a scared look. If the captain knew that I did such a thing, he would probably blame me. Then it would be even more difficult for me to talk to him. Hearing this, several people's faces changed quickly. They looked at each other and finally made up their minds. Okay, we will help you. After saying this, several people gritted their teeth and looked around for tools. Tang Zai's eyes sank. He wanted to see what this liquid was, and what was strange about this cabinet. Welded to the ground. Is there a secret passage? The members of the support club searched inside and outside and found several solid-looking metal bars, which they surrounded the glass cabinet. When they were about to swing the bars, Wang Ningning suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Wait. Why don't we drain the contents inside? So that we can take out the prosthesis without damaging the equipment? Others. It seems to make sense. I remember that the department has recently transferred a lot of high-power extraction machines, which may drain the water in less than half a second. Yisu said. Let me ask about the situation first. Before Tangze could say anything, Yisu had already opened the panel and started to communicate. Really? They said it's used to extract silt from the swamp in the breeding area. And it's been working for more than 10 hours. There is one machine that has been temporarily rotated down. After cleaning up the things it has sucked. Maybe it can be lent to us. Will the high-power extraction machine for such a small thing as the artificial eye not get stuck or damaged? Tangze asked. Yisu asked again. The extraction machine can screen the size of molecules and only absorb substances of a specific size. And other things can be filtered out. Yisu said confidently. No problem. How long will it take for them to deliver the machine? About 2 hours. Yisu patted him. You see? This artificial eye has no reaction now. Which means that it is not corrosive. But just ordinary water. Don't worry. It will be fine. Tangze's eyes stayed on the artificial eye for a while. The iris of this artificial eye is blue. Almost exactly the same as Safar's eyes. And there are a few small holes on the back of it. But there is no strange thing sticking out like that prosthetic limb. Maybe the water has been replaced by Lubai. Tangze thought. He nodded and said nothing more. Let's move other things first. Tangze. Go and do your thing. Tangze hesitated, not knowing whether to propose to set up a prosthetic studio with them. But then he thought that the problems in the archives room also needed to be investigated urgently. And at least many of the equipment in the studio would not have problems on the surface. So he gave up the idea. After he turned around, the glass cabinet changed silently. The artificial eye was still lying at the bottom of the water. But the iris was facing outward. As if looking at him, Tangze returned to the archives room and continued to search for the secret passage mechanism. The area around the archive box was the most likely to have problems. So he walked back and forth in that area, stopping from time to knock left and right. But unfortunately, he still found nothing. This area seemed to be solid. He was unwilling to check the shelves and walls again, moving almost inch by inch. And he was just short of using tools to scrape off the surface. Even so, everything seemed to tell him that there was nothing wrong with these places. But apart from the dark room or mechanism in the room itself, he couldn't think of where else the files could have gone. Although Fang Xiu said that he was still investigating the in and out situation of the archives room at that time. From his tone, it seemed that there was little hope. There was something wrong with the surveillance. Or perhaps, the surveillance did not capture anything. But this actually showed that the files were not taken away by someone who broke into the archives room, but disappeared in this room. Tangze pondered and became more and more anxious. The answer was clearly right in front of him. But he was just a little short of it. And he couldn't think of it no matter how hard he tried. The correct answer. The answer. Tangze circled around the room like a headless ant. And finally sat down on the ground angrily, supporting his head with his hands and staring at the ground angrily. The files would not disappear here for no reason. First of all, there is a problem with the location of the archive room. It happens to be right below the Special Forces office area. Right below. Tangze suddenly realized and raised his head. There are several vents above his head. The files did not disappear from the ground, but from the air. As long as a high-power exhaust fan is used, all the files can be sucked up and then taken down later. And if the vents can lead to other places, there is no need to turn back, and they can be taken away quietly from another exit. Tangze's eyes showed a trace of joy, and he quickly stood up and looked in the direction of the vent. As long as he figured out that the direction was up and not down, many problems became simple. In addition to the problem of the archive room, there was also the problem of the prosthetic studio next door. Those liquids and tentacles that appeared and disappeared out of thin air might also come in and out from the ceiling. Moreover, even the strange things he encountered in the hospital, the turbid energy that was somehow put into his room when he entered Area A, might have come through the ventilation duct on the ceiling. He vaguely remembered that when he was lying in the abandoned hospital in Area A, he had seen a faint polluted gas coming out of the pillars. Now it seems that everything has a traceable path. Someone used the ventilation ducts everywhere to set up a huge net that covered the sky. But who set up the net and used it? Tangze still raised his head and stared at the bottomless hole. Above it was his colleague from the Special Forces, who had worked with him for a long time. One of them might be the black hand that used this net. Chapter 105 Ventilation Duct. That night. Archives room. It was late at night, and the lighting in the entire area office building was dimmed. At this time, two figures appeared in the surveillance. They approached the archives room in full armor, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Then, the door of the archives room opened, and two figures flashed in. "Captain, are you sure there is no one upstairs?" Tang Ze asked. "I just checked, and the office areas of both the Special Operations Team and the new department are empty. I told them that they would go on a mission in the early morning, so they must be sleeping hard at this time." Tang Ze nodded, and the two of them looked at the vents on the ceiling. So far, Tang Ze has not said anything about his suspicions about Liu Bai and Liu Tianyi. He only said that there might be something wrong with the vents because the files disappeared, but it was uncertain what would be found in the end and who would be pointed to. Fang Shuyu was unwilling to doubt the team members, but he could not deny the reasons given by Tang Ze, so he was silent for a while, and finally chose to hide it from others and act quietly with Tang Ze. Tang Ze was cautious not to show his suspicion about the vents, and still pretended to search the archives room for an afternoon, but finally returned empty-handed. Now, they stood in the middle of the archives room with a full set of tools, and decided to tear this place apart. Fang Shuyu has already stood on the ladder and started to remove the cover of the vent. In order to prevent pollution erosion, the buildings in the two districts are strictly closed, and air exchange must rely on ventilation ducts covering all places. The ducts are connected to a complex filtration system and are the lungs for the survival of the two districts. In the clean air area A, such vents are everywhere, and because of more advanced filtration technology, the location of these vents is more concealed, and there will be no whooshing airflow at ordinary times, without any trace. Over time, most people in Area A will ignore this place. Fang Shuyu carefully dismantled it for a long time. The cover looks no different from an ordinary ceiling. The only difference is that it is covered with tiny holes for gas to enter and exit. After removing this cover, there are some thicker covers on top, but the gaps are larger. The edge is very clean, as if it has been removed recently. Fang Shuyu frowned as he said this. There is really a problem. He sped up and removed all the covers in a few seconds. A few minutes later, a hole as wide as a palm appeared in front of him. Fang Shuyu carefully put the detector into the hole. The detector crawled in and moved back and forth. Soon after, the internal structure of the ventilation duct was completely restored on the panel. Tang Ze, did you see it? Fang Shuyu sneered. The top is so big. Tang Ze nodded. This was expected. There are no traces of files, but the dust on the ground has traces of dragging, indicating that something has passed through recently. Looking at the width, it's no problem for a person to pass through, let alone a file box, Fang Shuyu said, jumping down, standing next to Tang Ze, and looking at the panel with him. I want to see where this thing leads to. The detector continued to move forward, and the area at the top of the archive room was soon detected. Then, the detector encountered several forks in the pipeline and stopped hesitantly. Start from the left, one by one, Fang Shuyu ordered. He had a gloomy face, and there was something in his eyes that was hard to explain. So far, everything he had checked pointed to the answer he didn't want to believe. There might really be something wrong inside the special forces. But including Liu Bai, everyone knew that he and Tang Ze had wireless search rings, but no one told Safar. He could only hope that perhaps some team members did have other ideas, but they were not for the purpose of opposing the special forces, let alone members of the Five-Color Stone. The detector drove forward along the first pipe and soon arrived at an equally open area. According to the comparison of the building map, this should be the corridor outside. The ventilation holes in the corridor are more complicated and interconnected, with forks everywhere. From here, you can access various office areas on the entire floor. Come back first and take a look at the second pipe. The detector entered the second pipe diligently. This time it led to the direction of the elevator. Not long after, the detector reached the end, and then the detection showed that there was still space above. This pipe leads to the upper floor. Fang Shuyu and Tang Ze looked at each other and immediately stared at the panel. Go up and take a look. The detector began to climb slowly. In this section of the upward pipe, there are several forks along the way. This shows that there is more than one layer of parallel ventilation pipes on the ceiling of this floor. Such a complex three-dimensional structure makes the entire ventilation network more difficult to control. The detector reached the end in the vertical direction and climbed in along the fork at the top. This is the topmost layer of the ceiling of this floor. Judging from the height, it should be close to the ground of the upper floor. The detector walked all the way and soon turned back from the direction of the elevator to the vicinity of the archive room. At this time, the structure inside the pipe suddenly changed. Although there was some dust in the original pipe, it was still empty overall. Now, the pipe wall here is covered with stains. Like mud, and like the traces of dust gathered after something sticky was scratched. The stains are not regular, and they don't seem to pass along a straight line. Fang Xiyu frowned. This should not be a trace left by a file or a file box, but something more flexible. But he couldn't think of what it could be. The detector carefully avoided the stains and moved forward. However, the stains in the pipe became more and more, and in the end, large pieces of mud extended from the bottom. The detector inevitably rushed into the mud, going uphill all the way, and finally stopped completely. The pipe was blocked by mud. What is this? Fang Xiyu's face sank again. Tan. The detector had a simple circuit-breaking device. After confirming Fang Xiyu's order, it began to use the device to break the mud. The mud was not very hard, but it was dense and somewhat sticky, and soon the detector was blocked. The device could not continue to operate, and the detector used other sensing systems to scan, trying to find out what was in front. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on the panel, and then all the images disappeared. Fang Xiyu almost jumped up. The detector was destroyed? Tang Zai did not expect this to happen. According to their thinking, the ventilation network was at most used as a passage. As long as no one used it, it should be normal, and the detector could be used to find out where it led to. But now, it is clear that the ventilation duct is not that simple. There is something inside, ruling out chemical corrosion. It may not be the automatic device that is damaged, Fang Xiyu said while checking the data. Before the detector was damaged, the induction had an instantaneous change. Inside the mud, there is a point where the pressure increases rapidly, rushing over like a bullet. The detector was hit in this way. Tang Zai pulled him carefully. Captain, it may not be that someone is controlling it in real time. It may also be that the defense device has been triggered, Fang Xiyu said. There are still detectors. I will put a few more to see. The second detector set off. This time, Fang Xiyu did not let it go the original way, but went to the ventilation network in the middle to find out the situation. The ventilation duct in the middle layer is narrower than the upper and lower layers, and it is obvious that large objects such as file boxes cannot pass through. It was only during the exploration of these layers that they found that the ducts here were connected to the ducts of the prosthetic studio next door. The two looked at each other and walked into the next door at the same time. Most of the studio had been moved away, and except for the glass cabinet that was welded to the ground and could not be moved, other large objects had been cleared away, and that cabinet was under a vent. When Fang Xiyu walked over with the ladder, Tang Zai pulled his sleeve. Captain, be careful. Fang Xiyu turned around, and the tense expression on his face relaxed a little. He patted Tang Zai. It's okay. I won't fall into the tank. Tang Zai didn't say anything else, but his eyes were fixed on the glass cabinet. The liquid inside had been sucked away by the extraction machine, and the artificial eye was safely taken out and placed aside. There was no abnormality in the whole process, but for some reason, he still felt a little uneasy. The sound of removing the cover came from the ceiling. Tang Zai raised his head and suddenly thought of the scene of the tentacles covering the room. He felt nervous and ran over. Captain! Fang Xiyu had already removed all the covers skillfully, and the hole was exposed in front of him. He lowered his head in confusion. What's wrong? Tang Zai's expression was somewhat horrified, which made Fang Xiyu feel uneasy. But not long after, Tang Zai shook his head again. No, nothing. Fang Xiyu smiled at him soothingly, stuffed the detector in, and then jumped down. There was no strange movement at the entrance of the cave. A new picture appeared on the panel. The pipeline layout here was different from that of the archive room. There was a vertical pipeline leading to the top. When it went straight to the top floor, the detector seemed to hit the wall and stopped abruptly. The top of this pipeline was sealed. When the detector circuit opening device was activated, the same thing happened again as before. The detector was destroyed. But this time, a different picture appeared on the panel. Before the detector was destroyed, a blurry shadow was captured. Although the shadow moved very fast, its trajectory was not a straight line, but a wavy curve, like a snake buried in the soil. It would suddenly rush out when its prey approached. The two people looked at the simulated movement trajectory and felt a chill down their spines. There was something in the mud. Something familiar. Snakevine. And the area on the upper floor opposite to this area blocked by mud was the bottomless cave. Chapter 106. Is it you? Tang Zai felt a chill down his spine. Although he guessed that there was something wrong with the ceiling, and that someone might have released something that shouldn't be there through the ventilation duct. He didn't expect that those things, the mutants, were actually hidden in the ventilation duct. He looked at Fang Xiyu, who seemed to be stiff all over. What was scary was not the mutants, but that the mutants actually appeared in the gathering area, and in the heavily protected A area. What was even scarier was that this might have something to do with the special forces team. Fang Xiyu turned around. His eyes were not panicked or angry, but rather a kind of decisiveness, a kind of firmness to enter a combat state. After this exchange of glances, Tang Zai understood his plan. So Tang Zai nodded to him and pulled up the mask of his protective suit. They had already made preparations. This time they came in wearing a full set of protective suits, so they could cope with the outdoor environment. Fang Xuyu's mouth curled up slightly, and then he also put on the mask and turned to run to the door. He closed all the doors leading to the outside as quickly as possible, then returned to the studio, quickly climbed up the ladder, and began to dismantle the entrance of the ventilation pipe piece by piece. According to the information returned by the detector, the inside of the pipe is very spacious, and most of the area can be passed by people. The cover was thrown to the ground with a crackling sound. A few minutes later, Fang Xiyu dismantled the vent to a size that allowed him to pass through. He was about to climb in, but suddenly hesitated and turned to look at Tang Zai. "Captain, I'll go with you," Tang Zai said. Fang Xiyu thought for a few seconds and raised his eyes. "Okay, but the ventilation duct is not big enough for the two of us to move forward side by side. You can only follow behind me." He stepped back from the ladder and stretched out his hand to Tang Zai. "If there is anything wrong, you retreat, then leave this room. Close the door, and sound the alarm." "Yes," Tang Zai responded. But what he thought in his heart was, he would never let this happen. He now has the strength to deal with some simple mutants, which is not a big problem. Fang Xiyu pulled him up to the vent, and the view suddenly became much darker. There was no lighting in the vent, and the area was narrow, so there were many shadows and blind spots. Tang Zai hid behind Fang Xiyu, which gave him a lot of room to play. Fang Xiyu did not move forward immediately, but squatted in the vent and stared at him for a while. Then, he squeezed Tang Zai's hand hard. "Follow closely." Tang Zai nodded vigorously. Fang Xiyu then turned around and climbed up following the lighting panel. The vent above the studio was closer to the vertical pipe, so there was no need to climb too far. But the vertical pipe itself was very difficult to climb. Fang Xiyu was not stumped. Even wearing a heavy protective suit, he climbed up in no time. "Tomza, wait for me down there now," he said. "This place is very close to the mud. There is no room for the two of us. I'll clear the way first, so it's convenient to retreat in case of an accident." Tomza responded obediently. The lighting disc followed Fang Xiyu away, and the pipe suddenly became dark. In the darkness, Tomza's eyes emitted a faint green light. "Saib, there is energy, but it's not enough to fill your teeth," Saib said lazily. "How come Area A is also polluted?" "Smell carefully. Is there really only a little energy nearby?" "Yes. A little. No more." Tomza's eyes returned to normal. "Got it. If it was just a mutant with a trace amount of energy, Fang Xiyu should be able to deal with it. What he was worried about was that someone had pure energy in the pipe. If there was energy hidden in such a ventilation network, a large-scale mutant with collective mutation might appear, which would be more troublesome. Thinking of this, there were several sounds of electric shocks from above. Besides that, there were not many other sounds. Fang Xiyu did not make any movements, but just stayed in place and shot steadily, looking very comfortable. The sound of shooting stopped. "Captain, how is it?" Tang Zai asked. "Not a big problem." Fang Xiyu moved forward a little and pushed away the soil blocking the pipe with force. "This thing is very similar to the snake vine in the underground passage, but it is thinner and much gentler." As he spoke, he continued to clear the dirt. "There are still a few meters ahead. I will pick you up after I finish clearing it." Unexpectedly, the cleaning process went very smoothly. Tang Zai was worried that things were not that simple and there would be other dangers hidden in it. But until the entire layer of pipes was cleared, nothing unusual happened. Fang Xiuyu then returned and carried Tang Zhe up. After the mud was cleared, they found that this layer of ventilation pipes still hadn't reached the end. There was something like an upward entrance and exit in the middle of the pipe. But there was a door blocking it, and it seemed to be locked. The two squatted below and looked up. They could see obvious signs of soil leakage around the edge of the door. It seems that the soil and vines in this ventilation duct leaked from above, Fang Xiuyu said. There is no pollution or food here. No wonder the vines are so weak. The air in the ventilation duct is even very clean. For mutants that live on pollution, it is really an extremely harsh living environment. Tang Zhe looked at Fang Xiuyu. Captain, do you want to go up? Go up. Fang Xiuyu laughed and stretched out his hand to block Tang Zhe behind him. I want to see who is doing this. After several loud noises, Fang Xiuyu removed the pipe door. As the door opened, a lot of mud leaked out from the top, and several snake vines took the opportunity to mix in and drill out, rushing towards Fang Xiuyu fiercely. Fang Xiuyu calmly reached out his hand, grabbed the rushing vines, and wrapped them around his arm a few times. There were more and more vines, and it was like pulling up a fishing net in his hand. Then he suddenly pulled his hand back, and the vine net was pulled out with the mud. Lightning flashed on the net, and the net collapsed with a bang, turning into large pieces of rattan skin ash. The two people were very familiar with this thing, and they didn't react at all, but just kept digging the ash they piled in the pipe. I'll use the extractor to extract it later. If this stuff is blown down, it will be really dirty, Fang Xiuyu said. The rattan skin could not be cleaned up at all, and it piled up in the pipe in a loose piece. The two people simply went in and groped the way up. Fang Xiuyu grabbed Tang Zhe's hand and pulled him forward in the rattan skin dust. The pipe above suddenly came to an end, and there was another door in front. Fang Xiuyu broke the door open with force, jumped up, and his whole head suddenly appeared on the ground. Who cough? He saw a room with many instruments in front of him. It was empty at this time, with only the blue light emitted by the running instruments. And here, he was very familiar. Captain! Tang Zhe also came out, and was stunned when he saw the situation in front of him. Fang Xiuyu silently climbed out of the pipe, and pulled Tang Zhe out. Captain! This is... Looking at the layout, this is the cave in the Special Forces office area. There are all kinds of things that look like glass cabinets flashing around, and almost every one of them is working. Tang Zhe saw a cylindrical object hanging in the largest glass cabinet in front of him, and the instrument was continuously applying an electric current attack, so that the electric light submerged the original appearance of the object. Is this an induction experiment? Tang Zhe looked at Fang Xiuyu calmly. Although he had never been to other colleagues' respective offices, it was easy to tell who this place belonged to. Lu. This is Lu Ji's office, Fang Xiuyu said softly. Tang Zhe was stunned. Who? Lu Ji. Fang Xiuyu raised his hand and pointed. These are her simulated attack plans. Tang Zhe finally reacted. He looked back at the pipe mouth they had just drilled out of, and it was clear that mutants such as snake vines were artificially raised inside. Lu Ji. Why did she secretly raise mutants in her own office? Fang Xiuyu silently opened the panel. Time is almost up. Lu Ji should come over. Unknowingly, the time has come, Fang Xiuyu pretended. Time to release the task. I'll ask the others to wait for me in the parking lot, and ask Lu Ji to come to the office area, Fang Xiuyu said lightly. Listen to her own explanation. Tang Zhe looked at him with a complicated look. Fang Xiuyu did this to protect Lu Ji. He still hoped that Lu Ji would stand on his side, and that the special forces would not change. Tang Zhe chuckled and shook his head in his heart. Fang Xiuyu, why do you treat the world like this, when people will not give you the same things in return? Such a passionate and sincere person. In this world, there is only you. Tang Zhe did not speak again, but just stood silently beside Fang Xiuyu. Soon after, the door to the office opened. Bright red hair appeared in front of them. The lights in the office came on, and Lu Ji was surprised to see the two people standing there. Captain, Tang Zhe? Fang Xiuyu didn't say anything, just pointed to the hole behind him. The two of them were still covered with mud and rattan skin, and it was clear what had happened. Lu Ji's face changed, and finally lowered his head. Captain, did you plan it? Fang Xiuyu asked. Yes, but I had planned to kill these, so I sealed the pipeline. But I was busy these days, and didn't have time. This is not a question of whether to kill or not. Why did you plant this? Especially in the gathering area? Fang Shuyu's voice was rare and cold and majestic. This is illegal. Lu Ji. Lu Ji lowered her head and said nothing. Why? Do you know what the entire special forces will face if such an action is discovered? All our privileges now will disappear. What's worse, we will be disbanded and punished to never work in related positions. Fang Shuyu took a few steps forward and looked down at Lu Ji, his figure full of oppression. Is this what you want to see? Lu Ji? Lu Ji suddenly raised her head and shook it vigorously. No, Captain. I have never thought about it this way. I like the special forces. I like the captain. I hope everyone can move forward bravely. Explore. Go to bigger and farther places. I just want to make better weapons. Lu Ji frowned and burst into tears. Wow. I can't do it. I can't kill the mud cells. If I knew there was another way. But no. No. I can only think of this. But it seems to be very useful. Lu Bai is the same. She studied everything that can be used as a prosthesis. As long as it succeeds in the end. Who cares what she used? Fang Shuyu sighed softly and put his hand on Lu Ji's shoulder. What are you going to do? Lu Ji heard the change in Fang Shuyu's tone, raised her head, and her eyes brightened a little. Captain, I want to fight poison with poison. Chapter 107. It's time to see how to punish you. Fang Shuyu's eyes changed. Fight poison with poison? Lu Ji nodded. Didn't Aunt Lu say that mud cells will change after combining with other mutants, making them easier to break? I want to use this feature. Tang Zai's mind flashed with Lu Tiany's words. So far, they have seen mud cells combined with 3 mutants, vines, hairy fungi and flowers. Among them, the combination of mud cells and hairy fungi is the first time they have discovered mud cell combinations, and thus reversely discovered that vines and mud cells also form a certain combination. The difference is that the vine is combined with the mud cell group as a whole. Similar to cultivation, the hairy fungus grows inside each mud cell, which is equivalent to symbiosis. Lu Ji planted vines. Is it because? I was thinking that maybe the vines can secrete certain substances to turn the mud cells into inactive soil. If I put this substance in the weapon, the mud cells can be inactivated. Then, use conventional weapons to remove the vines, so that we can avoid being helpless against ordinary mud cells. Lu Ji said. So, I took some samples from Aunt Lu and put them here for testing. But I plan to remove it. This mud cell has been solidified, and only a small amount of vines remain. I have cleared the vines. Fang Shuyu interrupted her. Lu Ji's emotions calmed down a little. But when she saw Fang Shuyu's face in the shadow, she lowered her head again anxiously. Does Aunt Lu know that you took these things? Fang Shuyu asked. Lu Ji's eyes changed. This? She suddenly raised her head, and her ponytail was thrown up. She doesn't know. I stole it. Fang Shuyu's eyes softened a little. He walked towards Lu Ji and suddenly stretched out his hand. Lu Ji subconsciously shrank her neck, but found that Fang Shuyu just gently put his hand on her head. You guys are really troublesome. Fang Shuyu chuckled and rubbed her head. Then, he tilted his head back intentionally or unintentionally. Tang Zai? I see. Fang Shuyu patted Lu Ji and turned back to the cave entrance. Anything else? Lu Ji came back to her senses. What? Did you plant anything else? Lu Ji shook her head violently. No more. Okay. Fang Shuyu turned around and looked at her with a smile. It's time to see how to punish you. Although there are no clear regulations on planting mutants in the gathering area, if you carry out acts that endanger humans in the gathering area, you should be punished accordingly according to the severity of the situation, he said seriously. Lu Ji's head almost dropped to his chest. So, Lu Ji, I punish you to clean the ventilation duct. Lu Ji raised his head suddenly. Ah? There are no mutants now, and they are not harmful to humans. Fang Shuyu shrugged. Right. Tang Zai? Tang Zai, well, the ventilation duct is a little dirty, with mud and rattan inside. Fang Shuyu smiled with satisfaction. Lu Ji, as the one who made the mess, you should clean it up. Right? Lu Ji hadn't reacted yet. This really? There is an extraction machine in the office area next door. Go get it and clean the ventilation duct. Don't affect people in other areas. Yes. Yes. Lu Ji was refreshed and ran out. After she left, Fang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Tang Zai. His happiness was beyond words. To be honest, I was worried for a while before. he said. I was worried that the special forces were not united. That there were people inside who would destroy the target. And that the resources I had finally obtained would disappear. You don't know how long I have waited for this team now. Tang Zei's eyes softened a little. I know. Captain. Yeah. Fang Xiuyu lowered his head and smiled. He then walked to Tang Zei and hugged him tightly. I'm really happy. You all. The special forces are a cohesive team. Right? There were footsteps outside the office area. It was Lu Ji dragging the extractor over. Fang Xiuyu didn't say anything else. Just hugged Tang Zei and walked out. As he walked, he turned back and shouted, "Clean it up. No dead corners." Lu Ji's voice came from behind. Yes. Captain. Hey. You haven't visited their office area yet? Fang Xiuyu said. Tang Zei nodded. You can go and take a look if you have nothing to do. Although everyone has different responsibilities, there are still many overlapping parts. Look at Lu Ji. She will also communicate with Aunt Lu. Because the first thing to do when making weapons is to understand the target of the attack. As Fang Xiuyu spoke, he took Tang Zei into Lu Tiany's office. Unlike Lu Ji's office, Lu Tiany's office was filled with all kinds of biological instruments and reagents. Although she was the one who actually studied mutants, there was no trace of mutants in her office. According to the Gathering Area Management Act, biological experiments can only be conducted at a trace level that will not cause harm. And there are strict regulations for the preservation and treatment of mutant tissues. Captain, Tang Zei said, did Aunt Lu really not participate in Lu Ji's affairs? Fang Xiuyu shook his head. After Lu Ji came up with this idea, it is impossible that she did not confirm it with Aunt Lu. So, Aunt Lu must have known about the planting of snake vines, and even helped her deal with the planting environment. He was silent for a while, then looked at Tang Zei. Aunt Lu mentioned before that the special forces needed their own test site. Do you think it has something to do with Lu Ji's weapons experiment? Tang Zei looked at the huge reaction cabinet in front of him. At first glance, it was empty inside. But the panel outside showed hairy comb spores. Maybe, whether it is Aunt Lu's research or Lu Ji's new weapon development, they both require a larger outdoor environment and mutant cultivation. Fang Xiuyu said to himself. Even I need real mutants for actual combat simulation. That's how the previous training ground came about. Without simulations close to the real scene, it is easy to produce deviations by simulating in the system based on known information. In the final analysis, all simulation results in the system must be tested by reality. And our understanding of reality is still quite limited. Otherwise, there would be no need to use real people to test the pollution. He stopped and looked deep into the cave. Lu Ji's idea is correct. She didn't mean to put the special forces in danger. It was really limited by the environment. I should find a suitable venue as soon as possible. After the 5-color stone incident, the gathering area will only be more cautious about this matter. If we rashly propose to build our own test site at this time, it will easily be suspected by the top leaders, or be used by others to make a fuss. Tang Zei said. This is not the captain's fault. Fang Xiuyu turned his head and looked at him, his eyes full of tenderness. We are getting more and more tacit understanding. He retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. But the file issue has not been resolved yet. Where Lu Ji planted the vine, the mud had long sealed the pipes and doors, and the files could not have left through there. In other words, the other exits of the ventilation duct are the real destination. But at least, this person has nothing to do with the special forces. Tang Zei looked at his back, and for some reason, a smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, everyone is on the captain's side. Yes. Look how lucky I am, Fang Xiuyu whispered, and suddenly laughed. But luck is also part of strength. At least I found each of you with great effort. And my vision is also very good. The smile on Tang Zei's lips turned into a twitch. It seems that a certain sentence has been heard so many times that it has become calloused in the ears. At this moment, Lu Ji rushed out from inside. Report to the captain. Cleaning is completed. Oh, let me check it, he said and winked at Tang Zei. And the two walked back to Lu Ji's office area together. Tang Zei saw that the area around the hole they had crawled out of was clean. But Fang Xiuyu was worried. So he motioned Tang Zei to wait for him. And he went down the pipe again. A few minutes later, Fang Xiuyu came out again and made an OK gesture. Great. Lu Ji jumped for joy and was about to drag the extractor out when Fang Xiuyu called her. One more thing. Fang Xiuyu cleared his throat. Lu Ji. The snake vine you planted destroyed 2 detectors in Area A. You have to pay for it. Lu Ji's expression froze on her face. Deduct it from your salary and overtime pay. Lu Ji. It's okay. Put the machine back. Fang Xiuyu raised his chin. After we come back, we will gather at the parking lot. Lu Ji and Tang Zhe raised their heads at the same time. Hey? Didn't I notify the whole team to go on a mission? Fang Xiuyu said. Aunt Lu and Guan Yinjian are still waiting in the car. Tang Zhe widened his eyes in surprise. What mission? To test Lu Ji's new weapon. Fang Xiuyu smiled. By the way, find a test site for the special operations team. Captain, what did you do? Guan Yinjian was a little confused. There were stains on Tang Zhe and Fang Xiuyu's protective suits. And Lu Ji was panting, looking like they had just returned from a mission. I'm cleaning the office area, Fang Xiuyu said easily, and started the car panel. Guan Yinjian was still confused. But Lu Tianyi saw Lu Ji's expression and knew what happened. But she just sat there without saying anything. Tang Zhe didn't answer, but his eyes still glanced at Lu Tianyi secretly. This time it seemed to be Lu Ji's problem, and Lu Tianyi at best did not play a role in stopping it. But if you think about it carefully, Lu Tianyi has already established a deeper connection with other people in the team in secret. She and Lu Ji conspired to cultivate mutants and helped Guan Yinjian with brain rehabilitation. In addition, Lu Bai, who just came in, will soon work in the same department with her. And she did all this without leaving any trace. At this moment, Lu Tianyi also turned around and met Tang Zhe's gaze directly, as if to say, I will definitely do what I want to do. Tang Zhe's eyes also revealed gloom without any reservation. Lu Tianyi, you must not let me catch you. Chapter 108. It's okay. We're all over. Captain, where are we going? Lu Ji asked. To the second coordinate of Sapphire, Fang Xiuyu said, starting the combat vehicle. This coordinate refers to the location analyzed from the second Sapphire file. Tang Zhe looked at the logo on the panel calmly. At that time, the 3 files of Sapphire corresponded to 3 coordinates, 2 of which were almost known. The first one was the breeding area, and the second one was a few kilometers away from the number 2 test site they found. At that time, they speculated that it was the other entrance and exit of the number 2 test site. Strictly speaking, Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe both entered the test site twice. The first time, Tang Zhe was knocked unconscious by Sapphire and brought in. When he woke up, he was already underwater. Fang Xiuyu followed Tang Zhe's signal and killed everyone along the way. He destroyed the protective suit wall and then entered the swamp through the mud trap. When they left, they walked through the water area under the swamp. That area of water had been blown up, and they had no idea where it was. The coordinates given by Sapphire could be the exit of the water area or somewhere else. The second time they went to the test site, they went with a group of people in the car. As soon as they left the exploration area, they were forced to the location of the city wall by the pollution storm, and thus the coordinates were determined. The 2 coordinates and the gathering area formed a triangle. The route chosen by Fang Xiuyu was to bypass the known entrance coordinates and go straight to the location marked by the Sapphire archive. They left the exploration area from another level and walked forward along a new route. At this moment, the map on the panel flashed twice, and a red layer jumped out. The red layer was some regular graphics. Looking closely, some were closed solid lines, and some were open dotted lines. What is this? This is the topographic map of the previous gathering area, Fang Xiuyu said. But it's not very accurate. Tang Zhe was stunned. Have you found the previous gathering area map? I asked Yukuri to search for a needle in a haystack in the system these 2 days. Of course, many people from the new department also participated in this work. In the end, we found the incomplete data, and through screening and simulation, we made this map with a higher degree of credibility, Fang Xiuyu explained. But it's only a rough area. The specific functions and floor distribution of each building are uncertain, and the boundaries of some areas are not clear. This is all we can do in this time. Let's make do with it. Tang Zhe blinked. Not this is all we can do in this time. Rather, it was how could this be achieved in such a short time? He stared at the new map and looked around. He was actually looking for a specific area, the medical area. According to the current planning of the cluster area, both areas A and B have their own medical areas. Each medical area has several buildings with different uses, and the distribution may be relatively discrete. He searched on the map for a while, and finally found a whole medical area without detailed division at the edge of the predicted area. This medical area belongs neither to Area A nor Area B, but from the location, it is very close to the location of both areas. It may be that the two areas shared the medical area at that time, or it may be that the medical areas of the two areas were very close. But due to the lack of information, it is impossible to make a detailed distinction. On the periphery of this medical area is a large dotted line. The coordinates of the current map below this layer of map are outside this dotted line. In other words, whether the test site they are going to is directly related to the medical area is debatable. But for Tang Zhe, this map fully proves the connection between the location of the five-colored stone and the location of the medical area. He turned his head and looked at Lu Tianyi behind him with the corner of his eye. Her face was shrouded in shadows, and her figure was still thin and upright, like a resolute nail. The new route passes through the original gathering area, and the remaining buildings can be seen. After being abandoned, many buildings have been naturally corroded, and now only broken half walls and decayed skeletons are left. From a distance, it seemed as if they had entered a cemetery, and they all knew that the real cemetery was somewhere else. The location of the protective suit wall was farther away from the old gathering area, and there was nothing around. Therefore, they did not initially connect the number 2 test site with the old gathering area. Is this where we lived in the past? Guan Yingjian's voice came over. It's a bit strange. Tang Zhe blinked. Guan Yingjian also underwent brain surgery 5 years ago, and I'm afraid that at that time, some of his memories about the old gathering area were cleared. And the person who performed the brain healing. Tang Zhe sneered in his heart. If Lu Tianyi uses this special function of helping in the medical area, she can not only easily obtain research subjects, but also manipulate the memories of others through the special method of brain healing. The large-scale brain healing that occurred 5 years ago may not have been done by Lu Tianyi, but she can use this to deal with some people she wants to lose memory in a targeted manner. Guan Yingjian's attitude this time also shows that he has already received Lu Tianyi's brain care. Didn't they have any suspicion at all? Yes. Lu Tianyi's appearance is too deceptive. In addition, as a genius scientist, she was excluded and hidden for a long time, which made it easy for others to sympathize with her and ignore the real reason for her exclusion. And her true face hidden under this face. The length of the years, months and days in the past few years has increased. It is nominally 4 or 5 years, but actually longer. It is understandable that I can't remember clearly, Lu Tianyi said. Fang Xiuyu and Guan Yingjian both agreed and did not doubt it. Lu Ji was still leaning on the car window, not knowing what she was thinking. She may not have any memory of living in this gathering area. Or maybe she did, but it was more vague than other people. After all, she was only a few years old at that time. How did these buildings corrode into this state? Fang Xiuyu said. It seems that the pollution has become more and more serious in recent years. According to the location on the map, the originally densely packed buildings are now almost only left with the foundation. Needless to say, most of the buildings in Area B are underground. But there should be some high-rise buildings in Area A. But now only a few meters of broken walls remain. In comparison, the protective clothing wall not far away is almost a standing mountain. If it weren't for the heavy pollution fog, its shadow should be visible here. When was that wall built? Why is it so complete compared to the abandoned gathering area for several years? Or was it originally a higher mountain? Tang Zhe thought of the dead insect-like front of the protective clothing, and a feeling of discomfort emerged. He looked away and looked out the side window. A shadow suddenly appeared in his sight. When I got closer, I found that this was actually a nearly complete building. The building was about 3 stories above the ground, surrounded by heavy iron doors and metal protection. And there were not many signs of erosion. The combat vehicle stopped suddenly. Captain, what's wrong? Guan Yingjian asked. Why do I feel a little familiar here? Fang Xiuyu thought for a while and shook his head. What do you think? The people behind stared out the window for a while. I haven't seen it. Really? Did I remember it wrong? A few seconds later, the combat vehicle started hesitantly. Fang Xiuyu did not dispel his doubts. He thought about it and did not continue along the route, but drove around the building, bypassing the facade on this side. The building view on the other side appeared in the shadow. Fang Xiuyu shone a strong light on the building, and its outline appeared in front of everyone through the fog. Sure enough, it's still very familiar. Tang Zhe, The wireless ring alarm suddenly appeared in front of Fang Xiyu, and his heart tightened. He reached out and grabbed Tang Zai next to him. How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Damn. Is there something wrong with this place? Tang Zai stared out the window. He panted hard, but there was no other extreme reaction. After a while, his breathing slowly calmed down. He turned his head, and his green eyes looked at Fang Xiyu through the goggles, with something inexplicable in his eyes. Captain, this place is familiar to me too. Fang Xiyu retracted his hand. Have you been here? This seems to be a mission site I've been to. Fang Xiyu was stunned for a few seconds. Then his eyes changed, and he looked out the window again. The building in front of him gradually overlapped with a part of his memory. Is it that mission site, in the old gathering area? It was none other than the 5th Sentinel mission site that Tang Zai participated in. The mission site where pollution soared from mild to high risk within half a minute of entering the site. And 47 people died. They look alike. But I'm not sure, Tang Zai said with his head down. Maybe these buildings just look alike. His voice was soft, and his body seemed to be shaking. At this moment, he had his back to the window, like a kitten afraid of thunder. Fang Xiyu suddenly felt distressed, hugged him tightly, and comforted him with his head. It's okay. It's all over. Tang Zai watched so many teammates die, and he waited desperately for 2 days before being rescued. That place must be something he didn't want to recall. Fang Xiyu thought so, and couldn't help but stroke Tang Zai's back. Unexpectedly, Tang Zai pushed him away and sat up by himself. Captain, shall we go in and take a look? There was no despair or fear in his eyes, but there was an emotion Fang Xiyu had never seen before. A little sharp, like a kitten's claws. In just a moment, the sharpness disappeared and turned into a soft meat pad. I think that mission field was very strange, Tang Zai continued. Don't you think so, Captain? Fang Xiyu came back to his senses and found that his helmet and Tang Zai's helmet were almost touching. He looked at Tang Zai's face, which was so close, and felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. Strange. I didn't feel it when I was holding him. Why now? Fang Xiyu took a deep breath, sat up quickly, and pulled some distance from Tang Zai. Well, that's right. But are you okay to go in? Tang Zai shook his head. That's good. Fang Xiyu sat back in the driver's seat and took a few deep breaths. A few seconds later, he suddenly shouted at the panel. Yuka Yuri, check the information of Tang Zai's mission field and see if it is the same location as the one in front of you. Yuka Yuri took the task, and a few minutes later, the information of the mission field appeared on the front window panel. Captain, the specific coordinates of that mission are missing. Fang Xiyu was shocked. What? Didn't you call it not long ago? I don't know. Maybe it's hidden somewhere, and I can't find it for a while. But the data contains the internal topographic map of the site, and we put it on the panel. Fang Xiyu and Tang Zai looked at the front window together. Tang Zai was not familiar with the internal structure of the mission site. After all, as a sentry, he did not have the authority to be informed of these details. After entering, he almost fell by the door. Although he was lucky enough to be possessed by Saib, he did not have the strength to crawl out even half a meter. He lay there for 2 days, and was put into an isolation box and transported away. From beginning to end, he only remembered the appearance of the gate. Fang Xiyu next to him spoke. It's this terrain. Ha, he sneered, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. Then, he released the drone and let it hover over the building. After a while, the terrain map scanned by the drone appeared on the panel. It almost completely overlapped with the layout set by Yuri. Is it really here? Tang Zai was a little surprised. Why would they go to the old gathering area that was abandoned not long ago to do the mission? When the gathering area was relocated, all the available resources should have been taken away. Also, why did that mission suddenly become high risk? I can even recite this terrain map, Fang Xiyu whispered. There was a rare suppressed anger in his voice, and some sadness. Tang Zai looked at him in surprise. Fang Xiyu suddenly held Tang Zai's hand again and was silent for a while. I've been in the same terrain area and experienced the same thing as you, he said in a voice that only Tang Zai could hear. Tang Zai's pupils trembled. Fang Xiyu said that he would care about Tang Zai's 5th mission because he himself had experienced a very similar venue. And in that venue, Fang Xiyu lost his teammates and his memory. Tang Zai felt his hand being tightly held. Soon, the hand holding him loosened again. Fang Xiuyu looked ahead, and his tone returned to normal. Let's go in. I want to see what's so strange about this building design. Chapter 109. The two of them are becoming more and more alike. Captain! Guan Yingjian's voice came over. Even the sentinels suffered heavy casualties in the high-risk area. It's too dangerous for you to get off the car now. Fang Xiuyu glanced at him. You can use the equipment to check first. We can get off the car if there is no pollution. Sudden outbreaks of pollution have occurred in the same terrain. Maybe it's due to building defects or other reasons. Equipment can only detect known pollution. And unknown pollution can only be detected by people. Besides, this place has been abandoned for a long time. Almost in the wild. This is not the first time we have gone to a semi-wild site. This is different. There is still space for escape in the combat vehicle in the field. But you have to get off the vehicle to enter the building. Guan Yingjian rushed over from behind and pulled Fang Xiuyu hard. You can't get off the vehicle. Captain! Fang Xiuyu stopped moving. He didn't answer Guan Yingjian's words, but just looked at Tang Zai silently. Guan Yingjian seemed to understand something and turned his head to look over. Tang Zai looked at the four eyes in front of him. For some reason, he also felt a sense of déjà vu. He glanced at Guan Yingjian, who was winking at him frantically. So he turned his head to Fang Xiuyu. Captain! Guan Yingjian makes sense. Fang Xiuyu's eyes darkened. Guan Yingjian breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Fang Xiuyu's hand. The next second, his nerves suddenly jumped. Tang Zai said in a calm tone, but I'm here? It's okay. Guan Yingjian? Did you take the wrong script? Fang Xiuyu laughed, his eyes shining like stars. I've been waiting for you to say that. His voice suddenly became excited. Check the internal conditions. The panel loaded for a while, showing a bunch of good and medium. Comprehensive rating, moderate pollution. Comprehensive pollution index is average. It is recommended to move in closed and recyclable buildings such as combat vehicles. If you need to go out, you need to wear the highest level of protective clothing. Recommended stay time, 10 to 20 minutes. Maximum exposure time, 45 to 60 minutes. Risk warning 1, there are blind spots inside the building. Risk warning 2, may contain unknown pollution sources. Guan Yingjian wanted to say something, but saw Fang Xiuyu operate and turn the car head. Then, boom! The building door lock was accurately blasted open. But the door remained closed. This is an operation based on safety regulations to prevent high-risk pollution from spreading inside the building. Fang Xiuyu stood up and raised his weapon. Guan Yingjian. Drive. Tang Zai. Let's go! Tang Zai responded and opened the car door. Before the car door closed, they only had time to hear Fang Xiuyu's last words. Keep monitoring life and contact me in real time if there is any situation. Guan Yingjian. He reluctantly gave up the responsibility of driving and glanced at Lu Tianyi. How come Tang Zai is becoming more and more like the captain? Really, who can stop the captain now? Lu Tianyi didn't speak. Her eyes gradually became sharp. She looked out the window. The figures of Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zai walking away together, and was silent for a long time. After Tang Zai came to Area A, his physical condition has been getting better and better, she said in a low voice. Lu Ji was unusually quiet all the way, and now she came over and leaned next to Lu Tianyi. She also stared at Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zai, and was a little abnormal. Lu Tianyi felt something and turned her head. The searchlight outside the window flashed, and the reflection illuminated Lu Ji's eyes in an instant. Lu Tianyi's breath was choked. She saw Lu Ji's eyeballs trembled unnaturally horizontally. Tang Zai. How do you feel? Fang Xiuyu asked. After entering the building, an increasingly familiar feeling occupied his brain. He was more convinced that this was a place he had been to before. I feel normal. Tang Zai followed him. There doesn't seem to be much pollution here. The built-in panels of both people showed that the current air condition was very good. Even better than outside the building. This situation may be normal. This was once a human gathering area, so the air is naturally cleaner than outside. If the building is well sealed and has not been in contact with the outside air for a long time, it is possible to keep it clean. Really? Is it such a coincidence? Tang Zai carefully felt the air around him. And Saib also became very alert. He didn't know whether this was the mission site he had originally, or just another very similar site. He only remembered the dead corner at the entrance, where there was extremely clean air. Today, he actually hopes that the pollution in this building is heavier. Strange smell, Saib said. Tang Zai stopped. Where? Below. It paused. It's a smell I haven't smelled before. And I'm not sure if it's food. But theoretically, I can only smell the smell of food. So, it might be a new kind of food. At this time, Fang Xiuyu turned around and confirmed Tang Zai's situation. Seeing that Tang Zai seemed to have just stopped to rest, Fang Xiuyu was relieved, reached out and grabbed Tang Zai's hand, and led him slowly forward. Tang Zai let him hold it, and responded calmly in his heart. New food? I found that I can eat more than pure energy. I can eat anything I can smell. It's just a matter of whether it tastes good or not. But don't force me to eat things that make me sick. Tang Zai, have you eaten less? In short, this is another smell I haven't smelled before. Saib shrugged her nose. It has color. Color? Pure energy is black. And pure energy is gray. But what I smell now is neither black nor gray. It is another color. It thought about it. The color of sapphire. What? Tang Zai shouted out accidentally. Fang Xiuyu stopped immediately. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Still feeling uncomfortable? Tang Zai opened his mouth for a long time without answering. That? I seem to see the place I passed by before. Is there any shadow over there? Well, I saw it wrongly. It's just an ordinary shadow. Hee hee. Fang Xiuyu didn't answer, but came over and carefully checked Tang Zai's condition. Tang Zai was forced to be pulled by him to look around, and lowered his head reluctantly. Captain. Fang Xiuyu finished his own inspection, and then let him go. This place is very special to us. If you feel uncomfortable, you can also say it. We will retreat. Don't force it. Tang Zai heard something wrong in his tone. Fang Xiuyu said that he was worried that Tang Zai would feel uncomfortable. But in fact, it seemed that he was the one who felt uncomfortable. Seeing Tang Zai raise his head, Fang Xiuyu bit his lip and turned his face away. After all, there is still a risk. Don't stay too long. Wait for 15 minutes. If we still don't find anything, we will retreat. Tang Zai responded lightly and said nothing more. Saib's words made Tang Zai very concerned. But when he asked further, it couldn't explain anything. Later, Tang Zai reluctantly confirmed that Saib's sapphire's color should refer to blue. There is blue energy under this building? Just thinking about it. Fang Xiuyu suddenly stopped. The panel detection status is still normal. Fang Xiuyu squeezed Tang Zai's hand. Tang Zai, do you feel the fog is getting thicker? The appearance and spread of the fog seemed to be a matter of a moment. When they noticed the fog had covered the pillars and walls 20 meters away. And when Fang Xiuyu said this, the front 10 meters had been covered. The moment Tang Zai was about to speak, the two were already surrounded by thick fog. Sudden pollution? The surroundings were already gray, and the two of them couldn't even see each other. Tang Zai tried to get closer to Fang Xiuyu in confusion, but found that Fang Xiuyu, who was holding him, had let go. He quickly reached out his hand to feel around, but found that there was nothing in front of him. Captain? Captain! The wireless search ring showed that Fang Xiuyu was still nearby, but was moving away from him. Why did Fang Xiuyu leave him? This is impossible. He must have encountered some unexpected situation. Fang Xiuyu would not be captured by the mutant? Saib, is there anything around? Saib was also confused. Ah? There is nothing. At this moment, the gray fog suddenly turned red and began to flicker anxiously. Beep beep beep. Report. Infection detected in 3 groups of sentinels. Pollution index reaches 60% within 1 minute. The area is determined to be a high-risk area. Should the sentinels be rescued immediately? Tang Zai's breathing became rapid involuntarily. Beep beep beep. Abandon the sentinels. Retreat immediately. Tang Zai felt his body sink, and fell heavily to the ground. He raised his head, and saw that the outside of the goggles had been covered by fog. There were several distorted shadows in the fog, making strange cries. You, superior people, the lives of sentinels, are not. Ah! Tang Zai barely supported himself, and crawled forward a few steps. There was no mistake. This was exactly the scene he encountered at that time. Why? Why did the scene begin to reappear now? Is it energy containing trace memories? Yes. It must be so. Many sentinels died in that mission field at that time. If their resentment was collected, some dirty energy could be extracted. Now he was just overwhelmed by those memories again. In fact, they were not in danger. Tang Zai suddenly widened his eyes. If it was energy with memories, Then why? Why did Fang Xiyu see it this time? Chapter 110 Suck It Up. Tongza! Tongza! Fang Xiyu came back to his senses and found that his hands were empty. And he couldn't help but panic. The wireless search ring showed that Tongza was nearby. But in which direction? Why didn't Tongza answer him? Why did he leave his side? Was he in danger? He was anxious and annoyed, and couldn't help but speed up his pace and run into the thick fog, knowing that it was the same situation before. Guan Yingjian was right. The buildings in this terrain might have hidden dangers. This is the second time. Why? Why did he still drag Tongza into danger for no reason? They were clearly going to another place. Tongza! Tongza! Fang Xiyu shouted vigorously. He saw nothing, and touched nothing. The thick fog seemed to melt everything, and he was the only one left in the huge world. The inexplicable loneliness overwhelmed him, and this loneliness made him afraid. Why? Why am I so lonely? Why? Who did I lose? I lost Tang. Tongza. Fang Xiyu felt his heart begin to hurt, as if someone was twisting it hard, trying to squeeze out all the blood inside. He suddenly ran out of strength and fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground with one hand, gasping for breath. Tang Zai. No. Who else? Who did he lose? Who? Captain. A distant voice came over, and Fang Xiyu suddenly woke up. He barely supported his body to stand up, and stumbled forward in the direction of the voice. Tang Zai. The captain is here. He suddenly stopped. The fog in front of him dissipated a little, revealing a low wall. The structure of the wall was very strange, forming a triangular angle with the ground, and the air below was difficult to circulate. Generally speaking, that position is a dead corner, either completely avoiding pollution or accumulating pollution. And now, in the corner under the wall, there was a person lying. It was a figure wearing a protective suit, lying face down, not knowing whether he was still conscious. His hand stretched far forward, as if he wanted to reach something, or he wanted to grab someone. A person? Fang Xiyu's heart ached again. The man's hand seemed to have reached into his body, twisting his heart hard, making him feel so painful. Who was that person? Why did he feel so sad? That shadow was Captain. Fang Xiyu's consciousness was clear for a second, but there was already a white mist in front of him. He found that he had fallen on his back, and his body was powerless to do anything. However, he felt a reassuring pressure on his back. Someone hugged him. Tang Zai. Is that you? Fang Xiyu asked. He didn't hear a response. Or perhaps, he just asked that question in his heart and didn't have the strength to say it. But he couldn't feel it anymore. Captain. Captain. Tang Zai shook Fang Xiyu vigorously. Fang Xiyu seemed to be in a coma, his eyes half open, but without any reflex. Tang Zai lifted his mask and patted his face several times. No response. Tang Zai bit his lips hard. He finally understood what they had encountered. This area must have been filled with chaotic resentment like the breeding area. Therefore, what he and Fang Xiyu encountered was not ordinary pollution, but spiritual pollution. For Tang Zai, it was undoubtedly the other sentinels who died in that mission that caused his reaction. When he found that Fang Xiyu could also see the fog, he subconsciously thought that Fang Xiyu saw the same scene as him. So he desperately looked for Fang Xiyu, fearing that he saw the scene of Sai possessing him after he fell down. After all, even he himself didn't know what he would look like when he was possessed by Sai in the eyes of bystanders. If Fang Xiyu saw it, all his secrets would be exposed. Just when he was panicking, Fang Xiyu's voice suddenly broke through the mist. Tang Zai woke up suddenly, just like every time he sensed it in the past. As long as Fang Xiyu hugged him and called him, everything would disappear. But this time, Fang Xiyu just called his name, and the person disappeared. Tang Zai searched hard for the sound, and finally caught a strong arm in the mist. The sense dissipated instantly, and the original appearance of the building appeared. But the next second, the arm left his hand again. In the mist, Tang Zai saw Fang Xiyu's shadow not far in front of him. But he looked painful. Fang Xiyu waved his arms, yelled at the sky, and then covered his heart, and finally suddenly knelt on the ground. If someone else was there, they would have said without hesitation that this was a reaction before the mutation. Just as Tang Zai ran towards him while shouting, Fang Xiyu suddenly stood up again and ran towards a pillar like crazy. Tang Zai could only shout his name with all his strength. And finally, Fang Xiyu seemed to hear it. He stopped in a daze and looked at Tang Zai. Then, Fang Xiyu fell back heavily. Tang Zai struggled to catch him. His arms automatically strengthened, and both of them fell to the ground. When he looked at Fang Xiyu again, he had no reaction. At this time, Tang Zai realized that Fang Xiyu had also received a mental attack. However, it was different from the attack he received. In the past, when encountering mental attacks, Fang Xiyu was always the most stable one. He had extremely strong mental power, and could even comfort Tang Zai and help him get out of the sensory attacks again and again. But Fang Xiyu had a knot in his heart. It was that mission. In that mission, Fang Xiyu lost his teammates. And most importantly, he forgot who he lost. And all traces of that person, including those left in other people's memories, were wiped out. For so many years, Fang Xiyu searched for various similar places and looked through various materials in the system just to find out who that person was. This was his obsession. And it was the only thing that could attack him. That thing is right here. Tang Zai looked at Fang Xiyu in front of him, lying in his arms, as if he was asleep. For some reason, he felt that Fang Xiyu was a little fragile at this moment. Just like that night. In his room. Silent in the dark. Are you going to take Fang Xiyu back like this? Tang Zai frowned. With his current physical fitness, it would not be a problem to drag Fang Xiyu to the door and pretend to ask for help so that Guan Yingjian and then could come in to pick him up. But, Tang Zai's eyes trembled, and he saw the fluctuation of the wireless ring search value. Fang Xiyu's physical signs began to change dramatically, in a worrying direction. Captain? Captain? Tang Zai shook him vigorously. Captain? Can you hear me? What happened to Fang Xiyu? Was he eroded? No. There is no pollution here. Could it be that the mental pollution has completely invaded his body? How could it be? So fast. The red value in front of him was jumping wildly. And Tang Zai's heart also beat violently. His brain was working rapidly, trying to find a solution. Otherwise, if it continued like this, Fang Xiyu would... Saib! He shouted in his heart. Suck it! Suck! What are you sucking? Suck whatever you touch. Suck as much as you can. Before Saib could react, Tang Zai opened Fang Xiyu's mouth and leaned over. Goo. Goo. Lulu. Tang Zai hugged Fang Xiyu tightly. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to save him at all costs. Mental pollution. Mental pollution is also pollution. Saib can absorb so many things, so he should be able to absorb the mental pollution in Fang Xiyu's body. Didn't you say, not to touch, the captain in the future? Goo. Tang Zai closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he felt Fang Xiyu's breathing slowed down. Then, the infinite cycle of physical signs began to return to normal. It worked. It's almost close to the normal value. Tang Zai forced Saib to work hard, completely ignoring how his body would react. Suddenly, he felt a slight pressure on his back. Tang Zai came back to his senses and took half a second to understand the source of the pressure. His mind went blank in an instant. He didn't know how he got up from Fang Xiyu, nor how he faced the eyes looking at him. After he had the memory, he had straightened up and knelt beside him. His face was hot, and he was breathing heavily. Captain! Captain! Fang Xiyu lay there. His expression had returned to normal, except that his eyes were a little evasive and his face was a little red. He supported himself and sat up, moving his hands. Was I attacked by pollution just now? Tang Zai came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. The captain seemed to inhale pollution. I helped the captain to suck it out. No. No. Tang Zai was stiff all over, not realizing that he had told the truth. Just as he fell into a more rigid state after discovering it, he suddenly heard Fang Xiyu's hearty laughter. Oh! You give me artificial respiration. Fang Xiyu raised his hand and patted his back. His tone as usual. You learned the first aid training well. It helped a lot. Tang Zai didn't react. What? But he saw Fang Xiyu had stood up and walked away. And looking at his actions, it seemed that he had just done something very normal. He didn't know what to do, so he could only stand up. Fang Xiyu walked around a few steps, as if checking the situation. Why does it feel like there is no change from before I fainted? He asked curiously. What was it that attacked me just now? Captain, are we evacuating? Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zai, dodged his eyes, and looked away. Well, let's ask Guan Yingjian if they have seen any abnormal signals first. The air was awkwardly silent for a few seconds, and Guaninjian's voice finally broke the atmosphere. No abnormal pollution was detected just now. Captain, did you encounter anything? The signal was suddenly bad for a while, and the video almost disappeared. Did you encounter an attack? Guaninjian was a little nervous. At that time, your life detection signal suddenly weakened, almost fading. But suddenly it revived strongly. Cough, 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 cough. Fang Xiyu coughed hard a few times. No. It's okay. The signal is not good, he said. If there is no pollution, Tang Zai and I will continue to explore the way. Captain, if there is a problem or... No problem. I am in good health now. Right. Tang, cough. Fang Xiyu seemed to want to raise his hand to support Tang Zai's shoulder. But for some reason, he suddenly retracted his hand. It's been 10 minutes now, and we have only explored half of it. But it's okay. The area here is not too big. We can continue to explore. Since we are here. He looked around, and all the detection data on the panel showed safe. But everything he had just encountered made him a little concerned. Did he encounter an illusion? Because of this place? Fang Xiyu turned around and wanted to ask Tang Zai what he had just done. But when his eyes touched Tang Zai, he looked away again as if he had been electrocuted. Tang Zai. You, didn't encounter pollution? Tang Zai lowered his eyes. Yes. Fang Xiyu jumped up. The thick fog just now was really real. But why did Guanin see that they didn't detect anything? Tang Zai's eyes were a little complicated. Maybe it's because this kind of pollution attack is different from what we have seen in the past. We don't have the corresponding detection method yet. Fang Xiyu's eyes moved. This kind of pollution attack does not erode the body, but makes people hallucinate? Tang Zai nodded. It should be an attack on the brain. And everyone's performance is different. What did you see just now? The scene of my mission. Fang Xiyu's eyes softened, filled with heartache. Then, how did you get better? I heard the captain calling my name. And then I grabbed the captain, and it was fine. It seems that this is not the first time I have encountered such an attack. Fang Xiyu reacted. Your reaction when you passed the breeding area before was this? It should be. Also, Guaninjian's reaction last time may have been due to this kind of attack. Fang Xiyu had completely forgotten what happened before, and nervously pulled Tang Zai. Do you have any experience with this kind of attack? Tang Zai thought about it carefully. If I encounter an attack in a venue and don't solve it in time, I will faint. If I get out of the illusion, I won't be attacked a second time. In other words, we have all encountered attacks and walked out. So we are safe in this venue. Tang Zai nodded. Then how to deal with attacks? Tang Zai was slightly startled, and his face suddenly became hot. He quickly lowered his head and covered his emotions with a mask. I am. As long as the captain calls my name and hugs me, I will be fine. As for others, I don't know. Fang Xiyu recalled the scene he had just recovered from, and his eyes became flustered. Then how did he get out of the hallucination? Could it be that Tang Zai had to? Since we are safe in this place, let's hurry up and continue. Yeah. Fang Xiyu turned around and walked forward. His steps were a little flustered. Tang Zai lowered his head and followed him. After taking a few steps, Fang Xiyu turned around and walked back. It's safer to get closer. Let's also fasten the safety buckle. Tang Zai lowered his head and let him buckle the safety buckles on the waists of the two people together. The buckle is equipped on the belt, and its length is much shorter than the safety rope, so the distance between them can only be maintained within 1 meter. Fang Xiyu confirmed that the safety buckle was fastened tightly, glanced at Tang Zai quickly, and then turned around. Follow closely. Although he kept an eye on Tang Zai's condition, he deliberately did not look back, as if avoiding the person he was holding. They patrolled the entire site like this, and did not see any special signs. Nothing? Impossible. Fang Xiyu frowned. Even if it is a new type of pollution, there should be a source. But there is nothing here. Tang Zai gradually calmed down. When he was patrolling the site just now, he kept thinking about Sai's words. Captain, he asked softly, is there an underground part in this building? Underground part? Our previous mission seemed to be to detect the above-ground part only. But I think, if there is a sudden contamination, it is not from the outside, but from the inside? Tang Zai said. His eyes darkened, like the breeding area under the hospital. Is there something underground here? Chapter 111. What's different? Underground? Fang Xiyu frowned. He opened the panel and compared it with the floor plan, and walked back and forth in the building. Tang Zai's safety buckle was tied to him, so he could only follow him wherever he went. Fang Xiyu suddenly stopped and turned around, almost colliding with Tang Zai. Fang Xiyu's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, keeping some distance. The underground part is not shown on the topographic map, and the drone did not scan it, he said. There is no passage down here either. Tang Zai lowered his head and watched how Fang Xiyu's feet retreated, and the temperature in his eyes slowly cooled down. Maybe I guessed wrong, he said lightly. Then let's go back, Captain. Well, we can also. Fang Xiyu was halfway through his words when he saw Tang Zai lowering his head and silently unfastening the safety buckle between them. Tang Zai, this distance is too close. It's not convenient to walk, Tang Zai said without raising his head. Anyway, there is no danger now, so it's not necessary. Well, that's right. The safety buckle was unfastened. Tang Zai raised his head, his green eyes exuding indifference and alienation. Fang Xiyu's heart suddenly twitched for no reason. This look was not unfamiliar. Tang Zai often showed such emotions before, perhaps because of his long-term sentinel mission. But why do I feel uncomfortable being looked at like this now? Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zai's back as he left on his own, but he still didn't say anything in the end. What's different? It happened several times recently. Why did it feel different when I was doing the same thing and getting close to the same distance as before? Why would I want to avoid him? Fang Xiyu's eyes were full of confusion and panic. He suddenly came to his senses and found that Tang Zai had walked a long way away, and he didn't mean to turn back or stop. He quickly ran over and chased after the figure. Tang Zai. Tang Zai stopped, but didn't turn around. He just stared at a corner next to him. Fang Xiyu chased after him and found that Tang Zai was still staring at the place, seemingly not noticing him. He reached out his hand and wanted to pat Tang Zai's shoulder. Just as his hand was about to touch him, Tang Zai suddenly turned around and walked to the side, passing him by. Fang Xiyu had to withdraw his hand and chased after him again. Tang Zai stopped in front of a low wall. This wall was where he had fallen, very close to the entrance. But now it seems that the location of this blind spot is somewhat deliberate. After the smoke dissipated, looking at this corner again, you will find that it looks out of place in the entire building. A wall inserted diagonally, but there are no stairs or ramps on it. So why is it built like this? Tang Zai squatted down at this place. Sahib, he whispered in his heart. Do you remember this place? Isn't this where you fell? Sahib poked his head out. Where we first met. Do you remember where you were, and what you were doing before you saw me? Well, Sahib pondered for a while. I don't know. When I was conscious, I only remembered this place. I heard some noise first, and then a blurry shadow slowly appeared in front of my eyes. When my vision cleared, I saw you. Oh, there are several other strange things. They should be your colleagues. The sound I heard earlier seemed to be made by them. They woke me up. Woke me up. Tang Zai frowned. In other words, you were originally sleeping, and the place where you slept was near here? Me? Sahib thought for a while, and finally shook his head. I don't remember. Tang Zai's eyes darkened. There are too many weird things in this venue. First, there was the bizarre high-risk pollution attack. Then Fang Xiyu and him experienced a similar scene many years ago. And then Sahib's sudden appearance. He couldn't be sure whether these sites were the same as the current one, or whether these were just buildings built in batches for some purpose. But the key to solving many problems might be hidden in this place. Tang Zai? Fang Xiyu squatted down carefully beside him. Did you find anything? Tang Zai came back to his senses and glanced at him indifferently. Nothing. I just felt a little concerned and came to take a look. Fang Xiyu seemed a little flustered by his attitude, and moved a few times uncomfortably, but still kept a little distance from him. Is there something wrong with this place? This is where I fell down. I lay in this corner for 2 days. Tang Zai's tone was cold and calm. Later they said that my body was not affected by much pollution because the pollution concentration in this place was terribly low. Really? Well, I always thought I was lucky before. This place is very close to the door. I fell down because of exhaustion as soon as I came in. But now that I think about it, maybe it's not just luck, but other reasons. Fang Xiyu looked at him carefully. What reason? I'm not sure. Tang Zai shook his head slowly, and was silent for a while. I remember that I felt my head and limbs were heavy for no reason. And then I fell to the ground like a stone. Because this happened from time to time in previous missions. I didn't find it strange. Maybe it's just that the protective suit is too heavy. And I was too tired at that time. But what if I didn't fall because of my body? Fang Shuyu's eyes became serious. You mean? Maybe you fell because of some other impact? Tang Zai nodded. For example, the source of the sudden outbreak of pollution was nearby. And I fell in this corner because I couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. The shape of this low wall is very strange. Like a horn sticking out from the ground. But there is nothing on it. If there is a ventilation pipe or something like that hidden inside. Fang Shuyu grabbed Tang Zai's arm tightly. And his voice became excited. That's it. Tang Zai's cold eyes suddenly trembled when he was grabbed by him. Fang Shuyu was immersed in excitement and completely forgot to consider other things. While pulling Tang Zai, he leaned over to look at the low wall from front to back. And the more he looked, the more he felt that this guess was right. If the pollution suddenly sprayed out from the ground, the slope above this low wall would be the outlet. So people standing and passing by here would be the first to face the pollution. In fact, in the investigation of the incident at that time, most of the casualties occurred near the entrance. Fang Shuyu said, but you are more sensitive to pollution. And you were knocked down by the impact. And the back of this slope just formed a blind spot with the ground. Which is the corner where the pollution from above is most difficult to spread. You fell here. And suddenly entered the safest area from the most dangerous place. Tang Zai looked at his excitement, and his eyes softened. It should be like this. Fang Shuyu pulled him up. And the excitement on his face was beyond words. Okay. Find a way to get the equipment in and detect if there is any problem with this low wall. Otherwise, dig along the wall. Tang Zai did not comment. Saib felt another kind of energy underground. But the topographic map and the scan did not detect any space underground. Either it was like the breeding area. The ground below the hospital was more than 10 meters deep. And there was a solid rock layer in the middle, which was completely beyond the detection range of the equipment. Or that kind of energy did not need a real space to store. It might be a gas or a liquid, scattered in the middle of the stratum. But Tang Zai still thought it was necessary to find a way to check this underground. The sudden gushing out might not be pollution. On the contrary, it might be a large amount of extremely pure energy. It's just that he and Saib had not yet combined at that time. And these energies had already spread completely before they were successfully absorbed. In addition, he had another guess. Saib might have been sprayed out with these energies. Saib once said that she lived in a place where energy was endless like a source. Perhaps, deep underground, there is a space where Saib lives. In this way, the origin of Saib, the origin of energy, maybe can be solved. But Saib said that he smelled the breath below for the first time. What's going on? Blue? What is blue energy? A picture flashed through Tang Zai's mind. Blue gel. Huge cylinder. Countless eggs. Guan Yingjian. See if you can find a way to drive the car in. Fang Shuyu's voice came over. There is no pollution here. You can just blow the door open. You can do it yourself. Reply received. Guan Yingjian. Guan Yingjian? Fang Shuyu's tone gradually changed. The next second, an ominous omen enveloped the two of them. Guan Yingjian? Reply received. Fang Shuyu called up the panel and found that Guan Yingjian had lost communication at some point. He quickly checked the others and found that they were also offline. What happened? Something happened to the combat vehicle? The two looked at each other and ran out of the door without caring about anything else. The heavy door opened and closed, and they stood in the mist outside. The bright light that originally illuminated the building had disappeared at this time. The location of the combat vehicle on the panel was also gone. The combat vehicle and the special forces disappeared. Chapter 112. Is there something strange in the car? 10 minutes ago. After entering Area A, Tang Zai's health has been getting better and better. Lu Ji repeated in a low voice. Lu Tianyi frowned secretly. She glanced at Guan Yingjian in the driver's seat, who was now concentrating on analyzing the situation in the building and communicating with Fang Shuyu in real time. Fang Shuyu and Tang Zai were both in the building, and the situation was not good now. Will it be a trap inside? She quietly stepped back a little, leaving Lu Ji lying on the window. Lu Ji was unusually quiet all the way. Apart from anything else, Lu Ji came out to test the new weapons. She was excited for a long time before. So how could she be so calm now? Are you interested in Tang Zai? Lu Tianyi asked calmly. The captain always said that he has a special physique and can resist pollution. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it before. But now? Lu Ji patted the weapon box beside him. Ever since I came up with the idea of fighting poison with poison, I have become interested in biological weapons. Maybe there is something special about Tang Zhe. It's okay to extract usable components from mutants, but not from people. Lu Tiani looked out the window and said lightly. Lu Ji's ponytail moved. Why? Because it's illegal. Once discovered, you will face extremely severe punishment. This is the bottom line. Aunt Lu. Lu Ji's tone was a few degrees lower than usual, and she sounded much calmer. Then are those mutants considered people or mutated things? Lu Tiani's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to answer, she suddenly seemed to hear Guan Yingjian whisper, "Why is the captain's life signal weakened?" Lu Tiani's pupils suddenly shrank. The captain's signal is weak? Lu Ji turned her head. What about Tang Zhe? Tang Zhe is okay. He was not that strong to begin with, and he was weak and stable. But how could the captain suddenly become so dark? Aunt Lu. There was a loud noise at the back of the car, and Lu Tiani grabbed the weapon box and smashed it towards Lu Ji. Guan Yingjian turned around and saw Lu Ji was knocked to the ground, and Lu Tiani was pressing her with a weapon box. Aunt Lu. What happened? Lu Ji. Are you okay? She is not Lu Ji. Lu Tiani shouted. She is Lu Bai. Guan Yingjian took a breath. How could it be? Lu Bai's eyes are red, but her eyes are clearly. Lu Bai's eyes are artificial eyes, and she can change any color she wants. She always shows her red eyes to us, so we get used to it. Once she changes, we can't guess it at all. Lu Ji's head was pressed to the ground, and she could only try to turn her face and stare at Guan Yingjian with wide eyes. Uncle Guan. I'm Lu Ji, not Lu Bai. Guan Yingjian was about to reach out his hand, but suddenly stopped in the air. He saw Lu Ji. As brown eyes began to tremble inhumanly. Uncle Guan. I'm Lu Ji. I'm Lu Ji. Her eyes trembled randomly. Her voice changed a little because of fear, but her face was still unhurried. This sense of separation made people shudder. You still want to lie to us? Lu Tiani shouted. The Lu family's weapons research is impossible to cross the red line of this area, because it was this point that caused the entire Lu family to fall apart, and they couldn't move for decades afterwards. If you are Lu Ji, the successor of the Lu family, how could you not know this? But that Lu Bai. Everyone knows that she will secretly use anything. Just then, Fang Xuyu's voice rang out in the car. Guan Yingjian. Have you detected any pollution fluctuations in the building? Lu Ji. Suddenly excited, Captain. Lu Tiani pressed her down hard, covered her mouth, and winked at Guan Yingjian. Guan Yingjian didn't care about much, and took a few seconds to simply check the situation just now, and pretended to be calm and began to reply. No abnormal pollution was detected just now. He looked at Fang Xuyu's status, and the data of life monitoring was abnormally restored. He didn't see what happened. Captain, did you encounter anything? The signal was bad for a while just now, and the video almost disappeared. He said nervously. Did you encounter an attack? Fang Xuyu coughed violently a few times. Guan Yingjian looked back nervously. Lu Tiani was still fighting against Lu Ji. Lu Ji's head was covered tightly, and the movement was getting weaker and weaker, and it seemed that something was going wrong. Guan Yingjian was upset and thought about finding a way to get Fang Xuyu out of the building. Unexpectedly, Fang Xuyu didn't give him a chance to speak, and directly said that he would continue to explore with Tang Zhe. Then, the communication was cut off. Guan Yingjian didn't know whether he was nervous or relieved. He didn't care about anything else, and quickly climbed to the back of the car. Lu Tiani gradually lost her strength, and Lu Ji struggled and finally raised her head. I'm not. Aunt Lu. I'm not. She shouted loudly. Her face began to distort because of panic, but her voice calmed down, forming another sense of separation. I am Lu Ji, not Lu Bai. I am a weapon maker in the Special Forces. Her body suddenly twitched violently, and the strength surprised Lu Tiani. Guan Yingjian, hold her down. Lu Tiani shouted. Bang. A slight sound made the three people suddenly quiet down. Lu Tiani felt a chill on her back. The source of the sound was not good. She quietly let go of Lu Ji, and pricked up her ears to identify the direction. Just then, the sound rang again. Bang. Then, Bang bang. 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 They clearly heard the direction where the sound came from. It was in the car. To be precise, it was not completely in the car, but under the car. The metal floor at the bottom of the rear compartment was being hit hard by someone. Is it a mutant? Guan Yingjian said. Is there a mutant under the car? Guan Yingjian quickly opened the panel, started the onboard equipment, and started scanning. If there were any abnormal objects under the car, they might have been surrounded by now. And outside and inside the building, Lu Tiany's attention was completely attracted by the strange sound. At this moment, the silent Lu Ji suddenly took this opportunity to push Lu Tiany away and jumped up. Don't run. Lu Tiany came to her senses and rushed forward. But she rushed forward in vain. Lu Ji took the opportunity to open the car door and escaped from the gap between the two of them, escaping into the black fog. Lu Bai. Aunt Lu. Forget it. Guan Yingjian stopped Lu Tiany's hand and stopped her, then closed the car door tightly. She has no shelter, and can't do anything in the wild. The combat vehicle shook violently. A huge tentacle slammed heavily on the front window, and the slime made the front window a piece. The tentacle swam in the slime for a few times, making the entire front window blurry. Then it lifted up, and half a second later, it slammed heavily on the side window. Mutant attack. Guan Yingjian's breath was choked. Why didn't you detect it? Bang. The tentacle slammed heavily on the side window on the other side. At this time, the visible windows on the outside of the combat vehicle were all covered with slime, and nothing could be seen clearly. Soon, even the sensors were covered. The signal weakened suddenly, and the transmission of all information became slow. Captain and Tang Zhe, they are in danger. Guan Yingjian wanted to contact Fang Xiu and let them find a way to get back to the car as soon as possible and evacuate here together. Unexpectedly, the message could not be sent out at all. We must find the captain as soon as possible. Lu Bai also ran out. If she goes to the building to find the captain, it will be troublesome for the captain to have a preconceived idea. Lu Tiany said. Guan Yingjian shook his fist vigorously and cursed. Then, he opened the weapon box left in the car by Lu Ji and took out the weapons inside. Aunt Lu, wait for me in the car, he said. Guan Yingjian, can you do it? Aunt Lu, don't forget that I am also a former commando. He smiled weakly. I almost forgot how it felt to hold a weapon. Your nerves. Guan Yingjian had already opened the car door, and the polluted air rushed in. But Guan Yingjian did not move, as if he was frozen. He felt his body suddenly stiffen and could not be controlled. An extreme fear overwhelmed him, even overwhelmed his instinct for survival. Huge, the monster that devoured everything. Guan Yingjian? Lu Tiany shouted. Guan Yingjian did not respond. The next second, he suddenly dropped his gun, holding his head and yelling. Don't come over. Let go, let them go. No. Lu Tiany struggled to drag Guan Yingjian back and close the car window. The huge tentacle had disappeared, leaving only mucus around. Guan Yingjian's mind began to become confused. His brain disorder had not yet recovered, and he could not withstand much stimulation. Lu Tiany opened a first aid bottle and covered Guan Yingjian, finally calming him down a little. She triggered the control panel and tried to figure out how to operate this combat vehicle. She had never done this before. Now there were only her and Guan Yingjian in the car. Fang Xiu, who was familiar with the operation, was not in the car. And even Tang Zhe, who could provide help, was not there. Special operations team. How could they be in such a situation? Captain, can you hear me? Captain. Lu Tiany tried hard to contact Fang Xiu, but never received a response. Perhaps the signal was too weak, or maybe it was for some other reason. In short, she could only fight to the death now. Lu Tiany was about to force her way into the door of the building based on her memory. But Guan Yingjian, who was lying on the side, suddenly jumped up and seized the control panel. Guan Yingjian! Run! Guan Yingjian's face was hideous. His eyes were red, like a mad beast. Run! The combat vehicle started up powerfully, but it turned around and drove out to an unknown gathering area or deep in the wilderness. Guan Yingjian. Lu Tiany couldn't suppress the frantic Guan Yingjian at all. While she was talking, she was thrown out because of the sharp turn. Guan Yingjian. No. The captain and Tang Zhe are still inside. Guan Yingjian! Guan Yingjian seemed to be unable to hear her voice at all, and drove the combat vehicle away like a madman. Chapter 113 Fang Xiuyu. Good night. What happened? Fang Xiuyu's heart tightened. The combat vehicle and other team members disappeared without leaving any news for him. This was not a good sign at all. He checked the contact records, trying to find out what happened in the car. But except for the contact between Guan Yingjian and him, there was no other communication from the car at other times. However, when listening back to their conversation, Fang Xiuyu's brows suddenly frowned. When Guan Yingjian answered, there seemed to be a small, but urgent voice next to him. The voice was shouting, "Captain! What happened in the car?" Fang Xiuyu looked at Tang Zai and hesitated for a few seconds. Then, he resolutely took Tang Zai back to the building and closed the door. "We don't have a combat vehicle now, and it's dangerous to move outside," he said. "Stay in the building and wait for rescue." Tang Zai nodded. Fang Xiuyu sent out a distress signal, carefully dimmed the lights, and slowed down his pace. He speculated that the combat vehicle might have encountered a sudden attack by the mutant, which is why the whole vehicle was swept away. As for why there was no signal, did they enter a no-signal area? Fang Xiuyu became anxious. In an instant, he was prepared to bring back only one person this time, and looked at Tang Zai. At least we have to keep him alive." Tang Zai didn't notice Fang Xiuyu's plan, but just looked around vigilantly. Sai didn't feel any energy. Generally speaking, mutants are driven by energy. It's just a matter of how much energy there is. If it didn't feel the existence of any energy, there shouldn't be any mutants. But why did the whole car disappear without leaving any communication? Tang Zai's eyes darkened. He thought of Lu Tianyi sitting in the shadow of the car. Could there be a mutiny in the car? I contacted the emergency rescue, but it will take some time for them to get to such a far place. Fang Xiuyu whispered. We're just waiting anyway. Let's keep looking. Let's go to that wall and have a look. Tang Zai had no objection, and walked towards the low wall silently. Fang Xiuyu looked at his figure, wanted to raise his arm, but finally put it down. He watched Tang Zai's back walk to the blind spot in front of the low wall, and slowly squatted down. At this moment, his heart ached violently again. Don't. Tang Zai's back seemed to overlap with the figure in his memory. He seemed to see that shadow approaching there, then falling down, and never getting up again. That figure. Was it Tang Zai? Or, Captain? Tang Zai's cold voice came over. He didn't hear Fang Xiuyu's movement, and turned back in confusion and stood up. Fang Xiuyu looked at Tang Zai's face, and that feeling suddenly disappeared. It's okay. I'm here. He forced a smile, and walked towards Tang Zai. Are we going to dig from here? Or is there a secret door or something? Fang Xiuyu walked around the wall, and felt that the surrounding area was solid rock ground, and there was no possibility of digging it open. Maybe the entrance is not in this building? He said to himself. Tang Zai raised his eyes. Indeed, although the main venue of the breeding area is under the abandoned hospital, the entrance is not there. Therefore, even people who have lived in the hospital for a long time have never discovered that there is such a place underground. Energy. Maybe it is below, but the entrance and exit may not be. Tang Zai frowned. This place is a little far from the coordinates of the number 2 breeding area and Safar. If the entrance there can be connected to the bottom, then the area of this test site is unimaginably large. It can almost be said that half of the area of the old gathering area is covered. This is too exaggerated. Right? This building is quite high. I wonder what it is used for. Fang Xiuyu raised his head and looked up. There are only complicated pipes above the building, and there are no strange things hanging. But it looks very desolate. He went around the back of the low wall again, trying to see if there was a breakthrough on the slope. But this time, he still found nothing. This side may be hollow, but we need to scan to confirm it. He shook his head. Handheld weapons cannot solve such a large building. Not to mention that the buildings in the gathering area are extremely solid. He laughed. Tang Zai, why don't we take a rest here? Tang Zai raised his head and looked at him. Fang Xiuyu's expression at this time did not show any tension or hesitation, but a relaxed look, as if he was doing some leisure activities. This is a special response to pressure. When real pressure comes, Fang Xiuyu will be extremely excited, and his eyes will become bright and confident. It is with this ability that he enters the mission field with little chance of winning again and again, and finally wins the honor that others dare not have. Tang Zai looked at him, and suddenly thought of something. and his face suddenly turned cold. He sat down on the ground calmly and nodded. Okay. The ease on Fang Qiuyu's face suddenly turned into a state of bewilderment. He hesitated for a moment, walked carefully to Tang Zai, and planned to sit next to him. But because of his hesitation, before sitting down, he saw a shadow flash outside. What? Fang Qiuyu was alert all over, with his weapon in hand, ready for battle. He thought of Tang Zai behind him, and quickly squatted down while aiming, protecting him with his hands behind his back. Follow me closely. Tang Zai was stunned when he saw Fang Qiuyu suddenly approaching. Fang Qiuyu didn't explain much, and had already thrown himself into the battle state. At this extremely focused moment, he simply threw all other thoughts behind his head. So he reached out and hugged Tang Zai tightly in his arms, protecting him as he walked forward. Tang Zai felt his heart start beating again, and his whole body seemed to warm up. There seemed to be something outside the window just now. Fang Qiuyu whispered. Over there. Let's go and take a look quietly. Maybe it's a mutant. Tang Zai didn't say anything, just said him softly. Fang Qiuyu supported his shoulders, and the two of them ran forward with their backs bent. When they reached the window, Fang Qiuyu protected Tang Zai and hid him in the shadows by the wall, then stood up and looked outside carefully. A few seconds later, he suddenly jumped up, with his gun pointed at the bottom of the window. But he didn't shoot. Lu Ji? Fang Qiuyu asked in surprise. Why are you here? Lu Ji looked at him in panic and didn't say anything. Lu Ji. What's going on? Where are Guan Yingjian and Aunt Lu? Where is the combat vehicle? Why did you get off? Lu Ji. When she heard Guan Yingjian and Aunt Lu, Lu Ji suddenly jumped up as if she was frightened, and then ran away. Fang Qiuyu didn't know what happened. He watched Lu Ji rush into the fog. After thinking for a while, he smashed the window and chased after her. Tang Zai. Wait for me where you are, he shouted. Don't move. I will definitely come back to find you. Tang Zai opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. After Fang Qiuyu caught him taking the pollutant, Fang Qiuyu said it was okay, but he kept his distance from him in action. Until just now. The situation made him forget this, and he hugged Tang Zai as before. Now, that moment of warmth has disappeared. Tang Zai looked out the window. His eyes turned cold again. He turned and walked back into the building, walked to the familiar low wall, and laid down in the dead corner. Then, he closed his eyes. There should be some breath here, breath that can launch a mental attack on them. Maybe it's very faint, but, if you try hard, you may be able to find it. There was a dark scene in front of him, but gradually, the dark seemed to begin to flow. There were some very light gray streamlines flowing out of the black. Fang Qiuyu. Tang Zai was startled and couldn't help but frown. This is not about his experience. This is this the memory that Fang Qiuyu lost? He continued to close his eyes, and felt the air more vigorously. Fang Qiuyu. An extremely weak voice floated from the air. Live well, forget. For some reason, when Tang Zai heard this voice, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Perhaps it was the feeling of that person at that time. Is it the lost teammate? Or is it Fang Qiuyu? Who is it? Who is so heartbroken? Fang Su. A faint, sad voice filled the air. The voice was so weak that it was impossible to distinguish the timbre, or even the gender. The only thing that could be distinguished was the inextricable sadness. Good night, Fang Qiuyu. Good night. The voice stopped abruptly. Tang Zai felt hard for a while, and made sure that there was really nothing in the air. He opened his eyes, and found that he was already in tears. Good night? He wiped his face, and his fluctuating mood returned to calm. The sadness and heartache disappeared with these words. From now on, perhaps no one will read it again. Tang Zai took a few deep breaths. Perhaps it was because he absorbed something from Fang Qiuyu's body that he was able to find this information? Should I tell Fang Qiuyu about this? Tang Zai. Are you okay? Fang Qiuyu's message popped up on the panel. Tang Zai stood up, his eyes returning to indifference. I'm fine, Captain. Okay. Wait for me here. I'll be there soon. I found the combat vehicle. Tang Zai was slightly stunned. Then he adjusted his expression and walked towards the door. In less than half a minute, Fang Qiuyu appeared. When he saw Tang Zai, he first ran towards him with big strides. But when he was in front of him, he suddenly stopped. Then, Fang Qiuyu did not hug him as usual, but carefully pulled his arm and led him out. Tang Zai's eyes darkened. He turned his head and looked at the shadow in the corner. Let's leave that sentence there. Chapter 114. The Special Forces are in big trouble. Captain, what's going on? Tang Zai asked. The people on the combat vehicle are all there, but the atmosphere is very strange. Tang Zai turned his head to look at the back car. The 3 team members, who were originally energetic, were now in a state of weakness. First was Guan Yinjian. He almost lay down. His body could be seen rising and falling weakly under the protective suit. The situation was not good. Then came Lu Ji. I don't know why she got off the car just now, and when she came back. At this moment, she was leaning against the corner, hugging herself tightly, looking scared. The last one was Lu Tiani. She always sat upright, but now she fell sideways and gasped for breath. Tang Zai looked at Fang Xiyu next to him, waiting for his explanation. It's a long story. Fang Xiyu sighed softly. Why don't I tell you, Captain? Lu Tiani said. Hearing her voice, Tang Zai still had some doubts. But after listening to what she said, the doubts turned into another kind of confusion. I didn't let Lu Bai participate in this operation. One is because she just came in. I want her to rest for a few days. Second, because field exploration doesn't have much impact on her work. At least I think so, Fang Xiyu said. But I didn't expect. Lu Bai is a person who will do anything for research, Lu Tiani said coldly. In order to find the right materials, she did not hesitate to extract them from the mutated human body. The mutated things in the wild are very attractive to her. I think this is also the reason why she joined the Special Forces. Tang Zai turned his head to look at her. Aunt Lu knew Lu Bai before. Lu Tiani was silent for a while and looked out the window. Lu Bai's behavior is well known. Otherwise the Lu family would not disown her. What she did is to push the entire Lu family into the abyss. What does this mean? You should know that the Lu family was completely dismantled and reorganized in the past. Since then, all personnel are not allowed to enter the department related to weapons, Fang Xiyu said. But it seems that this is not just due to the change in the roots of the 2 districts. Tang Zai recalled the Lu family files he found. The records about the Lu family being banned are as follows. After the 2 districts and the bunker, it was determined that the weapons developed by the Lu family in all previous generations contained non-compliant raw materials. Once leaked, the harm was extremely great, and the Lu family weapons had caused at least 3 different degrees of casualties. When the Lu family was investigated, the inspection team found non-compliant raw materials in their work area, and those things were used as evidence for liquidation. Lu Tiani continued. It is said that the location where those things were found was actually Lu Bai's work area. Tang Zai frowned, but did not reply. He knew that Lu Bai was obsessed with materials. She even used the archives room as bait and extracted Tang Zai's cells twice. Then did she join the Special Forces and emphasize working beside Lu Tiani just to go on missions together to find materials? No. If that was the case, when Fang Xiyu first approached her, she should have immediately agreed to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she had agreed to join the Special Forces at first, Fang Xiyu would not have recruited Lu Ji at all, and she would not have had to go through so much trouble to sneak into a mission and then be exposed immediately. Tang Zai remained calm. Sure enough, it was still very weird. He turned his head, but his peripheral vision was always on Lu Tiani. So was it Lu Bai that the captain and I saw outside the building window just now? It should be. Then, Tang Zai pointed to the corner. Who is this? As he spoke, the fiery red figure trembled and raised his head. I am Lu Ji. After Lu Bai ran off the car, we heard knocking sounds coming from under the car. At first, we thought there was some abnormal creature outside attacking the bottom of the car. But later we found that the sound came from the internal layer under the car. Lu Tiani pointed to the floor of the car. There is a secret compartment at the bottom of this car, and the real Lu Ji is stuffed inside. Tang Zai exclaimed, oh. He and Safar had also hidden in such a secret compartment, which was so spacious that people could only lie down. Was Lu Ji knocked unconscious and hidden there? Then who was the person he and Fang Xiyu caught in the office area? Tang Zai took a breath. Captain. Office area. Fang Xiyu's expression was not very good. Yeah. He laughed sarcastically. I'm in big trouble. Just now, Fang Xiyu received a response to his distress signal. It was a series of overwhelming curses from Chong Fangyin. 5 minutes ago. Old Chong? Did you receive my message? Fang Xiyu replied while chasing Lu Ji in the fog. You saw my location. Send someone here as soon as possible. Tang Zhe is still waiting in the building. Did you encounter any abnormal objects? Is there any high pollution? No. I'm lucky. The building is still safe. But you can't delay too long. You are lucky. What about the others? Fang Xu. You'd better come back and clean up by yourself. If you can't come back, don't come back. Okay. I'll find a way to go back. You just pick up Tang Zhe. Fang Xu was running. And suddenly realized something was wrong. And stopped. What to clean up? Chong Fangyan let out a series of curses. You didn't encounter any mutants. Huh? The mutants are not in the wild. But in your hometown. Why did the mutants appear in your office building? You should try to explain it to me. Fang Shu's face slowly changed color. There are mutants in the office building? He swallowed. Is it vines? What vines? They are tentacles. Tentacles thicker than humans. The floor of the external development department and the corridor downstairs are already full. And now I don't know where they are coming from. You should be thankful that it is late at night and no one is at work. Otherwise your entire department would not be enough to be shot. Fang Shu froze in place. Tentacles. How did tentacles appear? There were only vines in the ventilation duct. And they had been cleaned up. Where did the tentacles come from? His brain was spinning rapidly. And he suddenly thought of something. Files. Assuming that the files disappeared from other exits of the ventilation duct. It means that there are still enemies hiding in other places connected to this layer of ventilation duct. Since this person can take things away from the ventilation duct, he can naturally release things from the ventilation duct. Is his her purpose of releasing the tentacles to let the outward expansion department and the special forces be tried and banned? Just as he was thinking nervously, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him and hit him directly. He looked up and saw that it was the combat vehicle of the special forces. Aunt Lu released Lu Ji first, and they worked together to give Guan Yingjian a soothing agent. And then they took control of the car. Fang Shu explained. Tang Zhe looked at the back of the car with mixed feelings. So the weird atmosphere in the car was because of this. But all this is too outrageous? I'm afraid Lu Bai has calculated it. Lu Tiani said. She first used the file to draw your attention to the ventilation duct, and then let you follow the clues to find the vines that Lu Ji secretly planted, so as to make you suspect her. Perhaps her original purpose was to replace Lu Ji with herself. But when she found that the captain did not blame Lu Ji, she had the idea of pretending to be Lu Ji. Tang Zhe did not comment. Lu Tianya's speculation was not unreasonable. Besides, Tang Zhe knew very well that other people did not know about the tentacles. At the same time when the files disappeared, the prosthetic studio was also flooded with tentacles and colloids. These things may have appeared from the ventilation duct. But the reason why he felt strange was still that thing, whether Lu Bai wanted to exclude Lu Ji or pretend to be Lu Ji. If she agreed to join the special forces from the beginning, there would be no subsequent problems. Could it be that she had to go through such a big detour because she changed her mind at the last minute? But in this case, she seemed too impatient. Right? Why did she take such a risky move when she hadn't established herself yet? Tang Zhe looked at Fang Shu. Fang Shu didn't make any statement, but just looked gloomy, as if he was very unhappy. He trusted everyone in the special forces equally, and he had never been on guard against Lu Bai from beginning to end. He couldn't figure out why Lu Bai did this. He asked softly. Why? Lu Tiani shook her head. Captain, I have a guess, but I don't know if you are willing to listen. You said. We also encountered the tentacles mentioned in the message from Manager Chong in the car just now. But the strange thing is that after Lu Bai got off the car, we didn't see those things anywhere. It can be inferred that the tentacles were carried by Lu Bai. Lu Tiani said slowly. The tentacles in the office area were probably released by her. And the time is also consistent. And the reason why she released that thing is also very clear. She wants to use this method to force the special forces and the external expansion department to be forcibly banned. And people like us will never be able to participate in similar tasks. Just like the Lu family back then. Fang Shuyu was slightly startled. Do you think she deliberately disbanded the Lu family? Why? She should have been more protected in the Lu family. Yeah. I couldn't figure it out before. So I just suspected it. Until just now. I was sure of her reason. Lu Tiani took a deep breath. Unless she has another goal. And this goal is contrary to the interests of the gathering area. The Lu family. Me. The special forces. The external expansion department. All of us are determined to open up. But in the past few decades, every time we have achieved something, Various serious accidents will suddenly occur, so that people are punished. Work is stagnant or even aborted. What if Liu Bai belongs to an organization whose purpose is to prevent the gathering area from expanding? Fang Shuyu was silent for a long time, and finally spoke with difficulty. Five-colored stone? Yes. The answer is on the surface. But because we are too familiar with her name, we ignored this point at the beginning. Lu Tianyi smiled self-deprecatingly. Safar is a sapphire, and Liu Bai is a ruby. Chapter 115, We Won't Retreat. Lu Ji in the corner. His eyes changed quietly. No matter what, let's go back first. Fang Shuyu bit his lip. He turned his face to the side. His eyes fell on Tang Zai's wrist. If Tang Zai was in danger because of his credulity, he would never forgive himself. I can only pray that Liu Bai didn't deliberately do bad things in his daily work. The news we have received so far is that the floor where the external expansion department is located and the floor below are completely occupied, and the tentacles are still spreading downwards. Fang Shuyu's voice returned to a steady state. The tentacles may have moved through the ventilation ducts, and the source is still unclear. The worst-case scenario is that the entire building needs to be abandoned. The entire building needs to be abandoned. Tang Zai frowned. Isn't that the same as Hospital Number 2 in Area B? It really looks like the work of the five-color stone. We are hidden enough. You will never find us unless we want to be found. Safar's words came to Tang Zai's mind. If Liu Bai is a member of the five-color stone, then she deliberately guided Tang Zai to see those files, which was an invitation for him to join the five-color stone. But he couldn't figure it out. If Liu Bai came for him from the beginning, why did she let Safar fail? Or did she not intend to get involved in Tang Zai's affairs at the beginning, but decided to take action herself because Safar failed? Tang Zai looked at the changing scene outside the window with a gloomy expression. Speaking of which, Liu Bai appeared in his field of vision after Safar was exposed and the two districts planned to set up an external development department. But how could she ensure that she would be on the recruitment list? How could she guarantee that Fang Shuyu would definitely send him to persuade? Tang Zai seemed to feel that there were invisible threads all around him, like a net that made him nowhere to escape. The infiltration of the five-color stone is definitely not just as simple as Safar and Liu Bai. But why did they all look for Tang Zai? Is Tang Zai so important to them? Fang Shuyu's voice interrupted his thoughts. After returning to District A, Tang Zai and I will go to the office building. And Aunt Lu, you take Guan Yinjian to the medical area. Lu Ji, you should go back and rest as well. Just leave your weapons behind. Lu Tianyi and Lu Ji agreed. Fang Shuyu freed one hand and gently patted Tang Zai beside him. Tang Zai, recall the details of your recent relationship with Liu Bai and see if you can find a breakthrough. Tang Zai looked at his unconscious hand and was slightly stunned. Okay. Fang Shuyu seemed to have forgotten and did not take his hand back. It's early morning now. There is no one in the office area. This is a blessing in disguise. In addition, the person who received the notice was Chang, the manager in charge of high-risk task management. This is also lucky, Fang Shuyu whispered. No matter what, I will do my best to protect the special forces. The car was filled with a gloomy mood. On the way back, no one spoke again. The combat vehicle finally returned to the gathering area. As soon as he got off the car, Fang Shuyu took Tang Zai straight to the office building where the accident happened. Chang Fangyin was standing outside the building with several teams. When he saw Fang Shuyu appear, he was furious. Captain Fang, can you explain why there were records of your entry and exit in the office area in the early morning? Also, why did the office area break out of the mutant invasion shortly after you left? He reached out and tapped Fang Shuyu's helmet hard. Don't you know how serious it is for mutants to enter the gathering area? If you can't control it, you will report to the chief at dawn. Fang Shuyu's emotions had completely calmed down at this time. I know. Manager Chang. Now I will go in with Tang Zai and try our best to suppress the mutants. My tactical command cannot be used. Please ask Manager Chang's subordinates to connect with me and cooperate with us in the battle. Chang Fangyin was stunned, and his eyes moved to Tang Zai behind him. You two go in? We have had many experiences in dealing with mutants. The gathering area is not polluted, so it may be easier, Fang Shuyu said. It's just that the building structure is more complicated, and there are blind spots. So I need you to provide cooperation as much as possible. As for the materials and equipment, we will try our best to keep them. Is he okay? I can do it, Manager Chang, Tang Zai said. Before Chang Fangyin could say anything, Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe rushed into the building together. Are you really going together? Chong Fanin looked at their backs and said softly. Okay. Let me see how capable you are as a sentinel. Captain Fang. You are approaching the target floor. The corridor is completely occupied by tentacles. You may be attacked after the elevator door opens. Pay attention to protection. Understood. Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe are standing in the elevator. So far, everything is normal. But after the elevator door opens, they may face an extremely dangerous situation. Tang Zhe's whole body was alert. He had dealt with tentacles before, and knew that they appeared silently, and could fill the entire space in an instant. Moreover, he didn't know how to deal with such tentacles. If Fang Xiuyu couldn't suppress all the tentacles the moment the elevator door opened, the two of them would be swept away. Fang Xiuyu would be entangled and unable to move. And he would turn into a pool of water in front of Fang Xiuyu's eyes. Tang Zhe's eyes sank. Absolutely can't let that happen. While thinking, the elevator slowly slowed down. Then, the arrival prompt sounded. Captain Fang, you have reached the target floor. After testing, the floor has been filled with a large amount of unknown colloid, and the tentacles are among them. Do you have any countermeasures? We have had simulation training for similar scenes, and the protective clothing and weapons have been modified specifically. Fang Xiuyu replied. After that, he grabbed Tang Zhe's arm and protected him behind him. Are you ready? It's time to fight. Tang Zhe nodded and suddenly pulled his sleeve. Wait, Captain. This colloid may be different from the water we have seen in the test site. Fang Xiuyu stopped. Why do you say that? Have you seen it? Tang Zhe's eyes dodged. I haven't seen it. But, he pointed at the elevator door. If it was ordinary water, it should have been in long ago. Right? Fang Xiuyu's eyes changed. Administrative Department. Check the spread of the unknown colloid. The time of initial appearance. The speed of spread and the range. Send me everything you can find. The elevator just stopped there, facing those huge tentacles through the door. Half a minute later, a message from the administrative department came on the panel. Captain Fang, the following is a simulation of the screen since the alarm was discovered. Please check it. Fang Xiuyu enlarged the panel in front of the two people. After several slow motions, the path of the tentacles spread could be clearly found. Almost all of them started to appear at the same time in each room, and finally gathered together to fill the entire floor. The same situation only occurred on the floor where the archives room was located and the floor below, while the spread on the upper floor was obviously slower. And the first place where it appeared was the office area of the Special Forces. Strictly speaking, Lu Ji's office area. It really started from there. It seems there is still a chance, Fang Xiuyu said. Judging from the spread, the tentacles should be hidden in the ventilation duct on the floor above the archives room, and spread to the entire floor along the pipes that extend in all directions. The tentacles appeared on the upper floor, probably because Lu Bai opened the door leading to the upper floor when he pretended to be Lu Ji. In other words, the speed at which the tentacles spread downwards is much faster than the speed at which they spread upwards, and it is even difficult for them to actively spread upwards. We should enter from the upper floor, and our chances of success are greater, Fang Xiuyu said, and continued to start the elevator, and arrived at the floor where the Special Forces were located. This tentacle and the gelatin are combined. Where there is no gelatin, the tentacles seem to be unable to move. The tentacles on this floor spread upwards from the ground pipes. Now they are only half flooded, and there is still some space for movement near the top of the ceiling. The elevator stopped. Fang Xiuyu looked up, suddenly jumped up, and opened the elevator vents. He used the shortest time to tear open a hole for people to enter and exit, jumped up himself, and then carried Tang Zhe up. The two stood on the top of the elevator and looked down into the empty elevator shaft. They could see that the vents on the lower floors had a constant flow of sticky colloid coming out and flowing down along the shaft wall. Fang Xiuyu cursed, smashed the vent on this floor, and took Tang Zhe in. The structure of the vent on this floor was basically the same as that on the lower floor, and they quickly found the area where the Special Forces were located. The two squatted on the top of Lu Ji's office area and observed the situation through the hole. The situation below was completely beyond their expectations. The slime was almost spreading to the ceiling, and the entire office area looked like a huge aquarium. The huge tentacles were lingering inside, with a diameter of more than 1 meter, like a horizontal pillar, or a tunnel in the water. But a closer look revealed that the tentacle was not a complete one. but countless worm-like tentacles tightly twisted together. During the time they were observing, there were still small tentacles extending from nowhere, constantly converging into this giant. Is this a collective mutation? Fang Xiuyu moved his position to block Tang Zhe tightly, and then fired a tentative shot downwards. The lightning sank into the jelly, and seemed to be absorbed instantly. The tentacles did not change at all, and even grew faster. If this continued, it would not take long for the jelly and tentacles to completely submerge the floor, and then spread up from the ventilation duct, submerging them in the meantime. Weapons are useless? Fang Xiuyu bit his lips. The next second, he suddenly picked up Tang Zhe and quickly crawled out along the ventilation duct. Captain, retreat, Fang Xiuyu said through gritted teeth. He knew that if he retreated like this, the special forces might really not be able to be saved. But he couldn't take the risk of Tang Zhe's life. Unseen colloid. Animal-type mutants. The five-colored stone quietly placed a time bomb beside him, and he was unaware. When it exploded, he was already unable to resist. Did he lose this duel? Captain! Tang Zhe in his arms suddenly shouted and pulled his collar hard. Fang Xiuyu stopped. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I think I know what this is. Captain, Tang Zhe said. We won't retreat. Let's go and win back the special forces. Okay. Captain? Chapter 116 Temperature. The vent of the warehouse was suddenly dismantled. The detector poked its head out of the hole and looked around. The extractor is there, Fang Xiuyu whispered. The jelly almost flooded the entire floor, and the extractor used by Liu Bai was placed in the corner of the warehouse, some distance away from the vent. It's all entangled with tentacles. No wonder the remote control didn't respond. I hope the manual function is not damaged. Fang Xiuyu frowned and pushed the detector down. The detector fell into the jelly and seemed reluctant, but he could only paddle his paddles hard and swim towards the extractor. The door of the warehouse was tightly closed, but it was still full of tentacles. No one knew where they came from. Fang Xiuyu quietly approached Tang Zhe's ear. I think your guess is right. According to Tang Zhe's speculation, this jelly is an organism similar to mud cells, which contains the seeds of this tentacle. Therefore, where the jelly flows, tentacles will grow, similar to the hairy fungus. When the conditions are right, the tentacles will grow out of the jelly extremely quickly. But on the other hand, as long as the jelly is removed, the tentacles will collapse. So their plan is to use an extractor to clean up the jelly in the building. Of course, Tang Zhe only said that he had seen worms similar to those soaked in jelly in Liu Bai's studio, and did not mention the attack he experienced, because he had experienced the tentacles suddenly appearing and disappearing. He was sure that there was a way to quickly get rid of such things. Closer. Fang Xiuyu's voice came over. The building was silent, and the detector slowly swam in the colloid. Seemingly leisurely, the tentacles were motionless, like an item in the warehouse. As long as the detector swam to the extraction machine and turned on the switch, the colloid could be extracted. Success or failure depended on this one move. The two people held their breath involuntarily. The tentacles were like intricate tree roots, surrounding the extraction machine. The closer to the machine, the denser the tentacles, and finally it was almost airtight. The density of tentacles here is even greater than that in Lu Ji's office area. Is it because the warehouse is small? Tang Zhe frowned in thought. Fang Xiuyu stared at the detector and carefully manipulated it to avoid the tentacles. The manual switch was in the corner on the back of the extractor. It was very hidden to prevent accidental touch, but it also happened to avoid the entanglement of the tentacles. The detector retracted the slide and carefully passed through the gap between the tentacles. At the moment when the detector tried to pass through the gap, the picture suddenly turned dark without warning. The change came from the direction of the extractor, and soon became visible to the naked eye. The colloid seemed to start to fluctuate. Did it work? Fang Xiuyu said nervously. The fluctuations became more and more violent. The gelatin began to become turbid, and the depths soon became dark. The tentacles fluctuated with the gelatin, as if they had lost their life and were just drifting with the flow. The next second, the gentle fluctuations turned into violent waves. The huge tentacles split into countless tiny worms, stirring up whirlpools in the water. After a few seconds, they regrouped and turned into several thicker tentacles. The tentacles stirred the gelatin into an extremely chaotic state, and gradually, the rest of the items quietly placed in the warehouse were drawn into the chaotic whirlpool. It's not the extraction machine. Damn. This thing is angry. The jelly was surging and creating waves. and it seemed as if they had turned into a washing machine drum under their feet. The waves were rising, and could swallow them up at any time. The dancing worms separated and merged from time to time, just like an animal version of a vine dragon submerged in the water. Fang Xiuyu pushed Tang Ze back hard, covered the vents, and run out of the elevator. After saying that, he turned around and jumped into the jelly. "Captain!" Tang Ze shouted. The light suddenly became extremely dim, and Fang Xiuyu's figure sank into the jelly, appearing and disappearing with the surging waves. Tang Ze's pupils slowly turned into needles. Clean. Too clean. Why is there nothing? Why can this thing be so vibrant without the need for energy? Is this the complexity of the animal system? As Fang Xiuyu jumped in, the tentacles immediately found their target and swarmed towards Fang Xiuyu. Tang Ze only saw countless surging worms below, not to mention Fang Xiuyu's figure. Everything in the warehouse was obscured. All that was left in front of him was something that he couldn't tell whether it was a wave or a tentacle. Chaotic, stirring, and swallowing. The world seemed to become unpredictable because of this. Tang Ze had tried the power of the tentacles. If it was a mortal body. Saib. What? Saib cautiously poked his head out. You don't want me to suck this thing, do you? You can absorb, but there is no place to store it, Tang Ze said, taking a deep breath. I'm going to jump down now. You find a way to control this thing for me. What? This is the animal system. The animal system is different from the plant system. It has nerve-like tissue. Do you know what nerve-like tissue means? It means that once you try to establish a connection with it, the transmission between you is two-way. If your strength is not as good as it, your spirit, energy, will be continuously transmitted to it through the connecting pipe. Damn. You really jumped? Tang Ze jumped into the colloid and was suddenly involved in this chaos. The impact was much greater than the vortex at the entrance of the test site before. The whirling worms surrounded him like an iron barrel. He seemed to have jumped into a drum washing machine, rolling up and down and left and right in disorder. In just a few seconds, Tang Ze almost lost the ability to think. There were only unclear colors in front of him, and his body's senses failed in the rapidly changing environment. He couldn't see or touch, and wanted to vomit. His internal organs were about to be squeezed out. 0.819. 1.032. Minus 0.467. Vitality signs rapidly declining alert. The bright red words appeared in front of Tang Ze, and he suddenly woke up. Fang Xiuyu was not far away from him, and the situation was critical. Tang Ze tried to cheer himself up, tore off his gloves, and reached forward with his bare hands. Flowing through his palms was a surging chaos. He clenched his fists, but what he caught was nothing. He tried many times like this, and finally, a worm entangled his fingers. Before Tang Ze could be happy, he felt a sharp pain from his fingertips in an instant. This pain spread along his nerves and blood vessels, all over his body, and rushed straight to his brain. Sai B. Too powerful. The power of this thing is too strong. Even the huge flower can't compare to it. No matter how Tang Ze asked Sai to try, Sai could only temporarily slow down the speed at which he was sucked. But in the end, he was sucked in irresistibly. Consciousness was slipping away bit by bit. The eyes were blurring. This was not ordinary power, it was mental power. You were very weak. No. Warning of a sharp decline in vital signs. If you are not rescued in time, you will be in danger of death. Tang Ze vaguely felt that red words appeared in front of him, even more serious than before. But he could no longer distinguish them. His consciousness was leaving him, and his physical strength was also exhausted. Tang Ze felt that he had crashed into a solid wall. The wall seemed to help him resist some of the chaos, and the water flow around him became a little more stable. But it still made it impossible for people to escape from the whirlpool. But this wall makes people feel at ease. Tang Ze opened his eyes, but his pupils lost focus, and he could not see anything in front of him. In the darkness, he only had some vague feelings. It's not a wall. This thing has temperature? It's warm. The water flow around him moved again, but he didn't know what happened. Not long after, the water flow suddenly hit his face from all directions, as if he was completely exposed to this colloid. His mask was opened. The temperature became concrete in an instant, from covering the whole body to a point on the lips. From warm to hot, consciousness suddenly flowed into Tang Ze's brain. The sound reappeared, and he heard the whistling sound of water. In the middle of it, there was the sound of breathing very close to him. Tang Zai's brain went blank because of the strong impact. The confrontation between him and the tentacles was reversed in an instant, and the energy in the tentacles was flowing into his blood unstoppably, becoming his nutrients. This energy was so strong that he was almost overwhelmed. This was a different energy from the past. It was white. Tang Zai's pupil shook up and down, and his eyes slowly regained focus. His vision gradually became clear, and he saw a familiar face in front of him. Fang Xiyu took off his mask and was holding his face. Seeing him wake up, he showed joy in his desperate eyes. Tang Zai opened his mouth, but he didn't have the strength to say a word. Spiritual energy. Fang Xiyu has powerful spiritual energy. Enough to resist these attacks? He passed the energy to Tang Zai in the most efficient way. Alive! Alive! Saib jumped up. I finally know why the captain gives people a feeling of full of yang energy. It turns out that it is the kind of energy that you don't have. As the situation reversed, the tentacles that permeated the office area were disintegrating. The tentacles first split into filamentous monomers, and the monomers further broke into countless thumb-long worms. But these tiny worms are still alive, and the tentacles have turned into thousands of worms and continue to live. They twisted desperately in the gelatin. The water became more turbid, and everything became abnormally agitated in this struggle. Tang Zai felt uncomfortable. The next second, his mask was snapped shut. Several worms did not escape in time and were locked in his helmet. The worms were about to continue struggling, but they met Tang Zai's eyes unexpectedly, and they were so scared that they swam out desperately, and finally crashed into a few small cakes and stuck to his goggles. Outside the goggles, Fang Xiyu approached, hugged Tang Zai, and swam forward with all his strength, without the stirring of the tentacles. These worms were disgusting, but they could not cause much waves. This time, the extraction machine finally appeared in front of them. Fang Xiyu swam to the back and activated the manual switch. Swish. Gulyalu. The moment the extraction machine started, all the colloids were sucked over by the powerful suction. The two people also rushed towards the extraction port with the ocean current. No, this force. If this goes on, they will all be sucked into pieces. Fang Xiyu gritted his teeth and fought against the suction, but it was completely in vain. He could only try his best to protect Tang Zai in front of him. And when he couldn't support himself anymore, he could at least use his body to block the extraction port. Must protect him. Tang Zai could feel Fang Xiyu's arms, which were tightly holding him, gradually loosening. Although he was always struggling to resist, he couldn't resist the laws of physics. He was about to lose strength. Finally, as the remaining colloid became less and less, the suction of the extraction machine became extremely huge. Their bodies couldn't bear it, and they fell into the dark and ruthless abyss together. Chapter 117. Tang Zai. I'm sorry. Tang Zai. I'm sorry. The voice came from a distant place, like the horizon, or the depths of his mind. In a daze, Tang Zai understood the current situation. Fang Xiyu was exhausted, and the oxygen supply had reached its limit. He could not resist anymore, and could not even think. He could feel the hand holding him loosening without his will. Time seemed to slow down. When the water flow hit Tang Zai's face, he felt an insoluble sadness, as if it dissolved in this sticky colloid, turning into bubbles, appearing for no reason and then disappearing. A bubble burst in front of Tang Zai, and he suddenly woke up. He hugged Fang Xiyu, who was almost unconscious, with all his strength, and turned the two bodies over in the tide. The next moment, his back hit the extraction port heavily. His body seemed to be torn apart, and every inch was in pain. He felt that he was about to break into countless pieces and turn into a flowing mud swamp. Strengthen. Strengthen. Can't soften. Hold on. Strengthen. Tang Zai kept chanting in his heart. He gained passive abilities, but he couldn't control the used scenario. Now in the surging water, his body is likely to soften automatically and flow to other places. But no. If he did, he would be sucked into the extraction machine. And Fang Xiyu would also. Tang Zai's pupils emitted a bright green light. Strengthen! The water flow hit him violently, squeezing past his face and body, as if a heavy hammer hit him again and again. Under such an impact, Tang Zai had lost his sense of touch. He gritted his teeth and hugged Fang Xiyu, who was almost fainted. His back was stiff and numb, and he held the extraction port tightly like a stone. A huge stream of water hit Tang Zai's mask head-on, making him dizzy. The next second, the world suddenly became relaxed, and the noise disappeared. Tang Ze opened his eyes, and saw that the lighting had been restored. The warehouse in front of him was empty, with all kinds of items lying on the ground. Fang Xiyu pressed heavily on him, without any reaction. 0.010, 0.005, 0.032. Weak signs. Please help in time. Tang Ze looked at the red words in front of him, and the corners of his mouth barely raised a little. Fortunately, he was still alive. Tang Ze's eyes went dark, and he passed out. Blue. Bright. Beautiful blue. Glass like jelly. Bubbles. The feeling of floating. Tang Ze choked on a mouthful of water, and consciousness suddenly rushed into his brain. He sat up with a cough, and saw that he was soaked in a capsule with tubes all over his body. Capsule. It's been a long time since I came in. Tang Ze supported his forehead, and after half a minute, he raised his head. He saw that he had been in the capsule for 78 hours. This was even longer than the time it took to recover when he first arrived at Area A. Tang Ze barely stood up, and his body felt a sense of powerlessness. Could it be that all the accumulations he had gained before were reset to zero? He leaned against the wall and panted, and after a while, he realized a problem. Fang Xiu. Why hasn't he appeared yet? In the past, even if they were in danger together, Fang Xiu would recover earlier than him. Usually, when Tang Ze woke up, Fang Xiu had been working energetically for a few days, and then rushed in as soon as he got the news that Tang Ze had woken up. Why? Until now. Tang Ze panicked, regardless of his weak body, and rushed out staggeringly. After seeing the medical staff, Tang Ze grabbed the other's hand. Where is Captain Fang of the Special Forces? The medical staff's eyes dodged for a moment, and seeing her hesitation, Tang Ze became even more panicked. What's wrong with Captain Fang? Is he still not awake? Tell me where he is, and I'll go see him. The medical staff shook his head. No. He woke up a long time ago, and he has been waiting at the door of your capsule. She raised her hand and pointed to a place. After he woke up, he leaned against the door of the capsule almost every time he had free time, staring at the door panel in a daze. But after he reminded you to wake up, he hesitated for a few seconds and suddenly ran out. Tang Ze breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Fang Xiu had woken up a long time ago. Then, a doubt spread again. Why did Fang Xiu run? Is this not wanting to see him? Tang Ze recalled the scene of the mission, and it had been several days since then. But in his memory, it had not been long. He clearly saw Fang Xiu's startled eyes when Saib woke up after taking the pollution, and his hesitant movements again and again afterwards. Although Fang Xiu briefly forgot these things at the critical moment, he still tried his best to protect him as before. But after the crisis was resolved and he woke up, Fang Xiu must still not be able to forget the scene at that time. Tang Ze lowered his eyes, and the temperature in his eyes slowly dropped. He said thank you lightly, and did not insist on looking for him. Nor did he send a contact through the panel. After a while, his expression returned to indifference, and he slowly raised his legs and walked out the door. It seemed that it was the first time that he walked out of this door alone. After leaving the medical area, should he go back to the dormitory or the office area? Or should he go to neither? While hesitating, the door opened in front of him. You silly boy. Why don't you? Tang Ze? Tang Ze stopped, his eyes a little confused. Director Chong? Chong Fangyin was standing outside the door, seemingly talking to someone, and was caught off guard when he saw Tang Ze appear. But he quickly regained his lifeless expression. Tongza, it's good that you woke up. Recently, your office area is going to take a big break, so you don't have to rush to go on a mission. Just rest until your body recovers. You have made great contributions this time. Let your captain go back and reward you well. Ah, Chong Fangyin said, raised his elbow and hit the side, but found that his elbow was poked into the air. He turned his head, and his calm face suddenly became chaotic. Where did you run? You little brat, you deserve it. After he cursed at the air, his face instantly returned to calm. He turned his head and walked towards Tongza. For some reason, Tongza felt that there was something different in his eyes than before. Like kind? Tang Ze's mouth twitched secretly. Impossible. He must have seen it wrong. Chong Fangyin walked to Tang Ze and stopped. Then he raised his hand and put it on Tang Ze's shoulder. Tang Ze froze. Captain Fawn always told me about your bravery. Before, I was skeptical, thinking that he was exaggerating in order to keep you. He patted Tang Zai gently. This time I saw it with my own eyes. Anyway, it is a blessing for Area A to have a brave combat team member like you. Tang Zai felt that his vocal cords were frozen, and it took a long time to squeeze out a not-so-good hymn from his throat. Words. There must be something wrong with Chang Fangyin. Otherwise, how could his body's strengthening function be aroused? Damn. He couldn't even move unless he moved his hand away. Chang Fangyin was completely unaware of Tang Zai's changes, and continued to speak while gently pushing Tang Zai forward. Our management department watched the entire battle situation. Next, these materials will also be passed on to the entire army and senior officials for everyone to observe and learn. Tang Zai. Absolutely not. His face changed color several times, but he couldn't say a word because his muscles were out of control, and Chang Fangyin was still forcibly pushing him to move. This was not pushing at all, but dragging, because Tang Zai was so stiff that he couldn't take a step. And now his feet were even together. Management director. Tang Zai tried his best and finally squeezed out a few words. No. You are still as humble as ever, which makes me happy, Chang Fangyin said. This matter is not only about you, but also about the morale of the whole army. We need such spirit to face the more difficult environment in the future. The External Development Department has just been established, and there are still many voices of opposition. Your success this time is just right for you to publicize it and weaken the voices of opposition, so that the goal of external development can move forward in one go. Chang Fangyin stopped. It just so happens that the External Development Department has also absorbed many senior members of the Propaganda Department. I heard that there are some people who are good at making various panels in private, and the tasks have been assigned to them. These days, they have been working overtime to make promotional panels and images, which will be played in public places in the 2 districts. If Tang Zai was just stiff before, he is almost fainting now. Can he lie back in the capsule quickly? Why should he wake up? No. Manager. No. You have been with Fang Xiyu for so long. Why haven't you gotten used to it yet? Chang Fangyin's face still had the same expression, but his voice seemed to have some smile. Whatever his team members did, he would let everyone know about it. Not to mention, it was you. Hearing Fang Xiyu's name, Tang Zai's mind finally came out of the haze. Then he realized an important problem. The whole process of his battle with Fang Xiyu was recorded. Tang Zai. He seemed to be hit by a blow, and his mind was blank for a long time, and he could only hear the buzzing sound. The battle process, how he connected those worms, how he made them disappear, and how he blocked the extraction port in the end. It was all recorded. Tang Zai's pupils shrank suddenly. No wonder Chang Fangyin seemed very abnormal today. It turned out that he was smiling but hiding a knife, and came to warn him. And Fang Xiyu did not show up. Maybe he had been controlled, and he was held accountable for bringing out such a team member. Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, how could the removal of the tentacles, which was clearly a move by the special forces to make up for the mistakes after the mistakes, become a great achievement that needs to be publicized by the whole army? Are those panels for commendation or criticism? Tang Zai's breathing became more and more rapid. Fang Xiyu, the special forces, are all going to be put on the bench. What should he do now? Chang Fangyin still seemed not to notice Tang Zai's performance, or he pretended not to notice it. He patted Tang Zai again and pointed forward. Go back to the dormitory, he said, until the office area is ready. You can only work online. Your captain must be in the room. If you have anything to say, tell him now. Tang Zai's face turned pale. Chang Fangyin is going to make him leave his last words. Chapter 118. Everything suddenly changed. Fang Xiyu squatted in the dormitory, his expression somewhat confused. After a long time, he suddenly plucked up the courage, stood up, and walked towards the door. Before his hand touched the door, he suddenly lost his temper, put down his hand, and squatted back on the ground. A message suddenly popped up on the panel. Chang Fangyin. Tang Zai will be here soon. I have already hinted to him. He should be mentally prepared. Chang Fangyin. Don't say a word less than what you should say. Waiting for your news. Fang Xiyu took a deep breath, then hugged his head with a painful expression and buried his face deeply in his knees. In the darkness, his conversation with Chang Fangyin appeared before his eyes again. 1 day ago. How is Tang Zai? Hasn't he woken up yet? Fang Xiuyu stood outside Tang Zai's capsule door, motionless for a long time. Only when he heard Chong Fangyin's voice did he raise his head, his eyes hesitant. Old Chong. Although he was seriously injured this time, his physical indicators are still within the normal range. At most, it will take a little longer to recover. Chong Fangyin said. Wait 2 more days. It's okay. Fang Xiuyu looked at him, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Are you talking about Lu Bai? She has been in Area A for so long, and many people know her. But no one has ever doubted her. Her file was only transferred to the Special Forces. And you found her identity. This is a great achievement. Chong Fangyin looked around and saw that there was no one around. So he patted Fang Xiuyu on the shoulder. Also, although the office area was invaded by the mutant this time, it is basically certain that it was a man-made incident operated by the Five-Colored Stone. And it is not a management negligence. As for your attendance record in the middle of the night, I will help you explain it. There are many details and twists and turns, so you don't need to tell me. You cleared the mutant and saved the office area, which is another achievement. Chong Fangyin's eyes were still emotionless like a dead fish, but people who knew him could see that he was smiling in his eyes. You and Tang Zai will both be commended, and maybe you will even be promoted. Well done. Fang Xiuyu listened quietly, and rarely laughed with his hands on his hips as usual, and then said something like, "Don't you see who I am?" He lowered his eyes, as if he was worried about something. This was something Chong Fangyin had never seen before. After a while, Chong Fangyin seemed to understand something, and turned to look at the closed door. Are you thinking about Tang Zai? Fang Xiuyu said him softly. Are you worried about his health? No. I am worried too. But, Fang Xiuyu looked at the ground inside. Chong Fangyin's eyes changed. What happened to you two? Did you have a fight? No quarrel. It's not him. It's my own problem. What did you do to make him angry? It's not. Fang Xiuyu squatted on the ground in annoyance. I don't know how to tell you. Heh. Is there a time when you can't speak? Chong Fangyin sneered. Don't you dare to speak to me? When you talk back, your voice is so loud. And when you make requests, you are so confident. No one can be as loud as you. And you can say anything that is not in line with the rules. What is there to be afraid of? Have you forgotten how you asked me to transfer him from District A, and how you transferred him to District A? Is there anything else I can't bear to hear? Fang Xiuyu raised his head, and looked at Chong Fangyin with grievance. Before, it was because I thought he could help the Special Forces. The operation needed him. And he did a good job. The rights he fought for were what he deserved. What about now? It's different now. Speak clearly. I don't know. But it's suddenly different. Fang Xiuyu hugged his head. I used to do those things very naturally. But suddenly it became unnatural. Now I feel nervous when I get close to him. And my head gets hot when I touch him. I don't dare to get close to him. Or even look him in the eye. Fang Xiuyu looked up and saw the expression on Chong Fangyin's face. Speechless.jpg. Old Chong. What's wrong with me? Fang Xiuyu looked confused. Do I hate him? Impossible. Am I jealous of him? He is indeed very capable and brave. Much more powerful than I thought at first. But I am really happy to find such a team member. The expression on Chong Fangyin's face changed several times, and finally squeezed out a word convulsively. When did you have this symptom? It was when we were on a mission in the middle of the night that day. Just appeared? Fang Xiuyu hesitated for a long time, and finally made up his mind to speak. We entered a building, and were suddenly attacked by an unknown attacker. I fainted and woke up to find that he was giving me artificial respiration. I know this is first aid, a normal action. But from that time on, something suddenly went wrong. He lowered his head and thought for a while. No, it didn't start at that time. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was recently. Fang Xiuyu raised his head with a desperate expression. Old Chong. What's wrong with me? Do I need psychological counseling? Tang Zai seemed to notice it. I saw that his expression became the same as when he first came to Area A. He must not trust me again. If this goes on, what will happen to future missions? Chong Fangyin raised his hand to stop him from continuing, and then rubbed his eyebrows vigorously. Then why? Why did you ask him to move to your dormitory? Fang Xiuyu looked confused. To facilitate the mission. Then why do you always hug him and jump out in front of him when something happens? Because he is weak and consumes a lot of physical energy. Fang Xiuyu blinked. I defend him, because there are always people who want to bully him. Isn't it my duty to defend my teammates? You? Chang Fangyin pointed at Fang Shuyu's face, his lips trembling, as if he was forcibly holding back a series of curse words. I think you are quite smart in other things. Why are you so stupid here? How can you be so stupid? Fang Shuyu's expression almost broke old Chang. Chang Fangyin put down his hand in disappointment and let out a heavy breath. Then, he spent a full 10 minutes telling Fang Shuyu clearly what was going on with his current emotions. Fang Shuyu was even more confused. I to him, ah! Chang Fangyin, rubbing his eyebrows. Since you haven't reached that stage yet, and you are not smart, you can't be impatient. He rolled his eyes. Tang Zai is smarter than you. Maybe he has thought of these things a long time ago. And your attitude is particularly important at this time. When he wakes up, tell him your true feelings during this period and see his attitude. Anyway, in my opinion, the probability of success is still very high. Fang Shuyu blinked. Really? What do you mean really? I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. How can I not understand young people like you? Then, how to tell it? It's up to you to tell it. But you can't back down. Understand? As soon as he wakes up, you rush over. Just like before. Fang Shuyu squatted in the dormitory, recalling his conversation with Chang Fangyin. Finally, he still hugged his head tightly. I waited so long for Tang Zai to wake up. And I practiced so many times. But I still ran away. But it was useless to run away. Tang Zai would come back to the dormitory. And we would have to act together in the future. You can't hide forever. Chang Fangyin said that you must not retreat. Avoiding will only have the opposite effect. And the more you go straight to the point, the greater your chance of winning. Can you trust him? After struggling for a long time, he vaguely heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Then, there was a burst of hurried footsteps. Fang Shuyu stood up suddenly, and his heartbeat began to accelerate again. He took 2 steps forward hesitantly, and suddenly heard Tang Zai's voice. Captain? Captain! Are you in the dormitory? Captain! Fang Shuyu's heart warmed up, and he walked over quickly and opened the door. I'm here. Tang Zai was outside the door, and almost bumped into Fang Shuyu. He raised his head, his eyes full of anxiety. Captain, are you okay? Fang Shuyu's expression softened, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. I'm recovering well. But you? I'm not talking about the body. I'm talking about the captain this time, Tang Zai said. His eyes darkened. The captain was not punished. Right? Fang Shuyu was stunned. Punishment? No. Didn't the higher-ups say they would commend him? Hee. Tang Zai frowned, seemingly unconvinced. What about me? Are the higher-ups not dissatisfied with my performance this time? What are they dissatisfied with? Fang Shuyu was very confused. You were very brave this time. And all the high-risk management department staff saw it. The result was also satisfactory. All the tentacles were removed, and the mucus in the extraction machine was sent for testing as a new sample. Plus Lubai. Well, anyway, the special forces have been credited with another achievement. Tang Zai's expression calmed down a little, but he was still a little alert. I heard that our entire operation was recorded. Fang Shuyu was silent for a while. His eyes unconsciously moved down slowly, and the moment his eyes touched Tang Zai's lips, he avoided it like lightning. Not the whole process. After we all jumped into the gelatin, the images and sensors were all in chaos. Maybe the gelatin itself also interfered with the recording equipment, so it couldn't see our actual actions clearly. Anyway, after the extractor cleaned up the gelatin, the management department came up to clean up the scene and found that both of us had fainted on the ground. Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's fine, he said lightly. Don't disturb the captain's rest. I'll go back to the room first. Fang Shuyu didn't expect him to turn around and leave, so he hurriedly stepped forward and called him. Just go back to the room? Tang Zai turned around, his eyes still indifferent. Captain, is there anything else? Nothing. Yes, something. Facing Tang Zai's inquiring eyes, Fang Shuyu racked his brains and finally made up an excuse. How did this mission succeed? Do you remember? As mentioned before, the records did not capture the details, so some people still question how to overcome this. Tang Zai's eyes suddenly changed. I don't remember. He looked away. The impact was so great at that time that I fainted directly. I don't know what happened in the middle. Fang Shuyu's eyes darkened. Why? Captain, do you remember anything? Tang Zei asked. Fang Shuyu pursed his lips. After a moment, he spoke. I was also overwhelmed. He forced a smile. It's okay if I don't remember it. It's just something I mentioned when I made a report. It doesn't matter if I don't write it down. You just came out. You still need to rest. Go back and rest. Tang Zei glanced at Fang Shuyu, nodded, and turned to go in. After he went in, Fang Shuyu stood alone in the hall again, staring at the closed door for a long time. Chapter 119, Did she do it on purpose? New message. Online meeting notification. A message icon that had never been seen before suddenly popped up on the panel. Tang Zei clicked on it in confusion, but did not see any text. The moment he clicked on the message, the panel seemed to disappear suddenly. The panel was attacked? Tang Zei stood up in confusion. Soon, he found something even more wrong. Not to mention the panel. Even the room in front of him began to disappear. First the opposite wall, then the tables and chairs, and finally the ceiling shining with stars. His sight seemed to be completely obscured by darkness. Tang Zei's body became stiff, and he looked around vigilantly. Without any warning, the surroundings suddenly lit up. He saw rows of chairs in front of him, and then looked around. There were chairs in front, behind, left and right. He seemed to be in a conference room. It took Tang Zei half a minute to figure out what was going on. His panel expanded to 360 degrees, completely wrapping him in the middle. What he saw now was the holographic image presented by the panel. He entered the simulated conference room. After discovering this, Tang Zei did not relax, but became more rigid. He found that this meeting was not organized by the special forces, and the participants were all names he had never heard of, and their levels were not low, and even from various departments. Is it too late to quit now? The meeting hasn't officially started yet, and people keep coming in. In the jumping list of participants, Tang Zei finally saw a life-saving straw, Chong Fangyin and Fang Shuyu. Tang Zei poked them and wanted to start a private chat to ask. Unexpectedly, a line of error message popped up on the panel. Focus on the meeting. Please don't be distracted. Tang Zei. He saw that the seats in front, behind, left and right were suddenly full of people, and each one looked different. Obviously, their images were projected truthfully. Tang Zei felt his breath freeze. What is this? A new way of torture? He looked around and met a stranger's eyes. Above the stranger's head was written Logistics Support Group Unic. Tang Zei quickly turned his head and looked straight ahead. His seat seemed to be in the very back row, with Fang Shuyu and Chong Fangyin in the front. I don't know what kind of meeting this is, how long it will last. In the moment of stiffness, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Tang Zei? It took Tang Zei a few seconds to realize that the sound came from reality. Captain? It's me. Are you in the meeting? Open the door and let me in. Tang Zei looked at the front row and did not see the word Fang Shuyu. The back of his head was talking to him. The projection in the meeting is not real time. It is just modeled according to your system data. You open the door. Don't worry. Tang Zei was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly stood up. He was still sitting in his seat in the meeting. Tang Zei breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand and groped forward. After a few times, the sound of the door opening sounded, and his hand was immediately grabbed. Tang Zei? Fang Shuyu squeezed his hand tightly, and his voice seemed a little happy. Tang Zei responded confusedly, looked in the direction of the sound, but only saw the wall of the conference room. Captain, can you see me? I can't see it. Fang Shuyu laughed. This kind of online meeting is stupid. It is said that it is set to a mode where you can't operate the panel and can't see the surrounding environment in order to prevent everyone from being absent-minded. Oh, but if we speak and act directly in reality, it can't be received online. If we are together, it's easy to be absent-minded. Fang Shuyu touched Tang Zei's shoulder along his arm and patted it. It's still inconvenient to be blocked from sight. Let's find a place to sit down first. The meeting will start soon. This should be your first time participating? If there is anything you don't understand, I'll tell you. Tang Zei nodded. Perhaps because of the forced deprivation of vision, people feel insecure when moving. At this time, any sound or physical contact close to them will make people feel at ease. Tang Zei was hugged by Fang Shuyu, and his heart was immediately much calmer. He just let himself be led and slowly sat back on the bed. Fang Xiuyu squeezed in and sat down next to him. This is a high-level temporary meeting. Once you accept it, you can't withdraw. If you don't want to participate in the future, don't click on the message when you see it. Tang Zai nodded at a row of virtual seats. Without Fang Xiuyu's words, he would never click on a strange message in his life. Tang Zai? Fang Xiuyu nudged him, and then seemed to move closer tentatively. Did you hear that? I can't see you. Tang Zai then realized that Fang Xiuyu was also looking at rows of chairs and heads in front of him, and he couldn't see him nodding. At the same time, he also felt the warm breath on the tip of his ear. He subconsciously lowered his head to avoid it. I heard it. Captain. The breath disappeared suddenly. Probably because Fang Xiuyu looked away. Okay. Ask me any questions at any time. Tang Zai was silent for a while, staring at the abrupt environment around him. Captain, what is this meeting about? Fang Xiuyu said, About Lu Bai. Oh, you just got out of the hospital. So you don't know the latest progress yet? Several meetings have been held before, mainly to announce Lu Bai's action files over the years, and the investigation of the items she left behind in Area A. After all, Lu Bai has escaped, and there is no way to investigate her personally. We can only retrieve files and surveillance. The records she left behind are fragmented and missing a lot. Even the detailed initial service date has been erased, which is very suspicious. Fang Xiuyu sighed softly. At present, the top leaders have reached a consensus. Lu Bai is basically a member of the Five-Color Stone. Tang Zai responded. Lu Bai's escape was indeed a big deal. However, given Safar's previous record and the two districts' investigation into the Five-Colored Stone for so long without any results, everyone understood how difficult this organization was to deal with. Therefore, it was already a great achievement for the Special Forces to confirm Lu Bai's identity. But it was not Tang Zai or Fang Xiuyu who discovered this, but Lu Tianyi, who seemed to have just come into contact with Lu Bai. Isn't Aunt Lu not in this meeting? Tang Zai asked. Fang Xiuyu was silent for a few seconds. Aunt Lu's current state is still subtly guarded and excluded. She served for a long time and experienced a lot. She even served longer than many senior officials. You know, even as a witness, she is feared enough. So, in events other than the investigation of abnormal objects, it is safer for her to hide in the Special Forces. Tang Zai understood Fang Xiuyu's subtext. People like Fang Xiuyu and Guan Yingjian, who have served for about 10 years, have witnessed many changes in the two districts and experienced some events. These memories are a kind of weapon in themselves, especially when the memory is cleared when leaving the bunker. Whoever has more and longer memories will have more advantages. Tang Zai frowned. Lu Bai once told him that memory is a weapon. Is this what he meant? Area A's investigation on the Five-Color Stone organization. The 23rd temporary meeting officially begins. Bright red fonts appeared in front of the two. Tang Zai came back to his senses, subconsciously straightened his back, and his whole body became stiff and tense. Don't be nervous. They can't see your real-time reaction. When you don't choose to speak, no one can hear your voice. Fang Xiuyu hugged his shoulders tightly and said with a smile, Relax. Just watch. With Fang Xiuyu's comfort, Tang Zai slowly relaxed. Summary of the last meeting. Based on the comprehensive comparison of the attendance records of the Archives Management Department of Area A, the research and supply records of prosthetics, the family archives of the Lu family, and other related contents, it is determined that Lu Bai belongs to the Five-Color Stone organization. Contents of this meeting. Find the connection between Lu Bai and the first confirmed member of the organization, former inspector of Area B, Safar. Analyze the purpose of Lu Bai and the Five-Color Stone organization. Determine whether Lu Bai has made some actions that endanger the two areas during his service. Safar. Tang Zai frowned. He really is haunting. Fang Xiuyu sneered. See you next time. Don't expect me to be so kind to him. Tang Zai fell into deep thought. When Safar used the excuse of helping him contact the bunker, he mentioned several times that he had a compatriot in Area A. Was she referring to Lu Bai? In addition, Safar made it very clear that with the concealment of the Five-Colored Stones, unless you actively want to contact them, you can't be discovered at all. Looking at the records presented in the conference room, Tang Zai felt a little uneasy. Although there is no exact starting age for service, Lu Bai has undoubtedly served in Area A for many years. With her unique posture and unparalleled prosthetics manufacturing skills, She has become well known to everyone in Area A. For such a long time, no one had ever doubted her. How come she was exposed so easily when she was about to contact Tang Zai? Could it be that her exposure was also included in the calculation? Captain, Tang Zai said to the darkness. The wireless search ring was made by Lu Bai. Why didn't she inform Safar? Has the matter been concluded? Hearing wireless search ring, Fang Xiuyu seemed to be stiff. I don't know yet, he said softly. Maybe he was confident that Safar could handle this matter well, so he didn't intervene. Tang Zai heard a silence in the air for a while, and then his wrist was grasped by someone. I've been tested, and they said that there's nothing wrong with the wireless search ring from any existing detection technology. But Lu Bai never uses ordinary materials. Maybe it just can't be detected. Fang Xiuyu gently stroked Tang Zai's skin with his thumb. I'm sorry. It's not the captain's fault. No one doubted her. But now, the wireless search ring has long been integrated into our bodies. Others have seen it, and said that even if they want to pick it out, they can't pick it out. It looks no different from ordinary body tissue. I was so afraid of losing you at the beginning that I wanted to find something that would not fail under any circumstances. Only Lu Bai can do this. I didn't expect it to be like this now. Tang Zai listened and suddenly thought of something. Captain, he whispered, have you investigated those who have the prosthetic limbs made by Lu Bai? Fang Xiuyu's fingers shrank suddenly. There is a list, and it is being investigated simultaneously. But it is not the focus at present. Are you saying that these people may be crucial? Tang Zai nodded, yes. After Tang Zai's reminder, Fang Xiuyu realized that something was wrong. Their thinking was completely misguided. On the surface, it seemed that Lu Bai was hastily discovered and had no choice but to escape. Before she was discovered, she was secretly releasing mutants into Area A. Therefore, everyone thinks that Lu Bai's purpose is just to use this mutant to attack the gathering area. But from the perspective of the special forces, Lu Bai's approach is to bring trouble to himself, so that the top leaders will suspect the special forces and the external expansion department, so as to abolish this team and abandon the external expansion strategy. But no matter which reason, it has little connection with the known 5-color stone operation. What if Lu Bai's idea is not like this? What if all this is planned? Lu Bai's plan may just be beginning. Chapter 120. Fang Xiuyu. Apply for accelerated investigation of personnel who have installed Lu Bai's prosthesis. Personnel Management Department ACE. The identities of all these people have been investigated. They are from various departments. Their ages and genders are very discreet. There is no problem. The personnel department also questioned everyone, and they all said that they voluntarily accepted the implant. Fang Xiuyu. The discrete distribution of personnel is the biggest problem. Replacing the prosthesis is usually because the original body is damaged and has to choose to install the prosthesis. And people with physical damage should be concentrated in the combat department. And it is impossible to be distributed discreetly. Personnel Management Department ACE. The combat casualties in Area A this year were minimal, and very few people needed to replace their prosthesis. It is worth noting that some people did not choose to replace their prosthesis because of physical damage, but for other reasons. For example, Lu Bai. She is a prosthesis fanatic. Personnel Management Department Qizhong. Some people think that prostheses are safer and even more fashionable. Fang Xiuyu. Isn't this the biggest problem? The conference hall was silent. Half a minute later, everyone reacted. If only Lu Bai chose to replace her prosthesis when her body was not damaged, it could be said that it was caused by her personal enthusiasm. But this enthusiasm has spread and become a large group. That would be extremely dangerous. Meeting host. Immediately start the investigation of prosthetic users. Tang Zai looked at the virtual meeting scene with a cold look. Yes, if the files that Lu Bai deliberately showed him were real. The purpose of the 5-color stones was extraordinary and far-reaching. They had been lurking for many years, taking every step carefully. When they surfaced, they must have laid a net under the water. Lu Bai did not escape by accident. She was discovered on purpose. She chose to be discovered at this time. Of course not for Tang Zai alone, but because her years of planning had come to an end. Prosthetic Lu Bai had long developed an organization that belonged to her and worshipped her in Area A because of her prosthetic. These people are scattered in every corner of Area A. They look like ordinary people and have not revealed any suspicious signs until now. Tang Zai felt Fang Xiuyu's hand tightening, as if he was trying to control his anger. Lu Bai chose to release the tentacle mutation in the office area in the middle of the night. Not to cause casualties in the gathering area, because there was absolutely no one in the office area at that time. After the tentacles erupted, the surveillance cameras everywhere would promptly send an alarm to the task management department. In other words, this is an action that is obviously ineffective. As for framing the special forces, this is even more impossible. Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe appeared in the archives room to investigate the ventilation duct without telling anyone in advance. Even if Lu Bai guessed that they would investigate, she would not appear there just in time to replace Lu Ji. Unless, releasing the tentacles on that day was an action she had planned long ago. Thinking in this direction, there is a new explanation for the matter. Lu Bai first used the archives to attract Tang Zhe, and then cut off the prosthesis and escaped when Tang Zhe began to suspect her, while processing the archives and releasing the tentacles. After this contact, she should know that Tang Zhe can escape from the tentacles. Once the tentacles erupted in the office area, Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe would definitely enter, and there is a high possibility that they would be eliminated, even if the special operations team chose to leave it alone that night. The A area would at most destroy the office building, and there would be no greater loss. Unless, her action of releasing the tentacles, whether it was successfully removed afterwards or not, would not affect the result of the operation. Is this a signal? Combat Team 13 Deputy Team Leader Ken. The team members who were contacted before have now lost contact. Environmental Research Faye. The relevant personnel in my department have also lost contact. Report, lost contact. Lost contact. Countless lost contact. Appeared on the panel of the conference room. Like a declaration of war. Lu Bai. 5-color stone. Their action has begun. Alarm. Intrusion found in the Energy Department of Staff Dormitory Building 26 to 32 in Area A. Alarm. Unstable voltage in Office Building 13 in Area A. Insufficient voltage. Voltage. The online meeting could no longer continue, and the host chose to end it immediately. Before the end, he sent out the last message. All relevant personnel immediately search for the whereabouts of the prosthetic users in their departments. Once found, kill them immediately. The scene in the conference room suddenly disappeared, and the bright room reappeared in front of Tang Zhe. He turned his head and saw Fang Xiuyu sitting next to him, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Tangze. He gritted his teeth. I will protect you until I die. Tangze blinked, feeling his hand being held so hard that it hurt. After reacting, Fang Xiuyu had already stood up. His eyes were like he was in a fighting state. Now it's a real declaration of war. He snorted. You set the fire in your own house. What a great skill. He looked back at Tangze with a little hesitation. Tangze. You? Tangze stood up. Let's go. Captain. Fang Xiuyu's eyes softened. It's just in the gathering area. There is no pollution. You don't have to. Didn't the captain say that I can do more than just be a sentry? Tang Zhe walked up and stood beside him. Didn't the captain also say that I need someone to work with me? Fang Xiuyu looked down at him, as if he had been staring at him for a long time. His eyes gradually filled with smiles. Are you still willing to work with me? I have always. Tang Zhe realized something and suddenly looked away. When we go on a mission, I go wherever the captain goes. It has been like this since I joined the special forces. Fang Xiuyu's eyes changed. Okay. The next second, he raised his head with all his strength. His eyes were full of determination. Let's go. Tang Zhe. Let the 5-colored stones see how powerful we are. Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe rushed out of the dormitory building together. The building they were in seemed to have not been invaded yet. But after leaving, they found that the dormitory area had become much darker. Many buildings were losing energy supply, and the entrances became dim. Losing lighting was nothing, and even losing the contact signal was nothing. The most terrifying thing was to be cut off from the energy. In this way, the systems and equipment that maintain the basic operation of the gathering area cannot operate. The filtration system cannot be started, and the pollution from the outside will flow into the building unscrupulously. Just thinking about it, the air defense alarm for the entire area sounded above his head. All personnel immediately put on full protection to deal with possible exposure risks. Repeat, all personnel put on full protection immediately. Such a voice resounded throughout the gathering area, making people more uneasy than those dark buildings. Tang Zhe looked at Fang Xiuyu. Captain, What should we do? Fan Xiyu. Good question. Except Lu Bai. There were no other people in the special forces who changed their prosthesis. And they were not familiar with the personnel lists of other departments, let alone where to find them. The attack had already begun. And those people could not just sit there and wait for them to catch them. Now the culprits would definitely not be found in the buildings that had been attacked. Fan Xiyu frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he and Tang Zhe raised their heads at the same time and shouted, Lu Ji. Captain, do you know where Lu Ji is now? Although Lu Ji and Lu Bai didn't have a good relationship, they had always lived in the same dormitory. If we find Lu Ji, we might be able to find more clues. Lu Ji is definitely not in the dormitory at this time. She spends a lot of time studying weapons every day, and she used to stay in the Special Forces office area. Fan Xiyu said. The office area is resting now, and she can't go in, so she can only go to one place. More than 10 minutes later, Fan Xiyu ran to a low building with Tang Zhe in his arms. Captain, this is a big stage for art performances. It has been abandoned for a long time, Fan Xiyu said. Before joining the Special Forces, Lu Ji was experimenting in the prop room of this stage. It was full of weapons materials. Tang Zhe, why does Area still have such a thing as art performances, and even such a big stage? People in Area A should not be too depraved. And why can Lu Ji use this place? And why does the captain know about this? Because Lu Ji used to be in the art department. I found her at the art performance many years ago. Fan Xiyu seemed to recall something and suddenly laughed. She looks like a child, but she is so good at making weapons. I'll tell you about her later. It's very interesting. Tang Zhe thought that Fan Xiyu had better not think about this matter in the future. What he thought was interesting was most likely to make people black out. Lu Ji! Lu Ji! Fan Xiyu rushed to the door of the prop room and shouted. Are you in there? Lu Ji! The door made a beep. Success prompt sound. Lu Ji opened the door and stood in front, looking at Fan Xiyu. Captain, why are you here? She was surprised and happy. Little green radish? Lu Ji, there is something urgent right now. Do you have any extra weapons? Give me a few more. I'll carry them first. They may be useful later. Yes. Lu Ji was a little confused. You guys come in first. The door of the prop room was closed again. Lu Ji, you should also wear full protection. The filtration system may fail later, Fan Xiyu said. Tang Zhe saw that the prop room in front of him was several times larger than he expected. Almost as big as the original training ground. The prop room was a deep structure. The entrance did not look spacious, but it was very deep. At a glance, it was several narrow and long rooms connected together, with doors between them. Now, these doors are all open, and you can see through them at once. Like a tunnel, there are shelves on both sides of each room, which are filled with various shapes of instruments. These are the weapons I have developed since I was a child, Lu Ji said. After I develop one, I put it on the shelf. When one room is full, I put down another room, Lu Ji said while wearing a mask. I have already filled 5 rooms. I knew you were the best weapon maker, Fan Xiyu said. Where is your latest weapon? Lu Ji pointed to the depths of the tunnel, in the innermost part. The depths of the tunnel are too far away. And now it looks dark. Tang Zhe's eyes darkened. I don't know if it's because he has the same face as Lu Bai, but now Tang Zhe feels a little weird when he looks at Lu Ji. Not to mention that Lu Bai once changed the color of his artificial eye and disguised himself as Lu Ji. But it seems that Fan Xiyu was not affected by this. No matter what Lu Bai did, it did not change the position of Lu Ji in Fan Xiyu's heart. Lu Ji, I have some more questions for you, Fan Xiyu whispered as he walked deeper into the cave. About Lu Bai. Lu Bai. Lu Ji's tone obviously sank. What do you want to know? Captain? Asked. Fan Xiyu smiled self-deprecatingly. I don't know what to ask. You live with her. Do you think she is strange? Any details are fine. Captain. Lu Ji looked embarrassed. How is she not strange? That's right. But she reminded me of the idea of fighting poison with poison that day, Lu Ji said. Lu Bai was researching some materials that day. He was still talking to himself when he returned to the dormitory. I fell asleep and didn't want to listen. She fell into memories. Lu Bai said that there are some things that can use the nutrients of human cells to grow rapidly. In this way, the cells can no longer play their original role and become half-dead. But the good thing is that they won't mutate further. Nor can they split and differentiate into a kind of inorganic substance. So I thought of the hairy fungus Aunt Lou mentioned. And it feels like a similar mechanism. Although the hairy fungus itself is also very dangerous. It has changed the shape of the mud cell through symbiosis. Which is beyond doubt. But because the hairy fungus is too uncontrollable, I plan to study the vine first. Even if it fails, the existing weapons can deal with the vine anyway. Hee. Fang Xiyu frowned. Did Lu Bai give you this inspiration? But aren't the prosthetic materials she studies originally inorganic substances that cannot mutate? Why study things that grow? Because it has to be connected to the human body. Lu Ji said. After the prosthesis is made, it must be connected to the human body. Right? But Lu Bai's prosthesis never uses auxiliary steel nails, belts, etc. Let alone fusion. Her prosthesis is very convenient to use. You only need to cut off the original limbs and put the prosthesis into the interface. The prosthesis will grow on its own, and you can't take it off. Fang Xiyu stopped suddenly. The prosthesis grows on its own? Yes. That's why her prosthesis is so popular. Because the operation is also very convenient. Before Lu Ji finished speaking, Fang Xiyu pinched her shoulders hard. What else? What else? Nothing. Oh. She regularly receives people who have had their prosthetics replaced and checks their physical condition. Isn't this normal? Captain? Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zhe, his face turning pale. Tang Zhe. His eyes were filled with sadness for a moment. On the wrists of the two people, the wireless search rings flashed bright metallic light. Chapter 121 Memory is a Weapon. When she installed the wireless search ring on me, it was almost the same scene. Fang Xiyu smiled miserably. Tang Zhe vaguely recalled the past. At that time, he seemed to have just woken up. Fang Xiyu sat beside his bed and clicked something on his hand. There was no stinging pain, and almost no touch. The wireless search ring grew on his body very tightly. In future missions, the wireless search ring will indeed be like Fang Xiyu said. It will not fall off no matter what. And it will not lose contact no matter what. It silently merged into their skin and their bodies, and could not be separated. Could this be also some kind of prosthesis? When I went to Lu Bai for debugging, she covered my wrist with a transparent ring. Tang Zhe raised his wrist and looked. It's invisible now. Has there been any change? Yes. Tang Zhe frowned. The induction has become more sensitive. The characteristics of the wireless search ring, in addition to being able to locate each other, can also monitor each other's vital signs. In other words, it is like a kind of induction connection. It should be difficult to achieve such a function with ordinary prosthetic materials. Tang Zhe said. There are other things added to the wireless search ring. Fang Xiyu shook his head. I can't think about this now. At least the two of us haven't encountered any problems yet. Even if there are, they are definitely different from those who have replaced their prosthetic bodies. Let's solve the problem in front of us first. He looked at Lu Ji again. Are there any things left by Lu Bai in your dormitory? Lu Ji was a little embarrassed. When investigating her before, the inspection team searched inside and out, and all her things were taken away. That means they have checked everything. Fang Xiyu lowered his eyes. It seems that there is nothing valuable. Oh, come to think of it, she seems to have left something here. Lu Ji suddenly jumped up, her red ponytail flicking. She left something in the prop room. Fang Xiyu's eyes lit up. Really? Where is it? It's been too long. I need to look for it, Lu Ji said, and turned and ran out. They had already walked to the third room, and the weapons placed in it were getting more and more presentable, and they looked like works from recent years. But Lu Ji ran back to the second room at this time, which contained things from her younger years. I have forgotten when that was. Lu Ji's voice came faintly as she searched. At that time, I had just become fascinated with weapon making, and this prop room had just started to be used. She came to see me one day and saw that I had filled a room. So she suddenly said that she wanted to give me a gift. Then I stuffed that thing together with the weapon. Lu Ji suddenly stopped talking, and after a few seconds, she looked up excitedly. Found it. Here. Fang Xiyu and Tang Zhe walked over together, and saw Lu Ji took out a strange-looking thing that looked like a rocket and an iron box from the bottom of the shelf, with a rabbit writing on it. This is what she gave me. Is it the spaceship below? No. It's this rabbit. Fang Xiyu took the rabbit and studied it with Tang Zhe. This rabbit looks like a metallic sculpture, but the texture is very unique. It is not shiny like ordinary metal, but rather a fuzzy matte state, which looks much warmer. And its color is neither gold nor silver, but red copper. Captain, can I have a look? Tang Ze leaned over and said, be careful. It's a little heavy. Tang Ze took the rabbit and almost dropped it on the ground with a trembling hand. Fortunately, Fang Xiuyu held his hand and caught it. This is not a little heavy. Fang Xiuyu's hand was under Tang Ze's hand, helping him to hold the rabbit. Warmth passed through his palm and into Tang Ze's hand. There is no joint. It looks like it is cast in one piece, Fang Xiuyu said. I don't know if there is anything inside, but judging by the weight, it will probably be difficult to break it open. Tang Ze felt his hand sore and couldn't help but grin. Then let's use weapons to break it open and see. Both of them felt dizzy at the same time. It was as if his brain was pierced. And Tang Ze felt a bright white light in front of his eyes. After the white faded, the original scene slowly appeared. But there were also some unusual things in it. Many moving green dots. What are these? Tang Ze frowned. You saw it too? Fang Xiuyu asked. Captain also. Fang Xiuyu raised his chin. Look at the shelf now. Taking the second grid as a reference. There are 5 dots in the right corner and 3 dots in the middle to the left. Right? Tang Ze nodded. The two of them pondered for a while, then lowered their heads at the same time and looked at their wrists. Wireless search ring. The wireless search rings of the two people reacted to the rabbit at the same time, so they could see the same scene. But what do these dots mean? Fang Xiuyu stared at the dots left and right, with the shelf as the background. Countless small dots seemed to be running around in disorder. But if you look closely, they seem to have their own operating range. And this operating range is not too large. Fang Xiuyu stared at a point in a grid for a long time, and suddenly realized it. He used his eyes to call up the panel and enlarged it in front of the two. Then, he adjusted the size of the panel and touched Tang Ze with his shoulder. Tang Ze. Look! Tang Ze raised his head and saw that it was the floor plan of Area A. And the movement range of those green dots just coincided with the planning of the building. This is coordinates? Yes. Our wireless search ring has the function of signal release and reception, which means that something else has been added, which may be the same as this metal rabbit. Lu Bai may have added positioning to all prosthetics, so that it will be easy for her to find specific people or remotely control them. In this case, she must need a device to receive signals from all prosthetics. Fang Xiuyu lowered his head. This rabbit. The clues converged in an instant, and the eyes of both people lit up. They didn't even think about why Lu Bai gave this thing to Lu Ji many years ago and hid it in such a long-forgotten place. Lu Ji. Thank you. Fang Xiuyu shouted happily. You have made a great contribution. After Tang Ze and I solve this matter, I will come to help you get a commendation. Lu Ji looked at his excitement, but was unusually calm. Captain, as a member of the Special Forces, this is what I should do. Okay. Lu Ji. Let's go first. After saying that, Fang Xiuyu picked up the metal rabbit in one hand and pulled Tang Ze in the other, and ran towards the center of the gathering area. After they left, Lu Ji withdrew her gaze indifferently and began to pack up the things she took off the shelf bit by bit. Her brown pupils were fading a little bit, then slowly glowed, and finally turned bright red. Memory is a weapon, she said word by word like singing. This prop room is the memory palace, storing the memories of these years. Past, present, future. She put the things in the second room back, but it was completely different from the original. The messy shelves gradually became a recognizable picture under her arrangement. Every odd-shaped weapon became an object with a deeper meaning. A long whip with thorns. A stick that looks hard but can be easily bent. A round brush with a crown on the top and countless metal needles hanging below. One by one, from top to bottom, it became a time sequence. From a distance, it looked like an elusive oracle. Lu Ji picked up the thing that looked like a rocket and an iron box and smiled faintly. She pressed a button and the mechanism started. The iron box automatically retracted back and forth, and finally transformed into the shape of a combat vehicle. She patted the dust off the surface of the combat vehicle and put it back in the middle of the shelf. She continued to pack it up. Half an hour later, she finally put the last thing into the bottom compartment. It was a ball of black cotton. Lu Ji stopped what she was doing and looked into the depths of the cave. Memory is a weapon, she chuckled. Do you know that the future has already appeared? Chapter 122 Arrogant People. When Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe returned to the dormitory area, they found that the situation had completely changed in such a short time. There was a relatively wide square between the buildings in the dormitory area. At this time, the square was bustling with people wearing full protective gear. And in the surrounding dormitory buildings, people kept running out of them. All buildings are about to be closed and enter a wartime state. Repeat. All buildings are about to be closed. Everyone is on high alert, accompanied by the piercing alarm that resounded over Area A. Panic shouts came from all directions. The entrance of the building was crowded with people who were evacuating. And at this moment, the doors and windows suddenly began to be forcibly closed. When they realized they might be trapped inside, those who had no time to squeeze out began to push forward like crazy, but were blocked by the more crowded wall of people in front. The panicked people used their hands and bodies to hold the doors, but they did not stop the doors and windows. When the exit became narrower and narrower, some people had given up on squeezing out and instead shouted to pull the people outside back. After a brief frenzy and noise, all the entrances and exits of the buildings were closed. A huge panel rose in the crowd and floated above the square. The panel was filled with constantly changing pictures, each of which was filled with people wearing protective clothing. The full protection masks obscured their faces, and their expressions could not be seen. But from those panicked actions, it can be seen that they are in a bad situation now. After a few seconds, the picture was fixed at a certain angle. A line of words appeared in the upper right corner. From the 87th dormitory building in Area A real-time picture. The crowd was in an uproar. This is the image of what happened in the closed building now. Behind the noisy crowd, Tang Zhe pulled Fang Xuyu's arm. Captain? Fang Xiuyu looked down at him, nodded slightly, and hugged his shoulders tightly. Tang Zhe understood what he meant. The two of them were sharing the positioning picture, which showed the real-time location of all people who had installed Lu Bai's prosthetic body in Area A. Along the way, they kept an eye on the changes of these bright spots. According to common sense, these people should be willing or manipulated to destroy the energy supply of each building, and they will leave after they succeed. Therefore, they must get there as soon as possible to prevent those people from escaping. But from just now to now, those bright spots have always been framed in their respective buildings, and no one has left. Now that the entrances and exits of all buildings are closed, it is even more impossible for those people to escape. Once Area A starts to clean up the interior of the building, none of those people can escape. Just thinking about it, the crowd suddenly quarreled again. The two looked forward and saw that in front of the giant screen, another private panel appeared, with a sentence on it. There are still people in the building. Why don't you close the door before everyone leaves? This sentence only appeared for a few seconds and evaporated in the air. After a few seconds of silence, more and more words appeared in the air. What if an accident happens in the building? Will anyone rescue them? Does the indiscriminate restriction of people entering and leaving comply with the A Gathering Area Act? Today it is them. Tomorrow it will be us. Is this tolerable? This is Area A, not a place where Class B people gather. How can Area A allow such a thing to happen? The sky above Area A turned into a boiling sea of words, and countless fierce questions appeared in the air, and then disappeared with the wind. What happened in the building? Why did the emergency occur? Area A has always been the safest, and someone must be held accountable for negligence. This sentence caused public outrage, and then the words in the air became more intense. Accountability. Hold the responsible person, not the civilians. Stop the imprisonment. Open the entrances and exits. The crowd was boiling and began to surge forward like a tide. Tang Zhe and Fang Xiuyu were surrounded by an increasingly excited crowd, and it was difficult to move. Fang Xiuyu hugged Tang Zhe tightly in his arms to prevent him from being dispersed in the crowd or being pushed and injured. Tang Zhe, don't be afraid. I'm here. Tang Zhe let Fang Xiuyu hold him tightly, looking at these people who suddenly went crazy, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule. The people in Area A, who think they are noble regardless of their status, have been living a happy life for too long. Even when such a disaster is imminent, they are still fighting blindly against the air. He sneered. Arrogant people. You will pay the price for your ignorance. Tang Zhe. Fang Xiuyu leaned into his ear and shouted loudly. Let's go out. Leave the crowd and go to a place with fewer people. The crowd became more excited. I don't know if it was because of the call, but it seemed that more people from other places were rushing here. Tang Zhe and Fang Xiuyu were swept up by the crowd. It was difficult for them to stay where they were, let alone slowly retreat. Captain, Captain! The two were hit hard, almost breaking them apart. Tang Ze knew that in such a crowd, if they let go, they would be rushed to two places in an instant. The crowd squeezed more and more intensely. The full protection was already heavy, under the pressure from all directions. Even breathing began to become difficult. There were several times when Tang Ze was squeezed so hard that he couldn't see or feel anything. But when he turned around, he could see Fang Xiuyu was always close at hand, holding him tightly with both hands. Tang Ze, hold on. We will be out soon. Fang Xiuyu's voice came over reassuringly. Tang Ze nodded, indicating Fang Xiuyu not to worry. A few minutes later, Fang Xiuyu finally squeezed out of the crowd. He picked up Tang Ze and lifted him to a small platform above the ground, then jumped on it himself. Tang Ze lay down and felt his breathing smoother. Captain! What's going on? He pointed to the crowd below. Just now, Lao Chong sent a message saying that the energy supply equipment in the building was severely damaged and could not be restored in a short time. In this case, the gathering of people in a closed space is more likely to cause large-scale danger. Therefore, the higher-ups decided to let everyone leave the building immediately and then focus on the internal treatment. Fang Xiuyu said. But I didn't expect that it would be forcibly closed when so many people hadn't left the building yet. It's normal in an emergency. It's more important to be in the interests of the majority, Tang Ze said. Fang Xiuyu glanced at him, his eyes full of heartache. He knew that Tang Ze had experienced the same situation too many times in the past. Once the pollution in the mission field spreads seriously, the mission field will be directly closed, and the people inside can only die or mutate. When he thought that Tang Ze escaped from being forcibly abandoned again and again, Fang Xiuyu felt indescribable discomfort. He couldn't help but hug Tang Ze tightly. Tang Ze's heart was calm at this time. He was half lying on a platform one person higher than the ground, looking at the unusual scene below, as if he was watching a play. Apart from anything else, the decision of the area high-level officials to evacuate the crowd, close the building, and then concentrate the attack was the most correct decision. No matter what the result of the cleanup, there is no doubt that most people outside the building can be protected. And the culprits, who caused the incident, did not leave. Now they are all locked in the building, and it is very easy to be wiped out. But Tang Ze frowned. He couldn't figure out why these people didn't leave. The battle plan has been announced, Fang Xiuyu said softly. It is an order for all combat team members, whether they are inside or outside the building. They must immediately participate in the battle to eliminate the 5 colored stone accomplices, restore the energy supply of the occupied area, and maintain the safety of Area A. Special reminder, unless it is absolutely necessary, you cannot harm your compatriots who remain in the building. Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the current decision is to conduct small-scale precision operations and will not use large-scale weapons. In this way, the people who are temporarily stranded in the building now also have a great chance of survival. Fang Xiuyu put his helmet against Tang Ze's head. How about it? Can you join the battle now? Didn't we originally plan to enter the building and fight these people? Tang Ze said. They ran all the way from the auditorium of the arts department, intending to defeat them one by one according to their location before they escaped. Now that the building in Area A has been closed, it makes their original plan easier to implement. Tang Ze sat up straight. Let's go. Captain. Tang Ze and Fang Xiuyu quietly entered a building along the specific entrance marked with Unified Command. There are not many people in this building, and it mainly serves as a storage facility, storing materials collected from the outside and cleaned. Once the energy supply is cut off for a long time, the materials may be damaged due to pollution and erosion, affecting the normal operation of the subsequent gathering area. Therefore, the positioning points distributed in this building are also relatively dense. Fang Xiuyu adjusted the panel. During this time, he has been able to connect the information of these people directly to the panel. Now, he can see the distance between each person and him, just like seeing Tang Ze's data. 3.209, 2.842, 14.958. This is the closest target to them, which should be located a few floors above them. According to the map, that height should be between the mezzanines of 2 floors. In other words, these people are either hiding in places like ventilation ducts, or hidden in other facilities within the building structure, and will not appear in a room openly. That's why they have never been discovered. But this makes it even more difficult to find these people, let alone other things. The ventilation ducts alone are complicated enough. coupled with the unique closeness of the ducts. Once you enter, it is difficult to get out in a short time. If you make a mistake in judgment, you will be extremely passive when encountering unexpected situations. Not to mention that in the walls of the building, in addition to the ventilation ducts, there are also various power, water, and other supply systems. Under normal circumstances, except for the ventilation ducts, the pipes of other supply systems cannot be entered, because a large amount of energy, water and electricity may be running in the pipes, and it is extremely dangerous for people to stay there, let alone move freely. But now, all energy supplies in this building have been cut off, and the pipelines should be unobstructed. Fang Xiuyu walked to a corner, touched the air up and down, and a panel lit up in front of him. This is the energy supply situation of this building, Fang Xiuyu said. Actual operation requires special permissions to open, and the permissions are very high, and the top management must be notified, because energy supply is the most critical link in the gathering area. He frowned. He originally thought that energy supply had manual operation space, so it could be controlled by outsiders. But it seems that the top management has long been guarding against possible intrusions, and energy control can only use panels with certain permissions. What appeared in front of him now was just an initial interface waiting for authentication. He had to apply for temporary permissions before he could further view and operate. This made things more complicated. The overall level of people with prosthetics was not too high. How did they cut off the energy supply? Fang Xiuyu bit his lips. Could it be that the top management still had their people? The application for temporary permissions was approved. Captain Fang Xiuyu, you can check the energy supply of building AC-524. The panel lit up green, and then entered the official operation interface. Fang Xiuyu quickly operated and successfully found the current energy supply. He was stunned. The panel clearly showed that all energy supplies in the building were on. The energy was not cut off. Tang Zai stood by and watched his operation throughout the process, and was also very surprised by the result. If the energy was not cut off through the control panel, then how did the energy supply stop? The energy supply of this building was indeed stopped. Fang Xiuyu immediately reported the situation, and soon he heard that other buildings had discovered the same phenomenon. These people do not need to go through the upper level, nor do they need to invade the panel. They are ordinary and not eye-catching at all, but they can achieve such a large-scale attack results in a short time. This is a disdain for Area A. The five-colored stone is saying how vulnerable their defense is. Fang Xiuyu clenched his fists. He said nothing and continued to operate the energy supply interface. He retrieved the distribution maps of the building's energy pipelines one by one, and hundreds of thousands of interlaced pipelines jumped in front of him. A few minutes later, Fang Xiuyu turned off the panel. He turned around, and Tang Zai saw a confident light in the depths of his angry eyes. They can only be in these pipelines, Fang Xiuyu said. Let's go. Tang Zai. Dig them out even if we have to dig 3 feet deep. Chapter 123 Retreat. End the operation. The noise in the square has not stopped. The panel switches back and forth between the situations in various buildings. Some people recognize their neighbors or colleagues inside, and the atmosphere becomes even more heated. Open the door. Release the people? What's the point of locking them up? It's been so long. Nothing has happened. Why are they still locked up? Open the door. We want to go back. The square is bustling, but the crowd seems to be no longer nervous. More than half an hour has passed since the alarm of the closed building, and no alarm has been heard except for the panel in front of them. And the interior of the building shown on the panel does not seem to have changed. After the initial panic, as time passed, the crowd began to relax. They were still arguing, but they were in a different state of mind. They no longer worried about their own safety, and only felt that the alarm was a huge mistake. Area A was absolutely safe, but the top management actually threatened themselves and dragged everyone in the area into it. This unheard of thing would really be ridiculed in private later. The people trapped in the building also began to relax. At first, they all crowded around the entrance and exit, hoping that the exit would suddenly open and give them a chance to escape. As time passed, nothing changed except that the lighting did not return. So they slowly dispersed, giving each of them some breathing space. In the end, many people began to retreat to the open space at the back and sit down to rest. Some even began to walk to their rooms. The communication with the panel was not interrupted, and they could still send messages to the outside. Code 2313. Colleagues, guess what happened? My buddy was locked in the building. Group chat 428. What? Are you okay? The panel outside flashed over the dormitory building where you were. And we thought you were not inside. Code 2313. The panel outside is not clear. So why not I live broadcast it to you? Now. Except for a little darkness. Nothing happened. There is still some emergency lighting. So it is okay to go back to the dormitory. Group chat 428. Didn't they say that the power supply might be cut off? Code 2313. Cut off? I don't feel it. What power supply was cut off? Oh. We are wearing protective clothing. I guess there is some problem with the ventilation system. But it is not a big problem. Area A is clean to begin with. And there is a barrier outside the entire gathering area. Even if you inhale a few breaths of unfiltered air, it is nothing. Code 2313. The protective clothing shows that the pollution value is now 2.7%. I heard that the daily pollution value of Area B is more than 10%. Take off the mask, I will show you how to inhale one. Group chat 428. Put it on quickly. It's better to be safe. Don't damage your body. Code 2313. If it's damaged, just replace your lungs. I heard that the current development of prosthesis has covered the internal organs. In the future, even if there is a problem with the organs, they can be replaced and they will be as good as new. The people who developed it are so cool. In this way, no matter what pollution or disease, it's no problem. Replace whatever is broken. If a prosthesis is broken, just get a new one. Group chat 428. I think you should replace your brain first. No matter how the crowd in the square clamored, there was no response. No one from the top expressed their views. Only a huge panel, silently hanging in the air. Suddenly, the picture on the panel quickly switched several times, and finally stopped at a certain building. The picture was a distant view, with a corridor in the middle. A group of people were squatting or standing in the corridor. Some simply found a place with few people and half lying down. And some were walking towards the elevator in the dim light, as if they were going back to the room to rest. The picture suddenly changed at this time. In an instant, the panel seemed to be covered with a layer of frosted glass, and the picture suddenly became dim and blurred. Before people realized anything, a strange scene appeared. A large stream of water suddenly rushed down from the ceiling like a waterfall, hitting the panel heavily and submerging everything else. A few seconds later, people realized that it was not water flow. It was a large group of long worms, tens of thousands of them, rushing into the corridor. Ugh! What is this? Ugh! Worms. I am most afraid of worms. There are so many. I have intensive phobia. What is this? Mutation? This must be a mutation. Mutation invasion? The picture on the panel changed rapidly. The worms sometimes split into several groups and scurried around, and sometimes gathered together, turning into huge tentacles rolling in the colloid. After the tentacles dispersed, the people inside disappeared, perhaps swept away, or perhaps, but no one cared about these. After discovering that there was indeed a crisis in the building, the crowd in the square fell into greater panic than before. They began to flee in droves, and the noise turned into crying. Looking down from above, they fled as crazy as the worms on the giant panel. And Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe, who were in the building, didn't know about this. Let's go up from here, Fang Xiuyu said, carefully checking the safety rope between the two people for the 5th time. He was in a very complicated mood now. On the one hand, he hoped that the safety rope was strong enough so that he and Tang Zhe would not be separated no matter what danger they encountered. On the other hand, he hoped that if he really encountered danger, the safety rope could be untied smoothly, giving Tang Zhe a chance to escape. I don't know why. Even this idea has changed. He couldn't help but look into Tang Zhe's eyes again. Those green eyes didn't show much emotion at this time, as if they were going to perform a very ordinary mission. Captain, we can go now. Fang Xiuyu was about to say something but stopped. He resisted the urge to raise his hand to hold his face, and lowered his head and coughed lightly. Follow closely. Call me in time if there is any abnormality. After saying that, Fang Xiuyu turned around and got into the pipe above. Tang Zhe followed Fang Xiuyu and didn't feel too worried. The situation on the energy panel made them realize one thing. Since the operating system was not damaged, the energy supply stopped, and it could only be a problem with the transmission pipeline. Those people did not take any complicated actions. They just block the pipeline. Although there are some minor problems, if the energy is still being generated and supplied. Simply blocking the pipeline may cause the pipeline to burst. But the 5-colored stone should have other ways to deal with this problem. From Fang Shuyu's perspective, this situation is more dangerous. If those people just shut down or destroyed the operation of the energy supply system, then just find those people and solve them. And then repair them afterwards. But those people only block the pipeline transportation. If they were outside, it would be fine. If they were hiding in the energy pipeline, Fang Shuyu could only deal with them in the pipeline. In this way, the energy pipeline might suddenly resume supply. And then, they would be hit by the energy in the pipeline. Fang Shuyu walked up while analyzing nervously. Guan Yingjian was still undergoing brain repair, and could not provide him with more plans. He could only rely on his own judgment. But his previous combat experience was with mutants. No matter how fierce the mutants were, he only needed to stand in front of them and defeat them fairly. But now he has to face their kind. The elusive kind, hiding in the dark. Chong Fangyin, Fang Shu, Tang Zai. Can you read it? The two paused at the same time. Old Chong? Fang Shuyu got excited. Are your meetings over? Chong Fangyin. Emergency. 3 buildings have been occupied by tentacles. The ones you have encountered. There is only one extraction machine at present. And the rest are still working in the underground swamp. They need to empty the contents first, and then transport them here. It is estimated that they will not be able to catch up. What is your situation now? Fang Shuyu and Tang Zai looked at each other and frowned. Tentacle? Tentacles again? Fang Shuyu cursed. Where did this thing come from? How can there be so many? Every building has one. Has it never been discovered before? Tang Zai said nothing and fell into deep thought. Growth, he whispered. Tang Zai. What did you say? Growth. Lu Ji said that Lu Bai mentioned something growing. Tang Zai raised his head suddenly. The implantation of a prosthesis into the human body does not rely on external forces, but on something growing inside the prosthesis and taking root in the human body. Fang Shuyu was stunned. In an instant, he recalled the scene when he saw Lu Bai installing a prosthesis on him with his own eyes, leaning against the arm. A few seconds later, the arm began to move freely without any trace. And Tang Zai had another scene in his mind. The glass cabinet containing the prosthesis and unknown liquid. There were countless tiny holes on the cross-section of the prosthesis. And in each hole, there were hair-like things poking out. And Lu Bai said that they were inorganic substances used for connection. The liquid in the glass cabinet. The hair-like worms. If enlarged to the size of a room, wouldn't they be those finger-thick worms and tentacles? Those things are hidden in the prosthesis. Tang Zai understood it all in an instant. That day in the archives room, Lu Bai suddenly broke his prosthesis. Then, the room was suddenly filled with liquid, and huge tentacles appeared. After the liquid and tentacles disappeared, the prosthetic limb was still lying on the ground in the middle of the room. Tang Zai's breathing became more and more rapid. The vent. The vent was a trick. Maybe the file was really sent out from the vent. But the tentacles were not necessarily. It was always in that room, walking around in front of his eyes, and only revealed its true face when necessary. So they didn't find any traces of tentacles and liquid in the ventilation duct. Just the vines planted by Lu Ji. If Fang Shuyu didn't believe Lu Ji, then Lu Ji would be transferred from the special forces and might even be punished for it. It turned out that everything was arranged. After Fang Shuyu understood this, he felt dizzy. He didn't care whether there was any problem with the wireless search ring. The most important thing at the moment was to find those people with prosthetic limbs. Those people didn't need to go anywhere. Just throwing their prosthetic limbs out could trigger such a large-scale tentacle attack. He was a person who had experienced such an attack. Not to mention that a captain like him, who had rich combat experience, survived. The other ordinary soldiers, who had not been trained and had never seen mutants, had no ability to resist this thing at all. Fang Shuyu's heart beat fast. He quickened his pace and struggled to crawl towards the coordinate point closest to him. Chong Fangyin, Fang Shuyu, Tang Zai. Speak. Fang Shuyu had entered a fully engaged combat state. He could not see or hear what was happening around him. He only focused on crawling towards the green light spot as quickly as possible. Tang Zai. Manager Chong. We are climbing up along the TH power supply pipeline and are expected to approach the first target soon. Chong Fangyin. How do you know where the target is? The TH pipeline is very dangerous. It is a radioactive fluid. Have you turned off the power supply? Tang Zai. No. We are worried that this action will allow those people to escape. Chong Fangin. Ridiculous. If those people block the pipeline, once they are killed, the pipeline will instantly resume power supply. You have no chance of survival in the pipeline. Chong Fangin. Exit the pipeline. End the operation. Tang Ze raised his head worriedly. Captain. Fang Xiuyu did not respond. Chong Fangin. Fang Xiuyu. I am your boss. I order you to stop and terminate the operation immediately. Fang Xiuyu seemed to be completely deaf, and his footsteps did not stop. Chong Fangin. Do you want Tang Ze to die with you? Didn't you say that you must protect him no matter what? Fang Xiuyu suddenly came back to his senses. He stopped, and everything around him flooded into his senses again. News. Voices. It seemed that these things were like water blocked by a dam. And now they flooded him like a dam bursting. Fang Xiuyu's eyes became confused and bewildered. 2 seconds later, he suddenly reacted, turned his head hurriedly, and reached out to hug. Tang Ze. I'm here. Captain. Tang Ze said calmly. I'm fine. Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. This sadness was fleeting. And Su? His eyes returned to normal. Old Chong. Chong Fangin. Bastard. You wait for me. Fang Xiuyu. Manager Chong. The tentacles are spreading very fast. If we delay any longer, everyone in the building will die. He raised his hand and gently stroked Tang Ze's helmet. The safety rope was still tightly connected between them. Tang Ze didn't understand why Fang Xiuyu suddenly had such an expression, but his heart suddenly hurt. Captain? Tang Ze. Cut the safety rope and go down first. You go and shut down the energy supply. Okay. Then the captain himself. I won't do anything if you don't shut down the system. Fang Xiuyu smiled. Go. This is an order. I believe you can complete it by yourself. On the panel, Chong Fangin cursed. Fang Xiuyu. What are you showing off again? What I won't do anything if you don't shut down the system. Tang Ze. Don't believe this nonsense. Both of them were stunned at the same time. Chong Fangin. Fang Xiuyu. This bastard has always been the most chaotic. Tang Ze. If you leave the pipeline, he will immediately start fighting without hesitation. He will only be cautious when you are by his side. You stay up there. Fang Xiuyu's fingers shrank. What nonsense are you talking about? Chong Fangin. You wait. Fang Xiuyu. You fucking wait. Chong Fangin. I'm almost there. In 2 minutes, I can enter the building you are in. I'll shut down the power supply system. Chapter 124. It's just an ordinary mission. Old Chong. Chong Fangin did not send any more messages. A few minutes later, a panting roar came from the two people's panels. Go. You bastard. Go and save your human beings. Fang Xiuyu chuckled, and his eyes became bright and confident again. He patted Tang Ze's shoulder hard. Tang Ze. Let's go. Tang Ze nodded, yes. Captain. Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had no worries, and picked up Tang Ze and put him next to him. After this section of the pipeline, there is a fork in front, and the bright spot is there. He lowered his voice. Be careful. The two people slowed down their movements cautiously and approached the coordinates little by little. The coordinates had not moved for a long time. It sounded very quiet around. Not sure if it was because it was safe or because danger was lurking in the dark. The two people approached the fork. It seems not quite right. Fang Xiuyu frowned. On the pipeline map, the coordinates were just a small pipeline with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters. A person could never hide in it. Could it be that the light spot represents only a prosthetic limb? The two looked at each other. Fang Xiuyu suddenly cursed and crawled towards the fork in a few seconds. Under the light, a human thigh was blocking the deep end of the narrow pipe. Damn it. It would be fine if the prosthesis was left. But the person still ran away. Fang Xiuyu angrily waved his fist in the air. So far, the gathering area has not successfully controlled any person related to the five-colored stone. Even if their identities are discovered, they will still escape, whether it is Safar, Lu Bai or these people now. It's always just right, a little slower. Fang Xiuyu didn't have time to think about anything else. He put the searchlight in and checked the narrow pipe. The prosthesis should have been thrown in with force, and it was still quite a distance away from the exit. And it seemed to be stuck very tightly. It would be difficult to get it out completely, although it is a pity that the sample cannot be preserved. Safety is the most important thing at the moment, Fang Xiuyu thought, and raised the gun in his hand. Lightning shot out from the muzzle of the gun. But before it could hit the prosthesis, it was hit by a strong stream of water. In just a moment, a large amount of colloid suddenly gushed out from the depths of the narrow pipe, mixed with countless tentacles. Fang Xiuyu hurriedly hugged Tang Zai to avoid it. But the gun in his hand was still hit and almost fell down. Oh no! It's out! The colloid instantly filled the pipe at an inexplicable speed, and the two people were completely soaked in the colloid. Fang Xiuyu. Old Chang. Run! Get out first. We can! That being said, Fang Xiuyu's movements became increasingly difficult. Unlike before, they were now in a vertical pipe. Apart from the factor of gravity, there was not much room for maneuver in the pipe. For the tentacles, all kinds of pipes were their home ground. No matter what kind of gap, they could get in smoothly, and the erosion speed was much faster than in a spacious room. In an instant, the entire pipe was filled with worms, as if a giant tree was growing in it. The colloid began to become turbid. Captain? The tentacles had no intention of attacking them, but just kept growing and squeezing their space. Soon, they were like being tied up in the air by countless ropes. Fang Xiuyu was almost unable to move due to the impact of the water flow and worms. After discovering the tentacles surging out, he immediately hugged Tang Zai tightly. But now, he felt that his hands were empty. With nothing, his vision was occupied by black lines, which became denser and denser, gradually turning into a tight black curtain. And then, it turned into a hard black solid. The tentacles were struggling. They were going to burst the pipes and surge to a wider area. Tang Zai. Tang Zai? I'm here. Captain. Tang Zai's steady voice came over. Captain. Don't worry. It's just an ordinary mission. Such a voice quickly calmed Fang Xiuyu down. The next second, he felt his hand being held. Yeah. Just an ordinary mission. He laughed. Tang Zai was just scattered by the slippery tentacles and was climbing up along the safety rope. After successfully holding Fang Xiuyu's hand, he was pulled into his arms. It's great that you're here. The helmets of the two people were squeezed tightly together. Although they couldn't see each other, they both felt relieved. At this time, Fang Xiuyu didn't need to hug Tang Zai anymore, because they couldn't get any closer. If it weren't for the increasingly strong sense of oppression, the two of them seemed to be in a solidified darkness. Sitting together, looking at the starry sky, a picture flashed before Fang Xiuyu's eyes. His fingers suddenly shrank, and his heart seemed to start to ache. He saw a pair of green eyes. Was that Tang Zai? No. I don't know. But who else has eyes like that besides him? But that didn't look like Tang Zai. It looked like someone he knew a long time ago. But why? Why were those eyes so sad? Fang Xiuyu. Good night. A distant word suddenly hit Fang Xiuyu's brain. Something seemed to be collapsing in his heart. A seed sprouted and took root in his heart, making his heart full of holes. What? Who is talking? Why is it so hurt? He panicked and tried to hug his arms, wanting to feel the person in his arms. But he just felt nothing. Tang Zai disappeared. Tang Zai. Tang Zai. A distant voice came over. Tang Zai opened his eyes and seemed to see nothingness. He didn't know where he was or what form he was in. The memory slowly returned to his mind. He remembered that they were drowned in tentacles and colloid. But he was not worried, because they had dealt with tentacles before. He knew exactly how to deal with them, as long as they were connected to the tentacles and supplemented with spiritual energy through Fang Xiuyu. They could absorb this thing, because they were now in a narrow pipe. The movement of the tentacles was also restricted. They could not stir up waves wildly, and naturally would not have much impact on them. So he calmly held Fang Xiuyu's hand, and the other hand was secretly connected to one end of the tentacle. But he didn't know what went wrong in the process. He had successfully reached a balance with the tentacle's abilities, and began to absorb the energy contained in the tentacles in reverse. But after a few seconds, this absorption suddenly stopped. Then, he began to be sucked in reverse again. Tang Zai thought about it, and felt that there was only one possibility. Fang Xiuyu's spiritual energy suddenly weakened. But why did it suddenly weaken? Fang Xiuyu's weakness should only be that one thing. But now, he is obviously not in that strange mission field. Is there a memory of that time here? Tang Zai shook his head. Strictly speaking, he couldn't even feel his head. He wanted to raise his hand to take a look, but he could neither feel it nor see. Could he have become part of the tentacle? Saib? He called out tentatively. What? You're still here. Tang Ze breathed a sigh of relief. I thought we were all dead. Heh. I'm S-rank. It's not that easy for me to die. But you? You might be in trouble now. I don't even know where I am now. Am I still alive? He paused. Where's the captain? You have softened into a puddle of water now. But you are squeezed in a very small space, and there is no way to turn back into human form for the time being. Don't worry. Your current body won't kill you. But I don't know when you can be released. Before that, I have to pray that this building won't be blown up. Saib sighed. The captain is in the pipe, trapped by the tentacles. I don't know how he is now. If he didn't escape, who would have thought that the captain's yang energy would also be weak one day? Tang Ze resumed thinking. I softened suddenly. It must be because the pressure in the pipe is too strong, which triggered the passive softening function. It is also because of the softening that I can avoid being sucked by the tentacles. Right. That's right. Then I should still be in a pipe now, Tang Ze said. The tentacles will continue to expand and spread, eventually bursting the pipes and pouring into the building. At that time, I can go to a more spacious place and return to my original state. Ugh. But by that time, Fang Shuyu in the pipe should have been burst. And without Fang Shuyu, with his own spiritual energy, he would be completely unable to deal with the tentacles. Even if he returns to his original state, he will only be soaked in gelatin and tentacles, and then unable to resist. In the end, how did these things become so huge? Tang Ze lay there blankly, not knowing what he could do. The softening state is a very strange feeling. Previously, he only experienced softening and recovery in an instant, and had almost no experience with this function. Now, he was forced to stay in this state. It was like turning into water, flowing everywhere, extremely free. But he couldn't feel where he was. He couldn't feel the boundaries of his body. Couldn't feel anything, let alone touch and hearing. The original cognition of the body was completely gone, and he seemed to be just a pure consciousness, floating in the air. He was more relaxed than ever before. But for some reason, he felt empty. The feeling of relaxation was good. Without the restraint of heavy protective clothing, without the gravity of the body, even breathing was free. But he suddenly began to miss the feeling of landing, being held in someone's arms, the warm feeling of oppression. Tang Ze felt a burst of sadness, but it was soon washed away, and then faded to the point of being invisible. Perhaps in addition to feelings, his emotions would also flow around and dissipate like this. He would let go of everything, whether it was the obsession with life and death, hatred, or... Tang Ze pulled the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it didn't matter anymore. After that day, Fang Shuyu changed a lot. Not only did he try to avoid contact with Tang Ze, he even wanted to get rid of Tang Ze and act alone. Once, he said that he would be braver with him around. Now, he has become the one who hinders him. Tang Ze felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Perhaps in his original body, this was severe pain. But now he feels that it's okay. If he can return to the way he was, if Fang Shuyu didn't die in the end, maybe that would be the end of their relationship. A story. Over. Chapter 125. A tear slipped into his collar. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Ze suddenly felt something strange in his body. A very strong suction force came from a certain direction, which seemed to be the position of the foot. The next second, he was flowing rapidly, falling towards the gravity hole. At #%. Goo. Swish. The feeling of relaxation suddenly disappeared, and the pressure returned to Tang Ze's body. This time, he clearly felt the boundaries of his body. He was back to normal. Tang Ze blinked hard. The familiar pipes were still in front of him, but they became extremely chaotic. The tentacles that were originally densely covered in colloid had become sparse, and seemed to be surging upwards uncontrollably. They struggled frantically, stirring up countless foam and impurities, making the vision turbid. Tang Ze raised his head, and saw more and more tentacles moving away from him. Have they found the exit? Are they rushing into the building? He thought blankly. But strangely, although the gelatin and tentacles were flowing upwards, Tang Ze almost stayed in place, and was not swept away. He moved his limbs, as if he could still swim freely in it. Feeling recovered little by little, Tang Ze suddenly felt a pressure. The increasingly heavy, falling force. He suddenly reacted. He was not staying in place. But at the same time, there was a huge force pulling him down. This downward force, and the upward impact formed a balance, so he could maintain his original position without moving. But now, the downward force began to increase significantly. After staying in the softened state for a long time, even the protective suit seemed particularly heavy after recovery. Pressure came from all directions, in sharp contrast to the previous ease. The confrontation of the two forces made him dizzy, and the squeezing of the water flow made it difficult for him to breathe. It seemed that it was going to be dark again. Tang Zai. The voice entered his mind, and his senses woke up again. First, the familiar pressure came from the wrist, and then the pressure was transferred to the waist and back. Then, there was the warm feeling of landing. The mask was opened, and the water flow hit his face, making him unable to open his eyes. He couldn't see the person in front of him clearly. He could only feel the breath sprayed on his cheek in the chaos, the eyelashes intertwined in front of his eyes, and the breathable oxygen coming from his mouth. The pressure on his waist became stronger. Tang Zai subconsciously stretched out his hand and embraced the warmth in front of him. The moment he felt his movement, the man let him go. Tang Zai heard the sound of the mask being closed, and then the water flow and noise disappeared again. He opened his eyes and saw Fang Xiuyu closing the mask. The eyes behind the goggles were drowned in chaos, and his emotions could not be seen clearly. At this moment, the force of falling suddenly became strong, and both of them were shaken violently. Fang Xiuyu waved one hand vigorously, not knowing what he did. Then, he put that hand back on Tang Zai's shoulder and held his head tightly in his arms. Tang Zai. Hold on. We'll be out soon. As soon as the voice fell, all the gelatin and tentacles swished away from their heads. The huge sense of gravity instantly dominated, and they fell rapidly in the pipe like a package thrown from a helicopter. Captain! Captain! Tang Zai was protected in his arms, and could not see anything. He could only feel the air rubbing against his protective suit, making a whoosh sound. But not long after, the speed of falling suddenly slowed down. After a few seconds, the two people fell out of the pipe and rolled far away on the ground in a protective manner. After finally stopping, Tang Zai slowly raised his head. He was lying in Fang Xiuyu's arms, well protected, just like countless times in the past. Even during the landing process, his body strengthening function was not activated. Seeing his movements, Fang Xiuyu turned over and climbed up. He forcefully lifted Tang Zai's hood. Still feeling uneasy, he took off his helmet again. Then, he held Tang Zai's face and looked around, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was indeed not injured. Tang Zai raised his eyes. Captain! He was stunned. The hands that had been able to protect him steadily just now were trembling slightly, and the eyes behind the goggles were actually wet. Fang Xiuyu gently stroked his cheek, his eyes lingering on his face. After a long time, he finally laughed. Hee. It's a good thing you didn't. Fang Xiuyu lowered his head to prevent Tang Zai from seeing his expression. His shoulders were shaking hard, and under the helmet, there was an uncontrollable sob. Tang Zai reached out to hold his helmet, and with a little force, he took it off. Captain? He put his hand on Fang Xiuyu's face and felt a handful of wet water stains. Then, Fang Xiuyu covered that hand and pulled him over with force. Tang Zai crashed into his arms. One hand was tightly grasped. The wireless search ring lit up the other party's chaotic signs and kept sending out alarms. During this alarm, Fang Xiuyu pressed his face against Tang Zai's face. Great. I thought. I really lost you this time. Fang Xiuyu's intermittent voice came from his ears. Captain can find me no matter what. Tang Zai said softly. I will stay by the captain's side for every mission. But suddenly I don't want to. A teardrop fell on Tang Zai's cheek and slid down his neck. He couldn't help but stiffen. Fang Xiuyu hugged him tightly. Before, I always want to go side by side with you. Go to the most dangerous place. Go deep into the unknown hinterland. Go to the end of the universe. But now, I don't want to. I don't want you to experience danger with me. I'm afraid that one time, I won't be able to protect you. I want to hide you in a very safe place, where there will never be pollution, no mutants, and no one will bully you. I think. Tang Zai's heart stopped for a few beats. Then, it started beating wildly again. He held Fang Xiuyu's head and asked him to look at him. Captain, you? He took a deep breath. Captain, what did you do to me in the water just now? Fang Xiuyu was stunned. The next second, he panicked visibly. I didn't, well, Were you awake at that time? No. Tang Zei blinked and looked at him expectantly. Fang Xiuyu looked away. You seem to have fainted at that time. So I thought maybe? No. I was dizzy at that time. I might have been eroded by the tentacles. So I had no strength. I thought of you saying that you can absorb pollution. So The light in Tang Zei's eyes dimmed a little. Oh! Hey! I don't want you to. No. I want to give you. No. While Fang Xiuyu was talking incoherently, Tang Zei raised his head. Captain, have you cleared the pollution in your body now? Fang Xiuyu looked away and nodded vigorously. I feel much better. It must be cleared. After a few seconds, he suddenly reacted, and his chest rose and fell violently. He slowly turned his head and saw Tang Zei's full moon-like pupils. Like a kitten looking forward to something. Fang Xiuyu was in a trance for a moment. Hey! I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable again. Maybe. It's not cleared yet. Can you? Fang Xiuyu leaned forward again in Tang Zei's promising eyes. Qinjiu. Minister. The tentacle mutants in this building have been cleared. Please give instructions. Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zei suddenly came to their senses and bounced off each other. Ahem. Fang Xiuyu sat up straight. Continue to clear. And immediately go to the nearest contaminated building. Qinjiu. Yes. Minister. Tang Zei sorted out his thoughts, and his expression returned to normal. Captain. What's going on? He asked. Cleared, successfully? Fang Xiuyu picked him up and slowly stood up. After turning off the function, Old Chan was not idle. He immediately ordered them to drag the extractor to the upper part to meet up. The extractor is very powerful. We are in danger of being sucked in. But if it is in a vertical pipe, it will be different. Tang Zei nodded. The downward force he felt was actually gravity. By balancing gravity and the suction of the extractor, the tentacles can be removed and they can be saved. And it was because the extractor started working that Tang Zei was released from a narrow pipe somewhere and restored to his original state. It seems that during his softening period, Fang Xiuyu was contacting Chang Fangyin and the external expansion department while trying to find him in the chaotic pipe. It really looks familiar. But they were able to get the extractor above the pipe so quickly. Tang Zei said. Didn't the higher-ups issue a call for combat team members? They were all ready at that time. And as soon as Lao Chang contacted them, they immediately took action. This place is not far from the office area. And Chen was originally a transport soldier. And he is very familiar with various manual transportation routes. So the external development department transferred them here as quickly as possible. But aren't they non-combat team members? Tang Zei asked. Fang Xiuyu laughed, his eyes full of light. They say, in life, we are members of the external development department. And in death, we are the souls of the external development department. After entering this department, there is only one goal, which is to go to the wild and look for opportunities. So, they all regard themselves as combat team members and work very hard. Tang Zei said him with some emotion, and was suddenly rubbed on the face by Fang Xiuyu. Some team members' spirits have been carried forward. Tang Zei was stunned. But Fang Xiuyu chuckled and returned to combat mode. The mission is not over yet. And our defense of Area A has just begun, he said. Several extraction machines in the swamp were also quickly transferred here under the command of the transport soldiers, and can be put into use immediately. Because of the timely closure of the building, the tentacles have not spread so far. It's just that some people in the building. Fang Xiuyu's eyes darkened. In the future, everyone will judge today's sacrifice. But for now, we have to protect the entire gathering area and the people in the gathering area. 5 colored stones. We must not let them succeed. The huge panel above the square. The chaotic scene in the building has disappeared. Then, several majestic faces appeared on it, looking down at the fleeing crowd below. The crowd did not notice this obvious change at all. They just lowered their heads and fled, crying and shouting resounding in the air. A clear and calm sentence suddenly came down from the sky. I am White Damon, the chief of Area A. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped in confusion and turned to look at the panel hanging high. All soldiers in Area A, White Damon said. Today's invasion shows that the situation we are facing is becoming more and more serious. Once, we thought that as long as we strengthen the buildings and move to cleaner gathering areas, we could survive this irreversible disaster. But now, there is no cleaner place. And there is no indestructible building. Pollution and mutants have broken through our last line of defense. We can no longer hide in small buildings and expect natural disasters to pass automatically. We must face the pollution. Go out and kill it! On the panel, White Diamond's eyes were like a sword, piercing everyone's heart. Don't forget, from the moment you leave the bunker, you are soldiers fighting for the future of mankind. Now, pick up your weapons. Get out of the gathering area and drive out the pollution. Chapter 126 Chief. When Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe walked out of the building, the scene they saw was completely different. The chaotic scene stopped, and the crowd stood in the square in silence. Huh? Fang Xiuyu was a little surprised. So many people have calmed down. Who is so capable? Just then, the panel above the square turned, and the two of them appeared on it. Tang Zhe. Fortunately, he put on a helmet. What you are seeing now is Fang Xiuyu, the director of the External Development Department and the captain of the Special Operations Team. He and his members are using their lives to clear the abnormal objects in the building. There was a background sound coming from the panel. Fang Xiuyu froze when he heard the voice. Is it the chief? So far, the External Development Department has successfully cleared the mutants in the two buildings and is heading to the other attack buildings. White Diamond continued. Just now, everyone has seen their heroic fighting through the panel. Hearing the latter sentence, Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe. On the panel, Fang Xiuyu hugged Tang Zhe and stood there stiffly, like a sculpture. For the first time in his life, Fang Xiuyu wanted to be isolated from the world. Although we didn't see how the two of them escaped successfully in the end. The comradeship they showed in the process must have left a deep impression on everyone. This is exactly what Area A and the entire gathering area need now. Only in this way can we defeat pollution. And I believe that as long as we do this, we can defeat pollution. There was intense applause and cheers in the square. Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the picture was cut off in time. Otherwise, they would have to live with masks from now on. They didn't know what kind of scene the square experienced when they solved the crisis. After the picture of the tentacle invasion was broadcast, there was serious chaos in the square. People panicked and began to flee in all directions. But the safest place was the tightly protected building complex. It was already dangerous to be exposed to the air, and fleeing outside would be a more dangerous place outside the gathering area. They didn't know where was safe, so they could only rush and panic. The square was in chaos, with trampling in several directions. At this moment, several enthusiastic voices came from the panel. Minister Fang, we are already in place. Please give instructions. The crowd was still rioting and did not stop. But several people noticed the changes in the panel, and while looking for a gap to escape, they slowed down and paid attention to the screen. At this time, the screen cut to the top floor of a building, and it can be seen that the exit of the pipe was cut open, and there was a huge machine parked at the mouth of the pipe. Next to the machine were several people wearing uniforms with the same green pattern printed on their arms. On the high-definition panel, you can vaguely see a line of small words on the pattern. Minister Fang Xiuyu's only official support club in District A. At the same time, the screen is thoughtfully printed with some subtitles to introduce the identities of these people. Former senior transport soldiers of the transport team, Chinjiu, Wang Jingjing, He Lanhai. Former frontline liaison officers of the liaison office, Muraseki, Jenny Jean. Now all five are serving in the External Development Department. The screen turns again, showing the scene inside the pipeline. This is the combat perspective brought by Fang Xiuyu's recorder. Because of the need to cooperate with other departments, this perspective is made public. Everyone clearly sees the pipeline full of worms. And these worms are constantly increasing. And the originally dim picture is getting darker. The scene shifted again, cutting to Chong Fanyin. Chong Fanyin had just cut off the energy transmission in the pipeline, and was still a little out of breath. He left the bottom floor of the building, and took over the command task. External Development Department. I am Chong Fanyin, the manager of the High-Risk Task Management Department. Next, listen to my instructions, he shouted. Check the working status of the extraction machine to ensure that it will not be disturbed when the extraction work starts. Check the pipe connection and take good protection to prevent leakage. Several people above answered in unison, yes. The scene switched back and forth between several perspectives, interweaving into a fast-paced combat record. The people in the square gradually quieted down, involuntarily attracted by these pictures. After everything was ready, Fang Xiuyu's perspective fell into a completely black situation. almost making people wonder if the picture was interrupted. Then, an anxious cry was heard in the darkness. Tang Zai. Tang Zai? The voice was so sad that everyone present was moved. Some people covered their mouths, unable to believe that someone died so soon in front of them. But not long after, the situation suddenly reversed. There was no communication from Fang Xiyu. And Chong Fangyin gave an order, and the extraction machine above started working. Cracks appeared in the tentacles in the pipe. And soon, the arrogant worm began to struggle and escape, but was still irreversibly extracted. When Fang Xiyu's image became clear, everyone was surprised to see Tang Zai appear in front of them. Tang Zai. Fang Xiyu's joyful voice made the people in the square feel the same. They couldn't help but follow Fang Xiyu, shouting Tang Zai's name with tears in their eyes. Tang Zai. Tang Zai. The extraction machine quickly emptied the gelatin and tentacles in the pipe. Fang Xiyu and Tang Zai lost their buoyancy and began to fall rapidly. The people in the square exclaimed. But then, no other images came from Fang Xiyu. The picture turned to the external development team on the roof. Manager Chong. External Development Department, complete the mission. As the leader of this team, Chen burst into tears. This is the first time we have participated in a mission as combat team members. We never thought that we could fight against mutants and succeed. Wow 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 wow. The team members on the roof cried. And everyone was moved by their own achievements. We are now real combat team members. Outward Expansion Department. The best. The same cheers broke out in the square. Outward Expansion Department. Outward Expansion Department. The best. The best. Just then, White Damon appeared again. Now, let me formally introduce this newly established department. The Outward Expansion Department. To everyone, their members come from various marginal positions in Area A that are not valued. Before entering the Outward Boundary Department, they were doing nothing in their positions all day long, thinking that they had nothing to do with combat. White Damon said, I know that many soldiers have the same idea. Area A is so solid and stable. Combat team members rarely encounter danger during their missions. And the lives of non-combat team members are as stable as a pool of stagnant water all year round. But don't forget that the stability we enjoy now is built by generations of soldiers with their flesh and blood. They have spent decades and hundreds of years of hard work, at the cost of their lives, to explore a relatively stable environment for us to take root. The researchers studied and experimented day and night, and experienced real-life tests again and again, before they created this generation of buildings and defense systems. We enjoy these achievements, but the environment we live in has not become compliant. On the contrary, it is deteriorating at a very fast rate. Evolving synchronously with pollution are mutants that have caused great harm to humans. We have stayed in a stable environment for too long and never knew that they have become like this. White Damon said generously. Now, everyone knows that if we relax, mutants will invade and compete for the territory we have worked so hard to stabilize. Pollution is still rampant. If we don't fight it, our living space will become smaller and smaller. The establishment of the External Development Department is to change all this and fight against all this. The square was silent. Everyone was quietly listening to the resounding words of this leader, who rarely appeared. Before entering this department, the members of the External Development Department had never had any combat experience or received relevant training. But under the management of Minister Fang Xiyu, who has the best combat level in Area A, they all played their strengths and organized into a combat team that can respond to crisis. Look at these people. What they can do. You can do too. The panel scrolled through the personnel list of the Outward Expansion Department, which was full of amusing front, marginal positions. But no one on the scene laughed. On the contrary, something lit up in their eyes. Chong Fangyin had already left a building and was about to go to the combat vehicle for further instructions. He passed the square and saw the scene on the huge panel and the silent crowd. And a rare emotion surged in his cold eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, and it seemed to be twitching, coupled with his strange eyes. It looked particularly weird. But people who knew him would know that he was smiling with emotion. I have done my best to the old Fang family to see this day. He wiped his face hard. A few seconds later, he put away his emotions, put on a mask, and walked towards the combat vehicle. A few seconds before boarding the combat vehicle, he couldn't help but stop and look at the new atmosphere on the square. The new era of the gathering area is finally about to begin. The Fang faction is back. Chapter 127 The Chief's Plan. At the edge of the square, Fang Xiyu and Tang Zai were both very stiff. They didn't know why the screen didn't cut away. Because the chief of Area A was online. Fang Xiyu didn't dare to do anything, and could only hold Tang Zhe tightly and stick to where he was. The cheers finally stopped. Minister Fang Xiyu. Where are you going now? White Damon's voice sounded. Fang Xiyu looked around blankly. His voice almost appeared in the sky above the square at the same time. Fang Xiyu quickly sorted out his emotions and shouted loudly to the panel. The mission is not over yet. The Outward Expansion Department will continue to eliminate dangers until the entire Area A is safe. The crowd cheered again. And because he made a sound, some people noticed where they were standing. After screaming in surprise, they approached with admiration. Tang Zhe was already suffocating because he was forcibly enlarged on the panel to watch. Now looking at the crowd approaching, he almost lost the ability to think. He buried his face in Fang Xiyu's chest and quietly pulled Fang Xiyu's collar with his hand. Captain! Hurry up! In the past, Fang Xiyu would definitely take this opportunity to loudly introduce Tang Zhe's name to everyone. But now, his thoughts are actually synchronized with Tang Zhe. Really, want to run. As more and more people rushed over, White Damon's voice came from the panel in time. Minister Fang. Go! After getting permission, Fang Xiyu didn't waste a second. Turned around and ran to the back with Tang Zhe in his arms. The crowd was boiling again, as if they wanted to catch up with them. But Fang Xiyu ran too fast. And soon, the group of people could not see a shadow. The crowd looked around, but couldn't find anyone, so they could only return to their original place in disappointment. Just as Fang Xiyu was running wildly, several communications suddenly came from the panel. Guan Yingjian. Captain, turn right after 10 meters? Fang Xiyu didn't ask any more questions and turned immediately. On the right are two buildings close together, connected by a 2-meter-high protective canopy. Above the protective canopy, there is a gap that can be walked through by 2 people, leading to other places. Fang Xiyu jumped up a few steps and rushed into the gap between the 2 buildings. The crowd rushed past him and brushed past them. After passing through this high gap, Fang Xiyu jumped back to the ground and saw the familiar combat vehicle in front of him. The combat vehicle door was open. Captain! Captain! Fang Xiyu smiled. Here we come! He hugged Tang Zhe and jumped onto the combat vehicle. The door was closed and drove away in a flash. Special Operations Team. All members report to the captain. Fang Xiyu turned around and smiled with satisfaction. Guan Yingjian. You're recovering well. Well, Yuka Yuri is here too? Is there enough for you to do in the combat vehicle? Report to the captain. I've basically recovered after Aunt Lu's emergency treatment. Guan Yingjian said a little embarrassedly. Regarding my traumatic reaction, it seems that there is some progress. And it shouldn't relapse temporarily. Fang Xiyu looked at Lu Tianyi, who nodded slightly to him. At the same time, the panel above Yuka Yuri's head also lit up. Report to the captain. The construction of the online control system has been basically completed. We can work without relying on physical equipment, and will not be affected by the closure of the office area this time. Lu Ji also poked his head out. I also took out all the new weapons in the prop room. Okay. Fang Xiyu looked at Tang Zhe, his eyes full of uncontrollable excitement. There seemed to be some other emotions hidden in this look. Emotions that only existed for Tang Zhe. He subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to pat Tang Zhe's hand. But just after raising it a little, he quickly moved it away and put it on the control panel. Tang Zhe saw it and looked out the window. His face was printed in the side window. And under the goggles, his eyes were full of smiles that could not be hidden. He would no longer doubt that Fang Xiyu's evasive action had other meanings. The car continued to move forward, but it was not heading to the buildings in the gathering area. They had just received the correct response procedures, and now they just had to hand over these tasks to the management office and the external expansion department. Their destination now was outside the gathering area. The traitors who threw away their prosthetic limbs and caused chaos were still nowhere to be seen. Special Operations Team. Let's go! According to their speculation, to trigger this crisis, they had to block the energy pipeline inside the building first and hide the prosthetic limb deep inside the pipeline. After that, they had to get out of the pipeline before they could enter the normal activity area, which would take a lot of time. Even if we take into account the time it took for everyone to react, it is still not enough for them to run too far. If we track them in time, we may still find them. These people escaped with broken limbs instead of staying in the gathering area, which is also beneficial to the gathering area. If we can track them, we may be able to find the new territory of the five-colored stone. The 2 test sites discovered so far have been built and abandoned for some time. The site used by the five-colored stone is of great value to them. If we can find it, we may be able to turn the tables in one fell swoop. It is also because of this that the special forces were urgently summoned. This is a task that only they can complete. We all watched the live broadcast just now. I have to say that those who came from the propaganda department are really good. The whole audience was worried and cheering. Guan Yingjian said. That's right. They were still dejected when they heard that other colleagues were sent to carry out operations. Lu Tianyi smiled. But as soon as they received the broadcast mission, they immediately became energetic and put all their efforts into doing a great job. In this way, your heroic figures can be seen for real, and no one will think that the captain's record is exaggerated. The criticisms faced by the External Development Department and the Special Operations team will also disappear. In addition to Fang Xiyu, who temporarily took over as the director of the External Development Department, the High-Risk Management Department and the Chief's Office all participated in the dispatch of the External Development Department. Almost all members of the department were urgently called up to use their strengths to solve the crisis together. Fang Xiyu now fully understands that all of this is carefully planned by White Damon. Forcibly closing the entrances and exits of the building is not only a need for combat, but also a means to gather most of the personnel in a short period of time. When everyone gathered in the square, a huge panel was posted above. But there was no explanation. As time goes by, the inherent character of the people in Area A will be exposed, arrogance and blindness. And at this time, suddenly posting the footage of the invasion in the building can have the most powerful deterrent effect. The leader first made it clear to everyone that the crisis was around, so that everyone would give up luck. When everyone collapsed and felt helpless, the scene of the joint cooperation of the External Development Department was broadcast live to let everyone see that with unity, the mutants can also be defeated. The source of these weird melons and bad dates in the External Development Department has become the best propaganda tool at this time. If they can do it, you can do it too. Originally a major emergency that appeared temporarily, it was turned into a mobilization meeting for the entire district. Fang Xiyu had to sigh in his heart that the chief was smart. Although the establishment of the External Development Department was approved at the general meeting of all high-level officials, and the chief of district B also participated. But if the entire district really wants to turn around, the resistance is very great. Apart from other things, so many people below have long been accustomed to being lax, except for clamoring for rights when their interests are damaged. They just muddle through at other times. Even the meeting passed that each department should recommend talents to the outward expansion department. They all carried out it in the same way. White Damon acquiesced to these things at the beginning, and Fang Xiyu thought that he was not really going to expand the country, but just a stopgap measure to deal with the crisis of the five-color stone. Unexpectedly, his plan was here. After the crisis of the first building was resolved, Fang Xiyu received a new order to pursue the five-color stone. All the personnel in Area A have been mobilized. Those who watched the real-time images in the square have now begun to spontaneously join the team to fight against the mutants. Although all the building facilities have been shut down, Area A is full of vitality that has never been seen before. This trip, the harvest is really great. He glanced at the person next to him and smiled secretly. Captain, the drone has just scanned the surrounding area and found no traces of wheel tracks or footsteps. Guan Yingjian reported. The various driving equipment in the garage are not lost. If they escaped in a driving vehicle, there must be a base in the gathering area that we have not discovered. Fang Xiyu frowned. No ground. What about underground? We have explored all the underground passages that can be passed, but we have not found them. The only place where the vines were first planted has not been checked. Why didn't you check it? Time is urgent, and that area has been very busy recently. The extractor has been extracting mud cells, and the extracted mud is piled up in the tunnel. Most of the tunnels have been flooded. When the extractor was dispatched just now, our soldiers were also going in and out of the underground tunnel. If there is any abnormality, it is easy to be caught. There is nothing wrong with what Guan Yingjian said, but Fang Xiyu always felt that something was wrong after listening to it, and Guan Yingjian himself did not have much confidence. And the more he spoke, the smaller his voice became. Captain, why don't we go in and take a look? Fang Xiyu was silent for a moment. Think about it again. The current environment over there makes it a bit difficult for combat vehicles to go in and out. Take a look at the direction of the number 2 test site and the old gathering area. Is there anything? What is this? Fang Xiuyu's voice suddenly increased. Tang Zai also sat up straight, because Fang Xiuyu noticed an abnormality that only the two of them could see. Green light spot. A new target has appeared outside the gathering area, and it's still moving. Fang Xiuyu immediately turned and chased after the light spot. Is this a prosthesis? Or a person with a prosthesis? Why did it appear in this place? Why is there only one person? Fang Xiuyu thought nervously while tracking. The bright spot was constantly moving, but the speed was not too fast. It looked like a person was running, and its destination was not somewhere else, but the direction of the gathering area. Walking into a trap? Fang Xiuyu sped up. For some reason, this light spot made him very uneasy. What was he doing here? At this time, he was moving towards the gathering area alone. Could it be that the mutant she was carrying was even more terrifying? Almost everyone was outside the building now. If they were exposed to the air and attacked by other mutants, the consequences would be even more serious. Must catch up. The combat vehicle rushed along the flashing light spot on the map and rushed into the vast fog. Chapter 128. The fog is thick. Run faster. The light must be in this direction. Run faster. If you don't run faster, it will be too late. In the thick fog, a black shadow is running hard. The sky has been obscured by pollution for a long time, and there is no sunlight and moonlight. Once you are far away from the human gathering area, you can only get lost in the dark fog. The black shadow has been wandering in this area for several days, and has never found the direction. Until today, no one knows what happened in the gathering area. The buildings that have always been so quiet that only the sound of machines can be heard suddenly heard faint human voices, as if there are thousands of people shouting. It was this sound that allowed the black shadow to determine the location of the gathering area. So the black shadow didn't care about much and ran towards the direction of the sound. The environment outside the gathering area is much worse. The ground is not repaired. There may be sand in front. There may be mud. Or there may be rugged hills covered with sharp stones. Therefore, people in the gathering area have to use transport vehicles or combat vehicles when going out. On the one hand, it can defend against pollution and mutants. And on the other hand, it can also move quickly in complex terrain. It's deadly enough to run on 2 legs. The Black Shadow didn't even wear a protective suit. There was no ordinary human barrier on his body, but he moved freely. In the stumbling run, the Shadow seemed to feel no fatigue. He just stopped to take a breath a few times and continued to run forward. Just like that, the Shadow kept running and finally heard the shouts clearly. It seemed that the gathering area was almost there. The Shadow adjusted his pace and rushed into the thick fog. The next second, a beam of strong light suddenly rushed out of the fog. It took only 2 seconds from its appearance to its closeness. The Shadow had to stop and cover his eyes with his hands. Then, a harsh brake sound came from the air. Give up. You still have a chance to survive. The voice in the car rang. Don't be stubborn anymore. Hearing this voice, the Shadow's eyes suddenly widened. As if in ecstasy, the Shadow put down his hand and looked towards the dazzling light. On the combat vehicle, Fang Xiuyu frowned tightly. This light spot appeared very suddenly. Or because the original location of this light spot was too far away from other points. They did not notice it. This person should have been hiding in a place far away from the gathering area, and only started to act at this time when they were completely attracted by the building in Area A. Fortunately, they still had time to intercept. Along the way, Fang Xiuyu was speculating on the possible crisis. According to common sense, a person who appears at the last minute is usually an ace character. This person may have a weapon with extremely destructive power. But the more he chased, the more Fang Xiuyu felt something was wrong. The route this person took was very strange. It was obvious that there was a flat road to take if he took a detour. But he chose the shortcut that took longer, as if he couldn't see the road conditions. Also, his movement speed was too slow, almost the same as a person running. By the time he ran to the gathering area, the crisis would probably be over. Unless this action was to do something outside the gathering area. For example, using mutants to surround the 2 areas or something. Fang Xiuyu kept guessing, but secretly felt that every guess was wrong. When the combat vehicle successfully intercepted the light spot halfway, his doubts reached the peak. What he saw was really just a person running. Now, this person was forced to cover his face by the light of the combat vehicle. Standing there, looking very weak, Fang Xiuyu suppressed his doubts and shouted to the figure. He originally thought that the man would turn around and run away. But he didn't expect that the other party would not only not run away, but put down his arms and walk towards the combat vehicle. Under the light, he saw the man's face clearly. Lu Bai? Fiery red hair, brown eyes. That face was the face of Lu Ji, who was very familiar to them. But they all knew that Lu Ji was in the back car, and the person in front of them should be Lu Bai, who pretended to be Lu Ji and fled after being exposed. Lu Bai. Why did he appear by himself? Unexpectedly, the person in front of him became nervous, shaking his head violently while running towards the combat vehicle. Captain, I'm not Lu Bai. I'm Lu Ji, she cried in a crying voice. Captain, Captain, you will definitely recognize me. I'm Lu Ji. Lu Ji. In a blink of an eye, the person in front of him had already run to the side window on Fang Xiuyu's side and slammed the car door. Captain, look at me. I'm Lu Ji. You said at the beginning that we would develop the most powerful weapons to sweep across this land and defeat the mutants. Captain, aren't we going to go further? You said I'm someone you can't live without. Captain, Captain. Fang Xiuyu's body froze. The nervous voices of Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi came from the back of the car. Captain, she's lying. After she escaped from the car that day, Lu Ji has been with us in the car. It's impossible for her to be suddenly replaced. Captain and Tang Zhe can see the positioning mark of the prosthesis, which means she has a prosthesis and her eyes are fake. And she hasn't put on the protective suit yet, so she can't be a normal person. Fang Xiuyu didn't say anything. After a long time, he slowly turned around and looked at Lu Ji in the back of the car. Lu Ji in the back car stared at him with brown eyes, seeming to feel wronged. Captain, I am Lu Ji. Facing the two people who were now completely indistinguishable, Fang Xiuyu was a little dazed for a moment. He blinked and looked outside the car again, only to find that the person outside the car had changed his expression. She? Why is she here? You get off. What do you want to do? You are not allowed to hurt the captain and my teammates. Lu Ji outside angrily slapped the car and moved towards the back car. Not long after, a prompt lit up on the panel. Warning of attack on the back door. Lu Bai. Get off. Stay away from the captain and others. Lu Bai. In the back car, Lu Ji shrank in fear and kept backing away from the front seat. Captain, Lu Bai is a lunatic, Lu Ji said in the car. Kill her. This sentence made Fang Xiuyu's pupils shrink subtly. He carefully retracted his gaze. Lu Bai is a member of the five-color stone, so she is too important to us. First, use the external capture device to control her. Put her in the isolation cabin, and then go back to interrogate her. The external capture device was activated, but Lu Ji outside the car saw it, suddenly screamed, and ran away. Guan Yingjian's breathing tightened. Captain. She ran away. Drive after her. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiuyu did not start the combat vehicle, but instead picked up his weapon. The combat vehicle is parked where it is. Everyone, wait for me in the car. After saying that, he turned around and jumped off the combat vehicle and rushed into the thick fog. Captain? Captain! Soon! Fang Xiuyu's figure was also submerged in the thick fog and disappeared. Guan Yingjian sighed helplessly, took over the control of the combat vehicle, and started tracking Fang Xiuyu at the same time. But unfortunately, for the tracking of the prosthetic light spot, only Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe can see it at present. Tang Zhe. Where is Lu Bai now? Tang Zhe pointed to the positioning map on the panel, a little bit ahead of the captain. Guan Yingjian nodded. Captain, the road ahead of you is dangerous. It may be a trap set by Lu Bai. 20 meters ahead. We can't chase you. Fang Xiuyu's voice rang out. Got it. Sure enough, before Lu Bai ran to the trap area, he suddenly turned around and ran in another direction. There was no obvious problem in that direction, but the terrain was complicated and it was very difficult to run. Looking at the map, Fang Xiuyu was being led around in circles. Captain, you are too far away from the combat vehicle, Guan Yingjian shouted. I'll drive to pick you up. The combat vehicle stopped where it was. Don't you understand? But the captain, in front, Lu Ji, As soon as the words fell, Lu Ji, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly opened the back of the car and jumped out. Lu Ji, come back! Several people shouted at her. Lu Ji did not look back, but resolutely rushed into the fog and disappeared inside. Lu Ji probably didn't want to see her family hurt the captain. Guan Yingjian shook his head. Sisters who have lived together for a long time are actually in such an identity. And they want to attack me. It would be difficult for anyone to accept it. There was silence in the car for a while. Suddenly, Tang Zai's breathing became rapid. The next second, he also opened the car door and jumped into the fog. Tang Zai? Guan Yingjian shouted. No. What's going on? Tang Zai always disobeys the captain's orders. You know that. Lu Tianyi shook her head. He always acts with the captain. How can he sit still when he is left alone in the car to watch the captain in danger? Lu Tianyi looked out the window, her eyes subtly changing. She looked at Tang Zai's figure going away, and her face gradually showed an unknown meaning. Let him go. Guan Yingjian held his forehead tightly. Since they are all going, why can't we drive a combat vehicle to chase them? Isn't this the fastest and safest way? How about I disobey the order once? The captain asked us to stop the combat vehicle where it is. He must have his reasons. Lu Tianyi patted him comfortingly. It may not be a good choice for everyone to go to one target. We stay here and provide them with support. Guan Yingjian nodded helplessly. On the other side, Tang Zai was running anxiously in the thick fog. Originally, he could see two locations, one from Fang Shuyu's wireless search ring, and the other from Lu Bai's prosthesis. But after Lu Ji jumped down, the number of locations he could see became 3. 3. This means that Lu Ji, who had been sitting in the car with him, also has a prosthesis. Chapter 129 exposed. Captain? Tang Zai rushed into the fog. Why didn't Fang Shuyu answer? Who took him away? Who was the one in the car? The coordinates of the wireless search ring were moving away from him. It seemed that Fang Shuyu was being taken further and further away. Apart from anything else, staying too long outside the gathering area would be at risk of contamination. Not to mention the complicated road conditions and the possible hidden dangers. Tang Zai gritted his teeth. Tang Zai, can you still see the captain's position? Guan Yingjian's voice came from the helmet. We suddenly lost the captain's signal. Tang Zai stopped and confirmed that the red numbers indicating the coordinates were still clearly visible. I can see it, he said. The captain is still some distance away from me. His vital signs are normal, and his movement speed has not changed significantly. He should be fine. I will continue to chase him. Huh? The light on the panel flashed, and then disappeared. The signal of the prosthesis is gone? For a moment, Tang Zai's blood seemed to solidify. The disappearance of the signal of the prosthesis means that neither he nor Fang Shuyu can confirm the location of either of the two Lu Ji. They have already moved away from the combat vehicle, and now they are alone. If they encounter danger, they will be powerless to resist. Yes, the signal of the prosthesis was originally set by Lu Bai, and it is very easy for her to turn it on or off. The current situation is to transfer them away from the combat vehicle so that they can be defeated one by one. Tang Zai's breathing became rapid. The last time they performed a mission in the old gathering area, it was the same situation. Fang Shuyu and Tang Zai were not in the combat vehicle, and Lu Bai suddenly launched an attack, almost defeating Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi. Later, the combat vehicle was lost for a while. If Fang Shuyu did not find it in the end, I am afraid that the two of them would have to run out of ammunition and food in the wild. Even if they were lucky enough to survive the attack, it would be difficult to walk back in the fog. Now, she's using the same trick again. After understanding all this, a surge of anger surged into Tang Zai's heart. The energy he had absorbed in the past gradually awakened from its slumber and became restless in his body. As the energy surged, his 5 senses also opened up. There was still flowing fog in front of him, but in his opinion, the information contained in the fog was unfolding little by little. Different depths and different directions of flow indicated that there were several energy emission points of different sizes in this fog. They could be small mutants in the distance, or a small quagmire containing unknown impurities. These energy information gradually pieced together a map in his brain, and everything hidden in the darkness appeared clearly in front of him. Tang Zai looked around and finally ran in one direction. He could only see Fang Shuyu's position now, but not the other two. But through the changes in the energy flow in the mist, He could feel that there were two people running in the distance. He could roughly read the direction of the two people's movement, but he couldn't know their exact location. So, he chose the one who was more likely to be chased by Fan Xiyu, and planned to outflank him from the other side. The energy flow in the air suddenly became weird. Tang Ze became more alert, but did not slow down. Not sure if it was an illusion. He felt that the sound in his ears was also quietly changing. There was always noise in the air. I don't know if it came from the gathering area or was caused by the wind in the complex terrain. But just now, those ordinary noises suddenly became sharp, as if someone was chanting. Poems floating in the wind? Who? Tang Ze stopped in confusion. He suddenly lost his sense of direction. The flow of energy became chaotic. All he could see was a vortex where countless currents converged. And he was in the center of the vortex. No matter where he went, the vortex always followed him, making it impossible for him to distinguish any other information. The next second, there was a huge disturbance in the air ahead. By the time he noticed it, the disturbance was already in front of him. It was a white light that appeared out of nowhere. ZZ. Tang Ze's pupils suddenly shrank, and he watched the white light coming towards him. But he had no time to dodge. Bang! He suddenly flew sideways, and was knocked to the ground. The white light passed through the place where he was originally standing, and dissipated unwillingly in the air. Tang Ze panted, and came to his senses. And then he saw the person who threw him down. A head of red hair, brown pupils, and a face full of panic. This is Tang Ze. I'm Lu Ji, she said. The weapon that just shot at you is my latest research and development. It has been modified specifically for animal mutants. The lethality is not at the same level as before. Lu Bai must have taken my weapon. She wants to kill you. Tang Ze looked at the person in front of him suspiciously. He couldn't tell who this person was based on his eye color and behavior. But there was one thing. Lu Bai's prosthetic eye was different from a normal human eye. It couldn't move freely, and would often freeze slightly. He was very familiar with Lu Bai's eyes. Now, the person in front of him didn't show that strange reaction. It was Lu Ji. Tang Ze didn't reveal his judgment, but continued to show a suspicious look. You said you were Lu Ji. But why do you have the signal of a prosthetic body? I didn't say I didn't have a prosthetic body, Lu Ji said aggrievedly. I did change it a long time ago. Just a little toe. I thought it was cool at the time. But later I realized it, and stopped doing it. Who knew that lunatic had been replacing his body with a prosthesis? Tang Ze's guard was mostly down, but he still didn't show it. Tell me about your experience these days from beginning to end. When were you replaced by Lu Bai? Lu Ji looked at him, her eyes drooping, and she almost cried. I wasn't replaced at the beginning. I don't know why Aunt Lu suddenly said I was Lu Bai. And then she and Uncle Guan wanted to subdue me. I had to run out of the car. I was thinking of going to that building to find the captain, who would definitely recognize me. But who would have thought? Lu Bai was hiding under the car. And as soon as I left, she pretended to be me and took my place. Since then, I have been running in the fog. Lu Ji's voice became softer and more rapid, as if she was afraid. I wanted to go back to find the captain, but for some reason, I couldn't get out of this place. Until I heard the sound from the gathering area just now. I knew where to run, but I didn't expect to meet you halfway. Tang Ze frowned. This statement is completely different from Lu Tiany's. According to Lu Tiany and Guan Yingjian, Lu Ji in the car did have many strange reactions, especially eye movements. Later, Lu Ji was forced to escape, and the sound was heard from under the car again. So they naturally thought that the one hiding under the car was the real Lu Ji. After that day, the Lu Ji under the car has been following them back to the gathering area, and then went out to perform tasks together today. But this judgment must be based on the fact that Lu Tiany and Guan Yingjian's statements are correct. Guan Yingjian has been subjected to several mental attacks recently, and hallucinations cannot be ruled out. And Lu Tiany served as his rehabilitation therapist, and she might use this to control him. The statement that the person under the car was Lu Ji is wrong in itself. Lu Ji was not replaced somewhere else, but was replaced in front of everyone. In this way, the real Lu Ji was taken as Lu Bai and fled abroad, while Lu Bai stayed in the special forces as Lu Ji. This method is perfect, compared with the original failed plan of unintentional exposure. This is more like the work of Wu Seisher. Then Lu Tiany, is she in the same group with Lu Bai? She pretended to be at odds with Lu Bai, while exposing Lu Bai's disguise, and confirming Lu Bai's identity as Wu Seisher. It was Lu Tiany's seemingly accusatory words that made Lu Bai became the Lu Ji in everyone's eyes. How could it be? How could it be? Tang Zai's mind was in a mess. What is true? Who can be trusted? No. None of them. He knew from the beginning that these people cannot be trusted. But Fang Xiuyu believed. He believed in Lu Bai, Lu Ji, and Lu Tianyi. The energy around him began to flow again, as if countless screams and shouts were swirling around him. He was the center of these roars, chasing and tearing. Everything was rushing towards him, and also tearing him apart. Tang Zai's eyes suddenly emitted a green light, and his pupils shrank into a needle shape. He pinched the wrist of the person in front of him, almost crushing it. Only the little toe was replaced? But this arm seems to be a prosthesis too. The pupils of the person in front of him shrank, and the next second, Tang Zai pinched his neck. This aorta seems to be real. No. It's okay if it's fake. Whether it's blood or something flowing in it. If it can't flow to the brain, there will be problems. Right? He put some strength on his fingers. It's not just the eye color. The unnatural tremor of your eyeballs is all fake. Right? The strongest prosthesis master in the entire A area. A member of the 5-color stone. Your skills are almost impossible to distinguish. How could you leave such an obvious flaw in the eyes? Unless you left it there on purpose. Tang Zai clenched his hands tightly. The person he held in his hand did not show any pain in his eyes, but a hint of joy. Being high profile is actually your best disguise. Just like your name. Because it has been known for a long time. No one has ever doubted its meaning. You have been showing people with red hair and red eyes for a long time. Just to make people remember this highly recognizable face. And your eyes are artificial eyes, which will cause unnatural tremors. This is something that all District A knows. You just want everyone to get used to it. After that, as long as you change your eye color and the nystagmus disappears, no one will doubt your identity. No one would have thought that your artificial eye could actually be made just like an ordinary eye. The light in Tang Zai's eyes became stronger. He did not notice that a faint black mist rose around his body. Tell me, Lu Bai, what do you want to do? Lu Bai looked at him in silence for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Her face was twisted uncontrollably because of pain, and her smile at this time made her look more elusive and more terrifying. I didn't know why Safar was so obsessed with you, and I didn't understand why Fang Xiuyu valued you. But now, I know. She chuckled. You are the person we are looking for. There is no doubt about it. Where is the real Lu Ji? What is the truth? Lu Bai showed a half smile. What I just said is true. That is the truth. From Lu Ji's perspective, that is everything she encountered. She was suspected by her trusted teammates for some reason, and then was forced to get off the car. And then she has been wandering around. Have you colluded with Lu Tianyi? That's not true. Lu Bai said. She doesn't like me. That's true. We have known each other for a long time. So I know that using her to do this step will be the best effect. Tang Zai's fingers shrank. In other words, Lu Tianyi saw Lu Ji's eyeballs suddenly start to tremble. And it was you who did it. What's going on? Are Lu Ji's eyes also artificial eyes? The next second, Lu Bai's words almost made Tang Zai's brain go blank. Lu Ji has more than just artificial eyes. Her whole body is artificial. And I made it myself according to my own image. She is not my relative, but my work, the most perfect one. Lu Bai smiled again. And it was creepy. She has no so-called growth experience. And she has no thoughts of her own. All her thoughts and actions are evolved from the initial settings that I input into her artificial brain. Lu Ji is a complete bionic person. Chapter 130, I'll give you 2 gifts too. Tang Zai's body froze, and his fingers loosened a little. You? Why would anyone believe your words? Believe it or not. Lu Bai's eyes returned to their lifeless state, and he looked like an exquisite puppet. Cold, calculating, confusing goals and rules of conduct. This person actually said that he was a real person and Lu Ji was a bionic person. Tang Zai thought with disgust. How could she say that? Unlike others, Lu Ji is one piece, so it is more difficult to check her secrets. Lu Bai chuckled. However, even if they are half prosthetic and half original, if I want, the 2 districts can't tell the real from the fake. It's as easy to fool human instruments as it is to fool their eyes. Amid Tang Zai's increasingly stiff expression, Lu Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. This is a secret. I'll only tell you. Tang Zai tried his best to maintain the movement of his hands. But because of his distraction, his strength leaked out uncontrollably. If what Lu Bai said was true, her prosthetic could fool all the equipment in the gathering area. Then those who are now known to have installed prosthetics may not be all of them. Perhaps there are many more hidden characters, still lurking in every corner of District A. For her use, Tang Zai's hands trembled involuntarily. No. Lu Bai was so good at lying. Maybe she was lying too. Yes. She was probably just bluffing. He had seen the appearance of the prosthesis. That unique internal structure, which could be easily detected with just a scan. How could it be possible? But what if she deliberately showed the riddle prosthesis to others? Just to let everyone relax their vigilance. Lu Bai noticed Tang Zai's thoughts. And a smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. She blinked. And her pupil color changed every time she opened her eyes. After 2 times, her irises turned red again. Looking at those eyes, Tang Zai's anger surged up again. He clamped Lu Bai's neck again, until she could no longer maintain that expression. What do you 5-colored stones want to do? Speak. Lu Bai did not answer. But her expression was obviously painful. The skin on her neck was broken, and bright red blood seeped onto Tang Zai's fingers. The next second, the blood suddenly disappeared. Black mist flowed out from Tang Zai's fingers and flowed into her blood vessels. Lu Bai's iris shook violently several times like a flipped card, and the red was flipped away, replaced by a turbid gray-brown. The iris flipped a few more times, slowly changing from gray-brown to clear, showing a dark green appearance. Seeing the change in her eyes, Tang Zai suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at his fingers and found that the tips of his nails had turned dark green. The tips of his fingers seemed to slowly turn into smoke, and the shapes became blurred. He choked and suddenly retracted his hand. Lu Bai recovered, raised his head, and gasped like a dying fish. Her eyes continued to roll. The ink faded a little bit, and the red finally appeared again. And Tang Zai still stared at his fingers blankly. His fingertips were still blurry, emitting a kind of energy that only he could see, fluctuating with his movements and blending into the surrounding fog. Tangza, the gathering area can't accommodate you. Lu Bai struggled to say. Follow us. Become our god. Tangza seemed to be unable to hear her words, and his hands kept shaking in the air. After a long time, he carefully approached his hands and tried to touch them together. Who? The moment the 2 fingertips touched, the blur disappeared. Tangza blinked, and the weirdness did not appear again. His fingers returned to their original state, and the touch did not change at all, as if everything before was just an illusion caused by his being blinded by the fog. Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. His tense body relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground. Lu Bai struggled to turn over, slowly crawled to Tang Zai's side, and grabbed his hand. Tang Zai, I beg you. Now, come with us. Tang Zai raised his head, his eyes full of disdain and hatred. Huh? He sneered. Even if I can't stay in the gathering area, I won't join you. You and Safar, or any other stone. Give up this idea. Lu Bai looked at him, with a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. You will eventually become ours. If you are that person, then you will eventually become us. She shook her head. But I still hope that you can join now, rather than wait until everything is irreversible. Seeing that Tang Zai still had the same expression, Lu Bai lowered her eyes. When she raised her head again, her eyes were full of begging. Then please at least, don't stay with Fang Xiyu. Tang Zai's expression did not change. Why? You will die in his hands. Tang Zai's heart shrank suddenly. You have read the file, but not all of it. Now, I can tell you the other part. Lu Bai said. Everything that happens in the future has been determined. It is recorded and scattered all over the world. We don't know who wrote it down and hid it. We only know that the parts we have found so far are happening exactly as they were. She moved closer. You want to know what the 5-colored stones are used for? I can tell you that one of the things we are doing is to find these records. Find them and piece them together. When all the fragments are restored into a picture, the past and the future will be clear before us. At that time, we will naturally know where humanity will go. Tang Zai interrupted her. Who is Nuwa? She is the supreme god. Lu Bai said piously. She found us and guided us. She will save humanity. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say that? You haven't seen miracles, so of course you don't believe in God. When you see it, you will understand that God really exists. Tang Zai frowned. Then why do you have to find me? Safar, why do you keep pestering me? Because God predicted that a person would appear, and he would become God among us. Only when we find him can we have hope. God predicted that God would appear? Oh, only you would believe such inexplicable words. Perhaps they are not the same God. Or perhaps they are different forms or stages of God. We don't know yet. Because we haven't found more records. We have never found that person. Lu Bai raised her head. And her eyes were no longer mocking, but replaced by a kind of faint enthusiasm. You are the closest to the description of God among the people I have ever seen, she said. When Safar said it, I didn't believe it. But just now, I believed it. Tang Zai looked at her with indifference and boredom in his eyes. Lu Bai was not affected by this indifference. On the contrary, she became more excited. Tang Zai, your memory is also incomplete. Even more incomplete than that of ordinary people. Isn't it? Have you ever thought about what happened before your memory? Hearing this, Tang Zai's pupil shrank subtly. I have been in Area A for a long time. At least as long as I can remember. Lu Bai said. Since I can remember, I have seen those prophecies come true one by one. The people who will appear in the prophecy will eventually appear. Everything we have experienced is God's will. Tang Zai sneered and shook his head. You are really hopeless. He stood up. It has been long enough. I will not accompany you anymore. Tell others about your ridiculous statements. Lu Bai's eyes darkened. He's coming. Right? Yes. Tang Zai sneered. Even if you didn't make this thing, he would definitely find me and come to me. Lu Bai lowered his head. It seems that the future will definitely come as expected. Her voice was very soft, and only she could hear it. After that, she also stood up and took Tang Zai's arm. Safar gave you a gift. Since you don't want to go with me, I will also give you 2 gifts. She pointed to Tang Zai's wrist. One is a wireless search ring. No matter what happens, all its functions will not disappear. And it is different from ordinary prosthesis and will never hurt you. The other one is... Bang. Lu Bai's body shook violently. Her arm was still holding Tang Zai, but her body and arm were separated and fell backwards. Already almost there? Really? His movement speed is really fast. It's not like a human being. Lu Bai fell to the ground and chuckled. The next second, her other hand was shot again, and her arm flew straight out. This action could not kill her, but at least it could prevent her from doing anything to hurt Tang Zai. Then, Tang Zai seemed to feel something, and his body lost strength and fell back heavily. A pair of strong hands appeared and caught him in his arms. Tang Zai raised his eyes. Captain. Fang Xiyu gasped for breath, his eyes full of anxiety. Tang Zai. Are you okay? I'm fine. Tang Zai forced a smile. Fortunately, the captain arrived in time. Okay. Don't be afraid. I'll take you back right away. Seeing this scene, Lu Bai, who was lying on the ground, suddenly laughed out loud. Fang Xiyu and Tang Zai looked at her warily. At this time, a person walked out of the shadow behind Fang Xiyu. Lu Bai. Lu Ji's face appeared in front of her, with some sadness in her eyes. I'm sorry. I don't plan to be sisters with you anymore. I want to stand with the special forces. Lu Bai laughed even harder. Lu Ji, don't you know who you are? She laughed so hard that she was out of breath. Sister? Is that how you view your maker? It's incredible that the incomplete program can still run self-consistently until today. Lu Ji's eyes showed a trace of confusion and panic. Maker, what are you talking about? Incomplete cognition and memory, haha. Lu Bai sneered. You are not the only one like this. Aren't all the people in the entire gathering area like this? You don't know the past, the future, or your fate of being played with. You are actually willing to live for these organizations and work for them. Lu Ji looked at Fang Xiyu in horror. Fang Xiyu hugged Tang Zai tightly with one hand and pointed a gun at Lu Bai with the other. Don't say anything more. Even if the memory is incomplete, the responsibility is eternal. And the feelings generated by the interaction between people, these are not fake. Tang Zai's eyes lit up a little. Lu Bai fell to the ground and laughed even crazier. Emotions? Ha ha ha. Do you think emotions can't be calculated? These things have long been. Bang. This shot was not fired by Fang Xiyu, but by Lu Ji. The gun did not hit Lu Bai, but just brushed her hair and fell on the ground behind her. I was wrong. I thought you were just too paranoid. You could still be saved. Lu Ji said tremblingly. But now it seems that you are not a human being at all. Lu Bai was stunned in place. And after a while, she suddenly laughed. She looked at Tang Zai and said the last sentence to him. Watch out. My second gift. Fang Xiuyu stared at her nervously, guarding against her doing anything to hurt Tang Zai. A few seconds passed, and Lu Bai did nothing except fall to the ground with a half-smile. But a strange sound came from their side. The gun in Lu Ji's hand fell to the ground, and then her body fell straight down. The air suddenly became foggy, a black fog like the abyss. Before the fog dissipated, they heard Lu Bai's laughter again. I just dismantled her operating program. Without these things, she is nothing. Keep her safe. Captain Fang of the Special Forces. She chose to stay here herself. The laughter faded away. Chapter 131 Brain Death. Lu Ji? Fang Xiuyu turned around and saw Lu Ji lying straight on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, but they were like a pool of stagnant water. Tang Zai also looked over, and his heart tightened. There was no doubt that Lu Ji was no longer alive. As Lu Bai said, she lost all consciousness in an instant and became a body that looked very close to humans. There was no heartbeat, no blood flow, and no thoughts in the body. Lu Bai did not lie about this. Fang Xiuyu looked at Tang Zai hesitantly, and when he saw him nod to him lightly, he carefully let him go and rushed towards Lu Ji. Lu Ji? Lu Ji? Don't be afraid. The captain will take you back immediately. We will go to treat. It's useless. Captain, Tang Zai said softly. Lu Ji will no longer respond. Fang Xiuyu turned around, his face full of disbelief. Lu Ji is a one-piece bionic person made by Lu Bai. She is a prosthesis from the inside out. Her thoughts all come from the humanoid thought fragments collected by Lu Bai. And she has been constantly self-renewing since an initial program, and has become what we know now. Fang Xiuyu froze in place. What? Tang Zai squatted down beside Lu Ji and pointed the light at her eyes. Her pupils did not shrink under the light, which is usually used as a basis for judging whether a person is brain dead. But Lu Ji was not brain dead in the true sense, but had lost her brain. At this moment, the subtle difference between the prosthesis and the human body was particularly obvious. This body would not be injured, would not age, and would not slowly turn blue-black due to brain death and then decay bit by bit, without the control of thoughts. It would sleep like this forever, would not wake up, and would not really die. Fang Xiuyu saw this, and sadness slowly welled up in his eyes. He knew that Tang Zai was right. This body was undoubtedly a prosthesis. Originally, he was still wondering why Lu Ji could wander alone in the wild for so many days, when her protective suit failed, and she lacked water and food. Now, he knew. It was just that Lu Ji probably didn't understand until she died that she was a bionic person. No matter how incomplete the initial program Lu Bai gave her was, her memory of living in Area A was not false. And her feelings for the Special Forces were not false. When she was suspected, she always wanted to find Fang Xiuyu to prove her innocence. And when she found out that Lu Bai replaced her identity and joined the Special Forces, she was more worried that Lu Bai would hurt her teammates. Fang Xiuyu looked at Lu Ji's lifeless eyes, opened her mouth to say something, but finally swallowed it all. He never thought that Lu Ji would leave so suddenly. In this way, he was not ready to accept it. Tang Zai looked at Lu Ji's face, and his eyes gradually darkened, except for no reaction. This body seemed to have frozen in time, not afraid of pollution and microbial erosion. No matter where it is placed, no matter how long it is placed, she will always be so perfect. This is probably Lu Bai's ultimate goal, to create a person with normal human thoughts and an incorruptible body. It's just that this goal is too difficult to achieve, and the two can never be achieved at the same time. Lu Bai probably found that it is impossible to import all human thoughts into places outside the human body, whether it is a virtual system or a bionic human body. So she could only settle for the next best thing, and try to replace the normal human body step by step in order to get closer to her ideal. She may not know that compared with Lu Ji, she is more like the incomplete one, whether it is the original body that has been replaced by the prosthesis, or the life full of calculations and exploitation of people around her. In everyone's eyes, Lu Ji is much more complete than her. Fang Xiuyu slowly picked up Lu Ji's body and walked back step by step. Lu Ji, we are back to the team. Don't worry. We will all remember you. We will miss you. Even if she becomes a model. Lu Ji's short life will not be forgotten. Looking at Fang Shuyu's back, a thought suddenly flashed through Tang Zei's mind. When he asked Lu Bai why she suddenly chose to join the special forces, Lu Bai said, "Because Captain Fang is a reliable person. I believe he will protect the things I cherish just like he protects you." Did Lu Bai mean that she believed Fang Shuyu would preserve Lu Ji's body? This thought only appeared for a moment, and Tang Zei laughed at himself. How could Lu Bai care about Lu Ji? This is too much of a compliment to her. Shamelessly using people who believed in her time and time again, wanting to destroy them all, talking nonsense about gods and fate. How could a madman like her care about anything? Besides, in her eyes, Lu Ji was nothing. Tang Zei put away these unreasonable thoughts and followed Fang Shuyu's steps. He didn't realize that before Lu Bai disappeared, the pair of sad red eyes had quietly imprinted into his mind. "Captain, don't be too sad." After the door of the dormitory was closed, Tang Zei said softly. Fang Shuyu's back stayed in front of him for a while, and suddenly turned around and walked towards him, hugging him tightly. Tang Zei let Fang Shuyu hug him, and then bent down and buried his head in his neck, as if asking for some comfort. The two stood there for a long time. Dealing with Lu Ji was not that smooth. After they carried Lu Ji back to the combat vehicle, they did not continue to search in vain for the prosthetic signals that had long disappeared, but immediately returned to Area A. The clearing work in Area A had not yet been completed, and the buildings had not been opened. Before that, they could only leave the combat vehicle outside the building complex and stay inside as a team. During that time, Fang Shuyu briefly explained Lu Ji's matter. After hearing that she was used to confirm Lu Ji's fake identity, Lu Tianyi fell into a long silence. She, who had always been straight, seemed to hunch down all of a sudden, and her body was buried in the shadows. She looked out the window, her eyes reflecting something obscure. "Aunt Lu, don't take it too seriously. No one expected Lu Ji's identity. From the beginning, this was already Lu Bai's plan. No one said it clearly, but everyone understood it. The reason why the five-colored stone could grasp the movements of the special forces was probably from Lu Ji. Lu Bai rejected Fang Shuyu's invitation to join the special forces on the surface, but secretly arranged Lu Ji's eyes. In this way, she could maintain her independent actions and use Lu Ji to understand the special forces' every move. Although Lu Ji did not know that she was leaking secrets subjectively, she was even trying to fight for the special forces. Lu Bai. But she still inevitably became a weapon to stab the special forces. This situation is too cruel. Not only Lu Tianyi, but even Fang Shuyu himself was involved early. Everyone she wants to contact, want to use, are jumping into her trap step by step. She can even calculate the entire A area, let alone the special forces. Tang Zei thought with disgust. Just thinking about it, the head on his shoulders suddenly moved. Tang Zei retracted his thoughts and found that Fang Shuyu was not quite right. So he reached out and hugged his back and stroked it a few times. "Captain, don't think about it anymore." Fang Shuyu did not answer, but quietly rubbed his eyes on Tang Zei's shoulder. "After Lu Ji found out that it was me sitting in the car, she didn't do anything to avoid it, but ran straight towards the car, because she believed that I wouldn't hurt her." Fang Shuyu's voice came muffled. She thought that the others were deceived by Lu Bai, but I was sure that I could recognize her. So she had to come to me no matter what. It was because of her that I thought there might be something wrong with the person in the car. So I decided to get out of the car alone and chase her. She trusted me so much, and I couldn't let her down. If I appeared in front of her alone, she would let down her guard and tell me everything without reservation. Tang Zei didn't speak, waiting for him to continue. "What Lu Ji told me is similar to the truth Lu Bai told you. At that time, she escaped from the car after being suspected by Aunt Lu, just to find me in the building. She ran away suddenly because she saw you next to her. She was very frightened at that time, and no one dared to believe it except me. But unfortunately, I didn't catch up with her that day. But I caught up with the combat vehicle first." Fang Shuyu's voice softened. "Why is it like this?" Tang Zei hugged his head and stroked it gently a few times. "The captain also said that this was a plan that Lu Bai had set up from the beginning. From the moment we met Lu Ji, no one could escape this ending. Even if it's not today, Lu Ji will eventually leave us. This was destined from the moment she was born." After saying this, Tang Zei's heart was suddenly stabbed, and his fingers suddenly shrank. As if sensing his movements, Fang Shuyu raised his head from his shoulder and looked at him through the tip of his nose. What about you? You won't leave, right? Even if everyone else leaves. You won't leave, right? Tang Zai's eyes dodged for a moment. And finally, he raised his head and forced a smile. I am the Captain Sentinel. Wherever the captain is, I will be there. Fang Xiyu looked at him steadily. And after a long time, he finally laughed out loud. He held Tang Zai's face and rubbed it hard. You are no longer a sentinel, Tang Zai. You are a combat team member of Area A. You have made many contributions. And you bravely fought in the dark for the benefit of mankind. Now everyone in Area A knows your name. Tang Zai was rubbed so hard that he couldn't make any expression, and could only nod reluctantly. Fang Xiyu rubbed it for a while, and finally held his face carefully, gently stroking his cheek with his fingers. You got off the car to chase me at that time. Were you worried about me? I saw that Lu Ji, who jumped out of the car, also had the signal of the prosthesis, and I felt something was wrong. However, this was probably also deliberately released by Lu Bai to lure me down, Tang Zai said. Even if it wasn't because of that signal, I would have gone to find the captain after a long time. The pollution concentration outside the gathering area is relatively high. If the captain is exposed outside for a long time, it will also be dangerous. Fang Xiyu looked at him with soft eyes. I left you in the car at that time. Did you blame me? I didn't tell you anything. I just jumped down. Tang Zai stretched out his hand and covered his hand. I know the captain has a plan in mind. I also know that the captain will not care about me. Fang Xiyu smiled slowly. I didn't say anything because I was afraid of arousing Lu Bai's suspicion. Also, I know that if the person in the car is really Lu Bai, she will not do anything if you are there, because the 5 colored stones all care about you. Then the captain isn't afraid that I will really run away with the 5 colored stones? Tang Zai asked back. Fang Xiyu's fingers tightened a little, but his eyes were not nervous, but revealed a sense of satisfaction of winning. Oh, will you? Didn't you choose me a long time ago? Tang Zai choked for a while, and finally looked away unwillingly and curled his lips. It seems that he should not be too proud. Now, there is no sense of crisis at all. Fang Xiyu pinched his face. What are you thinking about? Tang Zai came back to his senses. I think the captain should not say I don't want me to take risks with you in the future. Fang Xiyu was stunned. I still hope that I can be someone who dares to fight when I am by the captain's side, instead of tripping up the captain's steps. Fang Xiyu looked at him and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, he touched the corner of Tang Zai's eyes cherishingly and said softly, Okay. Then we will be like before. Yes. Just like before. No. Fang Xiyu's voice suddenly became hurried. Not everything can be the same as before. Tang Zai looked at him in confusion, but saw that he was getting closer and closer. Not everything can be like before. The air in front of him became hot. Tang Zai. I walked outside alone for so long today. I must have inhaled pollution. His breath gently blew on Tang Zai's face. Help me with treatment. Tang Zai was forced to lower his eyes due to the close distance. The captain said I need treatment. So, Fang Xiyu closed his eyes, but frowned slightly. Unlike the last time, he seemed to be corroded by something, and wanted to ask Tang Zai for a good medicine. It was just that it was not his body that was corroded, but some beliefs deep in his heart. Those things he firmly believed in. Cracks appeared silently. Tang Zai let him take what he wanted, and gently stretched out his hand to hug his neck. At the moment when his fingertips touched his skin, the image of him pinching Lu Bai's neck overlapped with the scene in front of him in a flash. Tang Zai opened his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He seemed to see his fingertips become blurred again, and saw the black mist flowing out of his fingers and seeping into the blood vessels of the person in front of him. He suddenly retracted his hand. Fang Xiyu was unaware. He pulled the hand that was retracting hard and held it tightly in his own hand. I've caught you. From now on, I won't let go. The warmth flowed into Tang Zai's palm little by little, but it couldn't dissolve the dark cloud that condensed in his heart. Chapter 132 Disbandment. It was 3 days later when they returned to the office area again. The cleanup of the office building was still to be continued, but because of the tentacles that broke out in various parts of Area A, the office building was no longer considered a key dangerous area. In Area now, it would be the same no matter which building you stayed in. Under the command of the management office and the chief's office, the crisis was successfully resolved in less than a few hours. But for Area A, the hidden dangers were still not eliminated. Similarly, Even more dangerous attacks could occur at any time. But since there are no extra vacant buildings in the gathering area to accommodate so many people, the top management began to consider relocating the gathering area. The Special Forces team resumed work at this time. It still feels familiar, Fan Qiyu said. His tone returned to normal, as if he had completely walked out of the matter of Lu Ji and Lu Bai. There was no fiery figure in the hall today. The weapons research room deep in the cave was also completely empty. The hall was strangely silent. Everyone looked at Fan Qiyu, waiting for his next words. Where the Special Forces team would go. It all depends on his next performance. Tang Zhe also looked at him like everyone else. In the past few days, except for the time when he was meeting with his superiors, Fan Qiyu was either silent alone or hugging Tang Zhe, burying his face in his shoulder without saying a word. He didn't go back to his room the previous 2 nights, and insisted on holding Tang Zhe's hand and sitting together to look at the stars on the ceiling. So today, when Fan Qiyu woke up in the morning, his expression had returned to his original state. Tang Zhe had no idea what Fan Qiyu would say. Maybe he would pretend that this incident had not happened and let everyone continue their research as before. Maybe everyone would pretend together tacitly. But after this incident, can the Special Forces return to the past? I will do my best to fight for Lu Ji's matter. The current result is that, after the necessary research is completed on her body, it will be properly preserved, Fan Qiyu said. The Special Forces team now has no one in charge of weapons production, but at least the 2 generations of weapons that Lu Ji has made have been preserved, as well as the data and information from her past production. I will hand these things over to the Special Weapons Production Department in Area A, so that they can learn them and continue Lu Ji's research. Several people looked at each other. After this incident, we can all see that the goal of Area A has really changed. Now not only the External Development Department, but all departments have been mobilized. Everyone has heard the determination of the chief. And I believe that the ideals, when the Special Forces team was established, have been partially realized. This may be one of the things Lu Bai left behind, that we should be thankful for. Fan Qiyu took a deep breath. Next, the entire district will be reorganized. All departments will be replanned. And the goal is to expand outward. The Special Forces will no longer be the core of this goal. And the obstacles we faced in the past no longer exist. In this sense, the Special Forces are no longer necessary, he said, as he raised his head and looked at everyone with a half-smile. Each of you has the ability to be independent in your own field, and even lead an entire department. In the future, you will have more resources and rights, and you will be able to advance your research faster. So, he pursed his lips. The history of the Special Forces probably ends here. After saying this, the hall fell into a longer silence. Tang Zhe was stunned. He thought that after Fan Qiyu finished talking about Lu Ji, he would give them an inspiring speech like in the past. No matter what, they have been through so much. As long as Fan Qiyu opened his mouth, they could still come together. But he didn't expect Fan Qiyu to say such a result. The Special Forces are going to be disbanded? Fan Qiyu looked at Tang Zhe. His eyes dodged for a moment, as if he was sorry for not telling them in advance. Ahem. Don't feel too burdened. In the past, we came together for the same goal, and now we are separated for the same goal. Wouldn't it be better if the whole district worked together? There was nothing wrong with what he said. But for some reason, the whole hall was shrouded in a low pressure. A few minutes later, special prompts sounded on the panels of several people. That was the transfer order for the new appointment. When everyone finished reading the information, Fan Qiyu looked at the expressions on their faces and smiled. How is it? Are you all satisfied? Several people raised their heads and looked at him with complicated eyes. There is no doubt that Fan Qiyu has fought for the best place for them. Even if they leave the protection of the Special Forces, they will not be treated unfairly in Area A in the future. They have obtained positions that match their abilities, and can enjoy the top research resources in Area A, which is more unlimited than before. Lu Tiani raised her head first. Captain, where will you go? The others also raised their heads. Me. Fan Qiyu laughed. I am a combat personnel. Of course, I am responsible for combat-related work. Area A will need a large number of active combat personnel in the future. According to the level of the combat troops in Area A in recent years, it will take a long time to train. When the reorganization of the combat team is finalized, I will be responsible for the training and management of these personnel. Before that, I will still take over the work of the director of the External Development Department. Several people lowered their heads again. Hey, don't be so dull. Fang Xiuyu suddenly laughed. Area A is so small. And the cooperation between departments will be very close in the future. We will still interact frequently at work. Besides, when we are free, we can still have dinner together often. By then, everyone will definitely have more fun than now. Ha ha ha. If Lu Ji was here, she would probably jump out excitedly to agree with him. But now, no one can be happy. Even if it's fake. Fang Xiuyu put away his smile and pursed his lips. Finally, he sighed softly. There is no work today. Everyone can go back and pack up the necessary materials. Someone will notify you of the arrangements for the new department later. Several people hesitated for a while, and finally went back to the depths of the cave. Only Tang Zai and Fang Xiuyu were left in the hall. Captain. Tang Zai's voice came muffled. Such a big thing. The captain didn't reveal anything. Fang Xiuyu glanced at him and quickly looked away. Sorry. I was afraid that you would keep thinking about it after knowing it. So I thought it would be better to announce it together today. I just made up my mind. 2. Captain. Are you afraid I will stop you? Fang Xiuyu lowered his head. You won't? Tang Zai didn't answer. He actually didn't know what his attitude would be. It's obvious that it's better for these people with different concerns to work together and go their separate ways. But, does he really have feelings for this patchwork team? I know. This decision can only be made by me, Fang Xiuyu said. After so many years of preparation, it's not easy to get everyone here. I'm the one who least wants the special forces to disband. But at this point, if we keep you here, it will restrict you. Besides, the mission of the special forces has been completed. We should be happy. Tang Zai pursed his lips. What about me? Where should I go? He did not receive the transfer order. Where do you want to go? Fang Xiuyu said, looking at the floor. You are now a formal combat personnel in Area A. And you have such outstanding experience. You can lead the team yourself. Or, you can also transfer to another position. Area A is so big. Unlike the special forces, you will have many choices. The captain doesn't need anyone around him? Tang Zai said, pretending to be angry. Or, do you want to change someone? Fang Xiuyu raised his head. No. I don't want to change. Why would I want to change? His voice dropped. Although it is sad to be separated in the short term, in the long run, everyone can use their true abilities to do greater things. I have always known your abilities. You can have a bigger stage to play. Not just in combat. Or you can do tactics like Guan Yingjian. So you don't need to go into battle yourself, which will be less burdensome for your body. He said this, but his tone did not sound like he was willing. Anyway, we still live together. And then? So the captain asked me if I would leave because I wanted to leave on my own. Tang Zai sneered. Since I am already a regular soldier in Area A, I should have the right to apply for a transfer. Right? I'll ask. Fang Xiuyu panicked. No. After the captain is promoted, he probably won't have to go to the front line. And he won't have to worry about inhaling pollution. There's really no need for me to stay. Fang Xiuyu grabbed Tang Zai's hand. Scared? Of course I'm not. I'm scared to death. Tang Zai looked at him coldly. Don't be angry. Fang Xiuyu's voice softened. I just think that you have something more suitable than fighting. Now that you have the opportunity to choose, maybe you can give it a try. For example, you can also go to the research department, like Aunt Lu and the others. Tang Zai was stunned for a moment. He suddenly thought of what Lu Bai said. Before you left the bunker, you had a foundation in biology. What kind of person was he before he was forced to become a sentry and had no choice to join the special forces? Just thinking about it. Fang Xiuyu squeezed his hand. Don't be angry. Think about it again. Huh? If you are still willing to choose to fight, then we will continue to be partners. Okay. Tang Zai's expression eased a little. Just be partners? Fang Xiuyu's eyes lit up. And this time he really smiled. Not only that, but we can also do other things. Just then, other people came out of the cave and interrupted their conversation. It seemed that they came to say goodbye to Fang Xiuyu. Yuka Yuri walked in front, and words appeared on the panel above his head. We have a gift for the captain. It was almost cut during the broadcast, but we hacked into the recording device and cut off this part. The two of them didn't know what they were talking about. And then Fang Xiuyu received a message on his panel. He opened it in confusion. A video appeared on the panel. which seemed to be a real-time transmission during the battle. The content of the video was that the two of them fell down the pipe and hugged each other. Little Green Rose. The captain is in your hands. Captain, notify us when the time comes, and we will give you a gift. Tang Zai died on the spot. Fang Shuyu's pupils trembled, and he turned off the panel in a panic, and smiled reluctantly. Hee. Thanks to you, ahem. Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi followed closely behind. They didn't seem to see what Yukuri said, and their faces were serious. Captain, before leaving the special forces, please allow us to report some of the last research. Fang Shuyu calmed down and nodded. Lu Tianyi opened the public broadcast panel. Several reports appeared on the panel. It seemed that they took a lot of effort to organize. They should have been completed a long time ago instead of just now. This report is my research on the tentacles that appeared in the gathering area this time. Time and samples are limited. If there is a chance to continue contact in the future, I will inform the captain of the updated report privately. This is based on my past understanding of Lu Bai. Fang Shuyu nodded. Thank you for your hard work. And Lu Tianyi was silent for a while, looked at Fang Shuyu, and then looked at Guan Yingjian. Another report is about some past events in the old gathering area, she whispered. Everything I remember is here. Chapter 133, Pandora's Box. I did a simple study based on the tentacle samples in the extraction machine and the remains at the scene, Lu Tianyi said. Everyone, please read this report first. A thick tentacle appeared on the panel. If you zoom in, you will find that it is composed of countless slender worms. The tentacle we see should have evolved from the things that were originally hidden in Lu Bai's body. That thing looks like a worm, and its characteristic is that it will grow wildly under certain conditions. This is somewhat similar to the hair fungus. The difference is that the hair fungus is rooted in the mud cell and survives on the nutrients of the cell itself. Once it encounters living cells, the trichophyton will quickly erode the organism, which is its terrifying part. And the substance on which these tentacles grow is not the cell body, but the tissue fluid. The tissue fluid is the fluid between cells and ordinary organisms. It does not belong to the organism itself, but only provides an environment for the organism. But the tissue fluid can also prompt many scattered cells to stick together in a certain way, which is enough to make the scattered cells act collectively. Lu Tianyi adjusted the panel, and a tank of water and a mud puddle appeared on it. This product, similar to tissue fluid, must not appear alone, but was born together with mud cells. When we first saw mud cells underground, they would stick into mud cell clusters of different sizes because of the effect of this tissue fluid. The extraction work in the breeding area has been halfway completed. We know that there is a large area of water under the swamp. The liquid in it is not ordinary water, but the clarified liquid of this tissue fluid. Tang Zai felt a stomach discomfort. He had been soaked in such water so many times before, and he could even feel the impurities in it. It turned out that the water was also part of the countless protective suits. Every part of those countless people from head to toe was squeezed out and used to create endless disgusting things. The materials from the human body in Lu Bai's prosthesis also seemed to be taken from the test site. Fang Shuyu frowned and motioned Lu Tianyi to continue. Through the attack that broke out in the gathering area this time, we can see that the tentacles are accompanied by tissue fluid. These tissue fluids have been purified and compressed, and the concentration is very high, presenting an extremely viscous colloid state. When this compressed high-concentration colloid is released into space, it will expand rapidly and quickly occupy the interior of the building. Lu Tianyi magnified the part of the seemingly clear tissue fluid, and could see that there were tiny worms hidden inside that were almost invisible to the naked eye. These tiny worms are actually tentacle seeds hidden in the tissue fluid. They remain stable in a compressed state, but when the tissue fluid begins to expand, they will be released and grow rapidly. This is the basic principle of this attack. As for what type this tentacle is, I have some speculations. Although it looks like an animal-type mutant, it is not actually a real mutant. It is more like a simple organization of an animal-type mutant. But it does not yet have a nervous system that can be collectively controlled, and can only move passively according to the direction of the tissue fluid. A bit like a tree? Tang Zai asked. Lu Tianyi nodded. The difference is that a tree does not have such an unlimited growth ability. The tree itself is composed of alienated human bodies. Before the collective mutation, they were already fully developed human limbs, she said. But the tentacle is different. It is directly induced by mutation from a simpler structure. It is equivalent to reverse differentiation of human cells into embryonic state, forming seeds one by one. As long as there is a suitable environment, the seeds will take root and sprout. This is just like the vine. Although the principles are similar, the vine and algae are different. They are all plant type, so it is much easier to induce them. Tang Zhe thought. Animal tissue cells are highly differentiated. First of all, the reverse differentiation step is quite difficult to achieve, and the difficulty of directional differentiation induction after reverse differentiation is more than one level higher. When they found the remains of the test site, the five-colored stone had already been able to turn human cells into seeds. Lu Bai's prosthetic body can be perfectly combined with the human body, and it also uses this product. Lu Tiani continued. The human body itself contains a large amount of tissue fluid, which is the environment for these things to grow. At the same time, the tissue fluid in the human body is limited, which prevents these things from leaving the human body and growing outside. So in the past, we didn't notice anything abnormal. So, the material that Lu Bai was studying was not actually the prosthesis they saw with their naked eyes, but something hidden inside the prosthesis. Tang Zhe's eyes darkened. Will this thing cause mutation? Fang Xiyu asked. The genetic tests of those who have installed prostheses don't seem to show any abnormalities, so everyone is convinced that the prosthesis made by Lu Bai is an inorganic substance. The tentacle itself will not induce mutations. It is at best a parasite in the human body. It should be that Lu Bai processed its characteristics so that they would not react with normal human bodies. In addition to growing in tissue fluid, it will not mutate further. Lu Tiani explained. This thing has no independent consciousness. Just like the simplest lower animals, it can only eat and respond to stress. So it is not as scary as the real animal-type mutants. At least it is easy to deal with without human control. Tang Zhe understood what she meant. The real animal-type mutants have a nervous system. They can act autonomously and make overall action plans based on certain intentions. They can take the initiative to attack, or choose to evade when unfavorable. Unlike lower animals that only have simple conditioned reflexes or attack in a single mode, these tentacles only have the tissues of animal mutants, but no nervous system to control them. Therefore, when they appear alone, they can be treated as simple mutants. But what happens when this thing is connected to the human body? If the human nervous system can control it, isn't it equivalent to adding a mutant plug-in to the human body? In this way, the human limbs could be turned into endless tentacles. And then, Tang Zhe was disgusted by his own imagination and quickly forced himself to stop. I understand. Fang Xiyu sighed helplessly. To a certain extent, this is also the human weapon developed by Lu Bai. Fortunately, it was not implemented in the special forces. Aunt Lu, what about the other report? Lu Tiani was silent for a while and closed the panel. The content of the other report may be a bit sensitive, she said softly. I think that during the collective brain repair process a few years ago, everyone's memory of something was intentionally processed. Fang Xiyu's eyes changed. Something? I don't know what it was. I just know that something happened around that time. The scope of this incident should not be small. But so far, no one remembers it. This is very noteworthy. Lu Tiani lowered her voice. Each of us started serving at a different time. Even if our memories in the bunker were processed, our memories of reality after serving should be able to confirm each other. But I found that each of our memories of reality may have been processed. Everyone present was stunned. Fang Xiyu's face had completely changed. He couldn't help but approach Lu Tiani and Lu. This, Captain, I know this is a little unbelievable, but I'm afraid the gathering area is also controlling us. No, I believe it. Fang Xiyu grabbed her hand. I believe this is true. There are many people whose memories of some things have been processed. Several people looked at him. Tang Zhe knew what he was thinking. The person he couldn't remember no matter what. The person no one remembered. The knot in his heart that he could never let go of. Tang Zhe's face darkened, and he took a few steps back involuntarily. Fang Xiyu believed that this person existed only because of the vague memory fragments left in his mind. And he knew that this person existed because he heard the voice of that person. On the edge of that low wall, there was an obsession that had not dissipated for a long time. The voice was saying Fang Xiyu, good night. He looked at Fang Xiyu's back, and malice crawled deep in his eyes, like a spider web. He didn't want Fang Xiyu to think of that incident and that person. Not just out of jealousy or other emotions, but out of instinct. He felt that the incident was a Pandora's box, and he didn't know what kind of terrible disaster was hidden inside. That disaster would swallow Fang Xiyu. The other people in the hall also had flickering eyes, and were uneasy at this time. Once upon a time, Yuri accidentally collected the conversations of other officials and learned that Fang Shuyu was framed because of family problems. They also had a group guardian captain operation, although it was later abandoned. Several people looked at each other with complicated expressions. Lutiani was not in that group chat, and obviously no one had mentioned that matter to her. But she came to the same conclusion based on her own experience. It should be certain that Area A used brain healing and other treatment methods to regulate collective memory. Aunt Lu, do you remember? Fang Shuyu's eyes showed expectation. You have served for so long. You should remember a lot of things. Right? What we know. What we don't know. Do you know about my past? Lu Tiani shook her head. Unfortunately, before joining the Special Forces, I had no intersection with the captain. My work has nothing to do with combat, so I don't know the specific events of the combat, let alone what the people involved encountered. Fang Shuyu's eyes darkened. Then you don't remember the large-scale brain healing event in Area A few years ago? Guan Yingjian asked. According to the information found by Yuri, Guan Yingjian was also a person who was treated at that time. Unexpectedly, Lu Tiani nodded. I know about that event, she said softly. Didn't we two know each other at that time? Chapter 134 Unspeakable Fear. Guan Yingjian looked confused. Didn't Aunt Lu and I meet when I retired from the front line? Lu Tiani didn't answer, but her eyes became confused. Aunt Lu was helping in the hospital at that time. Aunt Lu and my teammates at that time were all taken care of by Aunt Lu. Guan Yingjian continued. That should have been many years ago. I participated in large-scale nursing during a collective brain repair operation. Lu Tiani replied. Is it the same time as you said? Guan Yingjian shook his head firmly. Not the same time. That large-scale repair operation was done more recently. I don't remember it. But there is a record of me in the file. Could it be when you were doing routine healing? The two looked at each other, but the doubts in their eyes did not disappear. I participated in the nursing at least 5 years ago, and the environment was different from the current A district hospital. It might be the last abandoned gathering area, Lu Tiani said. Guan Yingjian nodded in agreement. I also remember that I was healed in a place with a different environment from now. Then we should be talking about the same time. Right? It's just that you thought your healing was stimulated outside the exploration area, but it was actually included in the large-scale repair of the entire area. Guan Yingjian still insisted. No. I remember very clearly that during the brain treatment, a device that frightened me was used. But when I described it to you, you said that such a device had never appeared in the gathering area, because that kind of thing can only be done in theory for the time being, and the actual technology is not enough to produce it. Lu Tiani's face changed. I remember that you said this. I just thought that you were unfamiliar with the equipment, and coupled with your own fear, you imagined it as a terrifying appearance in your memory. Guan Yingjian smiled bitterly. How could it be? I remember it very clearly. That thing. I will never forget it until I die, because I saw with my own eyes how my comrade in arms, who had a narrow escape from death in the bed next to me, suddenly deteriorated and died in agony after using that instrument. As he spoke, Guan Yingjian suddenly became excited. He was about to recover, but I don't know what happened. After using that instrument, he suddenly became unrecognizable. I saw his body change. It was as if his soul had left his body. Several double images appeared above his body. Then his stomach, head, and limbs began to emit blue-black smoke. No, that's not smoke. It's simply a dancing snake head. Guan Yingjian grabbed Lu Tiani's hand. His expression became ferocious because of fear. I also smelled a burning smell. I heard him howling in pain all night long. But I couldn't do anything. I felt like I was possessed by a ghost. I couldn't move or shout. But I couldn't make a sound. I just watched him struggle from a living person to a charred corpse. Lu Tiani covered her mouth with trembling hands. But the next day, they took him away. I don't know when I lost consciousness. And when I woke up, my body was able to move normally. There was an unpleasant smell in the bed next to me. But they said he just died of respiratory failure. Guan Yingjian continued to speak, but his eyes lost focus. I know. No. He has mutated. He has the same smell as my mutated companions during the battle. I reminded the medical staff that this area may need to be disinfected and isolated because we are all likely to be infected. But they said lightly that it was impossible. They said that the matter has been resolved and there is no big problem. Guan Yingjian collapsed. It took Luciani a long time to recover from the shock. Tang Ze watched silently from a distance, without much emotion in his heart. He knew that Guan Yingjian had been strongly stimulated in the previous mission, and then he had to withdraw from the combat team. What he said now, whether it was true or imaginary, didn't seem to matter. Just then, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Fang Xiuyu had retreated to his side without knowing when, and quietly protected him. Don't be afraid. Tang Ze raised his head. It seemed that Fang Xiuyu took his retreat as a sign of fear. He didn't say anything, just nodded gently. On the other side, Guan Yingjian had already squatted on the ground, hugging his head tightly. Luciani patted him comfortingly. Don't force yourself to recall those things. It's okay. Guan Yingjian was trembling all over. They always think that my nerves are too fragile. But it's just a mutant. Even if you see your teammates around you mutate with your own eyes, it's not uncommon. He looked up at Tang Ze. You said so? Tang Ze? Well, that should be different. During your mission, you must have seen many companions suddenly being polluted and mutated. Guan Yingjian laughed at himself. What's so surprising about this situation? In the operations of the Special Forces, we have also seen many strange mutants. And we know that many of them are induced by human bodies. Those things don't scare me. What really scares me? He hugged his head again. That kind of fear is hard to describe. It's not just someone around who has a problem. It's like the whole world has a problem. Do you understand? Several people looked at him in confusion. It's a pity that there is no equipment that can transfer a person's emotions and memories into another person's body. So it's hard for them to empathize with Guan Yingjian's fear. Guan Yingjian was silent for a long time, and finally slowly fell to the ground, staring at the ground with empty eyes. Let me tell you about that mission. He started. The code name of that mission is K517. Guan Yingjian. Stop! A voice sounded in the helmet. Guan Yingjian stopped charging and looked at the person who was speaking. His teammates were scattered in this mission field of less than 1 square kilometer. In the thick fog in the distance, there were some indescribable shadows. Artillery fire and lasers flashed alternately, and the land was sometimes lit up and sometimes extinguished. Guan Yingjian. Don't run in that direction. The teammate shouted. It's close to the edge of the exploration area. It's the wilderness outside. It's too dangerous. Guan Yingjian opened the map and saw that. As expected, he was too excited and almost broke through the edge of the exploration area. On the map, the light spot where he was only a dozen meters away from the red boundary of the exploration area. Guan Yingjian. Why are you standing there? Look forward. Another voice came over. Guan Yingjian came back to his senses, turned around, and ran forward parallel to the border. Along the way, he stared at the light spot that was sometimes close to the border, and his thoughts often drifted away. What is outside that border? The panel in front of him suddenly flashed red several times, indicating that the estimated mission time was only 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, they must leave the mission site. Otherwise, there is a risk of excessive pollution. But, Guan Yingjian looked at their goal completion progress. There is still 28% to complete the expected material collection target. During the early exploration, the expected materials in this area were clearly more. But when they actually entered the mission area, they found that the supplies here were scarce. Their team dug 3 feet deep in the shortest time, but they had not found half of the expected target. As a last resort, they could only expand the scope of the mission and go outside the first designated mission area. Outside the mission area was a barren land, thick fog, and some mutants would jump out from time to time. Several people had been entangled by the mutants and fell to the ground, and soon their figures disappeared. Now, the number of people in their team has been reduced by 30%, but they still found some more supplies. There are less than 10 minutes left before the mission time is over, although they will be punished for not completing the mission target. For these combatants, what is more serious than the punishment is that the supplies are really too scarce. If they fail to complete the expected minimum mission, the operation of the 2 areas will be affected, and the people in the bunker will be even more difficult to continue. For the 2 areas, for the bunker, they will continue to explore even if they risk their lives. In this way, they have unknowingly come to the edge of the entire exploration area. The shells in front of them flashed a few more times, and the panel lit up. Material collection target plus 3%. Currently reached 71%. Good. Try harder and complete at least 80%. The voices of teammates came to my ears. Good. Go! Guan Yingjian looked at the remaining mission time displayed on the side of the goggles. And his heart sank. The two areas haven't found enough supplies for a long time. This time, the mission field was expected to have a rich reward. So they pressed a whole elite team in. Originally, they set out with the belief of bringing back at least 150% of the supplies, so that everyone could at least have a full meal. But now, 80%. They haven't even completed the minimum mission requirements. And so many teammates have been sacrificed. How can this? Guan Yingjian. What are you doing? On the panel, the light spot representing Guan Yingjian suddenly rushed to the edge of the exploration area. Report? I'm going to look outside alone. No support is needed. Guan Yingjian was thinking that the time from the start of the mission to the early exploration was less than 3 days. If the supplies were suddenly less than the discovered amount, they might have been dragged away by the mutants that swam in from outside. In any case, go outside the exploration area and take a look. Maybe there will be gains. It would be better for him to go alone. It would be better than everyone wasting time on this barren land. Besides, they just left the exploration area. Could the environment be so different? Guan Yingjian. You? Hey! Guan Yingjian had already rushed to the boundary line and crossed it without hesitation. The sound and vision were both ineffective. He could not distinguish anything. To be precise, after stepping out of the exploration area, the world fell into darkness. But the darkness in front of him was not calm, but soon became restless. Guan Yingjian's mood suddenly fluctuated violently. He could not control his body, but felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster, and his breathing getting more and more rapid. Deep in his mind, there was an extreme restlessness. Gradually, those restlessness turned into sounds, filling his ears. He staggered 2 steps and looked at his feet. Huh? His feet seemed to disappear, and like melted mud, they melted into the ground. He raised his hands again, feeling that his limbs were melting. The world in front of him was also melting. Everything was unclear, and all sounds could not be heard. Mutant. Where is the mutant? Was he attacked? Was it contaminated? No. Why is the whole world melting? Why is the whole earth spinning? Guan Yingjian. The intermittent voice finally came from his ears. He turned his head, and finally saw a bright light from the melting vision. That was the boundary line of the exploration area. The boundary line seemed to form a cut visually, like a screen, a mirror, and his teammates were running out of it. Guan Yingjian felt an instinctive fear. No. Don't come over. The teammate's hand passed through the barrier. And then, ah! Chapter 135 Collapsed Memories. Ah! Don't come over. The shout echoed in the hall. Guan Yingjian? Fang Shuyu walked over and shook him vigorously. Guan Yingjian. Guan Yingjian came back to his senses and raised his head blankly. Captain. Fang Shuyu sighed and patted his shoulder. Don't think about it anymore. Guan Yingjian shook his head. If I don't finish it now, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to finish it later. He looked up at Fang Shuyu, and then at Lu Tianyi. I feel better with you here. Fang Shuyu and Lu Tianyi looked at each other, and Lu Tianyi nodded to him. Well, then go on. What did you see? Guan Yingjian covered his eyes. It's hard to describe the scene. I first saw his body become transparent. Then his intestines came through, but his spine remained in place. Then, he suddenly became very tall. Standing tall, his skin and fat were expanding, and I was only as tall as his shoes. In less than 2 seconds, he became smaller again, only 3 meters tall. I looked up and saw his brain and eyeballs floating in the air. Then, his brain suddenly turned into a white bug and began to riot recklessly. They were rioting, jumping out like boiling water. Then, they fell from the air like noodles, all falling to the ground. Fang Shuyu froze in place. Guan Yingjian was still immersed in that fear. The brains fell on my feet, and then they moved little by little like octopuses, burying my feet. I had no choice but to raise my gun and wanted to shoot him. I thought he must have mutated. Then I saw one of his eyeballs and tongue floating in front of me, just like the height he was originally standing there. He said to me, Guan Yingjian, don't leave the exploration area. It's dangerous here. His voice was strange, as if it came from the deep sea, like something dangerous. Then, my hand seemed to be grabbed, as if he wanted to pull me to the exploration area. But that hand, stretched out from behind me, He seemed to be completely broken into pieces. His limbs, internal organs, tissues, were all scattered in all directions. They grew bigger and smaller, and they would pass through each other, restless. Just like that. I felt that I was surrounded by something. Maybe it was fog. The fog wrapped around me like a snake. Then I saw my body. The land under my feet were all rotting away bit by bit. Guan Yingjian smiled bitterly. Guess what I saw before I lost consciousness? My other teammates also chased after me and crossed the border. Then in front of my eyes, he covered his mouth and nose tightly. The miserable screams that were heard everywhere were not just from me. I think I looked the same as them. He was silent. Guan Yingjian later received a long period of brain treatment. Lu Tianyi added, I saw his file when I was involved in the care. His symptoms are relatively rare, and he recovered the slowest among people of the same period. Later, the medical team seemed to have used some special treatment methods on him, and he gradually got better. Special treatment methods? Tang Zai asked. I'm not a member of the medical team, so I don't know what they did specifically. Lu Tianyi looked away. I just couldn't participate in biological research at the time, so I went to the medical area to help with nursing. That's all. I have some impression of those instruments, Guan Yingjian said weakly. It felt like my soul was pulled out of my body, cleaned, and then put back. He rubbed his temples and fell into deep thought. I was pulled into the operating room and started to use a virtual box that looked like a coffin, but it was all made of lasers and other things. I lay inside and first felt a strong electric shock that made my soul leave my body. After that, I seemed to enter another world. I woke up in a strange place, then fell asleep again, then woke up again. After repeating this several times, I felt my soul return to my body. When I woke up again, my physical signs and brain waves seemed to be stable. After resting in the medical area for a while, they said I could be discharged. Lu Tianyi looked at him, hesitant to speak. In my file, these treatments may have lasted for half a month, but I don't think so. Sometimes I feel that this process is very long, maybe 1 or 2 years, and sometimes it seems to be only a few days. My sense of time is ridiculously poor in this matter. Strong emotions can change a person's subjective sense of time. Lu Tianyi said. You feel it is longer or shorter. Maybe because this matter has caused you too much trauma. Guan Yingjian nodded. The next second, he looked up helplessly again. But there is one thing I can't explain. The teammate I saw die. I seem to see him again later. He looks almost exactly like him, but his temperament and temper seems to have changed a lot. His voice lowered. In Area B. Area B? Fang Shuyu's voice trembled. Are you sure? I probably saw him accidentally on a surveillance video. Later I compared the images several times. At least that face was undoubtedly his. Tang Zai's heart sank, and he stared at Guan Yingjian nervously. According to the normal process, if the mutation value of a person in Area A exceeds the 10% upper limit stipulated by Area A, but does not reach the level that needs to be cleared, he may be sent to Area B to continue serving. Guan Yingjian said. If that person is really him, he probably met this condition and was sent to Area B. Fang Shuyu's eyes darkened. What happened later? Have you checked his file? Guan Yingjian shook his head. His original name and number were not found. Probably he changed his identity. And I find it hard to believe that it was really him. Because from what I saw, even if he didn't die, he must have mutated beyond the standard. How could he continue to serve? The service standard for people in Area B is not based on the initial value, but on the degree of mutation, Tang Zai said. Every person in Area B has his own genetic abnormality, and this abnormality is said to be determined when leaving the bunker. The degree of mutation in the future will only be determined based on this initial value. But what if this initial value is not what we are born with? Hearing this, the eyes of several people changed. Fang Shuyu and Lu Tianyi both looked at Tang Zai, but the emotions in their eyes were quite different. Tang Zai was completely unaware of their expressions, and his eyes dimmed little by little. If the soldier in Area A had reached 30% mutation during the mission, no matter according to the standards of Area A or Area B, he would need to be sent to the isolation area for destruction. But if the mutation value of Area A is packaged as the initial value of Area B, pretending that this is the innate abnormality measured by the bunker, he can withstand another 30% mutation. This approach may be forced to be made due to lack of manpower. But in this way, Area B is like a garbage dump in Area A. and the overall life risk is greatly increased. No wonder. No wonder those people always look down on Area B. It turns out that in their eyes, these are the people who should have been dealt with long ago. How many people in Area B became congenitally abnormal in this way? Were they born inferior? Or were their values squeezed out, and their memories washed away? And Tang Zhe himself. Fan Xiyu looked at him, and the heartache in his eyes was about to overflow. 40% of congenital abnormality, this is Tang Zhe's own symbol. But no one knows how this 40% was formed. Both areas are really not clean. Lu Tiani whispered. She retracted her gaze, and no one noticed the unwillingness, sadness and pain in her eyes. That was something that she had never seen before. The emotion in Tang Zhe's eyes surged for only a moment, and then quickly receded. What happened in Area B was long gone. And what did he experience before he lost his memory? What's the big deal? But could he have served in Area A? Ding. Ding. While the few people were silent, a prompt sound came from the corner behind. They looked back and found that the two brothers Yuka and Yuri, who had been standing behind them, had a red light flashing on their heads. It seemed that their panel had been flashing for a long time, but no one noticed it, so they had to turn on the prompt sound. Fan Xiyu looked over. Yuka, Yuri, do you have anything to say? A huge yes popped up on the panel. Then, they put the panel in the middle of the hall for everyone to see. When Guan Yingjian described his past experiences just now, we thought of something. Those incredible scenes he saw looked like a bug in the game. Guan Yingjian looked up blankly. Game bug? Fan Xiyu asked. What do you mean? The scenes in 3D games need to be modeled, and usually the range in which players can move is specified, which is the map. Once the player runs out of the map, he may see places that are not fully modeled. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, general games will set up specific mechanisms to prevent players from walking out of the map. Seeing this, Guan Yingjian's eyes moved. Game? Map? Mechanism? Listening to Guan Yingjian's description, the scope of the exploration area is very similar to the game map. As long as it is within the map, the rules are valid. But when he ran out of the map, he found that there was no complete modeling. So he felt that the space and sound disappeared. And he saw that his companions' bodies also collapsed after leaving the border. This is also caused by the lack of modeling rules outside the map. Guan Yingjian's eyes slowly changed, but gradually brightened. Modeling? Modeling? The modeling of internal organs is very complicated and requires very strict restrictions. Otherwise, it is easy to have bugs and let all the internal organs fly out. Also, you saw that your companion's body collapsed, but he can still communicate with you normally, which means that the problem is only his body modeling. Yuka Yuri continued. Guan Yingjian, this memory of yours may not be left in the real world. Chapter 136 Nothingness. It's not left in the real world? Guan Yingjian repeated. Could it be some kind of combat simulation system, like the one our special forces made? The difference is that you don't simply control it with your hands, but with your consciousness? Guan Yingjian's expression became confused. Simulation? System? Controlled by consciousness? He murmured. Simulation, combat. Do we have such a system? Fan Xiyu asked. So powerful? Yuck Yuri shook his head. There is no such thing in the current gathering area. But in theory, this kind of thing can be made. The current gathering area can't make it. So where else can he have experienced this? Fan Xiyu was silent for a while after speaking. And then several people suddenly shouted at the same time, bunker. The origin of the technology of the gathering area is the bunker. And the bunker has always only transmitted the technology needed by the gathering area. And the rest of the technology is opaque to us. Lu Tiani said. Guan Yingjian was a little confused. But doesn't this mean? Do I still have the memory of being in the bunker? That battle was a great mental stimulation to you. In this case, there is a possibility that the memory of the bunker will not be completely cleared. Lu Tiani said. In other words, Guan Yingjian was sent out to serve in Area A after experiencing a simulated combat in the system inside the bunker? Then his teammates might not have been really injured, but were assigned to Area B after the simulated combat. Guan Yingjian's mood eased. If that's the case, that's good. Fan Xiyu looked at Tang Zhe again, his eyes a little relieved. It's really a possibility I never thought of, he said. Thanks to Yuck Yuri. And Yuck Yuri's statement can explain the surgical instrument mentioned by Guan Yingjian. Lu Tiani said. This technology cluster area cannot do this. But if it happens in the special system of the bunker, it is easy to understand. Everyone made a gesture of listening attentively. I have seen similar theoretical descriptions of the soul leaving the body described by Guan Yinjian. It is related to copying consciousness, Lu Tianyi said, opening the panel and demonstrating it. In simple terms, it is to place a machine outside the human body. This machine can copy all the activities of the human brain, which is equivalent to putting the person's thinking into the system. After that, the thinking is edited in the system, just like programming. After the editing is completed, the new thinking data is imported into the human body to overwrite the original version. During this process, when two versions are replaced, the previous version may not be completely cleared. This may lead to contradictory memories and cause confusion. But compared to this problem, the manufacturing of this instrument itself is the biggest difficulty. It is difficult for us to copy a person's thoughts, let alone import a complete thought into a person's body. Fang Xiyu blinked. This can't be done at present? It sounds simple, but it is really difficult to do. This requires endless computing resources, and the materials owned by the two districts are just a drop in the bucket. Even if it is just a complete copy of a person, it requires a huge consumption of resources, which means that large-scale mind replication is impossible. Besides, importing a person's thinking into the system doesn't make much sense. The input and output are simply not proportional. Unless this person is extremely important. How important? Important enough to change the course of mankind. And mankind needs his brain to run endlessly. Another possibility is that this person is extremely rich. Money makes the world go round, doesn't it? Lu Tianyi shrugged. Importing thinking is about the same as immortality, which is probably the only thing people desire after they have enough wealth. Ahem. Fang Xiyu laughed dryly. I understand. Even in the bunker, the possibility of a mind importing system is very small. So what you mean is that it is unlikely that Guan Yinjian and his teammates were all imported into the system. Lu Tianyi nodded. Yuka and Yuri's statement is more likely. Guan Yinjian should not have directly imported his consciousness into the system, but just used some equipment to allow his consciousness to control the body in the system. In this way, the so-called soul out of the body should be his consciousness, recalling reality from the system. But this means... What does it mean? It means that there is also a hospital in the system. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole audience fell silent again. Simulated combat system. It's nothing. But if the hospital is also in the system, it's different. This means that after Guan Yinjian was injured, he was not sent back to reality for treatment, but was treated in the system. After the treatment was ineffective, he was sent back to reality for surgery. Moreover, after the surgery and reality was completed, he was sent back to the system. Why simulate a hospital and treat in this simulated hospital? Maybe it's all a rehearsal for our present, Fang Xiyu said. If there is such a system in the bunker, then the purpose of doing this can only be to simulate the environment and technology outside the bunker as much as possible. They might want to explore, if the combat team members encounter trauma during the mission, whether the equipment and technology in the gathering area are sufficient for treatment. Everyone nodded in agreement with this guess. But Tang Zhe felt that something was wrong. Performing a field rehearsal in the system? Is it just that simple? But in this case, why do they have to clear everyone's memory in the bunker? Wouldn't it be better to survive in the outside world if they retain the memory of the rehearsal? So the conclusion drawn from that rehearsal is that with the existing technology in the gathering area, many brain-related treatments cannot be completed. Some diseases can only be treated in the bunker. If they cannot return to the bunker, they will become more and more serious, Lu Tianyi said. For example, brain disorder. Fang Xiyu pursed his lips. Brain disorder is a common problem in Area A. As long as the service time is long enough, theoretically everyone will encounter this problem. But this problem, can it be cured in the bunker? Then why do so many people have to insist on living outside with such a disease? I have a question. Fang Xiyu came back to his senses. Tang Zhe. What's wrong? Was Aunt Lu's care for Guan Yinjian in the past also in the rehearsal system? Lu Tianyi was stunned for a moment. It's possible. Doesn't this mean that Aunt Lu also retains the memories of the bunker? Lu Tianyi frowned a few times, her eyes moving quickly. The memories in my mind are always scattered here and there, not very coherent. Before, I always thought that it was the result of the long time interval and the natural selection of memories. But now it seems that... She raised her head. Perhaps we all retain some memories from the bunker. But we don't know it yet. Memory? Memory is really something that seems real. But it is illusory. It can be erased and tampered with so easily. But it makes those who have it believe it. They hold on to these illusory things, trying to find something from them. Little did they know that they were wrong from the beginning. I suddenly thought of something. Fang Qiyu said. Maybe it's still there. Several people looked up. What is it? A long object that I found at the number 2 test site of the 5-colored stone. Seeing Tang Zai's expression change, he quickly explained, I didn't mention it before because I put it back. Tang Zai looked at him, waiting for his next words. It was the time when we escaped from the bottom of the water. Fang Qiyu fell into memories. At that time, there were a lot of messy things deposited under the water. So we are more certain that the exit is under the water. After the branches of the trees were cleared, a 5-colored stone mark did appear at the bottom of the water. And the blue part was glowing. I saw that the blue piece seemed to be inlaid with something. And I picked it out with my hand. And it actually came out. He swallowed. But after I picked up that thing, the bottom of the water suddenly collapsed. So I quickly put it back. But I didn't expect, the collapse still didn't stop. Under Tang Zai's gaze, Fang Qiyu's expression was like a child who had done something wrong. He always felt that he had caused the earthquake under the water. So he felt particularly guilty towards Tang Zai. At that time, he hadn't realized that he had any different feelings for Tang Zai. He just felt that putting his teammates in danger was not what a qualified captain would do. But now, if he could put Tang Zai in such a big danger, he would blame himself and lose sleep every night in the future. I feel that I have neither obtained it nor figured out what it is. And it seems that there is nothing to say. So I never mentioned it. After all, we haven't seen similar things in other places of the 5-color stone. I think it might be a key. He paused. But I happened to see a storage device used by Yuka Yuri. And I thought they were a bit similar. So I mentioned it to them. They said, it could indeed be a memory. But there is no reason for the memory to be hidden deep underwater. Seeing that everyone was silent, Fang Qiyu quickly waved his hand. I just suddenly thought of it. And Lu mentioned something about importing an equipment before. So I remembered it. Now the bottom of the water is also destroyed. Even if that thing is fine. I don't know where to find it. Maybe it's not important. Tang Zai's mind flashed through Lu Bai's words. Captain, Lu Bai talked about memory. He said, 5-colored stone. Is it also looking for memories related to the bunker? Fang Qiyu's eyes moved. You mean, the bottom of the water could really be a storage device to collect memories? That thing is covered with mud cells, tissue fluid, branches and other things. They can use people in such a mechanical way. So there is no reason to give up that part of the brain. What Tang Zai didn't say was that he could feel that the water was full of turbid air. And there were many fleeting fragments in it. Memory can indeed be squeezed out in some way and then retained. Chapter 137. I've been eating well lately. At night, area underground garage. Captain, has the special forces really been disbanded? Guan Yingjian asked. Ahem, you'll know if you look at your own file. But I feel like it hasn't changed. Several people sat in the combat vehicle, exchanged glances with each other, and laughed at the same time. Of course, Tang Zai didn't laugh. He was very glad that at least he didn't need to shout slogans this time. In the combat vehicle sat Fang Qiyu, Tang Zai, Guan Yingjian, and Lu Tianyi. In the first collective action, they were the ones who set out. And Mu Jiming. After that, Lu Ji also briefly joined the trip. Now, Mu Jiming and Lu Ji are gone. There was a sense of sadness in the laughter of several people. But it was only fleeting. You will no longer be a member of the special forces. You will not be paid for overtime. Fang Qiyu snorted. If you get injured, you can't report it as a work injury. You can only support yourself. It's so miserable. The captain should treat us to a few more meals. Right? Fang Qiyu snorted again. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, the combat vehicle rushed out. After the day's communication, everyone agreed that collective exploration was needed again. The target of the exploration is the old gathering area and the number 2 test site. This time, without Lu Bai's interference, they plan to walk the route that they didn't have time to explore last time. Then check the hospital in the old gathering area. If possible, find a way to go to the number 2 test site. For the stealth operation, several people are already familiar with it. Yuka Yuri even installed a virus program in the system of the A-Zone checkpoint. which can automatically delete the entry and exit records of the special forces during non-working hours. So they set off at night. I haven't encountered a pollution storm recently, Fan Qiyu said. Not bad luck. Originally, pollution storms are somewhat random. Tang Zai glanced at him. If they really come, they won't say hello to us. Despite saying so, Tang Zai still looked out the window. It was still the familiar gray outside, with fog of varying depths, which looked like a rumor. But you don't know which one will hide a crisis, forcing them into the depths of the jungle, lost and swallowed. But along the way, no crisis appeared. They arrived at the old gathering area smoothly. The old gathering area looked no different from the last time, and it was even a little quieter. The combat vehicle bypassed the irrelevant places in front and drove straight to the building they were familiar with. Last time, they only drove here. The combat vehicle stopped. Fan Qiyu looked ahead, as if hesitating. Are we going down again? He asked softly. Tang Zai knew he was asking himself. Last time, didn't we find anything? Yeah. Fan Qiyu said this, but his eyes didn't move. It wasn't until Tang Zai said it's okay to take another look that he suddenly relaxed. But if the two of us go, there will only be Aunt Lu and Guan Yinjian left in the car. Captain, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission this time, Guan Yinjian said. No matter what you see, it won't affect me. The mutated creature we encountered in the car last time should have been released by Lu Bai, Lu Tiani said. Now that she is not here, we don't have to worry about being attacked suddenly. Captain, you can go with peace of mind. Fan Qiyu nodded, and without saying anything more, he turned over and went down. Not long after, the figures of the two disappeared behind the door that had been opened. Lu Tiani stared at the place through the side window, her eyes deep. Last time, when she was looking at it like this, Lu Ji came to the side. Captain and Tang Zai cooperated very well. A voice came from the side, but it was Guan Yinjian. Lu Tiani withdrew her thoughts. Yes, both of them have feelings for each other. No matter who is in danger, they will risk their lives for the other. To work together, both sides need to trust each other. They will not give up on each other, nor will they restrain each other. When I first saw Tang Zai, I really didn't expect him to become such a combat team member. Guan Yinjian sighed. At that time, he had a hard time standing. Every time the captain took action, he wanted to hold him in his hands, for fear that he would fall or get hurt. But now, he looks more agile than many combat team members in Area A. Who would say he is a delicate little green radish? Guan Yinjian shook his head. Only the captain himself still thinks so. Lu Tiani didn't comment. Alas, isn't he trained by rescuing the captain so many times? Lu Tiani looked away. Emotion is one reason. Exercise is one reason. And the air and diet in Area A are also one reason. It's natural that his health is getting better and better. Lu Tiani's voice weakened. Nothing special. On the other side, Tang Zai and Fan Qiyu walked into the building. The searchlights alternated between them and found nothing unusual. The mental attack they encountered last time didn't seem to reappear this time. I can't feel it anymore, Fan Qiyu said softly. It seems that attack is only effective once. Tang Zai responded. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble you to help me again. Tang Zai was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly became hot. In Fan Qiyu's opinion, this was probably their first time. Tang Zai raised his head and saw Fan Qiyu's curved eyes behind the goggles. Then he quickly came over and hit Tang Zai's head with his helmet, and then stood back quickly. Let's talk about it when we get back. The air became hot. Tang Zai blinked and forced himself to collect his thoughts. A soft voice came over. Tang Zai suddenly came back to his senses. Saib? The blue food. You didn't forget it, did you? Saib stretched. You haven't been active for too long. I almost forgot about you. Tang Zai said in his heart. I haven't been running outside much recently. Why didn't you say you were hungry? Hibernating? I'm not hungry recently. Don't I get something to eat every now and then? Saib said. The captain fed me. The temperature in the helmet, which had just dropped, suddenly soared again. You don't keep sucking energy from him. How can this thing be inexhaustible? With your appetite. What if you let someone suck it all away? I don't think it's too little. Besides, the captain gave it voluntarily. I can't stop him. He is really gifted in this aspect. I never thought that a person could produce so much energy. Really. It's like a spring. Is there something hidden in the captain's body? Tang Zai. You are not allowed to absorb his spiritual energy. Okay. Later. Go back and find a chance to spit it out. Tang Zai gave the order coldly. This trip tonight is enough for you to eat. Aren't you afraid? Tang Zai. Look. Fang Xiu suddenly grabbed his hand. Tang Zai ignored Saib's words and hurried over. What's wrong? What is this? In the dust on the ground, there were traces of something crawling. Has anyone been here? Tang Zai frowned. Besides us? It looks like it. Fang Xiu squatted down. But this trace doesn't look like it was left by a person. The trace was dry, without any mucus or anything like that. The dust was in a messy state, as if it had been stepped on repeatedly many times. This trace extended from the edge of the wall to the corner. Both of them stopped. They saw the mark extending up the wall. Instinctively, they were alert. Fang Xiu turned off the searchlight and threw a cold light disc into the air. The dim cold light illuminated the upper part of the roof, and they saw that the mark extended all the way up to the hanging pipe. In the shadow that should have been gray, they saw a piece of abrupt white. It looked like a bunch of huge white grapes, hanging on a square pipe. In the faint airflow, the white grapes seemed to be floating in the wind. Tang Zai couldn't help but feel his whole body tense. Captain! Captain! Fang Xiu held his arm and quietly pulled him behind him. Then he adjusted the vision of the goggles. And after several changes, the white shadow was magnified in front of him. Several people saw the image he shared simultaneously. In the picture, each grape was magnified, and a strange face appeared on it. It was like countless small skulls, strung together and hung on it. Tang Zai wrinkled his nose in disgust. Is this a new type of mutant? Grapevine? Fang Xiu shook his head. I scanned it, and it seems to be empty inside. It's just a shell. Just a shell? The things inside. For a moment, the discomfort like needles spread all over Tang Zai's body. He suddenly realized what those white grapes were. Eggs. This was a bunch of eggs. The messy dust below was not caused by one thing, but a group. These things have already hatched. Captain. Tang Zai. Retreat quickly. Before Guaningjian's voice came out, Fang Xiu had already picked up Tang Zai and ran out. The ominous meaning of this string of eggs is self-evident. Those things that hatched and disappeared. Who knows where they are lurking? Not to mention that there is something even more terrifying. What could have laid these eggs? Saib! What did you feel? Tang Zai shouted in his heart. Speak. Energy. A lot. Very scattered. Saib licked her lips. Try to get them all out, and it will be a qualified dinner. What is it? You will know immediately. It is something you don't like. But don't look at its ugliness. It actually tastes good. Got it. Don't let me know when you eat. Wipe your mouth after eating. Tang Zai withdrew his thoughts. This time, he encountered an animal-type mutant. But judging from Saib's reaction, it should not be difficult to deal with. So he didn't panic too much. Just waiting to cooperate with Fang Xiu to solve it. And then feed Saib a full meal. The door opened. What the hell is this? Chapter 138 Cage. Without giving them any time, the door at the exit was already sealed. The calm before turned out to be a sign of being preyed on. Fang Xiu looked at the unknown limbs at the crack of the door, slowly holding Tang Zai and taking a few steps back. That thing looked like the leg of some insect, with several nodes in the middle, and a pustular blister on each node. Under the blister, a few human faces were vaguely surging. What's more terrible is, this thing is huge. The height of the limb closest to the ground is almost as tall as one of them. And looking up, its legs have at least 3 segments. Its body is probably taller than this building. Damn. How can such a big thing hide itself so perfectly? Guaningjian. How many of these things are there outside? Fang Xiu asked. There is only one. It almost crushes this building. Only one? Okay. You use the vehicle-mounted weapons to cover me. This thing is so big. It can't move too fast. Wait for it to be attracted by the firepower, and move to the back to pick us up. Seeing no response from the other side, Fang Xiu was a little surprised. What's wrong? Captain, this thing may not be that simple. Fang Xiu frowned. What's going on? The in-car video was projected onto their panel, and they saw clearly what the thing looked like when it appeared. The thing now perched above the building was a giant spider with hundreds of legs. Each leg had several limbs, and each joint was a human-faced abscess. And this thing didn't crawl out from some hidden place, it was born on the spot. In the recorded footage, the shadow above the building first quietly thickened. By the time it was noticeable enough, the shadow had turned into a huge entity. The entity was like a bubbling black steamed bun, with sticky bubbles surging and expanding at an astonishing speed. When it almost occupied the entire roof, a large mass of indescribable things began to flow down from the edge. The flowing things suddenly became rigid when they touched the ground, and turned from pus into legs and feet. And now, the things on the top are still overflowing with limbs. And there are already hundreds of them. Looking out from the building, the window is already densely covered with these things. It's like an indestructible cage, locking them in. Captain, this thing grows in a very strange way. I'm afraid its body can't be touched, Luciani shouted. It is different from most of the mutants we have encountered before. And it does not have a fixed entity. The internal structure is unknown. And using weapons rashly may have the opposite effect. The most urgent thing is to get the captain and Tang Zhe out first, Guan Yingjian said. This thing seems to have regarded the building as its nest. At present, apart from protecting the building, it has no other actions. I will drive the combat vehicle farther away to see if I can attract it to leave. If successful, you should move away from the building as quickly as possible, and I will find a way to meet you. Got it. Fang Xiyu gritted his teeth and held Tang Zhe and retreated to the center of the building. But the center of the building may not be safe. This thing is entrenched above their heads, which means they are now standing under its belly. If it suddenly fell from the sky, wouldn't it be? Fang Xiyu cursed, carefully put Tang Zhe down, and raised his gun. Tang Zhe looked out the window, his vision almost blocked by the dense limbs. And those human-faced pustules growing on the limbs turned their faces towards the building, like countless people lying outside the window in groups, staring at them. Those faces were like skeletons emerging from the mud, staring at them with empty eye sockets and toothless mouths. The sound of artillery shells was heard in the distance. Guan Yingjian drove the combat vehicle a distance away and fired a shot in the opposite direction. He wanted to see if this kind of movement could lead this thing away from the nest. Unexpectedly, this thing seemed to have no feeling, lying there motionless. Another bright light came from the distance, but the sound was not as loud as before. Guan Yingjian changed a weapon, which should be more attractive to animal-type mutants. But the thing above his head remained motionless. Fang Xiyu protected Tang Zhe in his arms to prevent him from seeing the horrible scenes outside. Guan Yingjian, try to shoot it directly. Captain, that's too dangerous for you. Shoot its legs, Fang Xiyu shouted. As long as it opens a gap, we can escape, whether it angers it or not. Just give me some time. Yes, Captain. The next second, a dazzling light came from the side window. A whole row of limbs were shot, and the faces of the people at the joints showed expressions of fear. And then, they were beaten into a mess, and could not be seen clearly. The moment Fang Xiyu saw the light, he had already run towards that place. As long as there was a moment of gap, just a moment, he could rush over. But even a moment of opportunity did not appear. After the row of limbs was shot, they quickly became a sticky piece. The hard limbs turned into a semi-fluid liquid again, and all the faces of the people gathered together. Fang Xiyu took a breath and stopped in front of the window. After the dense limbs were defeated, the mucus inside burst out and merged into a spider body. Now in front of them was a newly appeared small spider, with countless skull-shaped faces on its shapeless body, rolling with pus, looking at them grimly. Can't be killed. This thing can't be killed. It will only grow more and more. This thing is like a huge dough. Those limbs, body, can be transformed into each other in any size. It can be a giant spider, or countless small spiders of different sizes. It can flow and condense, and easily avoid any attack. What are these? What weird things? The mutants they have seen these days have far exceeded the mutants that everyone is familiar with in the past records. It has developed too fast, even if there is a species explosion. It is impossible for so many new types of mutants to appear in a short period of time. There must be something behind this. Tang Zhe bit his lips and looked at the little spider that had just been born in front of him. The inside of the spider's body was like a restless witch soup, bubbling all the time. As the bubbles emerged and disappeared, there were countless human faces. They opened their mouths, as if they wanted to say something. So far, this thing has not shown any intention to attack. With its shape, it should be easy to infiltrate the building through the doors and windows. As long as they come in, it will be easy to prey on Tang Zai and Fang Xiu. And the eggs hanging on the internal pipes also show that they were once in the building. But why? They didn't move. Did you find it too? Fang Xiu whispered. Tang Zai said ah and nodded. It doesn't seem to intend to attack us, but to protect us, Fang Xiu said. Or, it is protecting this nest. Captain, don't take it lightly. Lu Tiany's voice came over. Animals not only protect their nests, but also protect their food. It may also regard you as its food and want to protect you, and then slowly enjoy it when it is hungry. But at least at this stage, we are safe. Right? Yes. Animals with this characteristic will not eat when the outside world is unstable. They will first concentrate on solving the external crisis, and only start to enjoy it slowly when they are safe. Okay. You stay outside and cooperate with us. And save firepower first. When you find it showing abnormal behavior, shoot to attract it. Before it moves, let's find a way to study this thing. The mutants we will face in the future may be even more difficult. Yes. Captain. Be careful. Well, the outside is left to you, Fang Xiu said, retracting his gaze, and turned on the searchlight with Tang Zai. Sure enough, the things outside did not react to the light. We have been here for so long, and this thing has not made any moves, Fang Xiu said. But when we were about to go out, it started to move. Does it mean that it only allows others to come in, not to go out? Yes. Either it is hunting, or it is guarding something here, and does not want to be taken away, Fang Xiu said. Which one do you think it is? Tang Zai did not answer immediately. Side felt that there was a lot of blue energy under this area. Combined with this, the human-faced spider was more like guarding the energy. Just like the possible tree they saw in the quarantine area for the first time. It was also protecting the dissipated energy at the entrance of the cave. But he couldn't say this guess directly, so he could only vaguely say, it seems possible. Fang Xiu laughed. Yeah, but if it is the latter, it means that there are still some unknown secrets hidden in this building, and we'd better dig it out. His eyes became sharp. I always felt that this place was not simple. Otherwise, I would not want to come in again. An attack that only affects the brain. We have no idea where that thing came from. Tang Zai looked at him and read something from his eyes. Captain is saying, we don't know the principle of that attack yet. But based on past experience, you first encountered the attack in the breeding area, which was full of mud swamps, tissue fluid and many other things. But in this place, we found nothing. Fang Xiu pointed to the ground. Too many things have happened in this building. It can't be that simple. But the drone has checked before and found that this building has no basement. Even if there is something underground, it is buried very deep. We don't have the power to blast it open now. What about from the outside? If we let Guan Yingjian blast the foundation of the building, it's too risky. Captain, not to mention that this building has been abandoned for many years and may collapse. If the building itself is shaken, we can't predict what the mutant will do. It will be more difficult for you to escape at that time. Fang Xiu didn't answer, but looked at the strange slope near the entrance. Under that thing, Guan Yingjian, he shouted. Send me the analysis from above the building. Guan Yingjian quickly sent the analysis of the footage taken by the drone. We didn't capture the situation before this thing appeared, so we don't know where it crawled out from. If you didn't notice it in the building, it is likely to be hiding in internal pipes such as ventilation ducts, and escape through the pipes leading to the roof. Have you analyzed its volume? What is the total volume of all the pipes that this building can accommodate? What is its current volume? 1 second later. Captain, we calculated the total volume of the pipes in the building and found that the volume of this mutant has reached 115% of it. It has exceeded the original volume of the pipe, and is still expanding and growing. It is indeed like this. Fang Xiu stared at the strange slope that slanted up from the ground and sneered. This thing did not come out of the building, but from underground. There must be a passage underground here that leads to somewhere else. Chapter 139. Guan Yingjian. Find a way to find the exit of the passage. Fang Xiu shouted. It's impossible to get rid of this thing from here. Figure out where it came from. There may be a breakthrough in another place. Yes. Soon. Several drones flew over the building, taking turns to do close-range detection of this swollen monster. The exit of the suspected passage was found, and the mutant should have come out from there. The drone can only scan a few meters, and this passage should run through the interior of the building. at least 5 meters deep into the ground. If it can be scanned inside the building, the effect may be better. Fang Xiuyu looked around. The dense limbs were like a copper wall, and not even a mosquito could fly in. Let the detector go in directly. If the detector could speak, it would definitely be cursing now. Several detectors were dropped from the drone one after another. Then, their panel transmitted the image of the detector. After the previous mission, Area A urgently upgraded the detector and designed an egg-shaped transparent shell to ensure that the detector could resist chemical corrosion for at least 5 minutes. But if it was a physical attack, I don't know how long it could last. Several detectors were successfully buried in the huge body of the mutant, and the picture suddenly became dark. It seems that the body of this mutant is either extremely turbid or nothing. No structure was detected inside the mutant, and it looks very loose. Guan Yingjin said. It really looks like a spring, except that it keeps bubbling out and then becomes hard. And there is no initiative. Is this really an animal-type mutant? The detector floated inside the mutant for a while, and finally plunged into the spring with difficulty. It went in. Captain, the detector should have entered the building and can scan this pipeline structure. It was inserted diagonally. Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zhe looked at the structural diagram sent by the detector and nodded to each other. There is no mistake. It is that strange slope. According to their speculation, the top of this slope should be the point of eruption pollution, and the dead corner below the slope is exactly where Tang Zhe met Saib after falling. Those things are constantly pouring up from below. The detector is still going down. It is approaching our height. Fang Xiuyu stared at the panel. Why is the speed so slow? The resistance below is too great. Those things are pouring up, and the detector is equivalent to going upstream. I let a detector detach from the protective shell to see. One of the pictures suddenly shook a few times. A detector was released from the egg-shaped protective shell, and the speed suddenly increased. But not long after, it seemed to be hit by something and retreated half a meter with the tide. Is there something in it? The detector waved the cleaning board, as if it had hit something. Soon, the analysis results came back. Jelly? No. This color and texture. It looks like a piece of meat or a blood clot. Lu Tiani said. It's full of this stuff. Isn't there another test site below? The detector was soon blocked by strong resistance and could not move forward anyway. But the good news is that there is nothing aggressive in the pipe. Apart from being submerged, there seems to be no threat. The deeper you go, the denser and stickier the blood clots become. When you get close to the ground, it's already hard enough to be solid. Saib, Tang Zhe asked in his mind. Is the blue energy you feel in the same direction as the source of this thing? No. That energy is very clean and a little farther away. These are quite dirty. But it's better when you go up. You said this thing is easy to deal with. How to deal with it? I didn't say it's easy to deal with. Saib quickly denied it. This thing is not very aggressive. But it's not easy to kill. It takes some effort to squeeze out the energy. Tang Zhe was too lazy to argue with Saib about these things. Its confused appearance was fine to fool him before. But forget it now. Just treat it as an energy smell detector. Anyway, it has a good nose. But don't tell me. I feel that I have changed recently. Saib suddenly said again. I am different from before. Tang Zhe patiently responded to him. Huh? I feel that my body seems to be more relaxed and free. Your body used to be a small cage, and there were few places I could go. But now, your body suddenly becomes wide, and I can start to move freely. What do you mean? I'm fat? How do I know if you're fat or not? This is a cellular thing, and has nothing to do with your body shape. Your cells didn't have many cracks before, and they were squeezed tightly together. I can only get into those cracks and fill you up. Do you understand what I mean? Now, Saib put her hands on her hips leisurely. Your body is much freer. The cells are starting to flow, and there's much more space. I feel like I've moved from a small box into a big house. I feel comfortable, and I've finally made it. Saib shook her feet. I feel like I can go back to the place I used to be in soon. Tang Zhe suddenly became alert. The place in the past? The place where you can roam freely. Like flying in the air and swimming in the water. You mean? Now in my body, I have a feeling close to the past? Well, what's wrong? Tang Zhe's eyes changed. The first time he heard Saib describe the place he stayed in the past, it was full of energy like a source, and so on. Therefore, he always thought that Saib was probably staying in a container that stored a lot of energy like a snake vine. But Saib actually said that it had a similar feeling in his current body. And his body is more spacious at the cellular level. He looked at his hands unconsciously. Is it because he has activated the softening function? Indeed. If the body can flow like liquid, Sai will be less constrained. But softening is only the first step in his body's complete transformation. According to Sai, his body is still changing further. What will he become after softening? In his eyes, the fingertips seem to become blurred again, as if they melted into the mist. Above the liquid, there is gas. Will he become shapeless and become an indescribable smoke? In an instant, the indescribable shadow he encountered in the hospital broke into his mind. The black shadow's appearance and shape were unclear, and its movements were completely unpredictable. It seemed that it could move instantly. However, it didn't look like a human at all. Will he eventually become like that? Tang Zei's breathing became rapid. No. No more energy absorption. No more mutation. If this continued, he would not be able to maintain his current appearance. He would. Tang Zei's hands trembled involuntarily. No. No. Avoid. Escape. Tang Zei? His hand was suddenly grabbed, and a warm feeling approached. Fang Xiuyu pulled him into his arms and hugged his head. Why is your heart beating so fast? Are you scared? Tang Zei raised his eyes, and there was no place to hide the fear in his eyes. He could only nod. I'm here. I'm fine. Fang Xiuyu comforted softly. Are you just scared? Or is your brain attacked by pollution? Tang Zei rubbed his arms hard. I don't know. But it will be better if the captain holds me. Then I will hold you and won't let go. Tang Zei nodded. Fang Xiuyu's spirit is indeed strong. So strong that as long as you get close to him, you can get enough comfort. But Tang Zei felt the faint panic in his heart. Is it because his body has changed, and he has become more and more greedy? In the past, as long as he got close, he would have a feeling of landing. But now, why do I still feel like I'm hanging in the air? Captain, this mutant should have an extremely simple brain-like structure, Lu Tiani said. Its brain has a very special shape, wrapped in a ball of jelly-like silk. The other things that came in should be under the command of the brain-like. Brain-like? Fang Xiuyu repeated. So advanced? It's not advanced. Just a very simple organizational structure. This brain-like control over other parts is relatively loose, but it has a certain unified instruction function. How to say it? It's like the other structures are soldiers, each with his own ideas. This brain-like is the commander, who issues orders through language. Soldiers now obey orders because they are regulated by military discipline. But they are not in a strong control relationship in essence. Is this clear? I understand. Fang Xiuyu and Tang Zei looked at each other. That means that these soldiers themselves are not important. As long as the commander who issues orders stops giving orders, their organization will collapse? At least they do not have the ability to attack collectively. Isn't that similar to mud cells? Fang Xiuyu said. Before, mud cells could also flexibly form aggregates of various sizes and then launch attacks. And Lu also said that it seemed to have some kind of command. This is different from the mud cell. This commander is more powerful, and those soldiers are more obedient. Lu Tiani replied. This brain-like brain has some kind of will, but its structure is not yet strong enough to directly control other parts. This is the prototype of the animal nerve center. I see. Then it's the same. Just defeat this brain-like brain. Right? This is the theory. But it may be difficult to operate in practice. How difficult is it? It's okay. I can do it. It's not a problem of attack technology. Lu Tiani was silent for a moment. Its brain-like structure is completely wrapped in colloid. Colloid itself is a viscous liquid that is close to solidification, and the molecular fluidity is relatively large. And this structure, similar to the central nervous system, is very thin, scattered in the colloid group like a dandelion. And it can also flow. It is difficult for our weapons to spread quickly in a medium like colloid, and they will be avoided before they touch the filaments. It can swim from one place to another. Such a viscous aggregate, its overall flexibility of movement is unimaginable. Is there no other way? Weapons are useless. Can I use stones to hit it? Maybe there are other possibilities. What? Find out the reason for its formation and the command it issued. Lu Tiani said. I feel that the will of this thing may be something we can understand. Can we understand? The captain mentioned before that there was pollution that only attacked the brain. And I was thinking about new forms of pollution, combined with the clues related to memory found recently, and the attempts of the five-color stone. I think We can't rule out the role of human will in pollution, Lu Tianyi said. I suspect that the central structure is composed of human will. Chapter 140. Why must the special forces be disbanded? Report to the captain. The external direction of the passage has been discovered. The news from Guanyin came over. According to the drone exploration, the passage first penetrated more than 15 meters underground almost vertically, and then rose gently upwards. Traces of the passage were detected 200 meters away from the building. Okay. Continue to track the direction and see where it leads to. Yes. Lu Tianyi's thinking about the brain-like structure has led to a new idea for controlling mutants. In the past, Tang Zei only knew that energy could control some simple mutants. But now, is this kind of thing possible? Tang Zei fell into deep thought. Or, will and energy are the same thing to some extent? Fang Shuyu tightened his arms and looked down at Tang Zei in his arms. Are you okay? Tang Zei nodded. It's been a while. I'll see if I can ask for support, Fang Shuyu whispered. The situation is different now. We don't have to sneak in to investigate. But I just don't know why. I'm still used to acting like this with you. He chuckled. I'm used to sneaking in the middle of the night. Even if I ask for support, at most I only have the advantage of numbers. Tang Zei answered. Area A does not have weapons more advanced than the special forces, and it is difficult to deal with unknown mutants. Even the 2 generations of weapons developed by Lu Ji have not yet started mass production. As for real-time battle situation analysis, no one can compare to Aunt Lu and Guanyin. He looked up at Fang Shuyu hesitantly. Captain, why must the special forces be disbanded? Fang Shuyu was silent for a while. After all, every situation has its own situation. Is it because of Lu Ji and Lu Bai? Tang Zei asked. Captain, are you worried that other people may have problems? If I had this concern, would I let Lu Bai in? Hearing the subtle change in Fang Shuyu's tone, Tang Zei's eyes changed. Captain, it was clearly said that the special forces would not increase personnel. But I still let Lu Bai in. Fang Shuyu smiled bitterly. If it weren't for this move, Lu Ji wouldn't have been driven out by the design. And in the end, she wouldn't. He couldn't say the word die. But even if there was no captain, Lu Bai could make Lu Ji disappear at any time. But she won't hurt you. Nor will she put Area A into collective crisis. More people died this time than in the past 10 years. Again, Lu Bai can do this at any time, regardless of whether the captain trusts her or not. This is not the captain's fault. Besides, Lu Bai didn't really hurt me. Fang Shuyu remained silent. Although some people died in Area A this time, it was only close to the natural mortality rate in a polluted environment. It is better to say that Area A has been extending people's survival time to a large extent. Tang Zei continued. The most important thing is that Area A can unite to fight against the outside world. Isn't it also because of this crisis? Fang Shuyu finally laughed. Thanks to the chief's prompt decision, the crisis has changed a little. If he hadn't thought of these treatment methods, the collective invasion of mutants would definitely be an unprecedented disaster. The chief's experience and methods are really unparalleled. Tang Zei nuzzled against his chest again. So, the special forces don't have to be disbanded. Fang Shuyu tapped Tang Zei's helmet. It's already disbanded. Can't it be reorganized? Tang Zei. Tang Zei raised his head and saw Fang Shuyu's eyes behind the goggles. And he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The brightness disappeared in his eyes. I'm thinking, as a captain, maybe I'm not as qualified as I thought. Tang Zei frowned. Captain, what happened? I seem to remember something, but I don't remember it completely. Fang Shuyu said softly. Recently, I occasionally feel uncomfortable, as if I have made a big mistake, but I can't remember why. Maybe I did something in the past that I regret, which is much more serious than now. Tang Zei leaned on his arms, but the feeling of being suspended in the air became heavier. Fang Shuyu's mood was fluctuating. His spiritual energy was weakened. Tang Zei's heart sank. Is it because he returned to this place? Fang Shuyu's knot in his heart has not been untied until now, and he is getting more and more unable to let it go. During the discussion in the office area during the day, Tang Zei clearly saw his excited expression after hearing Lu Tianyi's words. Did he expect that the part of his memory he lost was also in the so-called simulation system? Did he expect that person was not dead? Did he still expect to find him? I made a mistake. Regret? Is it because he lost that person? Who is that person? Why can he affect Fang Shuyu's spiritual energy? Why can he make such a confident and determined person doubt himself? And in this place? There is obviously nothing left in this place. And all the memories have been sucked away by him. Wait, memories? Tang Ze fell into deep thought. Memories can appear together with black polluted energy. Sive said that it is because people absorb energy and then spit it out. These secondhand air. It is contaminated with human breath. Inhaling secondhand air will receive a double attack of the body and mind. The energy pollution will invade the body. And the memory part will invade the mind. This is the first mental attack. But its range is limited. And it must be directly inhaled to feel it. The memory of a soldier in Area B before his death that he came into contact with when he first entered Area A was this type of attack. Induction is a pure mental attack. It is more like purifying the memory in those secondhand air, which can cross the physical barrier and attack the brain without affecting the body or inhaling the pollution. Remove the impurities and purify. This is in line with what the five-colored stone is doing. But why does memory become a weapon for mental attack? Is there any connection between memory and mental energy? Tang Ze was suddenly stunned. Mental energy can be transmitted between different people. People with extremely strong mental energy, like Fang Xiuyu, can feel it as long as they get close to him. What about memory? Can memories be transmitted to each other like transmitting mental energy? Theoretically, this is indeed possible. Tang Ze suddenly thought of the first time Guan Yingjian was attacked by induction. And he also felt a sense of fear when he approached Guan Yingjian. This should be the result of negative spiritual energy transmission. Negative spiritual energy will cause the attacked person's own spiritual energy to continue to decrease, achieving the effect of attack. Fang Shuyu's spiritual energy is positive, and getting close to him will increase your own spiritual energy. Therefore, spiritual energy can be both a weapon and a healing medicine. Just thinking about it. Fang Xiuyu suddenly spoke. Tang Ze, do you know what good night means? Tang Ze came back to his senses. It's just a greeting. Wishing people a good sleep. I think so too. Fang Xiuyu said. But why would someone say this to me on purpose? Tang Ze suddenly felt his hands and feet go cold. Who said that? Fang Xiuyu shook his head. I don't know. But it seems like someone said that. This memory has only recently appeared in my mind. Tang Ze's breath was choked. This sentence? Not that person. Could it be that when he obtained Fang Xiuyu's spiritual energy, his own spiritual energy was also passed on to Fang Xiuyu? Could it be that through this exchange, he also passed on the memory fragments that he absorbed here at that time? Fang Xiuyu vaguely recalled what happened at that time through Tang Ze. Fang Xiuyu was unaware of Tang Ze's mood and just fell into silence. After a long time, he took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal. Hey, then can we say goodnight to each other in the future? He gently bumped Tang Ze's helmet. This sentence sounds very beautiful. And my heart is warm. Tang Ze's eyes suddenly turned cold. He pushed Fang Xiuyu away coldly and walked aside. I don't have the habit of saying such things. Captain likes to hear it. Tell someone else. Fang Xiuyu was at a loss and hurriedly chased after him. Tang Ze. Tang Ze turned his back to him and stared at the faces outside the window. Captain, the drone has tracked to the edge of the old gathering area. Guan Yingjian's voice came over. The direction of the passage seems to be very close to where you escaped from the number 2 test site. Fang Xiuyu stopped. What? The underwater of the number 2 test site collapsed. And the things inside must have a place to go. Now it seems that those things are undoubtedly what came out. Okay. This is also connected. Fang Xiuyu sneered. It seems that they just like to do some shady things underground and mess up the gathering area. Even the old gathering area. Captain, there is another discovery. This passage doesn't seem to have been there at the beginning. What do you mean? It looks like it was formed spontaneously. Guan Yingjian hesitated. From the shape, it seems that those things squeezed out by themselves when they had nowhere to go. Just like when there is no water. Trees will desperately take root everywhere to find water. This is not the passage that the five-colored stone paved at the beginning. It should have just been passed through recently. Recently passed through? Fang Xiuyu was stunned. Completely spontaneous? I guess it was guided by something. Lu Tiany's voice came over. There is something guiding them around this building, which may be the will of the brain-like. So they are attracted from thousands of miles away to protect this place. The time of this will should be recently. Recently. Could it be that something changed when they came last time? Captain, we still have to look for it from the building itself. Lu Tiany said. That thing may be hidden very deep. Or it cannot be detected by conventional means. But there should be something different that caused the formation of this abnormal object. Outside the window, limbs are still flowing out continuously. They gradually closed the doors and windows of the building and began to pile up 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. From the outside, the building is still wrapped in an increasingly thick protective shield. Tang Zai stared out the window, and there were too many faces to count. They couldn't even lay flat against the window. They could only roll in the thick pus and come closer alternately, as if they all wanted to see what the person inside looked like. An uncomfortable feeling enveloped Tang Zai, and he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. So he retracted his gaze, turned back, and found that Fang Xiuyu had gone far away. He looked over unhappily, and saw Fang Xiuyu using a searchlight to check the roof in the corner. The only different thing can be this. Right? Fang Xiuyu said, looking at the bunch of grape-like eggs. The question of which came first, the chicken or the egg? Lu Tianyi said. It seems that the egg came first. Tang Zai then raised his head and looked at the string of skeleton eggs with only a thin shell left, floating in the wind. Originally, they thought that the big spider outside had appeared first, and then laid these eggs. But now it seems that these eggs appeared first, and then the thing that was constantly expanding was bred. The eggshells hanging on the roof fluttered, and the skeletons seemed to be staring at them and laughing. And outside the window, countless empty faces also emerged one by one, staring at them. Chapter 141 Wish. Tongza, stand further away, Fang Xiuyu said. I'll take this thing down. Tongza responded and took a small step forward. Fang Xiuyu glanced at him and shook his head helplessly. But a smile appeared in his eyes. Well, be careful. The next second, lightning struck the top of the grape. The thin eggshell shook for a moment, and then floated down from the roof. Fang Xiuyu protected Tongza and retreated several meters. Half a minute later, the eggshell did not react at all. Under the searchlight, the instrument did not analyze anything abnormal. Fang Xiuyu then approached carefully. This is really. Only when observed from a close distance can the structure of the eggshell be more clearly revealed. When hanging on the roof, they could only see that each egg looked like a skeleton, densely packed with white skeletons, forming a bunch of weird human-faced grapes. And now, they saw that there were new skeletons in the eye sockets and mouths of each grape. And there were skeletons in the eye sockets and mouths of the new skeletons. There were thousands of skeletons of all sizes squeezed on top. And the empty mouths and eyes looked more like hideous accusations and shouts. Fang Xiuyu opened his mouth and moved it for a while. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Tang Zai also felt that this thing was somewhat amazing. The human body mutations that we had seen before were either trees formed by the collection of limbs, or mud cells and flowers whose original forms could not be seen. Now, seeing a collection of all human faces at once. Although it was not surprising in principle, the impact seemed to be stronger. Could this be a collection of those people's brains? Tang Zai asked. We have seen various human experiment products before, but the only thing missing is the brain and thinking, Fang Xiuyu said. It looks like these are them. But we didn't see any related products at the test site. If they were things that came out from the bottom of the water, where did they hide in the first place? The two looked at each other in confusion, and suddenly their eyes lit up. Memory! Fang Xiuyu moved the memory on the 5-color stone mark on the bottom of the water, which caused the bottom of the water to collapse. If, according to Lu Tianyi's speculation, the memory is related to collecting memories in the human body, then after the bottom of the water collapsed, where did the memory and the things inside go? Did it release and then form a unified will to become these large and small skull eggs condensed here? For Tang Zai, the more powerful evidence for this is color. Sapphire represents the sapphire among the 5-color stones, and the location of the storage device is also marked with blue. In addition, Saib sensed colored energy under this building, and that color is the color of sapphire. Blue energy. Is it this kind of purified memory collection? But it looks very dirty. Tang Zai shook his head. No. Saib said that the blue energy and these things are not from the same source. The detection of the drone also shows that this channel is not a previous channel. But something under the water of the test site feels a certain call. Rushed out. That is to say, the last time they entered here, this passage had not yet formed. At that time, Saib had already felt the existence of blue energy. They are not the same thing. But there should be some connection, Tang Zai thought secretly. Otherwise, why those wills condensed into eggs here? There is no explanation. The blue energy surging below is the source of summoning all this. But why? When they came here last time, there was no egg here. And it appeared only this time? Before that? Was there something in the building that suppressed their formation? Suppress. Fang Xiuyu suddenly grabbed Tang Zei's hand. Last time. Tang Zei looked at him, and understood from his eyes, that the two of them thought of the same thing. The last time they came, they were attacked by some mental attacks. But mental attacks are only effective once. And they will not appear again after they are lifted. This time when they came in, they didn't feel anything. Could it be the mental attacks that have been entrenched here before hindered the formation of these eggs? What we felt before, is there any connection with what we feel now? Fang Xiuyu said, holding his head. That was a mission a long time ago. I can't remember anything. I just remember that I seemed to be looking for someone. Listening to his words, the temperature in Tang Zei's eyes dropped a little bit. What I felt was the reappearance of the Sentinel mission, Tang Zei said dryly. Except for fear. There is nothing else. Fear, yes. It is fear. Fang Xiuyu raised his head. I seem to feel fear. Fear and pain. He was a little confused. Why fear? No. It should be more painful. Because I lost something. But fear? What would I be afraid of? Fear of loss? Tang Zei's eyes darkened a little bit. He bit his lips tightly, walked straight past Fang Xiuyu, and squatted in front of the egg. Then he took off his gloves and touched the eggshell with his fingers. Tang Zei didn't know why he suddenly made this move. Maybe he wanted to see if Fang Xiuyu would be scared. Even though he was right next to him, he still had to recall the person, he couldn't remember it all. But when Tang Zei's hand touched the eggshell, he suddenly felt an unprecedented cleanliness and purity. A spring, like a breeze, flowed into his brain along his fingertips. Some scenes he had never seen before flashed before his eyes. Blue sky, transparent water, clean air, the fragrance of trees. Tang Zei was a little dazed. How could there be such a beautiful thing? Is it memory? Energy? Or something else? Fang Xiuyu, who was standing by, came back to his senses, and was surprised to see Tang Zei's actions. He rushed to Tang Zei, and pulled his hand away from the eggshell. Tang Zei, are you okay? However, after meeting Tang Zei's gaze, Fang Xiuyu was stunned for a few seconds. The faint darkness and indifference in Tang Zei's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented bright purity. The clear green color was like a pool of water reflecting the sunlight, and the bottom of the water could be seen at a glance. The water surface was sparkling, more beautiful than gems. Fang Xiuyu was attracted by the light, and his eyes became softer. He couldn't help but raise his hand and gently stroke Tang Zei's goggles. Tang Zei. Tang Zei came back to his senses, and the purity in his eyes disappeared. I'm fine, Captain. The light in his eyes flashed, and Tang Zei returned to his original appearance. Kitten-like eyes, hidden deep and indifferent. This is also very beautiful. But Fang Xiuyu suppressed the momentary loss in his heart and pulled him into his arms. What are you doing? It's too dangerous. Tang Zei shook his head. He didn't say what he felt, because it made him very puzzled. The things in the egg seemed to be the opposite of the mental attack he had suffered before. It is too clean and beautiful, and it is out of tune with this dirty world full of pollution and indifference. Is that a memory? No. Things like blue sky and forest no longer exist, and no one has ever seen them in reality. It should be a wish, right? What is condensed here is people's wishes. Tang Zei raised his head again and turned his gaze to the window. The faces that appeared one after another no longer looked as hideous as before. Those empty eyes seemed to be full of longing and desire. Those wide-open mouths seemed to be praising and singing. They are entrenched here, guarding pure wishes? In this world, even beautiful imaginations can only occupy 1% of one's thoughts, or even less. The thick fog and gray sky limit people's imagination, and even those old archives are increasingly read by fewer and fewer people. How beautiful the world was before the pollution only highlights how desperate the reality is. And in the experience of most people, dark thoughts will accumulate even more, especially those living in Area B, especially the Sentinels. The harshest environment they face will only make this group have the most extreme hatred and resentment. Their spirit, even if it is refined, is just dirty black and gray. But in the two boundless test sites, thousands of protective suits were piled up, and some extremely clean and pure things were squeezed out. Those endless, bottomless quagmires finally condensed into a wish as big as a helmet in front of them. But such a small wish attracted those bodies that had long been broken and lost in resentment, struggling to surge from the quagmire several miles away. Entrenched here, guarding here. Tang Ze looked at the white empty shell, and his eyes moved. In the two huge test sites of Wuseisher, all the filth and unbearableness were abandoned. Instead, this tiny and insignificant thing, is it what they really collect? Where did the large amount of blue energy that Saib felt buried deep under the building come from? Was it made of more corpses? Tang Ze leaned in Fang Shuyu's arms, lost in deep thought. Outside the window, those white faces were surging one after another, looking at the small figure in the center of the building. In their black eye sockets, there was fanaticism. With their open mouths, they all shouted the same word, God. Chapter 142 Little Fool. Tang Ze? Seeing that Tang Ze did not respond, Fang Shuyu called out again and shook him gently. What? Did you touch something? Tang Ze blinked and shook his head. Fang Shuyu looked into his eyes, and the momentary clarity that appeared in them seemed like an illusion. But he knew that that moment had existed. So he slowly put Tang Ze down and looked at the egg. No! Tang Ze quickly grabbed Fang Shuyu's hand. But Fang Shuyu took this action as a sign of his worry and just patted him gently. It's okay. Then Fang Shuyu also took off his gloves and approached the pile of eggs little by little. Fang Shuyu did not feel any energy. On the contrary, the seemingly lifeless eggshell suddenly came alive the moment his hand touched it, biting his finger tightly. Captain! Tang Ze rushed over. The human face on the egg became hideous, and then began to swell like it was inflated. Countless small human faces began to float up from the depths, and the faces on the entire egg kept changing, and each face was angry. They shouted and roared at Fang Shuyu. Captain! Tang Ze didn't care about that. He held Fang Shuyu with one hand and pushed the human-faced egg with the other hand, trying to pull him out of the mouths of those skeletons. The moment his hand touched the eggs, the skeleton let go. The skeleton eggs were pushed far away, and Fang Shuyu took the opportunity to pull his hand out, with a faint wound on his fingertips. Tang Ze's pupil shrank, and he quickly opened his helmet and put his finger in his mouth. Sigh. Suck. Aw? Didn't you say you would return the energy to the captain? How come? Gurgle gurgle. What did you suck? Was the captain attacked just now? No. The captain only has his own energy in his body. I found that it is faster to suck this way. The captain's energy is really clean. I tut tut tut. Tang Ze reacted, and quickly let go of Fang Shuyu. Sigh. Shut up. Instantly, Tang Ze's pupils changed from needle-shaped to round. He raised his head, and met Fang Shuyu's gaze. Fang Shuyu's gaze suddenly became dazed. It was unknown whether it was because Saib had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy in his body. Just as Tang Ze was about to say something, he saw the grape-like egg next to him moving again. He turned his head back. The human faces on the egg surged more violently, and soon turned into an unrecognizable agitated picture. Then, those human faces surged, and actually broke out of the eggshell. Countless white human faces fell to the ground one after another, like masks of different sizes. They circled around Fang Shuyu and Tang Ze, and soon surrounded them. The human faces that emerged from the back jumped up along the foundation of masks that had already been built. Before long, a wall was built in front of them. Tang Ze's pupils shrank. He looked at Fang Shuyu and found that his pupils gradually lost focus, as if he had lost consciousness. Captain! Captain! The wall of human faces became restless, and they popped their heads out one after another, looking down at the two people they surrounded. Outside this wall, the huge building windows were also covered with 3 layers of pus inside and outside, and the human faces in them also gathered at the wall, looking down at them. Tang Ze bit his lip. Guanyin Jian? Evlu? No response. Tang Ze's breath was choked. He looked at the corner of his goggles. No signal. These things blocked their messages? The wall of human faces began to spin, like a whirlpool, and they were lying at the bottom of the whirlpool. Looking up, the wall seemed endless, reaching the sky, and they were just the opposite. They were falling, as if they were falling deep into the ground. Tang Ze reached out his hand, wanting to touch those faces. If the faces bit his fingers, he might be able to control these human faces like he used to control the vines. As long as Saib releases energy, these things should also. I don't know what happened, The surging human faces avoided Tang Ze, as if in awe the moment they approached him. Tang Ze refused to give up, and raised his hand to hit the wall. As a result, the human face wall was dented along his fist, and completely avoided him. Tang Ze tried for a long time, but he never succeeded in touching them. Tang Ze cursed in his heart. These human faces are avoiding being controlled? They are indeed different from the low-level vines, and they have begun to have their own thoughts and strategies. Tang Ze lowered his head, and Fang Xiuyu in his arms still had half-open eyes, but his eyes were not focused. He nervously checked the value of the wireless search ring. Fortunately, the vital signs were still normal. Why did it become like this? Was Fang Xiuyu unconscious? Or was he poisoned by some toxin from these things? And what do these human faces want to do? Seeing that Tang Ze stopped moving, the human face wall slowly approached again. There was a kind of longing in their empty eyes. They wanted to get close to Tang Ze, but they didn't dare to really touch him. So, they could only quietly approach when Tang Ze didn't drive them away. And after causing his anger, they hid away in fear. Tang Ze stared at these faces, and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. He discovered that as long as he didn't move, the human-faced wall would continue to shrink. So since he couldn't touch these things, he would just wait for them to approach on their own. He hugged Fang Xiuyu's head, protected him in his arms, lowered his head, and didn't move. The human-faced wall slowly became lower, and the sky-high passage at the top began to shrink, gradually turning into a huge cocoon, wrapping the two people inside. After that, the cocoon became smaller and smaller, and finally approached their bodies little by little. Just before it was about to touch, Tang Ze suddenly raised his head. A green light flashed in his eyes, and his pupils turned into needles. In an instant, those white masks seemed to have been strongly attacked, bursting from the center of the cocoon and flying away. The scene of the building appeared in front of them again, and the faces turned into broken eggshells, falling from the window like snowflakes. The faces outside the window also slowly disappeared into the pus, and at a glance, they looked pure black. Tang Ze came back to his senses and gasped for breath. The green light disappeared from his eyes, and his pupils slowly returned to their original appearance. The person in his arms moved. Tang Ze lowered his head and saw that Fang Xiuyu's eyes had regained focus. At this time, his fingers were still pinched in Tang Ze's hands, but he went from hugging Tang Ze to being hugged by Tang Ze. Confusion flashed in Fang Xiuyu's eyes, and he quickly understood what happened. So he sat up slowly and held Tang Ze's face distressfully. "Don't worry, Captain," Tang Ze said. "It's okay. Captain will be fine." Fang Xiuyu's fingertips were covered with saliva, and the wound had disappeared. Why? Tang Ze came back to his senses, and his eyes suddenly panicked, because saliva can kill bacteria. Looking at his panicked expression, Fang Xiuyu couldn't help laughing. The person in front of him curled up in his arms, just like a kitten. He subconsciously held his finger in his mouth, more like a small animal licking a wound. Now those wide-open pupils are really so cute. Fang Xiuyu looked into Tang Ze's eyes, and his thoughts flew far away in an instant. These eyes, angry, alienated, happy, sad. The pupils shrank in surprise. The eyes curved with joy, and the eyes were as round as the moon. They flashed in his mind one by one. He stared at these eyes for a long time, from far away to gradually approaching. He seemed to have been chasing him, looking up at him, like chasing the unreachable moon. Suddenly, the moon fell into his arms, and he could look down at him and stroke his cheek like a kitten. There are so many memories between them? Captain. Tang Ze lowered his head, his eyes still in panic. Captain will be fine. I sucked the wound for the captain. It won't be infected. Captain's vital signs are fine. Fang Xiuyu came back to his senses and gently grabbed his hand. I was bitten by a mutant. And you plan to use saliva to sterilize the wound? That's good. We'd both have to go back to quarantine. Tang Ze didn't know what to say, so he could only keep his head down. Silly. The probability of infection caused by being bitten by a mutant is too high. I know you are worried. But if you get infected like this, have you ever considered what I would think in my heart? Captain will be fine. We will all be fine. Tang Ze repeated sullenly. Fang Xiuyu looked at his curled-up body, like a frightened kitten. But just now, he actually burst out with amazing potential to pull himself back because he saw himself in danger, and even did such an extremely dangerous action as sucking the wound. Now that he came to his senses, He was scared again, and could only fall weakly into his arms. Fang Xiuyu touched his face lovingly. Silly. I was not bitten. It was just blown by the wind when I touched it. After saying that, he raised his finger in front of Tang Zai. Look! There's no wound. Right? Tang Zai raised his head and stared at him blankly. It wasn't bitten. It just floated towards me. Fang Xiuyu couldn't help laughing. Little fool. Tang Zai was still in a daze, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. What happened? Fang Xiuyu was clearly bitten, and the wound on his fingertips was still vivid. And those faces. That wall. Did Fang Xiuyu lose consciousness? Just thinking about it. Fang Xiuyu stroked his face again, and then carefully helped him close the mask. Don't do this again next time. Then, Fang Xiuyu shouted to the panel, look back at the video just now. Tang Zai suddenly came back to his senses, and his heart stopped beating. Everything just now was recorded by the actual combat video. How Fang Xiuyu's finger was bitten, how it was injured, and how it healed after being licked by Tang Zai would be exposed. He looked forward in horror, but found that the eggshell was still lying on the ground. At this time, Guan Yingjian's voice came from the panel. Report to the captain. Through the close contact of the captain just now, it is confirmed that this thing is not completely a solid. Its composition is a bit strange. What's the situation? It is between a holographic image and a solid. It can react to real things to some extent, but it can also pass through solid things like a ghost, Guan Yingjian said. When the captain touched it just now, he seemed to pass through the captain's hand. Fang Xiuyu turned his head. Look. He's not hurt. Tang Zai blinked, a little dazed. The scene just now was all an illusion? It's impossible. It's clearly. This may be the visible state of will, Lu Tianyi said. Although I don't know what the principle is. Since the five-color stone can extract memory through the human body, it means that it is not something completely invisible and intangible. And these things will suddenly condense. Which also means that it is between entity and non-entity. Tang Zai suddenly realized. In other words, he can touch the memory through pollution. And he can also see the memory through induction. This is the principle. Memory is like smoke. You can see it from a distance. But as long as you walk into the fog, it will disappear. And the beautiful things he saw when he touched the egg were the memories or wishes in it transmitted to his brain by the egg. And what did Fang Xiuyu see after he touched it? Tang Zai fell from one confusion to another. From their conversation, no one felt that Fang Xiuyu lost consciousness during that period. Not even Fang Xiuyu himself. And they didn't see the changes of the egg, the human-faced wall, and the last snowflakes. They didn't see it. In there, and the video records. Fang Xiuyu only passed through the egg that seemed to be a physical entity with his fingertips. And then Tang Zai rushed to save him in a nervous manner. That scene? Was it only him who saw it? Was it his own hallucination? Or did others have memory loss? Tang Zai remained calm and quietly called up the recorded time. Then he found that there was almost no time interval between Fang Xiuyu touching the egg and waking up. In other words, the strange scene he saw, and the use of his mental energy to force those things back, were all illusions? Could it be that these were just mental attacks against him alone? But even if it was a mental attack, time would pass normally. How could it be? The human faces outside the window quietly emerged from the pus again. No one noticed that the deep of the empty eye sockets of those human faces emitted green light. Chapter 143 If I Mutate. Have you seen something similar before? Fang Xiuyu asked. There is no reference material for the time being. But from the nature, it may be formed by some kind of material in a special physical state. Guan Yingjian said. The weapons made by Lu Ji are all nerve conduction, which is not suitable for this loose control mode. Not to mention traditional artillery shells, which may cause counter effects. The most important thing is that its volume is too large. If all the things in the number 2 test site come over, it will not be as simple as covering this building. Tang Zai thought secretly. The endless quagmire and the unfathomable underwater world are more than enough to submerge the entire old gathering area. Fang Xiuyu frowned. Are there no technical means that can be used at present? Among the existing technical means, only special physical weapons such as electricity and magnetism may be able to restrain the brain-like. However, if you attack directly inside the building, it will be too risky for you. The size of the mutant is unprecedented, and you are completely sealed inside. If you don't try, won't you be able to change anything? Fang Xiuyu said. If you keep waiting, This thing will not disappear automatically. The other side was somewhat silent for a while in some awkward silence. There is another way. But, speak. If the brain-like will can be directed elsewhere, these things will also be directed away, so that they can be dealt with away from the building. But if this can be done, there is no need to use other means. Fang Xiyu thought for a while. Aunt Lu said that this brain-like structure has a certain will, which has played a role in calling on those things. Then, if you want to lead those things away from its control, you must have a stronger will to call on them. Yes. It's just that we don't know how this brain-like structure can make calls from a long distance. Nor do we know how to replicate its signals, or even make something stronger. So, there is a third way. What way? We have basically found out the direction of the channel, but we have not found its source yet. We guessed that after the water area of the test site collapsed, the things inside dispersed deep into the ground, or surged up into the mud swamp. Guan Yingjian said, maybe we can make a hole in the middle of this channel, and let these things flow out of the hole, so that the mutants in the building will not increase. Then turn the extractor over and suck the contents from the hole, and the mutants in the building will probably disintegrate. This is a countermeasure based on the tentacles that have just appeared, but there are also differences between them, and this method may not be useful. Captain, this method should be chosen with caution. Lu Tiany's voice suddenly came over. In my opinion, its success rate is not high. If there is no better solution, we can only try it first. Fang Xiyu said, let me apply to the high-risk management office for the dispatch of the extraction machine. But now is non-working time. It may take a while to send it over. During this time, you continue to look for new solutions. Our first choice is to crack the signals released by the brain-like, and then simulate the signals we hope to divert them. Yes, Captain. After giving the order, Fang Xiyu opened the panel. Chong Fangyin. Hey, Minister Fang is going to promote me. Why do you still need to apply to me? Chong Fangyin. What are you doing outside at this time? Why are you in that place again? Didn't you say that you won't go out again after the special forces are disbanded? Who are you with now? Chong Fangyin. Explain it to me clearly. Fang Xiyu coughed twice in embarrassment. Fang Xiyu. Hurry up. Tang Zai and I are trapped inside. Chong Fangyin. What? Tang Zai is also there? Wait. You little bastard. Where is the location? What else do you need? A few minutes later, Fang Xiyu turned off the panel. Why is your name so effective now? He looked at Tang Zai and smiled softly. Humph. I said I have good taste. He must like the things I like very much. He said the last sentence very softly, and only he could hear it in the end. Tang Zai was still immersed in the conversation between Fang Xiyu and Guan Yingjian. He knew in his heart that it was not easy to lead away this will. The string of skull eggs condensed a certain wish, which attracted a steady stream of human tissue, thus forming a special brain-like structure. This constantly expanding mutant was just to protect something in the building, so it came from afar and wrapped it layer by layer. The key is, why did this desire form here? The powerful blue energy that Sive sensed must have a very important relationship with the formation of the skull egg. In this way, as long as that energy is not destroyed, it is nonsense to lead away the brain-like will. In other words, the blue energy is the root, but he can neither say the existence of this energy, nor touch it, or even use it. In this case, if the special forces forcibly use the extractor to absorb those human structures, it will not only fail to work, but may also have a counterproductive effect. When dealing with tentacles, the use of the extractor is very effective, because the tentacles are not strictly controlled by the nervous system, and the tissues are also loose, and they can be easily sucked away with the viscous tissue fluid. What they encountered now was different. They did not need to grow in tissue fluid, they were subject to some unified instructions. In this case, can the extractor really work? But Fang Xiyu had already sent a message to Chong Fangyin, and the extractor would be delivered sooner or later. What made Tang Zai more concerned was that because Fang Xiyu had sent out a request for help, there would definitely be more than just Chong Fangyin coming. He might bring a whole team, or even a whole department to help. Tang Zai's face became solemn. In the past, Tang Zai had to use his abilities carefully in front of the special forces. If there were more people acting together, and there were eyes staring at them everywhere, then the risk of him being exposed would be greater. What should we do? Tang Zai looked outside quietly. The skeleton egg was temporarily quiet, lying on the ground like a dead object that could be seen but not touched. There was no other explanation for the scene that Tang Zai saw except that it was an illusion. But so far, they were not facing imminent danger. The things outside had never shown any intention to attack them. And from the data sent by the drone and the detector, the things on the roof seemed to have stopped expanding. The things that were pouring in now were just a drop in the ocean compared to the stock in the test site. As for why they suddenly stopped overflowing, it was still unknown. How long will it take for Lao Chang to come here? Fang Xiyu also looked out the window and muttered, I don't know when the face of the person lying outside the window was hidden in the pus. It looked pitch black outside, and I couldn't tell whether it was wrapped in pus or just covered by fog. Tang Zai felt a burst of temperature and pressure coming from behind. Fang Xiyu leaned over from behind and put his arm around him. Tang Zai. You just? Tang Zai raised his head and suddenly realized that Fang Xiyu had cut off external communication. In this case, the action of hugging him seemed to be controlling him, and the whisper in his ear had some questioning meaning. Did Fang Xiyu just notice something? Tang Zai's body stiffened. Captain, what's wrong? Fang Xiyu was silent for a while. After a long time, he suddenly said something that Tang Zai didn't expect. If I really change one day, you must not get close to me like you did just now. He hugged a little tighter. You should stay away from me at the first opportunity. If you can't escape, raise your gun and point it at me. That's the right way to deal with it. Tang Zai was stunned. Captain? I mean, what if there really is such a day? You have also seen many sentinels suddenly change. Let's not talk about anything else. Mu Ximing did it right in front of us. I also hope to keep him. But in that case, I have no choice but to shoot. He whispered. If there really is such a day, I hope you are safe no matter what. Your physique is special, and your resistance may be stronger than mine. But with the pollution getting stronger and stronger, and the mutants evolving faster and faster, it is hard to say what the situation will be like in the future. You can't expect to get out of this unscathed every time. And you can't expect to. Fang Xiyu paused. He suddenly buried his head in Tang Zai's shoulder, and his voice fluctuated a little. No matter what, I hope you are fine. Tang Zai did not answer, his eyes full of confusion. I always feel that the situation we are facing now is very strange. Too fast. A little too fast. Tang Zai raised his head and was about to ask what too fast meant when he saw Fang Xiyu's body move. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling. What sound? There was a faint sound above the roof, like a snake or something crawling. Sticky, slippery, unpleasant sound appeared like an illusion, and disappeared quietly while listening attentively. The two held their breath and listened for a while, and the sound disappeared again. Tang Zai turned his head. Captain, if I mutated, would you shoot me? Fang Xiyu's body stiffened. I won't let you mutate. What if I? Fang Xiyu's throat rolled. No, never. He did not answer that question. The temperature in Tang Zai's eyes cooled down. He lowered his head without saying a word, and the darkness in his eyes surged. The uncomfortable sound outside the building became stronger, as if the human faces and pus inside were restless. The external communication was turned on again. After an unknown amount of time, a message prompt sounded on the panel. Fang Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the panel. Chang Fangyin's voice came over. Fang Xiyu, how did you come up with this thing? Fang Xiyu's eyes lit up, and he jumped up quickly. Old Chang, you're here? Guan Yingjian. Contact Manager Chang and send your plan over. You guys can research the location. Research a shitty location. Chang Fangyin yelled. Don't tell me you two are trapped in this skeleton city now. Fang Xiyu was stunned. Ah. This time the mutant looks uncomfortable. But at best it's just a bunch of sticky stuff mixed with something that looks like a human face. Maybe there's a little bit of the uncanny valley effect. Is this called mixed a little? Chang Fangyin yelled. Do you know what the outside of this building looks like? While Fang Xiyu was confused, Chang Fangyin sent a real-time image of the building. The building could no longer be distinguished from its original appearance, and even its shape could not be seen clearly. All the faces of people appeared outside, densely covering all the walls. From a distance, it looked like a castle made of skeletons. And if you look closely, you will find that each skeleton has smaller skeletons in its eye sockets and mouth. And these smaller skeletons contain smaller ones. It is like an enlarged version of a skeleton egg. And Fang Xiyu and Tang Zai are in this egg at this time. Chapter 144. You are all surrounded. Fang Xiyu took a breath. The calm was just an illusion. I didn't expect those things to be quietly deploying their troops. Now, let alone anything else. If they want to break through this eggshell, there is almost no possibility of escaping unscathed. And the shape of this egg makes people think of something ominous. Tang Zei's eyes changed. What he just saw was not an illusion. These things must be operating in a way they don't know yet. And their previous experience is completely useless. What on earth is this? Digging a tunnel. Digging a tunnel may be useful, Fan Qiyu said. Old Chang, we have found the channel where these things are coming from. Now you avoid this channel and find a way to dig another channel from underground. As long as we hit the building, Tang Zei and I can leave from here. No matter what else. At least we can stay away from here. Before Chang Fangyin replied, the message from the combat vehicle came. Captain. No. This is Lu Tiany's voice. You can't dig a tunnel. This thing has stopped gushing up now, because it has begun to seep into the underground of the building. Now the building you are in is surrounded by it from all directions to the underground. Fan Qiyu bit his lips. He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly hugged Tang Zei tightly in his arms, pulled out the safety rope on his body, and tied it tightly around the waists of the two people. Tang Zei saw that he was not willing to give in, and thought it was not good. Captain, what are you going to do? Rush out, he said. Don't be afraid. Just lean on me. Tang Zei raised his head and saw some determination and regret in Fan Qiyu's eyes. He was about to say something when Fan Qiyu pressed him into his arms. Don't be afraid. It will be quick. When you stop, run out. They will pick you up. Tang Zei's heart sank. Fan Qiyu's attitude at this time was exactly the same as when they first encountered the hairy fungus. He seemed to be ready to risk his life in exchange for Tang Zei's survival. But this time, he had no chance of winning. Captain? Tang Zei tried desperately to raise his head, but something was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He moved his fingers and found that it was a gun. Captain? Remember what I just said? Captain, what are you doing? Stop. Tang Zei patted his shoulder hard. It's not that urgent now. We can still wait and see if there is a turnaround. There's no need to go out now. Captain. Captain. Fan Qiyu had already started running, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Tang Zei tried to raise his head, but was pinned down. Stop. Captain. I won't shoot. Captain. I won't shoot. Fan Qiyu didn't answer. Tang Zei felt his body floating in the air, and Fan Qiyu seemed to jump up to the window. Was he going to jump out of the window and rush into the pus? These things were at least several meters thick. Not to mention that there were things whose composition was unclear, and those inexplicable human faces. Tang Zei bit his lips and shouted Saib's name in his heart. These things were so strange. How could it be? How could it be so strange? Saib said it was not difficult to deal with. Why did it become like this? What on earth do they want to do? Tang Zei. Chang Fangyin's voice came over. Tang Zei was stunned. Manager Chang? Fortunately, your communication is still open. Fan Qiyu, that bastard, turned off the communication. And now the special forces, and I can't contact him. What's the situation now? Is everything okay in there? Tang Zei panicked. Manager Chang, the captain may want to jump out. What? I don't know. The captain won't let me see now. He just hugs me. No. No. Tang Zei's whole body stiffened. Fan Qiyu was still climbing up. He didn't want to jump out of the window at all. He wanted to jump onto the roof? No. Captain! Stop! Gunshots rang out from above. This was not the weapon Lu Ji used to target mutants, but a highly aggressive handheld artillery shell. There was a loud noise on the roof, and soon something fell heavily to the ground. Fan Qiyu, he wanted to deal directly with the brain like being wrapped in mucus above. Captain! Captain! The sound of the artillery shell quickly drowned out Tang Zei's shouting. Fan Qiyu was aiming at the weakest part of the building's roof, where the pipes were installed. It was even possible that he was aiming at the vent that led from the underground to the roof. That place is the easiest place for the roof to break. But at the same time, the things inside will also gush out the moment the roof is broken. That brain-like thing may fall directly into the building. Tang Zei understood that Fan Qiyu wanted to use the height and gravity of the roof to make the brain-like thing fall to the ground due to gravity the moment the passage was broken. If it goes well, it may lose its controllability for a short time. Then taking advantage of this gap, Fan Qiyu can escape from the hole in the roof. But this is an unprecedented mutant. Its size is so large, and its control range is so wide, And this series of actions is too demanding. If they fail, the two will bang. With the last loud noise, a huge rock fell to the ground. The sound of liquid flowing came from the roof, which sounded very unpleasant. Fang Xiuyu fired another shot. Bang. Puff. Splatter. Just then, Fang Xiuyu suddenly jumped into the air and jumped towards the hole that had just appeared. Tang Zai was dizzy by his movements, and because of inertia, he had to lean on him tightly. He could only feel Fang Xiuyu jumping, quickly going up from the pipe on the roof. The body was hit hard, and it seemed that there was mucus on it. Fang Xiuyu protected Tang Zai with his hands, but soon he had no time to help him brush away those things. More and more mucus wrapped around them, and they seemed to be pressed down heavily. There were more and more of those things, drowning them and dragging them into the ground. Tongza! Fang Xiuyu shouted. Tongza! Run! Tongza didn't know what this run meant, but the next second, he suddenly felt his body lighten. His body was thrown up with force, and at the same time, the safety rope that had tightly wrapped around the two of them had been cut off. His body was freed from any restraints and completely vacated, and the other end of the safety rope fell heavily. Tongza's hand was free, and he brushed away the things stuck on the goggles. He saw the sky in front of him, the foggy ground, and the lights not far away. They were the people who came to rescue. Tang Zai, run! Tang Zai's breathing became rapid. Captain! His voice disappeared in the air, but there was no echo. The building was moving away from him. He could only see a terrible vortex on the roof, and those things were falling into the vortex. There was no familiar figure in the vortex. A few seconds later, his body began to fall. The people brought by Chang Fangyin were ready, and they caught him safely before he fell heavily. Tang Zai, are you okay? Chang Fangyin's face appeared in front of him. Don't worry. We'll take you to the hospital now. Tang Zai shook his head. Captain is still. Leave it to us. We'll go find him. Chang Fangyin turned around and said to the people behind him, send him back quickly. Tang Zai pushed those people's hands away with all his strength. He's still inside. He's still. He stood up shakily, broke free from the hands around him, and looked back. The huge building had turned into a strange waterfall, and countless human faces outside the wall were flowing up along the pus. They were flowing, to fall into the hole above the roof. Tang Zai felt his brain buzz. Has it been buried there? Tang Zai. It's too dangerous here. Chang Fangyin grabbed him. Those things may come out again. Let's stay away first and then. But he's in there. Tang Zai shook his hand away with such force that Chang Fangyin was stunned. He's still in there. Tang Zai whispered. I'm going to find him. In Chang Fangyin's stunned eyes, Tang Zai rushed towards the wrap building at an incredible speed. When Chang Fangyin came to his senses, Tang Zai's shadow was no longer in front of him. I don't know if he disappeared or plunged into the sticky unknown. Chapter 145. Was he swallowed by the mutant? Fang Xiuyu opened his eyes. He seemed to have fallen into a dream, and there were some unreal shadows in front of him. Some pillars and ruins could be vaguely seen in the distance, and he should still be in the building. But what filled the buildings was not fog, but some vague translucent things. It was like a huge bubble filled the place. The bubble was not a disgusting color, but a light green, with a jelly texture, sticky and thick. The scene in front of him became bizarre after being refracted by the bubbles. Fang Xiuyu slowly stood up. Was he swallowed by the mutant? He was now in the belly of the mutant? Fang Xiuyu shook his head. The scene in front of him did not change. He could only pick up his weapon and move forward tentatively. Tang Zai was not here. He turned on the communication, but the signal was very weak, almost equivalent to no communication. He did not know whether anyone had sent a message during the time when he turned off the communication. Chang Fangyin might be cursing at him, and Guan Yingjian and Lu Tianyi should have met with the high-risk management department. Maybe they have evacuated now, or maybe they are making a new plan. These are not what he cares about most. He just wants to know whether Tang Zai has left safely. Fang Xiuyu activated the panel. Although only extremely simple functions can be used now, all functions that require network and data support are invalid. But he noticed the time. 5 hours 48 minutes and 50 seconds. This number lasted at least 3 breaths. Then, 5 hours 48 minutes and 51 seconds. Time almost stagnated. Fang Xiuyu took a few deep breaths, but the situation remained the same. He didn't know if there was something wrong with the panel or his brain. After a few more breaths, he thought of the time-slowing effect, which seemed to be related to relativity, the speed of light, and the like. But he was clearly in a closed building, not on a spaceship. So how could this? Click. Click. Fang Xiu stopped. He looked back at the sound, but he saw nothing from the perspective of the bubble. But the sound just now was clearly the sound of liquid dripping onto the ground. Pa! The sound rang again. Fang Xiu suddenly became alert. The time interval between the liquid dripping was normal. He activated his panel again, and found that the timer in the corner had also changed. 5 hours 49 minutes and 10 seconds. 5 hours 49 minutes and 11 seconds. 5 hours 49 minutes and 12 seconds. Time suddenly began to flow normally. As the timer resumed, everything around became agitated. More and more sounds rang in the air. From the sound of water dripping, to the sticky dragging sound, and some sounds that were not sure whether they were footsteps or something else. The bubbles also became agitated. Fang Xiu raised the gun in his hand. This mutant was too strange. At first, they all thought that this time it was an arthropod mutant. But then, they found that it was not a simple spider at all. It did not have a formed nerve center, but only loosely unified actions through a brain-like structure. And this structure made them mistakenly think that it was easy to deal with. But he was wrong. He was wrong from the beginning. As early as when they determined that these things came from the test site of the five-colored stone. They should have known that this was definitely not a good thing. At that time, he should have taken Tang Zhe away regardless of everything, instead of continuing to waste time and choosing a more gentle choice. Or earlier, when they came here last time, they should have realized the problem here. Fang Xiu supported his head. Before opening his eyes, he seemed to have a vague dream. In the dream, he didn't know the time, nor did he know where he was. He even took the dream as reality. After waking up, he remembered nothing. In his mind, there were only those lingering pains, regrets and sorrows, which tightened his heart one by one, as if to squeeze out every drop of blood in it. The last time he came here, he had this feeling. At that time, he thought that he had only encountered a kind of pollution that affected the brain, which would produce similar hallucinations. But the actual situation is not like this. It is far from that simple. After returning, he felt the same pain more than once. When Tang Zhe followed him into the tentacle-covered slime. But he did not hold Tang Zhe tightly, when Area A was conquered by the mutant. And he climbed along the pipe. The pain covered him like a quilt that appeared out of thin air, blinding his vision and brain. The feeling of wanting to grab something but grabbing nothing. The powerlessness and despair of missing something important. When he saw Tang Zhe in his arms, that feeling would arise out of thin air. He gradually realized that this feeling did not come from the influence of pollution, but from the depths of his memory. He may have made a mistake. Even if he doesn't remember what happened. Even if he doesn't remember who he owed. The regret has been imprinted in every cell of his body. Moreover, the person who is with him now is the one he cares about the most. He doesn't want to make the same mistake again one day. Until the incident between Lu Ji and Lu Bai broke out, he finally made up his mind to disband the special forces. After he submitted the application, Chang Fangyin did not have any questions, but was relieved. This is good. First of all, the mission of the special forces has been completed. Now so many people in the two districts are doing external development work, and reorganization will be more efficient, Chang Fangyin said. Secondly, he shook his head. This time you went to the old gathering area, and when you came back you were busy dealing with the tentacle crisis and cleaning up the mess left by Lu Bai. You were in contact with mutants too often. Your treatment time has been extended. I don't need to tell you. Right? Also, the mutation value in your body has exceeded 4%. You know what the level is in Area A. After the establishment of the special forces, your mutation speed is dozens of times faster than before. If you can't hold on for another half a year, I will see you in the quarantine area. Fang Xiu smiled and said nothing. After the special forces are disbanded, where do you want Tang Zhe to go? Chang Fangyin asked. I can give him a sinecure, like managing the archives. He can still follow you in and out, and just rest when he's free. Yeah, that's good, Fang Xiu replied. Ask him for his opinion then. Maybe we can do something else. His abilities haven't been fully explored yet. I always think it's a waste to let him wear that protective suit. Okay, you guys discuss it, Chang Fangyin said. I've accepted the application, and I'll report it to you when the time comes. Fang Xiu withdrew his thoughts. This place is too strange. He shouldn't have brought Tang Zai in again. Obviously. The target last time was not here. And the target this time is not here either. But why can't I let it go? Did that thing really happen here? The echo of a place behind him changed subtly. Fang Xiuyu became alert and slowed down his pace without making a sound. A few seconds later, he suddenly rolled to the side. A stream of pus hit the place where he stood before, and accumulated into a sticky pool on the ground. And a pale face sank unwillingly. The light shone on it, and the mucus appeared dark green. Is it originally this color? Fang Xiuyu frowned and thought. Why did he feel that this thing was gray and black at the beginning? And looked very dirty? Was it because it was too dark at that time? The light then shone to the other side, where the mucus was sprayed out. In that corner, Fang Xiuyu saw a mass of pus that had coagulated at some unknown time. They wrapped around half of the broken wall, looking like a slippery green hill. Fang Xiuyu fired at it. As before, the several weapons he now had were not very effective against this thing. The flow of pus slowed down. But it still flowed down from the top of the broken wall layer by layer. Some fine threads of different colors were mixed in it. And as the pus accumulated, these threads were connected little by little. That should be what Luciani said. The spontaneous formation of brain-like consciousness. The building was wrapped tightly outside. And according to the last message said by Luciani, the underground had also been occupied. But strangely, these things did not pour in from the doors and windows. Fang Xiuyu had previously punched a big hole in the roof, hoping that the brain-like brain would fall from above. If he was lucky, the brain-like brain would be destroyed when it hit the ground. If he was unlucky, the brain-like brain would still function normally, and could also bring things from the outside into the building. As long as there was a gap in it, he could take Tang Zai away. But everything that happened afterwards was not what he expected at all. The brain-like brain did fall from the hole, but it was neither broken nor brought in things from the outside. Only a small part of the pus fell in, and the barrier outside was almost intact. As a last resort, Fang Xiuyu could only risk throwing Tang Zai out, and then shot at the gel body wrapped around the brain-like body. The gel was shattered, but the control unit in it was not destroyed. But it broke into countless threads and scattered everywhere. Now, the bubbles in the air are slowly gathering together and turning into sticky pus again. When they form a certain size, the brain-like units in them will have some consciousness and start to attack. They can't be killed, and they can't get out. They can only fight with them like this until they can't support themselves. Fang Xiuyu stopped. Tang Zai is not in the building now, so he must have successfully got out. Right? Chong Fanyin knows him. As long as Tang Zai gets out, he will definitely be able to provide support. If there is a little signal now, even if he can let him know Tang Zai's situation. Fang Xiuyu checked the panel again and found that there was still no signal. The moment the panel was closed, the bubbles in front of him seemed to be suddenly activated and began to stir. The bubbles became smaller and smaller, and more, as if they were born out of thin air. When the bubbles reached a certain amount, they began to condense in the building. In a short period of time, several pus globules of different sizes appeared between the pillars, and they could even reach a height of one person. Fang Xiuyu fired a few more shots and successfully dispersed them all. But he knew that after a while, these things would condense at a faster speed. The bubbles had split from a diameter of 2 meters to the size of a head, and the color was getting darker and darker. And soon it became densely packed dark green grapes. And in these grapes, the skulls were slowly emerging, each staring at him. His vision was quickly blinded, and the light was swallowed up, and he could only see these uncomfortable things everywhere. Then, with a sudden splash of water, the bubbles in front of him suddenly condensed nearby and turned into several human-shaped black shadows several meters high. Each black shadow was covered with strange gray-green human faces, looking at him with a smile, and slowly surrounded him. Fang Xiuyu bit his lips tightly. The next second, he raised the gun in front of him. Chapter 146, he was completely transformed. Tang Zai felt his body turned into smoke. He seemed to walk into a fire, unable to feel any surrounding environment or his own body. Everything was in a vague and restless state. Elusive. He didn't know how this happened. After deciding to return to the building, the only thought left in his mind was to rescue Fang Xiuyu. As for how to rescue him, or even how to enter the building, he had no time to think about it. It was in this mood that Tang Zai found himself rushing into nothingness. Is this rushing into the pus outside the building? Tang Zai thought. He tried to see in confusion. But he saw nothing. Now his eyes must not exist. And his sense of touch, perception, hearing, everything disappeared. Instead, there was a new feeling that was difficult to describe. He did not use any senses, but he could vaguely sense something. After a long time, he realized that he was probably swallowed by the mutant. Saib? Tang Zai tried to call out in his heart. No response. Since when? Saib has completely disappeared. In addition, he did not feel any trace of Saib. The restlessness and induction of absorbing energy all disappeared. Was it because of the blue energy? Or was the brain-like consciousness too strong, so that his mind was completely disturbed? Or has he become part of those consciousnesses? Or even those pus? But, Fang Xiuyu. Tang Zai unwillingly walked forward. A step. Everything around him changed at this moment. Countless green silk threads appeared in the blurred space, rippling like water ripples, and disappeared to the end. Tang Zai then discovered that he could walk. He tried to control his non-existent body with consciousness, trying to make himself run. He did succeed. The green threads began to become restless like turbulent waves. And in this restlessness, the green threads seemed to consciously gather together. Soon, Tang Zai found that the threads gathered into several shadows, standing in front of him like trees. But not long after, those trees disappeared one after another. Tang Zai was encouraged by this. He found that he could still do something with this seemingly empty space. So he began to try other ways, such as shouting. He shouted softly, "Captain?" He didn't hear his own voice, but saw the ripples in front of him ripple in another way, and then slowly gathered together again. This time, the color of the ripples changed in depth, and the gathered scene began to be vaguely discernible. It seemed to be some walls and stone pillars. Tang Zai reacted and immediately began to try to dance and shout. Captain waved, turned around. Can you hear it? Jumped, ran. My voice? Turned his head and squatted. The silk thread changed violently under his disturbance, and vision and touch finally emerged slowly, as if his eyes were separated by a layer of sticky translucent gel. Tang Zai saw the hazy outline of the building. Not long after, he saw something else. The grayish-white of different shades, scattered and gathered, was the human face in the pus. He was indeed in the pus. Tang Zai still couldn't feel his body completely, but he found that he could use his consciousness to control these things. Recalling Saib's last words, Tang Zai vaguely guessed the reason why all this happened. He did unfortunately undergo further mutation, but fortunately, he was able to rescue Fang Xiuyu at least. According to the steps of the past alienation, he first strengthened his body solid, and then softened his body liquid. It is easy to infer that the next direction of alienation is gas. When he was pinching Lu Bai, his fingertips suddenly became blurred, which was a sign of this change. His body would sooner or later become smoke-like. Saib had described the feeling of being in his body before, saying that there were gaps in his cells first, and Saib could fill them in. As the gaps in his body became larger and larger, Saib became less and less restrained, and his body began to deform. His body gradually turned into liquid and even gas, which was a manifestation of the deepening fusion between Saib and him. Saib lost its echo, which meant that it had completely merged into Tang Zai's body. Tang Zai is now a complete mutant, regardless of whether Saib is an energy engine or something else. Tang Zai, who has completely merged with it, is a super mutant that can make most creatures tremble in fear. Isn't this what he has always dreamed of in the past? Tang Zai's mood fell, and the green thread dimmed. But he soon regained his spirits because he saw a string of red numbers suddenly appear in front of him. 2.313, minus 3.709, 0.028. These are the coordinates of the wireless search ring. Fang Xiuyu is nearby. 1.938, minus 1.526, 0.014. Fang Xiuyu is still alive. He is moving. Tang Zai cheered up and tried to learn how to control these elusive things. He remembered that Lu Tianyi said that these things were controlled by will. As long as there was a will stronger than the original brain, they could be guided to go somewhere else. Will. Tang Zai silently prayed in his heart, hoping that those things would gather in one direction and make a gap in the building. As long as there was a gap, Fang Xiuyu would be able to escape. The silk thread slowly connected to his will and acted clumsily according to his ideas. Countless white faces appeared and disappeared, and the position where they reappeared was getting closer and closer. Gradually, the faces and threads gathered at a few points. piling up into something indescribable. The mucus was still distributed everywhere, but in some places, it was obviously much thinner, as if with a little more effort, the whole would be exposed. 1.028, 0.032, minus 0.198. Tang Zai's heart began to beat violently. Fang Shuyu was nearby. He was coming. But where was he? Why couldn't I see him clearly? Everything around him shook slowly and deeply like water waves, and the blur in front of him began to become clear little by little. Tang Zai finally saw a figure wearing protective clothing. It was Fang Shuyu. He looked fine. He was not injured. Great. Captain. The next second, Tang Zai's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly heard a voice. It was Fang Shuyu's voice. But that voice was a roar he had never heard before. Like a raging beast. What did you do to him? Then, he saw Fang Shuyu raising a gun to him. Fang Shuyu dealt with several annoying pus globules, and walked forward while they gathered again. The bubbles in the air disappeared at some point, and it seemed that they gathered on those pus globules. After time began to pass, everything around began to change. Things outside began to enter the building, but they did not pour in, but were like blowing bubbles. Like a snake, it slowly spreads in and fills the gaps in the building. Then the bubbles slowly gather together and condense into pus inside the building. Fang Shuyu has never seen such a difficult mutant. This python-like way of slowly consuming people's will and physical strength is like deliberately torturing the prey that can't escape from the palm of his hand. Compared with a head-on collision, this feeling of hitting cotton really makes him angry. At this time, an unexpected signal came from the panel. 5.529. Minus 3.976. 0.081. The coordinates of the wireless search ring. Tang Zai is here? Fang Shuyu panicked all of a sudden. He thought Tang Zai had gotten out successfully. But he still fell in? Is Tang Zai conscious? I have been awake for so long, but I still haven't found him. He must be very scared. Right? Tang Zai. Tang Zai. Fang Shuyu ran over according to the coordinates, and almost bumped into a newly formed pus gel. He fired a few shots at the thing with disgust, and while it was slowly melting, he jumped over it. By bypassing the broken wall, we should be able to find Tang Zai. He should be behind it. Tang Zai. Fang Shuyu rushed over with all his strength. Ah! Ah! He did not see Tang Zai. At Tang Zai's coordinates, there was a huge monster that had never been seen before. It stood tall in the building, and its body was constantly gushing out light green mucus like a spring. And there were also countless flashing white faces flowing here. In the mucus were countless dark green silk threads that had been connected together, like a jellyfish floating in it. That was consciousness. A consciousness stronger than the control of the brain. Fang Shuyu's brain buzzed. Those green silk threads looked like spider silk, and also like entrenched worms. The monster seemed to wrap its prey in these pus and slowly suck them with these things. As the thread twisted, waves of inky smoke rose from the monster's body, as if it was burping with satisfaction. Inside, Fang Shuyu could no longer think of anything else. His mind was blank, with only boundless anger. What did you do to Tang Zai? Fang Shuyu raised his gun. What did you do to him? Fang Shuyu didn't know anything about what happened next. He had lost consciousness, and his body was uncontrollably attacking the things in front of him, completely ignoring whether his weapon was effective. His vision was drowned in tears, and his body was shaking. Even if it was useless, he would die with this thing. He actually dared to do this to Tang Zai. Tang Zai. Bang. The last sound echoed in the building. Fang Shuyu finally regained his sanity. He looked up and found that the slime, human face, giant monster, were all gone. The huge building was empty, without even a sound. His sobbing was clearly audible in the darkness. Fang Shuyu dropped the gun in a daze. A shadow slowly appeared under the low wall in front, like a human shadow. Abnormal physical sign warning. Extremely weak physical sign warning. Please seek medical attention immediately. Fang Shuyu's heart resumed beating. Tongza! He rushed over and hugged the shadow. Tongza! Tongza! Don't be afraid. Hold on for a while. We will be back soon. Sorry. The captain is late. Chapter 147. 3 days. At most 3 days. Tang Zai. Please at least don't stay with Fang Shuyu. You will die in his hands. Tang Zai felt his body being carefully held horizontally. Pain. It hurts from inside to outside. Perhaps the pain is too strong. He soon became numb. He felt that his whole body was full of cracks. And the cold air passed through him recklessly. Like a sieve in the wind. Warmth approached. But it couldn't warm up his broken body. He turned his head with all his strength and looked at that face. Captain. Fang Xiuyu behind the mask looked like his heart was about to break. He half knelt on the ground. His whole body trembling with grief. It's okay. All the mutants have been cleared. It's okay. Tang Zai forced a smile and leaned his head on his arms. I'm scared. Captain, protect me. Fang Xiuyu tried to control his emotions. Hugged Tang Zai tightly and stood up, gently putting the helmet on his head. Okay. The captain is here, right next to you. Hold on. We'll go back. You must hold on. Bright lights shone in from the window, followed by the noisy sound of a group of people entering. Tang Zai's eyes slowly lost focus, and everything began to blur. At the moment of the attack, he could see almost nothing except the dazzling white. The white light lasted for a few minutes, and when it disappeared, everything disappeared with it. That was not a conventional weapon. Those things could not pose any threat to him at all. What really caused the fatal blow was energy. The white, incredibly bright white, instantly defeated everything he controlled. Those green silk threads could not stop such a flood beast, and they could only watch themselves being washed away and drowned. Spiritual energy. Fang Xiuyu has learned to use the powerful thing in his body? Unfortunately, Tang Zai felt someone take him from Fang Xiuyu and carefully put him into a medical box. Fang Xiuyu stood there, his body covered with traces of mud or blood. He was almost exhausted, and after letting go of Tang Zai, he fell heavily to his knees. Several fully armed soldiers walked over and dragged him into another box. Before Fang Xiuyu was put into another car, Chang Fangyin walked over and said something to him. Fang Xiuyu suddenly struggled and slapped the wall of the box hard, as if he wanted to get out. Chang Fangyin waved his hand, and several soldiers accelerated and pushed him in. Before closing the door, Fang Xiuyu was still trying to prop himself up and look at Tang Zai. Tang Zai closed his eyes. He had no strength left, none at all. Minister Fang, please don't wait in there like this any longer. The patient should be completely isolated. You are making us. We have always been in and out together. We were rescued together on this mission. If we are infected, we will be infected together. Or just isolate both of us. Tang Zai finally regained consciousness. It seemed that his awakening prompted the monitor to issue a prompt, and the voice in his ear stopped. He's awake. He's awake. A voice nearby was delighted. Shoo! The voice of a medical staff member was faintly heard in the distance. Minister Fang, please wear protective clothing when you talk to the patient. Fang Xiuyu ignored this sentence. He buried his head beside the bed for a few seconds, as if adjusting his mood. Then he raised his head, and his eyes returned to their original state. Tang Zai. Tang Zai had only his eyes exposed, and the rest of his body was covered by various instruments and pipes. After activating the panel, he realized that more than 10 days had passed since the last mission. More than 10 days. This period has far exceeded the time allowed for capsule treatment. It seems that he has been soaked in the capsule before being transferred here. It took him so long to wake up, which means his body is really beyond treatment. However, he originally thought that he had no chance to wake up again. He turned his eyes stiffly and looked at the person beside the bed. Captain. Yes. I'm here. The sadness in Fang Xiuyu's eyes was carefully hidden, and he tried to show a warm smile. Don't worry. Just rest in the medical area. And don't worry about anything except taking care of your body. After you get out, you don't have to participate in the battle anymore. I have discussed with Lao Chong and let you do a civilian job. We will still have a lot of time together, watching the stars at night. Fang Xiuyu's voice fluctuated, and the last syllable almost turned into a sob. He lowered his head and tried to calm down. Don't worry. It will be soon. Tang Zai looked at the figure in front of him tiredly. He knew that his body had been sentenced to death. Waking up, maybe it was a miracle. When he was controlling the pus, his body scattered into an indescribable state, completely integrated into it. He relied on consciousness to control those loose tissues. So after being attacked, the connection of his body was also severely damaged. There were almost cracks inside and outside his cells, and such holes could not be repaired. Tang Zai knew it, but he didn't point it out. He tried his best to raise his hand, but only raised 2 of his fingers a little higher. Fang Xiuyu noticed his intention, took off his gloves, and held his hand. The temperature came over. Captain, this is dangerous. What's dangerous? We have always been together. And the dangers we encounter are the same. Fang Xiyu leaned down and put his face against his fingers. Don't listen to their nonsense. You have a special body, so you won't be in trouble. You are just too weak. You need to rest. And you will be fine after a while. I rested for a long time this time. And now I have recovered. Tang Zai tried to move his fingers, and his knuckles brushed Fang Xiyu's cheek. Fang Xiyu quickly turned his face and pressed his lips against his knuckles. If you are tired, take a rest and stop talking. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here with you, Tang Zai said him. He wanted to say something else, but nothing came out. He was too tired. Just opening his eyes, like this was tiring enough. Fang Xiyu held his hand and looked at him without blinking, afraid to miss him even for a second. A few minutes passed like this. Captain. He wanted to say I'm sleepy, but he didn't have the strength to say the last two words. While panting, he closed his eyes due to exhaustion. He fainted again. 2 hours later. It's okay, Fang Xiyu, Chang Fanyin said. He may not wake up again. Fang Xiyu shook his head. After so many days, he can still wake up. Doesn't it mean that he is getting better slowly? He will definitely get better. Even if it takes a long time, he will get better. According to the regulations of the 2 districts, he should have been sent away long ago, regardless of whether it is still possible. Of course, I also hope that he can receive care as much as possible. But, Chang Fanyin sighed. After the collective expansion of District A, medical resources are much tighter than before. Moreover, he was rescued from an extremely dangerous place, and his whole body was devoured by the mutant. That was the highest level of exposure. For the safety of the whole area, he should not have been brought back at all. This is already an exception. Fang Xiyu raised his head, with uncontrollable pain in his eyes. You also know that he went back to save me. Putting aside other things, isn't this enough for you to be grateful? Why are you so hard-hearted? Fang Xiyu. Chang Fanyin emphasized a little. If it were someone else, would you choose to hold back the grief and shoot him on the spot? Or would you choose to bring him back regardless of the safety of the entire gathering area? I brought him back and treated him in every possible way. You have to know that he was not simply exposed to pollution, but was completely devoured by the mutant. Fang Xiyu lowered his head, and after a long time, he whimpered. So many times of diagnosis. The results are the same. It's a miracle that he can live for so many days. But we can only barely maintain his breathing and heartbeat. And we can't expect anything else. After a long time, even this will not be maintained. You are just prolonging his pain. Chang Fanyin stretched out his hand and pressed on Fang Xiyu's shoulder. We tried our best. He knows it too. Seeing that Fang Xiyu still didn't answer for a long time, Chang Fanyin patted him helplessly. 3 days. At most 3 days. After that, he can't stay in the intensive care unit anyway. Fang Xiyu sat there silently, except for the occasional twitching of his shoulders, as motionless as a sculpture. Chang Fanyin shook his head and turned to leave, but heard a hoarse voice behind him. After 3 days, I will take him back to the dormitory. I will look at him. Chang Fanyin turned away angrily. Fang Xiyu. You? At least I can't let him be alone at the end. Fang Xiyu whispered. I will accompany him until he can't feel it anymore. What about after that? Area A has just been transformed, and there is still a great responsibility waiting for you to shoulder in terms of external expansion. Can you do it? Fang Xiyu. Speak. After that, whatever should happen will happen. He smiled bitterly and replied, I will do my duty. If that day really comes, I will accept it. But before that, no one can make me give up on him. Captain, we still haven't found any traces of the previous mutants. Lu Tiani sent a message. The mutants near the building disappeared strangely, and no remnants were found on the roof and the passages inside the building. Fang Xiyu replied after a long time. Thank you for your hard work. Aunt Lu. Lu Tiani. Captain, do you want to organize another exploration of that site? The drone found that the external passage that the mutants spontaneously opened had collapsed. It is expected that there are still many remnants of the organization in the number 2 test site, and their whereabouts are unknown. Maybe we can go and see the coordinates left by the 5-color stone? Fang Xiyu. The special task force has been disbanded. And I am no longer your captain. Fang Xiu. You are now the head of the Mutant Research Department. And you can decide the collection mission on your own without going through me. Lu Tianyi. Okay. Lu Tianyi. Captain. How is Tang Zhe? Seeing this, Fang Xiu gritted his teeth and remained silent for a while. The shadow in front of him was still sleeping, although he was still breathing, and his heartbeat was very weak. Fang Xiu. He never woke up again. Lu Tianyi. I heard that the higher-ups specially approved a consultation with all experts for Tang Zhe, and he will be given a series of more thorough examinations next. This will cause further damage to his body. But maybe the new testing method will bring a turnaround. Lu Tianyi. Let it go. Fang Xiu. Thank you. After turning off the message, Fang Xiu's mood was moved again. New testing methods. More thorough examinations. Is there really a chance of a turnaround? Tang Zhe. Will he wake up again? Will he recover slowly? Fang Xiu looked at the weak vital signs and closed his eyes reluctantly. He was so badly injured. He must be in pain. Right? If he wakes up, will it be more painful? But he wanted to see those green eyes again, looking at him like a kitten. Even if it was blame. Even if it was indifference. As long as those eyes could open again. The sudden pain grabbed Fang Xiu's heart, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. The pain quickly spread, and he fainted in this pain and sadness. Chapter 148. The future is coming as expected. Lu Bai stood in a place that was almost identical to the prop room, and took something out from the bottom shelf with some sadness. It was a ball of blue-black cotton-like stuff. Lu Bai pushed it away with her hand, and took out a bullet from the center of the cotton. The future is coming as expected, she said softly. So far, the prophecy has never been wrong. Do you still have any doubts? A voice came from the side. Lu Bai shook his head. But he should be able to come back. Right? The voice continued. The prophesied God is about to go home. We are saved. Lu Bai rewrapped the bullet, put the cotton ball back on the shelf, and stood up. She looked forward, and there were 3 rooms representing the future, each with the same shelf. It's finally time. She walked into the 3rd room. Get ready to welcome our God home. 1 day. 2 days. Tang Zhe still didn't wake up. Fang Xiu was also seriously injured this time, and he was barely discharged after nearly a week of treatment. After being discharged from the hospital, he stayed by Tang Zhe's bed almost day and night. His fatigue and sadness made his body more and more unable to support him, and he finally fainted that day. After waking up, he found that almost a day had passed. He wanted to see Tang Zhe like crazy, but was told that the new expert team was conducting a thorough examination of Tang Zhe, and it was inconvenient to go in. After hearing this, Fang Xiu finally felt relieved and agreed to rest until the expert team finished the examination before going in. Another day passed, and he still didn't hear the results of the latest examination. Nor did he hear the news that Tang Zhe woke up. And even the wireless search ring had no signal. He was worried, and took advantage of the medical staff's inattention to sneak into the intensive care unit. But he didn't see anyone in the ICU. The ICU was cleaned up, except for the medical equipment being disinfected. The beds, bedware, all had been disposed of. This is the routine solution for contaminated items. An ominous premonition enveloped Fang Xiu's whole body. He grabbed a medical staff member who appeared in front of him without saying anything and asked, "Where is Tang Zhe?" After getting the answer of "I don't know," he did not give up and went to catch other people. He caught and questioned everyone who appeared near the ICU. But everyone answered, "I don't know." Where are the people in the ICU? All the items except the equipment have been cleared. What happened? When those people heard this question, they turned around and left. Chang Fangying did not reply either. Fang Xiu was so anxious that he wandered around the medical area, but he still found nothing. He finally heard a sentence from a young new handyman. It seems that the things were disposed of because the people living inside were contaminated. Fang Xiu's mind went blank, and he quickly grabbed him. What about that person? People? If the mutation value is too high, they will be sent to Area B or the quarantine area. Right, the man said. But the situation seems a bit serious this time, and Area B may not be used. Hey! Let go! His arm was pinched by Fang Xiu so hard that it almost broke. Isn't there an expert team coming to check? Isn't there a newer technology? The man was startled by Fang Xiu's sudden increase in volume. We decided to send him away after a thorough inspection. Fang Xiu's eyes began to blur. and he let go of his hand in a daze. Excuses, all excuses. You just don't want to save him. You just don't want to. He has done so much for the 2 districts. Why do you give up on him like this? Why? Fang Xiuyu shouted randomly, and waved his arms. Several people came up to grab him, but he threw them all away. After a long time, Chang Fangyin finally appeared in front of him. Minister Fang. Fang Xiuyu calmed down, and his eyes seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. Director Chang. What happened? Chang Fangyin waved to the people around him. You guys go out first. The people around him quickly retreated, and Fang Xiuyu was led into the office by him, like a mindless zombie. Fang Xiuyu. Calm down. Fang Xiuyu held him. Old Chang. Tell me what happened. He wouldn't suddenly get worse. Right? There must be a reason. But they didn't tell me. You won't lie to me. Tell me. Chang Fangyin sighed. He's been sent away. Fang Xiuyu's body softened, and he staggered back 2 steps. Sent away. Where? To the quarantine area? I'll go find him. It's no use for you to go, Chang Fangyin said. Those taken from the morgue were sent to the wild for disposal. The unmanned vehicle took them away until they ran out of power. As far away from human gathering areas as possible. Fang Xiuyu was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he trembled and asked a few words. Why? He suddenly burst into a shout. Why? Didn't they say that he would be thoroughly checked? Why was he suddenly thrown out? He has joined Area A. He is no longer a sentinel. Why are you still treating him like this? You bunch of liars. Liars who only care about themselves. Fang Xiuyu. Chang Fangyin's cold face trembled a few times, as if he was suppressing his emotions. He looked aside, with some reluctance and sadness in his eyes. I checked and confirmed that there was a mutation. And it was a very dangerous one. If he wasn't too weak, this level of mutation would have caused the entire district to fall. Chang Fangyin walked over, holding Fang Xiuyu's collar hard and letting him stand up. Fang Xiuyu, do you remember what you said to me when you became a combat team member? What were you thinking when you formed the special forces? You are not protecting one person, but the gathering area and the thousands of people in the bunker. What are you doing now? Fang Xiuyu collapsed. Besides, we didn't abandon him. Chang Fangyin's throat rolled. His body really couldn't hold on. There were no signs the night you fainted. He didn't wake up again. That day was the last time he saw you. Chang Fangyin loosened his hand, and Fang Xiuyu sat on the ground. Don't work for the time being. Wait until you are back to normal. Chang Fangyin sighed. You, think about it yourself. He turned around and let Fang Xiuyu stay where he was. Half a minute later, he heard a heart-wrenching cry. He's in trouble? Lu Bai frowned. What happened? The person in Area A said that Tang Zai suddenly got worse and had lost his vital signs. According to regulations, he was sent out for treatment. It wasn't arranged by that person? Is that true? It's true. The medical team checked it several times. The man with yellow eyes lowered his head. According to the prophecy, he won't die. Could it be that we are wrong? It's not him. No. It must be him. Lu Bai frowned. Who else can such a person be except a god? If you have seen it, you will know. It can't be anyone else. It must be him. But now it is indeed. The transport vehicle has been transported away and will be sent to us. The person said. Let's check again. If it is indeed dead, deal with it on the spot. Yes. Just then, a voice sounded in the panel. The car is gone. The 2 people stood up at once. What? The car did not follow the original trajectory. It seems to have been hijacked. No records were found. I don't know what the reason is. We will continue to look for it. Where did the car lose contact? Near the old gathering area, which should have been under our control. It is not clear what happened now. Perhaps the influence of unknown mutations. Lu Bai took a deep breath. Got it. Her eyes darkened. Tang Zai's words lingered in her ears. Even if I leave the gathering area, I will not join you. It's him. But maybe not us. She thought sadly. He had other choices. He didn't choose us. We are the abandoned believers. Tang Zai opened his eyes. There was a slight bumpy feeling. And in front of him was not the ceiling of the ward, but the cramped top of the box. He was in the box. Still moving. Where was he going? Tang Zai turned his neck with difficulty, and immediately realized that it was impossible for him to sit up now, let alone open the box and go out. His body was still as weak as before. Nothing had changed. But how did he end up in this box? Where was Fan Qiyu? Tang Zai closed his eyes helplessly, not remembering anything. The last memory stayed in Fan Qiyu's sad eyes. And then it was as if he had lost time. And he was here as soon as he opened his eyes. He tried to activate the panel to see how long he had slept. But he didn't expect that the panel had completely failed. He was now an isolated island, not knowing where he was or where he was going. Soon, he didn't even have the energy to think about these things. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he fell asleep uncontrollably. After waking up and falling asleep several times in a daze, he finally felt a sense of stability. The movement stopped. Tang Zai felt that he was carefully transferred out of the box. The space suddenly opened up, and the slightly cool air rushed in, with a faint pleasant smell. For some reason, the blue color appeared in his mind. A figure appeared beside the bed. "Don't worry. You are still in good condition," a voice said from the side. Tang Zai raised his head and looked at the face in the shadow. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength to say it. "Don't talk if you are tired." The man operated skillfully, fixed Tang Zai on the stable bed, and then began to tie the feeding tube to him. "I know what you want to ask. I used a special potion to make you appear to be in a state of suspended animation. You were thrown away through the normal process of Area A, so that you can be removed from the list of Area A in a fair and square manner. And the safety of you and me can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. An old trick, but it is very useful." Tang Zai responded silently. "In this way, he is dead to all people in Area A. For the other party Suyu, the same is true." Tang Zai's eyes darkened, and he felt a wave of fatigue coming, but he tried to hold on. "You should have guessed long ago that there are some secrets behind me. But you don't know that this secret is related to you," the voice continued, "because everyone's memory is incomplete. It took me a long time to confirm that you are the one. But fortunately, it's not too late. Don't worry. When you come back here, you are back home, and you will soon understand this." While speaking, "Those things have been fixed. If you have any questions later, I will tell you slowly. Now the most urgent thing is to treat you. We have a repair device similar to a capsule, which is specially developed for your condition and is very effective." The man's face came closer to the bed, revealing a familiar face. "You will recover here for a while, and I will come again when you recover. Now I have to go back to Area A. But don't worry. There are other partners down there who will take care of you. Can you hear me clearly?" Tang Zai looked at her and blinked his eyes to indicate his agreement. "Okay. Then I'll take you down. Whatever happened in Area A, I'll be with you when you wake up." Tang Zai's eyes moved. Before being pushed down, he finally had the strength to say something to the person in front of him. "Thank you, Aunt Lu." Chapter 149. Forget about him. Fan Qiyu. Chan Fanyin said softly. "Do you think you can serve normally if you continue like this?" Fan Qiyu raised his head. The brightness in his eyes had long disappeared, and all he could see was gray. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. "I know you. You can't get better." Chang Fanyin sighed. "Just like before." "Forget it." Fang Shuyu's eyes darkened a little more. "Old Chang, do you think I was also heartbroken like this before? Did I fail to save someone? Why am I so useless?" Chang Fanyin looked at his depressed look and bit his lips. After a long time, Chang Fanyin spoke again. "I came here today because I hope you can make a choice." Fang Shuyu's voice came muffled. "What?" "Forget him." Fang Shuyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How can I forget? I want you to forget him." Chang Fanyin emphasized his tone. Half a minute later, Fang Shuyu came back to his senses. "You mean, let me undergo brain surgery?" Chang Fanyin nodded. "Huh?" Fang Shuyu looked at him in disbelief. And after a long time, he suddenly laughed crazily. "Forget him. Through the surgery, forget him, ha ha ha." Laughing, tears fell from his eyes. "Forget him, because I can't cheer up. So I have to forget him. Is it such a cowardly existence? Actually, is it also my own choice to lose my memory last time?" Chang Fanyin silently watched his figure. Sadness slowly appeared in his eyes. After a long time, when he finally calmed down, Chang Fanyin walked over and pressed his shoulders. "Area still needs you. After the surgery, at least for the next few years, you will be as high-spirited and full of fighting spirit as before. This is very important for everyone." Fang Shuyu was silent for a long time. What about you? He looked up. Even if I forgot. You? Everyone who knows Tang Zai will undergo brain surgery. Chang Fangyin said. Because you almost appeared in front of all the staff last time. This will be a job with a wider impact. However, those people only met Tang Zai once. And the medical area can arrange it in the routine physical examination. As for the special forces and you and me, the operation is more complicated. You may need to rest for a while after the operation. But after waking up, everything will return to normal. Fang Shuyu's eyes were filled with emotions. You want to erase his existence? Just because I erase my memory is not enough. Do you also want to erase his existence? Then what is his contribution to the 2 districts? No one will even remember his name. Is this what I want? Chang Fangyin shouted. If you don't do this, will you be able to cheer up in the future? Look at how you have been these days. What has the combat captain who despised the entire A district become now? Do you still dare to lead the team to the most dangerous place? Aren't you afraid of losing someone again? The pollution is getting worse and worse. Now the entire A district has been mobilized. You should have taken the lead. But now you are backing down. Chang Fangyin walked over and grabbed his collar, shaking it vigorously. However, when he spoke, his voice trembled. Do you think he wants to see you like this? Fang Shuyu was shocked. After a long time, he spoke softly. His voice sounded like begging. Give me a few days. Give me a few more days. Give me a few more days to miss him. Chang Fangyin looked at him with pity. The operation is scheduled for 3 days later, and it can't be delayed any longer. Before that, you should seize the opportunity. Fang Shuyu didn't answer again. He couldn't even feel the time. He didn't react until Chang Fangyin had left for a long time. He rushed into the bedroom where Tang Zai had slept, carefully wrapped himself in the quilt, and tried to smell some familiar smell from it. He wanted to take this smell and look at the starry sky above the zenith more, just like they looked at it together. But in fact, he had been doing this for a week, and there was almost no smell of Tang Zai in the room. Soon, Tang Zai's existence would disappear from everyone's memory like his smell. Fang Shuyu spent the next 2 days in a state of confusion. He hoped that he would fall asleep and dream of that familiar figure. He was afraid that he would fall asleep and wake up and have completely forgotten that person. How could 2 days pass in the blink of an eye? At the appointed time, Fang Shuyu appeared in the medical area on time. Chang Fangyin was already waiting there, and he was relieved to see him appear. As long as you are ready, you go first. I will also undergo surgery later. You are more entangled with his memory, so it will take longer. I will recover earlier than you and wait for you to report to the management office. He patted Fang Shuyu. After that, everything will return to normal. Fang Shuyu responded numbly. His eyes were full of bloodshot and turned red like a monster. Under the torture of sadness and fatigue for nearly a month, his vitality quickly withered, and he seemed to have become a different person. But he looked stable now. Maybe he doesn't have the energy to be sad anymore. Chang Fangyin watched Fang Shuyu enter the gene management office to do the necessary preoperative tests, his eyes full of inexplicable things. He didn't know if this choice was right, but perhaps it could be said they had no other choice. Area A needed Fang Shuyu, and Fang faction needed Fang Shuyu even more. This was more important than his personal feelings anyway. Chang Fangyin looked at the back and reluctantly looked away. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard a commotion coming from inside. Fang Shuyu suddenly went crazy again. Chang Fangyin took a breath and pushed the door open and walked in. Fang Shuyu. You? His finger stopped in the air. The panel of the gene management office was occupied by Fang Shuyu, and a related file was displayed on it. It should be the material prepared before the operation, which was accidentally exposed. The file was not someone else's, but Tang Zai, who was to be eliminated this time. Fang Shuyu stood there almost collapsed, his body trembling constantly. You lied to me. You knew it clearly. Why did you lie to me? Chang Fangyin took a step forward and wanted to take control of the panel from Fang Shuyu, but he was held down by the strange force from nowhere. He had no choice but to pat Fang Shuyu's hand to comfort him. He has changed. Don't you know? This is the file left behind at that time. No. You didn't tell me at all. The investigation results show that he had already mutated. Before he was rescued, in that building, he had already. Fang Shuyu knelt on the ground. He had already mutated at that time. What I saw was not the mutated thing that devoured him. That was him. Captain, if I was the one who mutated, would you shoot? I won't. let you mutate. The conversation at that time floated in Fang Shuyu's ears, and his heart completely collapsed. Why didn't you let me know that I killed him with my own hands? His hands fell down weakly. It's me. I killed him. Mine. Chong Fang-yin took advantage of this moment to control his hands, and signaled the medical staff behind him to take measures. Fang Shuyu was injected with a needle, and his body quickly went limp. Quick! Send him to surgery. Chong Fang-yin commanded. If he wakes up or goes crazy in the middle of the operation, use any method to make him fall asleep. And make sure this part of the memory is completely cleared. Yes. Director Chong. After Fang Shuyu's figure disappeared, Chong Fang-yin's eyes turned to the panel in front of him again. After a long time, he waved his hand. Okay. This file, delete it. Tang Zai. I'm here to tell you that the captain has undergone memory erasure surgery. Lu Tianyi said. Tang Zai looked down at the table in front of him and didn't speak for a few minutes. It's good to forget. It will be convenient for us to do things in the future, he said softly. I want to forget him too. Lu Tianyi patted him comfortingly. Memory erasure surgery is not a panacea. It just inhibits the activity of related neurons and makes the electrical signal network that forms memory unable to work normally. This mechanism can easily cause disorders in the normal function of the brain, because the surgical process may affect other memories and functions at the same time. Don't do brain surgery unless it is absolutely necessary. Tang Zai nodded. I know. Anyway, we will go our separate ways and will never meet again. His eyes returned to indifference, like the cold water of a deep pool. He was now in the base of the organization he used to belong to. This organization was different from the five-colored stone. It was completely derived from a branch of the biological department in the original gathering area. And Tang Zai belonged to this organization, because everyone's memory was incomplete. The history of the organization had not been pieced together. Lu Tianyi took on the main work of reviving the organization because she had the longest memory. Her work began in the old gathering area. At that time, she mainly intervened in the nursing work of the medical area to find her possible companions. Then she used drugs to create the illusion of death of her companions, so that they reasonably disappeared from the gathering area. Then she tampered with the morgue and the transfer vehicle to transfer those companions to her base. The location of that base was just below the building they were in danger. I lied at the time. In fact, those things did not invade from underground, Lu Tianyi said. But I had to make the captain give up the idea of digging a tunnel. Otherwise our base would be exposed. I couldn't take such a risk. I didn't expect that it would end up like this. Tang Zai did not make any comment on this. Even if this incident had not happened, it would have been a matter of time before he and Fang Shuyu parted ways. At least he died in front of Fang Shuyu as a human, not as the one he hated. And the blue energy that Saib felt was actually in their own base. That was the huge glass column filled with blue gel that appeared in his dream. But compared with his dream, the glass column was much smaller in scale. And the number of eggs soaked in it was also very small. Only a few. It was in this kind of egg that Tang Zai completed the repair of his body. Our organization has been studying active mutations of people, Lu Tianyi said. And you, Tang Zai, you should be the core figure of our institute. Your special physique is the product of your research results. Chapter 150 New Life. In the days since he came out of the capsule, Tang Zai has been looking at the drawings in the laboratory. He still has no memory of the past, but he can understand the contents of those drawings. Lu Bai was right. He did have a basic knowledge of biology, and even very advanced. What he didn't expect was that there were almost no panels in the base of this laboratory, and everything relied on paper records. System data is too easy to be tampered with, and people's memories are always manipulated unconsciously. Only things written in black and white are eternal. The researcher next to him said. Her name is He Mu Ling, who was rescued by Lu Tianyi 3 years ago. The researcher who came out. I advise you to write down everything that happens, and what you think every day. If you find that your notes and memory conflict in the future, take the notes as the standard. Kuroki Ling said. Paper won't lie. Tang Zai didn't comment, but he still tried to start using this habit, writing down events and thoughts every day. This work took up a lot of his time, and he didn't have much leisure to recall what happened in the gathering area. Until today, Lu Tianyi told him that Fang Shuyu was about to undergo brain surgery. Don't blame the captain for his choice. He was really in pain after you left, Lu Tianyi said. If he wasn't in extreme pain, he wouldn't choose to forget. Tang Zai didn't answer. What about him? Would he be in pain? His pain seemed to have reached its peak when he saw Fang Xiyu pointing a gun at him. But after that, he gradually became numb. Past feelings and possible resentment seemed to have offset each other during these days. Tang Zhe withdrew his thoughts. What about Aunt Lu? You are also going to undergo brain surgery on Area A because of me. Right? Lu Tiani nodded. If you don't do it, you will be suspected. But don't worry. I have a lot of experience, and will take some measures before the operation to minimize the effect of the operation. I will also write down all my memories of you with pen and paper. Even if I forget you for a short time after the operation, I will remember you when I see the notes. Tang Zhe responded. What about the origin of the five-color stone? It seems that there is no clue yet. Lu Tiani frowned. After you and the captain discovered this organization, we conducted a lot of investigations. At first, I thought they were also the remnants of our organization, because many of their research seemed to overlap with ours. Tang Zhe nodded in agreement. They have this blue repair energy in their laboratory, and the five-color stone test field is also collecting blue energy. It's just that the blue energy collected by the five-color stone is very small, which is not worth mentioning compared to the large amount of energy they have. That's why the things in the test field were attracted by the blue energy and gathered here from thousands of miles away. Where did the blue things in the glass column come from? Tang Zhe asked. I don't know. Lu Tiani laughed helplessly. We didn't build this base. It already existed when I found it. Maybe many things happened in the past, but the memories were not recorded before we underwent brain surgery. The composition of the blue gel has not been completely cracked. We only know that it is a kind of thing with extremely strong repair power, especially for mutants. She said. You can try to study it. Tang Zhe said nothing and silently accepted this job. According to them, this laboratory should have conducted a thorough study of human cells and mutants in the past. This was naturally inferred from the existing documents in the laboratory. However, the remaining equipment and materials around seemed to prove that these records were true. As for the personnel in the laboratory, only an incomplete list was found. There were no names of the personnel on it, only basic files such as research content and age. Lu Tiani slowly looked for possible companions in the gathering area based on this file. For Tang Zhe, the new colleagues in front of him did not make him feel anything special. But fortunately, those colleagues also had no idea about him. The people here were all indifferent and quiet. At first glance, they were all professionals who only focused on the research content and had no interest in other events. In short, it was quite normal. Except that Kuroki Ling took him to familiarize himself with the laboratory when he just finished repairing it. And Lu Tiani would occasionally sneak over in the middle of the night. He could go wherever he wanted and do what he wanted at other times. There were no waves, and the days passed peacefully. After a long time, Tang Zhe suddenly remembered something about the records in the hands of the five-color stone. Their so-called prophecy. Obviously, the five-color stone also knew the importance of black and white records, and left, or found, many paper files. But the authenticity and source of these files are still unknown. Tang Zhe recalled Lu Bai's words. She said with certainty that everything had happened before. Such a thing, is it possible? He stood up and walked to the glass column where the eggs were soaked, staring at the blue gel in it. Perhaps it was the restorative effect of this capsule that he recently recalled the dreams he had forgotten in the past. In the dream, the glass column stood tall, with dozens of eggs floating in it, and Tang Zhe was just lying on one of them. Above the glass column, there was a machine that was specially used to pick up eggs. In the dream, he was clamped into the pool at the top of the glass column and then placed on a conveyor belt. At the end of the conveyor belt was a door leading to a bottomless abyss. The voice broadcast at that time was, Laboratory 313. Tang Zhe always felt very concerned. He tried to find records about 313 in the existing materials, but found nothing. He had no idea what this strange number represented. But he had a vague guess. Perhaps the scene in his dream also came from a distant memory. That memory was not generated here, but in other similar places. Perhaps also in one of their research labs. Or perhaps, those all happened in the bunker. The distant memory reappeared in front of him in a very similar way. Could this be what Lu Bai said the future has happened? After getting familiar with the environment, the content that needs to be studied came one after another. In addition to the vague memories and the mutated body, there is another question that he urgently needs to figure out. Energy. What exactly is it? Black? Blue? White? Where did the side that can absorb energy come from? Minister Fang Xiu. It seems that you have recovered well. Fang Xiu stood up straight, his eyes full of light. Report to the chief. I have fully recovered and can start the mission at any time. White Damon nodded with satisfaction. Minister Fang was seriously injured in the previous mission, and we were heartbroken. For Area A, Minister Fang's ability is unparalleled. In the future, the mission of expanding Area A will still rely on Minister Fang's leadership, White Damon said as he moved closer. So, Minister Fang must not be impatient, and must wait until he is fully recovered before joining the battle. Otherwise, it will be more trouble than gain. Fang Xiu raised his head. Don't worry, Chief. I'm in very good health now. But his mind was still a little unclear. He thought secretly in his heart. Maybe it was because he had rested for too long this time, and was sleepy. Fang Xiu didn't have much memory of this mission that seriously injured him. He just heard that he entered a very dangerous place alone, and faced the mutant head-on. Fortunately, he escaped unscathed. But perhaps because of post-traumatic stress disorder, he still couldn't remember what the mutant looked like, nor how he repelled it. Fang Xiu was very puzzled. He had seen everything in his service for so many years. What else could traumatize him? But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember that memory. Fortunately, this did not affect his superior's trust in him, nor did it affect future missions. So he decided to let it go for the time being. Next, he was going to take over the combat deployment of the entire region. Of course, only the tactical arrangements of the vanguard. The rest of the combat departments, managed by people including Chang Fangyin, would cooperate with him to make future combat arrangements. This time, he was going to be on an equal footing with Chang Fangyin. After reporting to the chief, Fang Xiu turned into the high-risk mission management department. When Chang Fangyin heard him come in, his eyelids moved subtly, but he didn't lift them at all. Fang Xiu coughed. Twice. Director Chang, your former subordinates have been promoted. You don't look too happy. Chang Fangyin raised his head and rolled his eyes. Hey, who is this? Director Fang? Captain Fang? He was promoted twice in 2 months. How can my broken temple accommodate such a big Buddha? Get out. Fang Xiu approached him with a playful smile. Come on. You must be so happy in your heart. Tell me, did I make you proud? Chang Fangyin waved his hand with a calm face. A tall tree attracts the wind. Captain Fang, how many people have been watching you for so many years? Now all those people are under your command. Be careful that they will trip you up. I was just trying to tell you about this. In combat, the more people you have, the better. The key is whether people are united, and whether they have the fighting spirit. Am I right? Chang Fangyin rolled his eyes. What do you want to do? Fang Xiu approached him mysteriously, and lowered his voice. Old Chang, I have an idea. I want to form an elite vanguard combat team. Chapter 151. The five-colored stone may not be the enemy. It's easy to form a team, as long as the higher-ups approve it. You can pick the people, Chang Fangyin said. Put this aside for now. What are your plans for the next mission? Fang Xiu's expression became serious. I want to go to the coordinates of the five-colored stone first. Chang Fangyin frowned. The coordinates of the five-colored stone? The investigation of the tentacle invasion in Area A has not yet been completed. Although we have resolved the crisis, we have no idea how that thing was made. But their behavior at least reminds us that the five-colored stones' theoretical reserves and experimental capabilities for mutants far exceed those of the two areas. Fang Xiu said. Their test site is very valuable. Chang Fangyin raised his eyes. This organization is indeed very strange. The current known members are the Inspector of Area B and the prosthetic maker of Area A, both of whom have been hiding for many years. The purpose of their planning this attack is still unclear. If they didn't do this, perhaps this organization would not be exposed so much, and Lu Bai could have continued to lurk. A large-scale attack. Is it to defeat Area A? But what good does it do for them? Perhaps to test their research results and see how aggressive these things are to humans. Or maybe they hope that someone can survive the attack and get a new combination, Chang Fangyin said. But didn't they get enough test subjects in the past? Why take such a risk? If it weren't for this move, District A might never change its goal to expand outward. And they also aroused public anger, which was equivalent to openly making enemies with the two districts. Chang Fangyin's eyes changed subtly. What do you think? Fang Xiu hesitated. The lazy atmosphere in District A has lasted for many years. District B has been bearing ordinary external crisis, and most people don't care at all. But this invasion is different. No matter what the mentality was before, it is now a matter of life and death. It can be said that only in this way can a large-scale change of mentality occur. He said, I was thinking. Wu Seisher could not have deliberately used this method to force Area A to expand outward. Chang Fangyin stopped him with his eyes. Don't say such things to others. Fang Xiyu nodded. In this case, Wu Seisher's actions are indeed illogical. We currently only know 2 members, and both of them took the initiative to expose themselves after hiding for many years. How can it be arranged? The coordinates hidden in the archives also seem to be clues deliberately left for us. Chang Fangyin said in a low voice. Yeah. So I think they may not be completely enemies. Chang Fangyin lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Got it. You go and make a report. I will cooperate with you during the meeting. Think more about the team formation. Maybe there are still people with 5 colored stones hiding in Area A. It is best to pick some people with outstanding abilities and short service time, so that the possibility of avoiding them is greater. Okay. Chang Fangyin waved his hand outside. Okay. Go ahead. A few days later. Captain Fang. The location indicated by the coordinates should be here. Fang Xiyu sat in the combat command vehicle, looking at the scene outside. Frowned. He rushed straight with a convoy of several combat vehicles. After leaving the gathering area, there was wasteland along the way, and there was no trace of human activity at all. He had a vague, ominous premonition in his heart. And after arriving at the coordinates, the premonition was confirmed. The coordinate location was more desolate than a wasteland. Not only was there no trace of any artificial buildings, but the ground was also empty. There were ruins, plant mutations, nothing. But in other words, if it was in the wild, it would be too empty and abnormal. Use unmanned equipment to detect first, and the convoy will be dispersed and do not approach rashly. He gave the order. A batch of drones and detectors were released and began to detect the range of several hundred meters around the coordinates. The scanning data appeared on the panel bit by bit. Fang Xiyu frowned. The results returned by the drone show that there is nothing in the land for more than 10 meters below. But the soil layers are randomly distributed, and the humidity and viscosity are also different. Reporting team, according to the detection results of the drone, there may have been a deep pit here, and then it was filled by humans. So the distribution of soil layers around the coordinates is different from that of the surroundings. And it looks very messy. Got it. Any plan? It is recommended to take samples of different soil layers first. Give a simple analysis to the technical team, and then determine whether there are unnatural substances in them. In addition, some detectors can be sent out to dig the soil first. The density of some soil layers below is not right, and there may be swamps. Okay, let's do it. Fang Xiyu took a quick look at the report and called up the newly recruited combat commander, Guan Yingjian, a former combat team member. He withdrew from the front line of combat due to brain trauma. After diagnosis, as long as he did not directly participate in combat, his thinking and actions were no different from ordinary people. Fang Xiyu marked this person. After he proposed to form a vanguard combat team, he was troubled by the selection of personnel. Either they were not outstanding in ability, or they were experienced, but they had served for too long, and they were more likely to be members of the 5-color stone. It was not easy to pick out someone who was capable and trustworthy. So Fang Xiyu looked through the past files, picked out some people who seemed to have good qualifications, and organized a detection operation first. The target of the detection is one of the coordinates left by the 5-color stone, which may be related to their number 2 test site. He wanted to use this operation to determine the personnel who are truly worth recruiting. This Guan Yingjian has an outstanding resume, and all aspects seem to meet Fang Xiyu's requirements for combat command. But what made him hesitate was that Guan Yingjian suffered from brain trauma. And secondly, he had served for too long, reaching more than 5 years. In any case, he decided to wait and see. The sampler and detector began to work according to Guan Yingjian's plan. Not long after, the sampler took samples from different soil layers. The sample was then transferred to the vehicle where the biological team was. Fang Xiyu didn't know much about the biological department, but he was worried that it was the department that the 5-colored stone was most likely to infiltrate. The leader of the biological department was Lu Tianyi, who was promoted to the leader of the new team after Area A was transferred to external expansion. Before that, Lu Tianyi had been excluded by the mainstream team because of her in-depth research on mutants. She got this position after the strategic shift of the entire area. In addition, her service years were terribly long, and it was possible that she would exceed Chong Fong-yin and even Chief Damon. Fong Xiuyu carefully observed the vehicle where the biological team was. Lu Tianyi was covered with buffs of the 5 colored stone members. If no one in Area A could match her research on mutants, Fong Xiuyu would have decided not to bring her along. But he later changed his mind and thought that perhaps he could judge Lu Tianyi's identity through her performance in this operation. If she was a member of the 5 colored stone, would she be able to keep her composure when her own test site might expose key information? The data from the combat vehicles jumped on the panel, but no substantial progress was made. After more than 10 minutes, the biological team sent a message. Lu Tianyi, Captain Fong. The sampled soil contains several different types of mud cell components, which are roughly similar to those found in the number 1 test site before. Fong Xiuyu knew that the microbial-level mutant mud cell was first discovered and proposed by Lu Tianyi. Later, this mutant was also considered to be the key product of the 5-color stone. Fong Xiuyu remained calm. Then this is undoubtedly the test site of the 5-color stone? Lu Tianyi, from the composition point of view, it should be the base of the 5-color stone. But the mud cell layer here is distributed in a messy manner, which does not seem to be the result of planning. It looks like... What does it look like? Lu Tianyi, it looks like a place for dumping waste. Fong Xiuyu was silent for a while, and suddenly gave a new order. Leave half of the researchers to continue investigating here, and the rest of the people will go with me to the location of the protective clothing wall. The protective suit wall was also discovered by Fong Xiuyu. He accidentally broke through it when he encountered a pollution storm during an exploration mission. That place is suspected to be the entrance to the 5-colored stone number 2 test site. There is a terrifying protective suit wall that stretches for miles, which is exactly the same as the protective suit at the bottom of the swamp at the number 1 test site. At that time, he found that there was a mechanism in the swamp under the protective suit wall. But due to lack of manpower, he did not rush down, but left after confirming the opening method. Fong Xiuyu rubbed his eyebrows. I don't know if it's because he just recovered from a serious injury, but his memory is very poor. He no longer remembers the specific details of that mission. But after seeing the archives, he vaguely recalled that he had driven a combat vehicle to such a place. But he had no idea why he drove a combat vehicle into the wild alone. The combat convoy followed Fong Xiuyu all the way to the location of the protective suit wall. According to the records he left, the area of more than 100 meters in front of the protective suit wall should belong to the entrance of the test site, which is a swamp that can sense movement. Moving slowly in this area, the protective suit wall will start to rotate and sink with this swamp. At that time, he speculated that as long as it sank to the bottom, the test site would be opened. This time with so many combat convoys coming in, Fong Xiuyu can finally open the entrance with confidence. All combat vehicles disperse the queue and act according to my orders, Fong Xiuyu said. AZ-11, AZ-15, AZ-23 combat vehicles serve as safety vehicles, dispersed into a triangle and parked in the safe area. And the other combat vehicles are locked to these 3 vehicles with safety chains. I will drive the combat vehicle down first to open the mechanism. If I successfully enter the test site, the other combat vehicles will follow immediately. The 3 safety vehicles must always stay outside. Once the test site encounters danger, all the combat vehicles that have entered will be pulled out. Do you understand? Several messages popped up on the panel. Yes, Captain Fong. After the deployment was completed, Fong Xiuyu started the combat vehicle. Under the searchlight, the wall of protective clothing looked a bit scary, like the skeletons of countless dead insects. Fong Xiuyu walked back and forth under this wall. At first, he did not notice any signs of the mechanism being activated. But as time went on, the changes on the ground gradually became obvious. The protective suit wall began to rotate slowly, and the safety car parked outside also rose higher than his position. Before long, the speed of the ground rotation increased to a dizzying level, as if it had fallen into a big whirlpool. Fong Xiuyu felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, and he should have experienced it the last time he came here. But for some reason, he felt a strong sense of loneliness at this moment. It seemed that there was suddenly a piece missing in his heart, a big piece. He quickly put this unreasonable feeling behind him. After reaching its peak, the ground's rotation speed gradually slowed down. When the ground stopped rotating completely, an open area suddenly appeared in front of Fong Xiuyu's car. This was a swamp that was even larger than the breeding area. Fong Xiuyu opened the panel and wanted to ask the team members above to come down, but found that there was no signal here. He turned on the searchlight and found that the entrance just now had disappeared, and there was only a blurry zenith above. If it weren't for the safety chain extending from his car body to the top, he would doubt whether he came in from above. But why is there no signal? He felt something ominous. After finding that he seemed to have landed safely, the convoy waiting above set off. Fang Xiuyu saw the chaotic zenith begin to rotate, and finally turned into a vortex like a tornado. The zenith slowly approached, and he saw a burst of flying sand and rocks outside, and his vision began to blur. When the vision outside the car became clear again, a team of combat vehicles appeared around him. Fang Xiuyu was a little surprised. The mechanism of the five-color stone is really exquisite. Without the signal, he could only open the window and arrange the task manually. He sent the rest of the vehicles to complete the work of measuring the terrain and sampling. And then he set off along this area. From every angle, the layout here is very similar to that of the number 1 test site. However, judging from the time, it may have been built earlier. So except for the entrance mechanism, everything inside looks much simpler and lifeless. Not long after, he got the preliminary detection results. This test site does not have a swamp like the breeding area, and no water was detected below. Fang Xiuyu was a little surprised. From this point of view, the second test site, where the five-colored stone left the coordinates, has nothing. He frowned. According to his guess, although the five-colored stone's actions are criticized, its purpose may not be to make the two areas enemies. Therefore, their intentional leaving of coordinates should be to reveal some information. But now there is nothing here. Either they have not detected it yet, or the five-colored stone has been cleared in advance. If it is the latter, the position of the five-colored stone should be reconsidered. Fang Xiuyu increased the speed of the car and started to drive forward. He found some more ominous signs. This test site has no exit, and it seems that there is no end. No matter which direction he drives, he will eventually return to the original place, as if he has entered a maze. Could it be a trap? He frowned and thought. At this moment, some strange signs suddenly appeared on the land in front of him. On the dark land, first there were dots of green fluorescence. Then, these fluorescence became more and more, gradually converging into a river. He saw this green river flowing under his feet. Chapter 152. The coordinates lit up. At the same time, there was a commotion among the convoys that stayed near the coordinates. Guan Yingjian sent a message to Fang Xiuyu. Guan Yingjian. Captain Fang, we detected that the soil layer near the coordinates began to flow slowly. It seems that the mud cells are slowly moving by infiltrating the surrounding land. Because the appearance and properties of mud cells are too similar to ordinary soil, this is difficult to detect. Through the fluorescent markings of the biological team, we saw that these things are indeed moving in groups. But he did not wait for instructions, but received a message. The other party's signal is poor, and the transmission failed. Guan Yingjian thought it was not good. He tried to contact the other combat vehicles, and finally received a call when contacting AZ-23. Then he learned that Fang Xiuyu and the rest of the combat vehicle team had entered the number 2 test site of Wuxishi. And now, except for the 3 safety vehicles outside, all have lost contact. Now, the 3 safety vehicles don't know what to do. But the headquarters issued an order before going down, and all combat vehicles were connected to our safety chain. So far, there has been no problem with the chain. Guan Yingjian studied the current situation and made arrangements for the 3 safety vehicles on his own initiative. Guan Yingjian, you continue to monitor the status of the safety chain and try to find out what happened underground. We immediately stepped up our investigation of the direction of the mud. This place is very close to the entrance of the test site, and there may be a connection between the two. We keep in touch. The safety car on the other side was at a loss. But after receiving the news from Guan Yingjian, he was relieved and immediately expressed his full cooperation. Guan Yingjian's pressure increased. He quickly contacted the biological team. Can the diffusion speed of the fluorescent marker be accelerated? What are the characteristics of the flow of mud cells? Can its characteristics be used to calculate the flow range and direction as soon as possible? The combat vehicle where Lutiani was located replied that they are currently working hard to solve this problem. However, the mud cells and ordinary land are intertwined, and the diffusion effect of chemical or biological means is not good, and it will take some time. Guan Yingjian couldn't help but drive the combat vehicle over and finally got out of the car. Lutiani was working hard with her team when she heard someone knocking on the car door. She turned around and saw Guan Yingjian outside, which surprised her. "President Liu, can I get in your car?" Guan Yingjian asked. Lu Tianyi opened the car compartment. "Of course. Please come in." "Thank you." Guan Yingjian jumped up quickly. "Team Fawn lost contact, and I was always worried. So I thought of checking your first-hand information so that we can handle it faster. It's too troublesome to communicate with each other on different combat vehicles." Lu Tianyi stared at him for a few seconds, her eyes subtly changing. After a while, she lowered her eyes. "Yes, it's more convenient to be in the same car." "Well, then I'll trouble you," Guan Yingjian said. "The current breakthrough is the direction of these mud cells. I can't help it all except being anxious in my own car. This is the first time I'm on a mission behind Captain Fong. I can't lose my leader right away, not to mention that he is one of the best leaders in the combat troops of Area A." Hearing this, Lu Tianyi's eyes became blurred. "What do you think of Captain Fong? Who doesn't know Captain Fong? After 10 years of service, his personal record is equivalent to that of several departments. How many combat personnel hope to join the team he leads? Let him lead the whole district to expand. That's what everyone wants." Lu Tianyi smiled faintly. "Yes, isn't it? Hey, if I can really do the tactical planning of the Fong Corps in the future, my service career will be complete. No, it's too early to think about it now. I have to solve the current problems first. But this is the first time I work with the biological team. In the past, the biological team conducted research in the building of the gathering area, and it was impossible for them to travel with the team. It means that the Fong Corps has a long-term vision. Now it seems that it's a good thing that he'd brought you with him." Lu Tianyi was silent for a long time, and her eyes began to tremble. Finally, she quietly wiped her eyes and looked up. "Yes, Captain Fong is a very good leader," she said. "Guan Yingjian, you can call me Aunt Lu from now on. Everyone else calls me that." Guan Yingjian was stunned for half a second, and soon nodded happily. "Okay, Aunt Lu." Under the command of Lu Tianyi, the biological team completed the task of spreading the fluorescent marker in the shortest time. Now, the direction of the mud cells, which were almost completely marked with green, appeared on the panel. Guan Yingjian came closer. These mud cells seemed to be spinning. He pointed to the panel and said, "The mud cells at the coordinate location are spinning very slowly, like a pool. But under this pool, there are mud cells flowing in and out continuously, forming living water. This is a large mud cell circulation system." Lu Tianyi nodded. "In the number 1 test site, we also found a similar large ecosystem. The various mud cell products in it have different functions in the vast underground space, forming a stable internal circulation. This test site should also have a similar setting, but it seems to have been destroyed. Now everything here looks like waste," she said. "Before being destroyed, the number 2 test site should be a stable large circulation body like the number 1. Captain Fong should also step into the circulation body when he enters from the entrance. It's just that we don't know the extent of the damage inside, and it's difficult to communicate with them without signals." Guan Yingjian thought for a while. It would be great if the detector could enter the circulation through the mud cell flow. In this way, we can at least know whether this place is connected to the entrance. If we can get to the inside of the test site from here, then we can at least get in from here and rescue the team. Several people were silent for a while, watching the signal sent by the detector. For some reason, these detectors can only spin in the pool and can't go deeper into the mud cell flow circulating inside. The green mud cell flow chart appeared in vain on their panel. Suddenly, an emergency message popped up on the panel. "AZ-15. There is a problem with the safety chain, and it has reached the maximum stretching distance. There is a strong force dragging below, which does not seem to be caused by ordinary driving. Should we rescue immediately?" Guan Yingjian jumped up. "Rescue. Pull them up immediately." Lu Tianyi looked at the panel and suddenly gasped. The mud cell flow direction, which was very stable just now, changed as if there was a sudden disturbance. The mud cells in the pool began to spread around, and the mud cell flow that was originally in and out now all became out. This stream of mud cells is escaping further. Off to the side, Guan Yingjian began to shout nervously. "How is it? Did you pull it up?" The safety cars seemed to be struggling. "AZ-15. The suction force below is too strong. It can't be pulled up at all." "AZ-23. We are all about to be dragged down." A few seconds later, AZ-11. The safety chain broke. Fang Xiuyu saw a green river appear out of thin air in front of him, approaching his car at a very fast speed. What is this? A new type of mutant? He shouted. Is it germinated inside the mud cells? Is it fungus? No one could answer his question. The biological team was outside, and their signal could not be connected. However, before the team could think about anything, the land below had already changed. The calm land suddenly turned into a surging river, and began to shake violently up and down. The combat vehicle could barely move on it, but since there was no way to escape this area, it could not avoid being swallowed by the river even if it moved forward. Soon, the combat convoy turned into a line of small boats, and could only drift helplessly on the river. Don't be nervous. Hold on. Swish. The ground suddenly rose up with huge waves, and then it quickly fell down, as if it was pouring into a deep hole that suddenly appeared. The combat vehicle was thrown to the highest point, and suddenly fell down, and a strong sense of weightlessness enveloped them. The safety chain broke during the fall. Fang Xiuyu was thrown high up, and then rushed deep into the ground with the rushing mud. Everything in front of him turned into a bizarre green, and turned into unrecognizable lines at high speed, wrapping him inside. He could do nothing but resign himself to being taken to the unknown depths of the ground. Careless. He gritted his teeth and thought. Obviously, the deployment was done well. But I didn't expect that there would be no signal at the number 2 test site. The entrance that would close automatically. The unrecognizable entrance. The maze-like ground, all indicated that this was a carefully designed trap. This place is not like the honeycomb-like swamps in the number 1 test site. This place is a huge swamp. The inertia of high-speed movement pressed Fang Xiuyu down on his seat. He looked at the green light outside, and suddenly felt that he was not traveling underground, but in the universe, driving a high-speed spaceship, with distorted starlight outside the window. He suddenly came back to his senses. Several bright red numbers appeared out of thin air in front of him, which did not seem to be the prompts on the ordinary panel. 21.482, 5.940, minus 13.729. He was stunned. The 3 numbers usually represent spatial coordinates, and at this moment, these 3 numbers are changing rapidly. Who sent him this coordinate? Why can this signal break through the barrier of no signal? What does this coordinate represent? He raised his hand blankly and wanted to touch it, but his hand passed through the numbers. Suddenly, he saw that there seemed to be something strange on his raised wrist. He took off his gloves and saw a few red numbers flashing strangely on the skin of his wrist. My skin! Before he recovered from his surprise, the 3 numbers suddenly disappeared. Whether it was the panel or the skin, everything was the same. The 3 numbers seemed to be an absurd illusion. At this time, the combat vehicle also stopped. Fang Xiuyu calmed down. The green light was still there, but it was not tightly enveloping them. The light of the searchlight illuminated the earth wall not far away, and a space could be seen around the combat vehicle. It seemed that they fell into a cave along the mud flow. Fang Xiuyu turned around and saw that the other combat vehicles had also stopped. He opened the door and got out of the car without hesitation. Chapter 153 Please. What is this place? Fang Xiuyu approached the cave wall. This cave is not entirely made of soil. The cave wall is full of potholes, and the soil is mixed with vines, tree limbs, and other debris. There are also several piles of deformed tissues in the corners of the cave. They are very familiar with these things, which are the basic products of the 5-color stone test site. The green has been completely dispersed, dotted in the surrounding soil like starlight, which has a strange beauty. Are we going deep underground? Fang Xiuyu looked around and said. The combat team members who followed him down looked at each other, and no one answered. His voice echoed alone in the cave. In this strange silence, Fang Xiuyu held back what he wanted to say. It seems that these people can follow orders, but there is no hope for discussion. If only someone could fight alongside him. He sighed in his heart. But he was used to such things, so he didn't care too much. He walked to a corner of the cave and knocked it with his gun. He felt that the soil was moist and dense. It was like the remaining mud and sand after the water flowed away. We may be not far from the exit, Fang Xiuyu concluded. The structure here is likely similar to the number 1 test site, with swamps on the ground and large areas of water under the swamps. But the water below collapsed for some reason, and all the water flowed away. So we suddenly fell down. He pointed his gun forward. It's a few meters at least, or dozens of meters at most, and the exit is right there. The rest of the combat team members were still silent. Half a minute later, someone spoke timidly. Captain Fong. What should we do then? Fong Xiuyu pursed his lips to cover up his disappointment. We have so many combat vehicles, and we can always blast them open by taking turns to use vehicle-mounted weapons. He said, first, do some necessary collection and hand over the samples to the biological team. After that, get in the car immediately. After hearing the clear instructions, the combat team members immediately took action and completed the task in less than 2 minutes. Okay, get in the car and get ready to go. The others quickly executed the order. Fong Xiuyu suddenly stopped before getting in the car. The coordinates lit up again. 3.426, 1.824, 0.023. The distance is very close. Fong Xiuyu's heart beat fast. He retracted his steps, closed the car door, and walked in the direction of the coordinates. He stopped in front of the cave wall. 2.075, 0.781, 0.021. The coordinate position is inside the wall. The combat vehicles behind him were dead silent. No one got out to move with him, and no one asked. They just sat in the car silently, waiting for the next order. Fong Xiuyu ignored them. He looked at the cave wall and thought for half a second, then suddenly raised his gun and dug hard on the cave wall. The wet and sticky soil was dug down and fell into a pile at his feet. At a depth of 2 meters, it was still a bit difficult for one person to dig, but he couldn't care less. He had an inexplicable emotion in his heart, which made his heart beat faster, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Was it expectation, fear, or something else? Why did he feel that the coordinates were so important to him? Sweat beads appeared on Fong Xiuyu's forehead, and his hands moved more and more quickly. Inside the helmet, his face was already wet. The water beads flowed down his forehead to the corners of his eyes, and then slid down his cheeks. It was hard to tell whether it was sweat on his forehead or tears. Tears? Impossible. How could he cry? Especially in such an inexplicable place. But why was his heart so surging? As if there were raging waves in his body, making him want to find that place as soon as possible. The coordinates that appeared out of nowhere. What exactly did they mean? Huh? Fong Xiuyu dug like crazy, and the piles of soil with green fluorescence piled up more and more under his feet. In the eyes of other combat team members, he had already sunk deeply into the mud wall. 0.832, 0.013, 0.004. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, that coordinate. The thing he cares about most in his heart. What on earth? Let me see you. Let me. Fong Xiuyu's eyes gradually blurred. A hazy shadow seemed to appear in his mind. It was so hazy that he couldn't see the figure clearly, let alone the face. Who are you? No matter who you are. Let me see you. 0.452, 0.004, 0.001. The face came closer, but it looked like a cloud of gray fog. Suddenly, the smoke drifted away and became very light. Very light. Don't go. Please, wait for me. 0.000, 0.000, minus 0.002. Wah! The pile of dirt fell down. Fong Xiuyu bent over, gasping for breath. But there was no one in front of him. The illusion in his mind disappeared, and he burst into tears. But he didn't know what to do. There seemed to be a space in his heart. A big space. And perhaps there was a shadow of a person in it. A person. Who did he forget? Fong Xiuyu leaned against the wall of the hole he had just dug and sniffed hard. He thought. Fortunately, those people behind didn't follow. He tried to take a few deep breaths, adjusted his emotions, and then began to look carefully. The coordinates were slightly offset from the last stop. He squatted down and brushed away the thin soil on the ground with his hands. A mark appeared. This is the mark of the 5-color stone. Fong Xiuyu quickly waved his hands to brush away the place, and a huge 5-color stone mark slowly appeared. He saw a faintly shiny blue at his feet. He reached out and touched the blue, and suddenly felt that the touch was different. He scratched hard and actually scratched off a piece. It was a strange long object with a faint blue color. What is this? He turned around and went out, asking the team members to get off the car to help. Several cars of people swarmed down and followed him into the cave, and quickly cleaned up the marks under his command. Blue, red, green, white, black. They were already familiar with the pattern made up of 5 stones. Except for the sapphire where there was something that could be picked off. The rest of the parts seemed to have no obvious abnormalities. But for some reason, Fang Shuyu's eyes stayed on the green part for a long time. The crystal clear green seemed to have a special vitality. It also seemed like someone's eyes. He blinked in confusion. And the previous inexplicable mood had completely disappeared. Finally, he ordered all personnel to return to the car and carefully put away the blue mark. A few minutes later, a group of people blasted the ground. Captain Fang? Guan Yingjin shouted in surprise. The pool in front of him suddenly began to become chaotic, as if something was stirring at the bottom of the pool, causing waves. Then, several combat vehicles rushed out of the mud and appeared in front of him. The signal was connected in an instant, and the 3 safety cars on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Shuyu also saw all the information exchanges during his loss of contact. He cast his eyes towards the vehicle where Guan Yingjin and Lu Tianyi were, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Great! Guan Yingjin couldn't help but clap his hands. Captain Fang actually found a way out without any signal. He is worthy of being the best combatant in District A. No, the best combatant in both districts. It is a blessing to be able to follow Captain Fang and witness these miracles with my own eyes. You are right. He has created many miracles, Lu Tianyi said softly. We have all witnessed it. Guan Yingjin had already jumped out of the car and was about to return to his combat vehicle, but was suddenly called over by Fang Shuyu, who had also jumped out of the car. The 2 people said something in front of the car, and Guan Yingjin's body gradually became excited. Lu Tianyi looked at them with some relief, and Su retracted her gaze and looked at the panel showing the mud cell mark. Because Fang Shuyu came out too timely, the abnormal movement of the mud cell was covered up. This quagmire is escaping. Lu Tianyi's eyes sank. In the previous mission, only a part of the quagmire here escaped, and those parts had been completely destroyed by Fang Shuyu. But the quagmire reserves here are still almost endless. These things can become his nutrients. Lu Tianyi carefully processed the data in the system to prevent the subsequent direction of the quagmire from being exposed. Is he practicing his strength secretly? These things are going for him. Right? It was a close call. He was almost discovered. Outside the car, Fang Shuyu shouted to Guan Yingjin with a bright face. Then, he asked Guan Yingjin to return to the original car, and he walked towards the car where Lu Tianyi was. Lu Tianyi saw him knocking on the car window and opened the door. President Lu, thank you very much for your team's help this time, Fang Shuyu said. I heard from Guan Yingjin that you were cooperating in command just now. I saw the record. You cooperated very well. Lu Tianyi nodded slightly. It's a pity that I couldn't help in the end. Captain Fang came out on his own. If there was no signal at the test site, we would have been able to cooperate well. Fang Shuyu smiled, his eyes full of confidence and brightness. It seems that it is necessary for the biological team to accompany us in actual combat. If Dean Lu is willing, I hope we can cooperate together in combat in the future. We are very willing to do so. Okay. Then I will submit the specific departmental cooperation to the meeting. Fang Shuyu waved his hand. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. There was a response in the car. With just this simple action, he seemed to have won everyone's heart. Lu Tianyi looked at his back with emotion as he turned around and jumped into the car. Fang Shuyu's expression just now was exactly the same as when they first met. It was this bright and determined look that attracted all of them. Right? The team that once existed and made them all willing to sacrifice for it, but was completely forgotten. Lu Tianyi smiled faintly and shook her head. This might be the best ending. But she thought of the mud cells that were flowing away, and her eyes sank. The base was too dangerous here, and they must be notified to move immediately. Especially him. He must stay away from the gathering area and away from Fang Shuyu. Chapter 154 Reincarnation. Moving base? Okay. I got it, Kuroki Ray said to the air. After a while, her dull black eyes suddenly turned, and she turned her head and threw a box in front of the experimental table not far away. Tang Zai. The place was empty, and after she threw the box, a burst of light green smoke suddenly appeared out of thin air. The smoke became thicker and thicker, and finally condensed into fine water droplets, and then turned into a sticky gel. Finally, the gel turned into a human form, and Tang Zai appeared there in a research suit. What is this? Tang Zai asked in confusion. Director Liu said that the base should be moved. You should collect the things. Kuroki Ling still spoke so concisely that Tang Zhaixin, who had just returned, was confused. Has Aunt Lu been here? She didn't come, but she sent me a signal. Kuroki Ling pointed to her brain. I can receive brain waves of a specific band. Tang Zhe has known for the past few days that none of his real colleagues are easy to deal with. The files of their laboratory are full of various incredible mutation and transformation research. In terms of principle alone, it is much more exciting than the five-color stone stuff. However, their research is still very civilized. There is no record of illegal human experiments in the records, and the scope of the experiments is not large, basically staying in the theoretical stage. But the most radical theories have been put into practice, and the target is these researchers themselves. In this regard, Tang Zhe said, they are really a group of pure researchers, and they are really cruel to themselves. In other words, Tang Zhe's current physical condition should also be the result of his own research. When he saw the paper, he thought, he actually proposed such an extremely perverted transformation plan when he was in a normal mental state, and he dared to try it on himself, which is really outrageous. But fortunately, he didn't remember the details of the experiment at all. In terms of his current physical condition, he has basically destroyed the most basic cell as a living thing. He can use an abstract will to control the molecules in his body, allowing them to disperse or aggregate as needed, and let his body show solid, liquid and gas. In other words, the changes in his body after Sive's attachment are actually the process of the will's control over the body step by step. When Sive completely merged with him, his body also advanced to the gaseous stage. However, he had just unlocked the gaseous stage, and then he was seriously injured. Now he could only practice this skill slowly. There were several times when the life detection equipment in the laboratory could not detect his presence because many parts of his body had not returned to their original positions. If someone in the laboratory encountered a ghost out of thin air these days, there is no doubt that it was part of Tang Zhe. Did you just go out? Kuroki Ling suddenly asked. Tang Zhe blinked in confusion. I don't know. I can't control my body in gaseous form very well. I was almost unconscious after entering that state just now, he said. I don't know where my body is spread to. You called me, and I came back. He can now actively use gasification skills, but soon after vaporization, it will lose consciousness control and begin to drift around with the pollution. Previously, he disappeared for 2 days without anyone noticing, until Lu Tiani came to find him and called his name, and then summoned him back. Later, he realized that calling his name was the easiest way to connect him to consciousness. Don't practice until the base migration is completed. Hey, Mu Ling said. Director Liu seems to have met you. She is on a mission, and there are people from Area A around her. If you are discovered, it will be dangerous. She helped you cover up the traces, but the location of the base is too close to the gathering area, and it is inexplicably related to the five-color stone test site. It is hard to say when it will be dug up. Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment, and nodded quickly. So he spread to the mission site this time? Did Aunt Lu say where she went this time? He asked. It seems to be the five-color stone test site. She said you have been there. Hey, Mu Ling said lightly, and seemed to have no intention of continuing. She quickly walked away to organize her things. Tang Zhe's eyes darkened. The five-color stone test site, did he go there too? However, according to the progress of the expansion of Area A, it should appear frequently near the old gathering area in the future. The building above, where so many things have happened, should also be explored again. Lu Tiani was right. Relocating the base was a top priority. But a thought flashed through his mind. He shook his head almost immediately and shook off the thought. They shouldn't have any intersection. The past 2 months were just a short dream. No matter who it was, the dream was over. Tang Zhe picked up the box on the ground and went to pack his things. In fact, for them, only their paper records were put into the box. He had just arrived and there were few records. He packed them up in a short time. So he walked forward a few steps to see the situation of his colleagues, and suddenly realized something. That several people turned their heads and looked at him. Has the base always been in this position? Do you know what happened in the building above? He pointed to the ceiling. Several people shook their heads. The base is still 30 meters below the ground, and usually there is no intersection. A person in the distance said, his name is Pearl. A young man with red skin and blonde hair. and his skill seems to make his veins no longer flow with blood, but venom. It is said that his idea comes from the strategy of destroying both sides. If the mutant wants to devour him, they will die together. Therefore, he transformed his skin into a bright red color, imitating the warning color of poisons in nature, so that mutants can stay away from him. Tang Zei's opinion on this is, of course, Pearl's research is far from that simple. He also studied various poisons from ancient times to the present, whether animals, plants or fungi, in order to absorb other useful skills from those things. So if Pearl's cells are tested now, it may be difficult to determine what kind of creature this is. It is precisely because of these strange colleagues that Tang Zei has a better understanding of why Luciani can make such outstanding progress in the study of mutants. In contrast, Luciani herself is actually a normal person. This is really abnormal. After answering, Pearl did not continue to pack his things. He was relatively outgoing among this group of researchers. Perhaps because Tang Zei was about the same age as him. He became more interested in him. He walked towards Tang Zei. What do you want to ask? Tang Zei came back to his senses. I was serving in Area B about a year ago, and passed a mission field very close to the building above. It was there that I was possessed by Cybe. So I want to know if I came here at that time. Hearing this, Pearl turned around and exchanged glances with others, then turned back again. It's possible. Our base has been moved here for at least 5 years, Kuroki-Ray said. Although this answer was not unexpected, Tang Zei was still stunned. Cybe should be something he researched himself, when Cybe could still talk to him before. He had judged that Cybe was originally attached to someone or something, but was thrown out after an accident. But since Cybe was created by Tang Zei, its original owner should also be Tang Zei. In this case, the matter should be like this. His own body had already completed the mutation transformation, but for some unknown reason, a part of the transformation was separated from the body, which was also the later Cybe. Cybe had been wandering around the research base, while Tongza somehow entered the bunker and was sent out as a sentry. Later, Tongza returned here during a mission and met Cybe, who had no one to rely on. They hit it off and reunited. What was going on? Why did he return to the bunker from the outside? Tongza raised his head and fell into deep thought. After the 5-colored stone crisis broke out, and the bunker and the 2 districts were completely disconnected, they seemed to no longer pay attention to the bunker. But in fact, the roots of their past should be in the bunker, and their identities should also be in the bunker. But now it seems that he was in this laboratory before he became a sentinel. And this laboratory is under the old gathering area, outside the bunker. What is going on? Tang Zei held his forehead. If he had only doubted what the bunker was in the past, now he began to doubt whether the bunker existed. Since the gathering area can also be cleared of memory, could everything be a lie from the beginning? The bunker, the people in the bunker, the split, does all this really exist? What do you think of? Pearl asked. Tang Zei withdrew his thoughts. How much do you know about the bunker? The eyes of several people changed. This is the biggest mystery. Much more complicated than the mutants and pollution. How do you say that? No one knows what it looks like. And no one has ever been back. But everyone comes from there, Pearl said. Does the bunker really exist? Tang Zei asked. I once doubted this question, Pearl shrugged. But it is actually easy to prove that the bunker should exist, because there are almost no children in the gathering area. Tang Zei was stunned. Indeed, the service age in the gathering area is 15 years old. Even a child like Lu Ji looks like 14 years old. Although there are a small number of birth quotas in Area A, the number of children is actually extremely small. Without children, there would be no continuous supply of service personnel. However, I tend to believe that the existence of the bunker is a lie, Pearl continued. I suspect that both the service mechanism and the retirement mechanism are a deep lie. Perhaps no one can ever return to the bunker. It was doomed from the moment we left. Tang Zei laughed dryly. That is indeed possible. In order to prevent the spread of contamination. No, Pearl interrupted him. I don't mean that we will be denied retirement. But on the contrary, perhaps the bunker approved the retirement applications of many people. But these people have never really returned to the bunker. They may have their memories erased and returned to the gathering area, but they were lied to as having just been sent out. All people who leave the bunker enter the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 155. Have I forgotten anyone? Reincarnation. The word made Tang Zei stunned. Indeed, when Guan Yingjian told his experience before, They had guessed the possibility of recycling. That is, some retired personnel in Area A might be disguised as abnormal personnel who just left the bunker and sent to Area B to serve after the mutation value exceeded the standard. But they just thought that this was a loophole to improve the utilization rate of personnel. If the standard of Area B was met, this person could still choose to retire or be sent to the quarantine area because of the excessive mutation. But the reincarnation that Pearl said was not such a simple matter at all. Your guess is wrong, Tang Zhe said. Because of the existence of mutations, the movement of personnel can only be bunker area break. Generally, after serving in Area B, there is only one way, which is to make full use of it. It is impossible to simply erase the memory and serve again. Pearl stared at him for a while. You are right. So if you want to make this inference, you need to prove a very important link. The gathering area or bunker has the means to repair the mutated human body. As soon as this sentence came out, Tang Zhe suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. If there is such a means, why are there so many people mutated? You know, countless soldiers in Area B have been killed due to pollution exposure. The people in Area B who were sent to the quarantine area or abandoned on the spot because of mutations are real. If these people with mutations can be treated, wouldn't there be more service personnel in the two areas? Why cover up this technology? Pearl stared at him. His eyes made people feel creepy. How do you know that those who were left in the mission area eventually mutated or died? Tang Zhe was stunned. He vaguely thought of something, frowned and searched in his memory. He remembered that someone told him that the mission field. Tang Zhe's eyes widened. There is one thing that they still don't understand, which is the building above the base. In Tang Zhe's memory, his 5th Sentinel mission took place in a field that was almost exactly the same as this one. And in Fang Shiyu's memory, this field also appeared more than once. Fang Shiyu's not. A high-risk mission many years ago was also in a very similar building. So much so that Fang Shiyu noticed him during Tang Zhe's Sentinel mission. The mission field that should not be reused has appeared twice. Is this also a kind of recycling and a kind of reincarnation? And Tang Zhe recalled Fang Shiyu's description of the past mission after he came into contact with Tang Zhe's mission. He was very concerned about the building terrain, so he entered the field again afterwards. What he wanted to find were the remains of soldiers from many years ago. If the two missions were in the same mission field, he should be able to find traces of the soldiers who died at that time. But he found nothing. And in the end, he could only think that the two mission fields were just extremely similar. As for Tang Zhe, 47 of his teammates died in that Sentinel mission. And they also stayed in the mission field at that time. Only he was rescued. The last 2 times he and Fang Shiyu entered the building above, they did not see any corpses. But he sensed the memories of the soldiers who died at that time. Fang Shiyu also sensed the memories of the past. Tang Zhe's breathing became rapid. All these signs indicate that the several similar sites in their memory are actually the same place. And this place is above the current base. In just a few years, this place has been reused many times. And every time it is restarted, the previous traces are cleaned up. Why do we have to enter the same mission field repeatedly? Why is it extremely dangerous every time? And who cleaned the field? Tang Zhe murmured. There are obviously no necessary supplies here. And what is the point of losing so many people every time? This doesn't make sense. Maybe it's because we live in a huge lie, Kuroki Ray said. Tang Zhe looked up. You mean, these missions are also lies? Not just missions. Not just bunkers. This lie may be bigger than we imagined. The goals we strive for, the meaning of our existence, and even the larger level, are all fake. What larger level do you mean? I don't know yet, Kuroki Ray said lightly. It's just a vague feeling. She pointed to Tang Zhe's box. After packing up personal belongings, you can load them into the car. Next, we will split into 2 groups. One to find a new site, and the other to stay to pack up large equipment. Which side do you want to join? Tang Zhe took 2 steps forward. I'll go to the wild and take a look. Yeah, I know roughly why there is no signal in that place. We will send someone to check later. After listening to Fang Shiyu's report, Chang Fangyin said briefly, according to Fang Shiyu's current level, he no longer needs to report to Chang Fangyin after completing the task. He already has a relatively large autonomy, and he can decide whether to report most tasks by himself. He came to Chang Fangyin immediately after the task was completed. More to let him know, and some meaning of negotiation. Seeing that Fang Shiyu was not going to leave, Chang Fangyin asked again, anything else? I found something at the site this time. It was embedded on the mark of the 5-color stone. I brought it back, Fang Xiyu said, taking out an isolation bag from his protective suit. Chang Fangying took it and looked at it. What is this? He held a long metal block in his hand, a little longer than his palm, with a translucent sheet embedded in the middle, showing a light blue color. From the shape, it looks a bit like a storage device or something. Fang Xiyu nodded. I think so too. But I asked the technical department to test it with conventional methods before, and there was no reaction. But the 5-color stone thing should also be encrypted. If there is still information in it, it should not be deciphered by conventional methods. What are your plans? I'll ask you to help find more powerful technical talents. Fang Xiyu chuckled. I was in the combat team before, and I'm only relatively familiar with the combat personnel. The technical department. You are different as the manager. You have connections everywhere. Isn't it easy for you to find people? Chang Fangying rolled his eyes. How about it? Do you have a candidate? Chang Fangying thought for a while, and a light suddenly appeared in his dead fish eyes. There are talents in computers, and they haven't been officially recruited yet. It's just right now. You can recruit them and solve the problem of Area A. Fang Xiyu was stunned. Since they are talented, how come they don't have a position? What problem? The problem of reemployment for prisoners who have completed their sentences. You don't ask where a hero comes from. Chang Fangying patted him. These two brothers are really capable. If they hadn't been in prison, maybe the systems in both districts would have been upgraded by now. I don't think you care about your background. Anyway, you won't lose anything if you try it. Ahem. Fang Xiyu cleared his throat. Since you recommended it, I'll go and find out. If it's really that powerful, I'll have to hold on to it and build a new system for us. Well, I'll ask the staff to find the information and pass it to you later. If you have nothing to do, go back and rest. Seeing that Fang Xiyu didn't respond and had no intention of leaving, Chang Fangying turned around. What's wrong? Fang Xiyu hesitated. Old Chang, I suddenly have a strange feeling. I feel like I forgot someone. Chang Fangying was stunned. Who did you forget? Did I really complete all the previous missions by myself? I don't have teammates or anything. Fang Xiyu lowered his eyes. I don't know why, but when I went on this mission, I always had a strange feeling. I felt that it was not like this in the past. It seems like there is someone around me who can cooperate with me and discuss with me, but that person is gone now. I always feel empty inside, as if something is missing. Maybe it's because I was injured too badly this time and my memory has deteriorated. He raised his head. Do you know this person? Chang Fangying didn't answer immediately, but just moved closer and stared at Fang Xiyu's eyes. Fang Xiyu hurriedly looked away. You have a serious sequelae of this mission. Why are you fantasizing? Chang Fangying stood up and suddenly knocked on his head. It's all clearly recorded in the records. When and who? Besides, I've been watching you. How could I not know who your teammates are? The more he spoke, the more he felt something was wrong. He knocked Fang Xiyu a few more times, forcing him to take 2 steps back. Old Chang, what are you doing? Fang Xiyu, you don't have a split personality. Do you? No, I don't. Fang Xiyu covered his head. I'm not mistaken. There must be this person. I'll look through the records. I want to find him. What's wrong with you? Go to the medical area and have another look. Don't have post-traumatic stress disorder. Hearing post-traumatic stress disorder, Fang Xiyu paused. Yes, he had some post-traumatic stress disorder after this mission and forgot a lot of details. But he felt that he couldn't possibly be frightened by the mutant. There must be other reasons. Maybe it was related to the missing teammate. But why didn't anyone mention him? He should have made contributions like Fang Xiyu in this mission. Even if he wasn't commended, there couldn't be no record. Could it be? Did he die in the mission? Fang Xiyu's breath was choked. He vaguely felt that this matter was familiar, as if it had happened before, too. It had also happened in his distant memory. It's because this operation was too hard. So you subconsciously fantasized that someone could help you. Chang Fangying sighed. You were really badly injured this time. And you almost died. The last time you were so badly injured, you woke up and felt like you had a non-existent teammate. Fang Xiyu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly came to his senses. Chang Fangying was right. That vague sense of loss and inexplicable heartache was not the first time. That feeling of forgetting someone was not the first time either. His memory has always been so bad. You should take more rest. These tasks are not necessary. Fan Xiuyu? Fan Xiuyu ignored Chang Fangyin's gaze and suddenly strode out. Chapter 156 Secret Operation. Screen by service term. No. Screen by organization. No. Screen by medical records. Fan Xiuyu lay down heavily on the bed. As Chang Fangyin said, there was no record of this teammate in all the files. Not only that, he asked everyone who had contact with him, and they all said that he did not have such a teammate. Everything seemed to indicate that his guess was groundless. If a person has no files left and no one remembers him, then this person cannot exist. But Fan Xiuyu did not believe it. That vague figure was like a brand in the depths of his soul. Even if he could not remember anything, he must have existed and left a mark in his heart. Besides, there is the coordinate location that appeared inexplicably. Fan Xiuyu turned off the panel and lay on the bed looking at the starry sky. If his memory is correct, then there is only one reason for this situation. He was erased in a planned and large-scale manner. It is not impossible to do this. The first step is to delete all his files in Area A, and then let everyone who knows him undergo memory surgery. But this requires two prerequisites. First, the gathering area has the means to erase memory like the bunker. Second, there must be a push from the top. Fan Xiuyu thought about it and sat up from the bed again. He didn't know whether the gathering area could manipulate memory, and this matter might require consulting professionals. Assuming the first premise is true, the second premise is somewhat scary, because Chang Fangyin doesn't remember that person either. Chang Fangyin is so familiar with him. If there really is such a teammate, Chang Fangyin can't be unaware of it. And based on his understanding of Chang Fangyin, he didn't lie just now. He really didn't know the existence of this person. If even the memory of a manager at Chang Fangyin's level can be cleared, it is definitely not the work of ordinary senior executives. It must be close to the level of the head. The range of people who meet the conditions is very small and can be narrowed down to a few people. Fan Xiuyu thought about it and suddenly lost his temper again. He himself was just a combat captain in the past. Even if his record was outstanding, it was far from a level that could be treated like this by the senior executives. What level of his teammates would make these big shots go to such great lengths to erase their traces? Is it really his own fantasy? At this time, a prompt sound suddenly sounded on the panel. Fan Xiuyu opened the panel and saw that Chang Fang had sent the files of the technicians, brothers Yuka and Yuri. Fan Xiuyu flipped through them casually and suddenly widened his eyes. Criminal, invasion of privacy, invasion of secret systems, access to hundreds of high-level hidden files, including deleted files. Seeing this, Fan Xiuyu immediately jumped up. Old Chang, I want these two people. Yuka Yuri. Captain Fang. No files of unknown personnel were found. The contents of this long memory stick cannot be read either. Fan Xiuyu received the news and was immediately disappointed. So that's it. Yuck Yuri. But we have checked a lot of gray files and found other suspicious things. Although I don't know what they will be useful for. Fan Xiuyu suddenly came to his senses. Say, Yuri. It's about the old gathering area. The medical records of the old gathering area have been processed, leaving only a small number of incomplete files. And the people involved are not in the historical files of the two districts. And we compared the medical equipment lists of the new and old gathering areas and found that they were not completely matched. Yuri. In addition, after the relocation of the gathering area, the stock of medical files is a bit too small. Yuck. This means that some things were left in the hospital in the old gathering area and were not moved here. The hospital in the old gathering area? Fan Xiuyu fell into deep thought. Indeed, the hospital is a very critical location. Brain surgery and healing all take place in the medical area. If there really is a large-scale brain surgery, the medical area must be deeply involved. He has been hospitalized for so long, and now he has memory confusion. Is there no medical treatment? Fan Xiuyu stood up from the bed. Yuck Yuri. You continue to check along the two lines of the deleted files and the hospital. No matter what abnormalities you find, report them to me immediately. Find me and use the encrypted channel. Except for me. No one else can know these things. Yuck Yuri. Yes. Find me a copy of the coordinates of the old gathering area. Fan Xiuyu gave the order and immediately walked out the door. He stopped after walking 2 steps. Who should I look for this secret operation? Fan Xiuyu lowered his head and recalled, and found that there was no one in the entire A area that he fully trusted and could fight side by side with. Although Chong Fong-yi was almost his elder, he would not support him in such matters, but might stand on the opposite side of him. Fong Shuyu's eyes darkened. 2 seconds later, he took his weapon and walked out. The old gathering area has been moved for many years, and Fong Shuyu's memory of the old gathering area is very vague. He remembered that the time of moving the gathering area was very close to the time when he was seriously injured last time. So in his mind, the memory of this long period of time was very hazy. As the pollution spread and the magnetic field became more chaotic, the specific coordinates of the old gathering area had long been lost. Yukuri searched desperately in the system for a long time, and finally found a map that was put together by someone unknown. This map is not accurate, and even half of it is blank. But for the current technology of the 2 districts, this is already a very feasible coordinate. Fong Shuyu set off alone in the combat vehicle. The location of the old gathering area is outside the current exploration area, which is somewhat dangerous. But Fong Shuyu has had several experiences of fighting alone in the semi-field, so this matter is not so difficult for him. However, along the way, the pollution value prompted by the combat vehicle still made him frown. He did not inform anyone this time. If he encountered any danger on the way, there would be no one to save him. I hope it will be smooth all the way. After entering the old gathering area, Fong Shuyu stopped when the combat vehicle passed a building. This building is where he was seriously injured this time. Now, the building is covered with a lot of anti-leakage sealing film and marked with many warnings, and its original appearance cannot be seen. What happened in this building? Fong Shuyu resisted the urge to rush in. Now he is alone and just recovering from a serious illness, so it is better to be safe. Just like that, he drove away unwillingly. The medical area is on the edge of the old gathering area, very close to the number 2 test site of the 5-colored stone. On the map, this is a large blank area, indicating that no specific coordinates have been found, and only a more reliable location can be inferred. It is located between the 2 districts at that time. It is not known whether the 2 districts share it or are just close. The combat vehicle drove into the blank area and crashed into the thick fog. The fog seemed to have suddenly thickened. Previously, the naked eye could still see the vague outline of the building, but after entering this area, nothing could be seen except gray, and the only way was to rely on the scanning system. The panel slowly presented a simulated picture. The buildings in the old medical area were very scattered, and the scale was not as large as it is now. The combat vehicle drove for a long time before Fong Shuyu saw a few low buildings, which were now ruins. He first used the drone to explore a few times, and sure enough, it was empty. These buildings were already half open, and it was almost impossible to leave any supplies, even if there were something left at the beginning. Over a long period of time, the pollution would be enough to erode them without a trace. After driving for a while, there were only a few dilapidated buildings around. The medical area was much more dilapidated than other places. I wonder if it has something to do with the thicker fog here. The further we drove, the colder Fong Shuyu felt. No matter how we looked at it, the old medical area didn't seem to be hiding any secrets. The original migration of the gathering area was very hasty, as if it encountered a sudden pollution attack. Incomplete migration files. Equipment that was not moved away. Perhaps it was because the medical area was more seriously polluted and could not be taken care of. The remaining thick fog now proved this point. We drove to the end of this area, but there was still nothing worth exploring. Fong Shuyu's heart sank, and he felt that he was about to return empty-handed. Unexpectedly, a prompt suddenly appeared on the panel. After testing, there is a large space under the ground. Fong Shuyu was refreshed. Underground buildings. Yes, there are underground buildings. Now most of the buildings in Area A are on the ground. But Area B is different, because of backward facilities. In order to resist pollution, many buildings in Area B are deep underground, especially hospitals. The old gathering area may be the same. Fong Shuyu quickly scanned the entrance to the underground building and drove all the way into the garage. He waited for the results of the external pollution test while looking out through the car window. Perhaps because it is hidden underground. This building looks very well preserved. If it is this building, it is hard to say what will be left behind. Not long after, a prompt popped up on the panel. Pollution level, medium-low. You can go out. Recommended stay time, less than 1 hour. The pollution is indeed lower than outside. It seems that this place is well sealed and resists erosion. Fong Shuyu suppressed his excitement and got out of the car with his weapon. The scan results showed that there were a large number of items in several rooms. After he successfully entered the building, he ran straight to those rooms. This place has not been opened for many years. Every time Fang Xiyu opened a door, turbid air mixed with unknown substances rushed out, blurring his vision for a while. He felt like he was opening graves one by one. 313. Got it. It's here. This place doesn't look like an ordinary ward. The door is heavier than other places. He took some effort to finally open the door. After the door was opened, not only did no turbid gas come out, on the contrary, it seemed cleaner than anywhere else. The air was even clear and a little transparent. Fang Xiyu was stunned for a few seconds, and after coming to his senses, he hurried in. This might be a place like the medical staff office area. After entering the door, there is a wide hall first, and then walking in, there are many large and small office areas. Most of the equipment in the room had been moved away, leaving only some beds, cabinets and other things. He stopped in front of a door. This door was located deep in a spacious office. The style was completely different from other doors, and it was quite hidden. From a distance, it looked like a decoration on the wall. There was no identification device or mechanical handle on the door, and there was no way to open it. Fang Xiyu felt strange and reached out to test it. Unexpectedly, the door suddenly opened. He walked in and found that behind the door was a cramped ward, which was almost the size of a bed and a corridor. Maybe there was some medical equipment here, but now it has been moved away, leaving only an empty bed. Such a hidden place doesn't look like it is used for ordinary purposes, Fang Xiyu thought. He approached carefully. The things on the bed had been cleaned up, leaving only a thin cushion. Fang Xiyu scanned it with goggles and touched it with his hands, but there was nothing unusual. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. The searchlight swept across the wall, and there seemed to be an unusual shadow in one place. Fang Xiyu approached and found that there seemed to be a sentence carved on the wall with something. The sentence read, Tang Zai. Good night. Chapter 157. Tang Zai? Tang Zai. Fang Xiyu read out the words above. This should be a name, right? Who is this? He doesn't know. But why does my heart feel warm, sweet, and painful when I read this name? Tang Zai? Tang Zai, he murmured, and a tear fell from his eyes. Fang Xiyu was a little at a loss. His mind was blank. No matter how he thought about the relationship between himself and this name, it was blank in the end. Who are you? Who are you? 5.314. Minus 3.523. 0.047. The bright red coordinates suddenly appeared in front of Fang Xiyu. Who's there? His pupil shrank, and he turned around and rushed out the door without caring about anything else. The coordinates were only a few meters away from him. In an office he had passed before. Now he turned back and saw a completely different scene. Under the light, a man in a white research suit stood there. His face was pale, and his green eyes were full of surprise. When he saw Fang Xiyu's face clearly, his eyes and body began to tremble slightly. As if he was frightened, Fang Xiyu was stunned for a few seconds. Such beautiful eyes. The rare green eyes reflected the light, sparkling like gems, and the surrounding gray fog seemed to be illuminated. But the panic and evasion in his eyes made him look so lively. Like a timid kitten, Fang Xiyu just stared at him motionlessly. Time seemed to stop. It wasn't until the kitten took 2 steps back that Fang Xiyu came back to his senses. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm the action leader of Area A. Not a bad guy, he said hurriedly. The man on the opposite side trembled and suddenly turned his head away. I'm sorry. Is the light too bright? I won't shine it on you. Fang Xiyu turned the light elsewhere, and the face on the opposite side was instantly covered in shadows. Are you a researcher? Why are you here? The person on the other side responded softly. It looks like it's not a mutant, but a human. Fang Xiyu relaxed and walked towards him. Look at your clothes. Are you from the biological team? I just carried out a mission with Director Liu of the Mutant Research Institute during the day. Do you know her? The other side was silent again, as if thinking. After a while, he spoke softly. I am a member of the accompanying staff, who went on a mission together during the day, he said. I got off the car to investigate, but I didn't expect to get lost and couldn't find the car. I was afraid of being eroded by pollution, so I had to hide in here. Fang Xiyu exclaimed, "Ah." The hospital is very close to the number 2 test site. So what he said should be true. Although the possibility of running into people outside the gathering area in the middle of the night is very small. The other party is either mutated and escaped from the isolation area, or is a person like Mutation, who has to hide and do things that cannot be seen by others. But in fact, when he saw the other party for the first time, Fang Xiuyu knew that he would not be a bad person. The frail body and frightened eyes showed that he was a researcher who had hardly left the gathering area. He smiled and took 2 steps forward to move closer to him. Fortunately, I came here at night. You are really lucky. Well, follow my car back and check immediately when you reach Area A. It's very dangerous to be exposed in the wild for so long. The man on the opposite side took a few steps back. Gun. Fang Xiuyu came to his senses and found that he was still in a defensive posture with the gun raised. So he quickly hid the gun behind him. I'm sorry. I didn't expect there would be anyone outside just now. This is an instinctive reaction during combat. Don't be afraid. I won't shoot you, he said as gently as possible. You haven't mutated. Just go back and get treatment. For some reason, the person in front of Fang Xiuyu always gave Fang Xiuyu a feeling of weakness. Not to mention the movements. He didn't even dare to speak too loudly, for fear of breaking the other party. The other party was silent. His face was shrouded in shadows, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Seeing that the other party was still scared, Fang Xiuyu didn't dare to approach rashly, and decided to chat with him and calm his emotions. What's your name? The other party was silent again. My last name is Yen. Hearing this unfamiliar last name, Fang Xiuyu felt a little disappointed. Oh, Xiao Yen. Then which department are you from? How long have you served? Well, my name is Fang Xiuyu. I have been serving for 10 years, and I am a very experienced combat team member. Apart from anything else, the team I lead can escape unscathed most of the time, so you don't have to be afraid. It's safe to be with me. If you don't believe me, ask the boss of your department. They must have heard of my name. The person on the other side lowered his head. Fang Xiuyu was a little flustered. It seemed that his appearance really scared the other party. He quickly stopped talking and his voice became softer. Xiao Yin. Although the pollution concentration in this building is not high, it is still very dangerous to stay here for a long time. You are only stranded here for half a day now, and you will be fine if you receive treatment as soon as possible. We often go out to the field for combat, and we are most familiar with pollution exposure. You believe me? Come back with me now. Okay? The man still lowered his head, but nodded slightly. Fang Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go. After saying that, he walked forward and tried to hold the other person's hand. At the moment when the 2 people's hands were about to touch, the man quickly retracted. Fang Xiuyu was stunned. I'm sorry. I'm worried that you were injured. I don't mean anything else. If you're okay, just follow me slowly. The man nodded again. Fang Xiuyu threw everything else behind his mind and focused on taking the person in front of him out safely. Without holding the person in his hand, he had to look back every few steps, fearing that the other person had encountered an accident. But the man just followed Fang Xiuyu silently, half lowered his eyes, and remained silent. Are all researchers so quiet? Fang Xiuyu thought. Xiao Yin. How many people are there in your department? I plan to arrange some biological technicians to accompany the combat team in the future, so that they can analyze the situation of the mutants at the first time. For you, fresh mutants should be more valuable. Right? Fang Xiuyu asked. I see that you seem to be quite adapted to the outdoor environment. I wonder if you are interested in this kind of work. The person behind him responded vaguely. Fang Xiuyu became happy. Okay, then give me the number later, and I will go to discuss with your leader. He ignored the silence behind him and continued talking. Xiao Yin. I always feel that you look a little familiar. Have we met in area before? Maybe we just passed each other in the corridor. Where is your office area? By the way, I want to ask you about someone. Is there anyone in your biology group? Oh, or maybe in the medical group. Is there someone named Tang? Fang Xiuyu suddenly stopped. Not only was there no answer behind him, but even the sound of breathing and footsteps was gone. He froze and turned around. The corridor behind him was empty. Xiao Yin? Fang Xiuyu immediately ran back the way he came. How could a person disappear in such a short time? Even if he ran, he couldn't have been so fast. Could it be? Could it be that he was killed by the mutant? Xiao Yin. Where are you? Fang Xiuyu turned on the scan and life monitoring, and searched room by room with a gun. However, all the rooms were silent, without any trace of anyone. Fang Xiuyu panted and stopped in confusion. All the test results were empty, and the red coordinates did not light up again. The figure just now was like a ghost. A dream. Who are you? He asked the air. Something flickered in his mind, and he tried to grab it, but it was empty. The memory was still blank. Nothing. That vague figure. That name he couldn't remember. And the words engraved on the wall of that small room that made him feel confused. And the inexplicably appearing red coordinates. Fang Xiuyu came back to his senses, feeling lost. Are these all hallucinations? The panel suddenly lit up. Yuck Yuri. Captain Fang. We have found some information about the old gathering area hospital. You can look for the 5th underground floor. Fang Xiuyu took a few deep breaths and collected his messy thoughts. Okay. Send it to me. Tang Zai. Where have you been? Tang Zai's figure condensed in the air bit by bit. He looked even more depressed than before he disappeared. His eyes were downcast. 2 seconds later, he answered in a low voice. I didn't go anywhere. Kuroki Ling glanced at him, not interested in asking further. Just looked away. I told you not to try this skill for the time being. You are not familiar with how to control your current body. So close to the gathering area, it is easy to get into danger. It's faster this way, Tang Zai said. I can teleport to a far place, and my search efficiency is higher than yours. Besides, it's the rest time of area now. They won't be willing to work overtime. You don't have a complete consciousness when you are vaporized. What can you search for? Tang Zai did not answer. After a while, he pointed to the dashboard. How about this direction? They are now on a ship. Because almost everyone in the laboratory can resist pollution, there is no need to build heavy mobile tools like in the gathering area. Their ship is completely open, as light as a feather, and can fly off the ground through aerodynamics. Kuroki Ling looked at the place where Tang Zai pointed. The geology is different from the surrounding area. It looks like a black hole. Remote detection cannot determine the specific composition. It may be a swamp or a sinkhole, she said. Let's go and take a look. She shook her wrist, and the boat immediately turned around and headed towards the abyss in the thick fog. Chapter 158. Tang Zai. Are you crazy? Tang Zai looked at the thick fog around him, and for a moment, he had the illusion that his body had vaporized again. With the global climate and magnetic field further disturbed today, their positioning system is not very effective. Just like the gathering area, the positioning on the ship is the same now. When it really arrives, it may not be what you expected. Except for biological research, the laboratory does not have technology that surpasses the two areas. More advanced equipment is almost non-existent. Their biggest advantage is that they are not afraid of pollution exposure. Ship. It is said that it is something left behind at some unknown time. From the technical principle, it is not complicated. It only needs a certain amount of power to lift the bottom of the ship off the ground and form a thin air layer between it and the ground, which can greatly reduce resistance and move as fast as a ship in the water. The current mobile equipment in the gathering area is mainly various heavy and closed vehicles, which move relatively slowly and have certain restrictions on terrain. But the advantage is that it can protect people from pollution and mutant erosion. In other words, because of the deepening of pollution and the increasing aggressiveness of mutants, many technologies have been abandoned. In order to maintain the survival of humans in their original form, technology has even regressed a lot. Today, many technologies are almost lost. Human gathering areas are becoming more and more closed, and people are shrinking more and more. In the past, people represented by Area A are gradually becoming babies in caves, and people in Area B are just unlucky insects who are sacrificed to nature without resistance. This ship was not made by the laboratory, but was discovered at some time in the past. According to them, in the vast areas of the wild, some high-tech equipment left behind at some unknown time is occasionally dug up, because they can adapt to outdoor activities and need to go out frequently to collect materials for research. They explore the wild more fully than the gathering area, and their maps are more effective. Not because of technical advantages, but because they run more and the maps are updated in time. Just thinking about it, the ship puffed twice and slowed down. There is a problem with the terrain, and the ship is blocked, Kuroki Ling said, manipulating the driving handle. Tang Zai looked out the side of the ship, and there was still a dark fog below. What's the problem? The power of this ship can adapt to most terrains. Even mountains and canyons are no problem. And ordinary swamps can also pass through. Unless there is a problem with the part that lifts the air at the bottom of the ship. It will not suddenly become difficult to move forward. Tangze looked outside again and saw nothing. What are the scan results? The scan results show ordinary mud. At most it has a high water content. Similar to a swamp. But I suspect this is not an ordinary swamp. And there are substances in it that affect the lifting power. It may be an abnormal magnetic field or something like that. Tangze opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, the boat suddenly sank with a bang. His body felt weightless for a moment. And soon felt a stronger gravity than before. The boat landed. And not only that. The bottom of the boat sank. Kuroki Ling tried hard to operate the boat, trying to get it back to its original height. But she failed. The mud was like a huge mouth, sucking their boat in easily. No matter how they struggled, they did not change the sinking process. The mud covered half of the side of the boat, splashing black muddy water. Tangze noticed that this muddy water was unusual. It was not like the mud cells and mucus he had seen in the past. It looked very delicate, but very heavy. If we have to make an analogy, it's like black mercury. Tangze, you leave first, Kuroki Ling said. Tangze retracted his gaze. What about you? The current situation is that if the ship can't escape, then I can't escape either, she said. My body can't transform. But you can. This water is very strange. It's not formed by the mutation of organisms, but something with special physical properties. You can't handle it. What's the use of saying this? I can't escape anyway. Don't you understand? Go quickly. If the water floods in, it's hard to say whether you can escape. Tangze didn't answer. His pupils began to shrink slowly. And after a few seconds, they turned into strange needle shapes. A green light flashed in his eyes. Puff. Kuroki Ling vaguely heard a sound coming from the water. But she had no time to look back. The hull seemed to be lighter. It seemed that Tangze had left. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes suddenly fixed, and she seemed to be lost in thought. Kuroki Ling recorded. On May 34, J106. The laboratory set out at the position 7428.23s, 3649.52w, and found an abnormal landform. Specifically, mud, high density, high specific gravity, suspected to contain special substances. The ship was affected within 5 seconds of entering, and at 13 seconds, it had sunk 2/3. She sent the message with brain waves, and her eyes returned to normal in an instant. The bow of the ship was sinking irreversibly, and she was heading into this water of death step by step. Perhaps in just 2 seconds. Puff. Boom. Hei Mu Ling's eyes trembled, and her eyes suddenly widened. The bow of the ship seemed to slowly rise up, and the sinking speed slowed down. A few seconds later, the bow had been pulled horizontally, and then suddenly broke free from the shackles of the black water and tilted up to the sky. Hei Mu Ling seemed to realize something, and pulled the operating lever hard. The bow of the ship continued to rise. And then with a sudden shock, the hull was once again in the air. The ship began to move forward steadily again. But water marks appeared on the black water. The boat did not break free from the black water, but the black water stuck to the bottom of the boat, but did not swallow it, but escorted it forward. After moving forward for a few minutes, the black water pond finally reached the end. The boat suddenly seemed to be stranded and washed ashore. Kuroki Ray stopped and panted slightly. Tangze! Bubbles surged in the black water, and then ripples suddenly appeared. The ripples turned into waves, and finally turned into a wave hitting the shore. The waves receded, and a human figure slowly appeared. Tangze? Kuroki Ray threw it aside, and jumped down to see him. The blurred human figure became more and more detailed. And then the research suit and facial features slowly emerged. Tangze's face finally appeared, but his eyes were tightly closed. Are you okay? Kuroki Ling frowned, seeing that Tangze did not respond. She gritted her teeth and planned to carry him back to the boat. At this moment, Tangze's eyes suddenly opened. The green light flashed in his eyes for a moment, and then dimmed, and the needle-like snake pupils slowly returned to a round shape at this time. Tangze sat up. It's okay. Let's go. Kuroki Ling looked at him in disbelief. You used the liquefaction skill to enter this water? Tangze responded. This is not a mutant. It's not something you can control. If this water is corrosive or has physical radiation, you will not even have bones left. I know, he said calmly, but you can still give it a try. You're crazy. Kuroki Ray sneered. Have you calculated the probability of success? If you are not sure enough, you shouldn't make such a weird choice. You may cause the laboratory to lose 2 people at the same time. Tang Zagong took 2 steps forward and stopped at this time, looking at the darkness ahead. If it were in the past, I would do what you said, at least to ensure the safety of one person, he said. But not now. As long as the success rate is not 0. Even if it is only a tiny fraction, you can try your best. No matter how many people come out, we must try our best to bring them all back. He lowered his head. This is what I learned in that team. A hint of confusion appeared in Kuroki Ling's indifferent eyes. I'm fine. During the liquefaction process, I gathered some materials that can be used. If the black water really damages organisms, then there is something to bury for me. Let's go. The mission is not yet completed. Under Kuroki Ling's confused eyes, Tang Zai sat back in the boat. 5th underground floor? How can there be 5 floors here? Fang Xiyu looked at the big 6 on the floor number and fell into confusion. After I entered, it was the 18th underground floor. All the way up. Until the 6th underground floor. It was gone. The file says it's the 5th floor. Yuri replied. Will the team look for it again? Fang Xiyu stood on the 6th floor underground and looked up in confusion. Generally speaking, underground buildings can never start from such a weird place as the 6th floor underground. But looking up, it's clearly a solid ceiling, not very deep from the ground. So there's no way there could be any new floors. The scan didn't show anything. Fang Xiyu walked around the 6th floor for a few times and suddenly realized a problem. Did he just pass through the 3rd floor? There are not the 1st to 5th floors. But there are 3 floors? Doesn't this mean that the floors here are completely messed up? Fang Xiyu suddenly realized and turned around and walked into the stairs. He walked down 1 floor and found that he was on the 14th floor. He walked down 1 floor and reached the 8th floor. Yes, the floor numbers here are chaotic. And the 5th floor must be somewhere in the middle. Fang Xiyu went down all the way, passing many chaotic floors. But he never saw the target 5th floor. He walked down 1 floor and saw 8th floor. Didn't he pass the 8th floor? Fang Xiyu was startled and turned around and ran up again. Then he found that the floor he just came down from had changed its number from the 2nd floor to the 17th floor. Fang Xiyu seemed to realize something and ran down again. The 8th floor became the 11th floor. The floors here are not simply random. They are randomly rotating. Fang Xiyu's breathing became rapid. What's wrong with this building? Why are the floors changing? Isn't it like a Rubik's Cube? No. Maybe this is an illusion. Maybe it's just the floor number that has changed. But the floor is not. He has to go in and take a look. Fang Xiyu rushed into the floor in front of him, walked around inside and outside, and memorized its layout. Then he ran up 1 floor, and then ran back. The floor did not change. Fang Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his mind was confused and he had hallucinations. Just as he was about to take a break and catch his breath, he suddenly saw a figure appear out of thin air in the corridor in front of him. A strange, huge head was stuck in several rooms and corridors. His face showed a strange green color, and he looked illusory, like a ghost. Chapter 159. The person in front turned around. What is this? Fang Xiyu bit his lips. Mutant? Has the mutant evolved to this point? The huge head turned towards him, and the eyes as big as half a room turned, and the diameter of the pupil was even as high as him. Feeling right. The thing made a sound. Its mouth should be on the lower level, and Fang Xiyu couldn't see it. But the next second, the mouth suddenly appeared in front of him, right in front of the eyes. The lips and teeth opened and closed, as if to swallow Fang Xiyu. Fang Xiyu held the gun and took 2 steps back. Connection status, problems, need, adjustment. The next second, the mouth disappeared again. Then, the eyes blinked twice and disappeared. The air fell into calm. Fang Xiyu was stunned. And after a few minutes, he walked forward cautiously. The floor looked normal, with no signs of anything. He turned back and walked into the corridor. Walking up cautiously, the upper floor became the 10th floor. And other than that, everything inside was normal. Fang Xiyu supported his forehead and opened the panel to contact Yuri to ask him to check what was going on. But for some reason, The panel could not be activated. This building is so strange. Fang Xiuyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and go up. 9th floor. 8th floor. 7th floor. At some point, the floor numbers had returned to normal. He stopped on the 5th floor. Perhaps it was a preconceived notion. The 5th floor gave him an unusual feeling. Half a minute later, he walked in with a gun. There were clues on the 5th floor, and if they were found, they might answer many of his questions. It was a pity that the panel could not be activated now, and the scanning function of the goggles was also invalid. He could only search with his naked eyes. Yuka Yuri was right. There were many things left on the 5th floor. Not only strange equipment, but also information. Fang Xiuyu walked into a room with the word connecting room written on it, and slowly searched. There were several heavy, transparent rectangular devices in this room, which were very similar to isolation boxes and looked like they could just fit one person. For some reason, this thing reminded Fang Xiuyu of a coffin. He tried to open a coffin and searched for a while, but found nothing in the end. So he walked to the other side and opened each coffin one by one, but still found no clues. He didn't know whether he should be disappointed or thankful that there was nothing inside. There was nothing valuable in this room. So Fang Xiuyu retreated again. As he retreated to the door, he suddenly stopped. The sign that said connecting room before entering the door suddenly changed. Now, it said mortuary. Fang Xiuyu felt a chill. He looked inside again. The coffins were still there, but their appearance was different. The transparent shell turned into heavy metal, which is a common material to prevent the spread of pollution. This is a real coffin. Fang Xiuyu was a little dazed. He suddenly ran out quickly and rushed into another room next to it. The door here said connecting room 2. This connecting room did not have those transparent coffins. Instead, it looked like an ordinary ward. But there was a square device next to each bed that he didn't know how to use. The square device looked like an old heart rate monitor, but it was wrapped in black film, and only a black piece could be seen. Dozens of wires extended from this thing, all connected to the bed. It looked like some weird human laboratory. Fang Xiuyu suppressed his discomfort and left. At this time, Connection Room 2 became the intensive care unit. Connection Room 3. This room was similar to the previous one, except that the equipment next to the bed was different. The device was still square, but the size had been reduced to half of the original size. The surface was still wrapped in black film, but there were no scary wires. Instead, there were more than a dozen tiny metal wires, woven together to form the shape of a helmet. The helmet was placed empty on the bed. When he left, Connection Room 3 became an ordinary ward. Fang Xiuyu stood in the corridor, looking at the suddenly changed scene inside, breathing slightly. He seemed to have figured out what this was. It was not a simple illusion, but more like a full system projection. A full system projection was performed at the original location, telling him what it looked like here at first. When the projection ended, everything returned to its original state. All this seemed to tell him that the hospital in the old gathering area was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. But what do those devices mean? What does the connection room do? Who left these clues? Xiao Yin, who I just met, and that inexplicable big head, who are they? Fang Xiuyu lowered his head and pondered for a while, then walked to the other side again. The room across the corridor is called the observation room, which is filled with observation instruments such as screens. What surprised Fang Xiuyu was not the layout inside, but the person standing inside. The person was wearing what looked like combat uniforms, but they were a style he had never seen before. He was leaning on a table with his hands, half bending over and looking up, as if he was talking to someone. Fang Xiuyu quietly stepped back a few steps. He didn't know who was in front of him. A projection, or a mutant. 2 minutes later, the man stood up and looked very tall. He seemed to say goodbye to the air, and then planned to leave here. Fang Xiuyu quickly retreated to the door. He didn't intend to meet this person face to face. But the moment the man's face appeared, his feet seemed to freeze, and his whole body became extremely stiff. That face was himself. At the moment the two met, the Fang Xiuyu on the opposite side also suddenly stopped. They just stared at each other. But 2 seconds later, the Fang Xiuyu on the opposite side, suddenly his expression changed and he smiled. Then he turned around and ran back to where he was and leaned down. He stayed in this position for a few seconds. When he turned around again, his expression was even more joyful, and his face was full of satisfaction. as if something had just happened that made him extremely happy. Then he strode towards Fang Xiuyu, and in his stunned eyes, he passed through his body. This is a projection, an illusion. Fang Xiuyu reacted. He turned around and saw only an empty corridor, which was intertwined with obscure shadows. And there was no trace of people. Is that his past? What's the matter with that outfit? And what's the matter with this place? He had been here? What had happened? My heart suddenly twitched for no reason. Fang Xiuyu stood there blankly, then suddenly remembered something and ran into the room quickly. The projection had not disappeared yet. He could see the equipment was in its original place, but there was nothing on the screen. The table opposite to the one that he had just been holding was also empty. Fang Xiuyu walked around and tried to find something there. He should have been talking to someone just now, and that person was shorter than him. So he leaned over with his body supported. There were some partitions on the inside of the table, and things that looked like experimental equipment were placed inside. On the side of the top layer, Fang Xiuyu saw a notebook that looked like a record. He leaned in and saw some incomprehensible data on it, and the column at the end read, Chief Researcher, Tang Zai. Tang Zai. He Muling jumped up. We won't go any further. Let's bypass this area and find another way out. Tang Zai was slightly stunned. Why? Look. He Muling pointed to the command panel. We are here now. This is the Blackwater Pond. Tang Zai leaned in and saw a tiny black dot on the topographic map. Its composition is also a mystery. But because the area is so small, they didn't notice it. That pool of water is only this small on the map. But it's already so difficult to deal with. He Muling said. The area you pointed to is hundreds or thousands of times larger than here. If there is also this kind of black water in there, the things you summoned are not enough to fill 2 pixels. Tang Zai frowned. From the map, the vast black hole may indeed be this kind of black water, or something more difficult to deal with, even if He Muling is right. But now, looking at this black area, he thought of something else. Under Kunlun Mountain, there is a big swamp. The water is 1,000 feet deep. There is a huge wasteland in the west, full of strange plants. After passing this wasteland, passing through the grassland, forest, and following the river, you will reach the depths of the ground. There is a huge pit on the ground because the mythological descriptions in those archives suddenly emerged in his mind. If those myths are true to a certain extent, then judging from the area, the black area may be a swamp, wasteland, or pit. It's just that the directions of these things are described differently in the mythological fragments. Without knowing the reference system, it is difficult to tell which direction is being referred to, and the composition of the black area may only be determined after getting closer. He Muling jumped on the boat. Let's look in the opposite direction. The boat turned around and sailed out from the side in parallel. After leaving the coordinates of the Blackwater Pond on the map far away, Kuroki Ray tried to turn the boat. There was still black fog below, but there was no problem this time. Kuroki Ray breathed a sigh of relief. Are there any requirements for the location of the laboratory? Tang Zai asked. It would be better to have a complete abandoned building, which would be more convenient. But after leaving the old gathering area, there are almost no abandoned buildings. Kuroki Ray replied. This is also the first time we have looked for buildings so far away from the gathering area. But we didn't expect it to be so empty. After driving so far, it's almost all wasteland. We've been out in the wild many times in the past, and the results are always the same. Except for the old gathering area, there are no more complete buildings. Isn't that very strange? The gathering area needs to be relocated every few years on average. In addition to the old gathering area, there must be old gathering areas and older gathering areas. The locations of new and old migration areas are generally not far apart. The 2 gathering areas now are only separated by an exploration area. How is it possible that there are no buildings so far away from the wild? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's too long and everything has been eroded by pollution. Tang Zai was not very satisfied with this answer. In any case, these places are too desolate, as if they have never been cultivated. You have to know that humans have been active in these places for more than 10 or 20 years. No matter how raging the pollution is, there will be no traces left. If it is a planned demolition, it is possible. So, we are actually prepared to not find a completed building. Kuroki Ling continued. If it is the worst case, we can only work harder and find a place to build it ourselves. Does anyone know how to build it? No. How can you know if you don't try? Tang Zai. There's nothing wrong with the people. But the research equipment may not be able to resist contamination. Even if it's just a slight impact. The accuracy will change. And the experimental results will definitely be inaccurate. Kuroki Ling sighed softly. I didn't expect the laboratory to be discovered so quickly. We thought the gathering area would only move farther and farther away. And we would be safer and safer. Who would have thought that a new combatant would suddenly come and run here? Tang Zai's body stiffened slightly. Then who built the current laboratory? Didn't leave any reference records? The current place was already like this when Director Liu discovered it. Before her, this place had been sealed for many years. Hey, Mu Ling said. If she didn't know, no one else would know. Then how did Aunt Lu find this place? Hey, Mu Ling glanced at him. Wait a minute. After that, her eyes became dull again. Half a minute later, her eyes returned to normal. She said she was also taken in. After she woke up, she was already in that place. But the person who took her has disappeared without leaving any clues. To this day, she still doesn't know who took her in. Later, she kept trying to find that person in the gathering area. But now there are 5 companions in the laboratory. And there is still no trace of that person. Director Liu speculated that the man was either dead or had his memory wiped, and was put into work in the gathering area. Tang Zai frowned in annoyance. No matter what clues there were, they always ended with losing previous memories. In the countless times of memory wipes, the fragments left in everyone's hands were as small as sand. And even if they were put together, nothing could be made. Is this the reason why the gathering area keeps clearing people's memories? Chapter 160. I'm sorry. I regret it. I have another idea. Tang Zai said. Let's occupy other people's nests. Other people's nests? You mean the current gathering area? Hey, Mu Ling showed an incredible look again. The 2 districts have been twisted into a rope. And the management is all coordinated. How can we steal the place from them? Besides, their number and equipment are overwhelming. Except for our advanced research. We can't compare with them in terms of weapons and equipment. If we are discovered and the whole district presses on, then, Tang Zai interrupted him. It's not a gathering area. If it's not a gathering area, where are their people? You don't mean the nest of mutants. Do you? Tang Zai shook his head. Do you know the 5-color stone? Hey, Mu Ling was stunned. I heard Director Liu talk about this organization. They have a test site near the new and old gathering areas. In addition, they should also have their own base. But we don't know where it is now. Tang Zai nodded. They are not many in number. And they have 3 burrows. Even if they suffer a loss, they will not try their best to snatch it back, but will only move to another place. This is more feasible. Hey, Mu Ling fell into thought. Their research should overlap with ours. But we have indeed not found any traces of them over the years. I'm afraid their base is hidden very deep and cannot be found by normal means. I know a coordinate. About 300 kilometers from the gathering area. Tang Zai said. I know the gathering area. But they have no means to get there in the wild. 300 kilometers is not too far for us. Hey, Mu Ling was thoughtful. We need to discuss this matter when we go back and find a strategy to catch them off guard. Tang Zai? This name again. Is this the person standing opposite him? Fang Shuyu's breathing became rapid. They knew each other. They really knew each other. No wonder this name caused such a big wave in his heart. But who is he? Could he be the teammate who accompanied him through life and death? No. Fang Shuyu held his forehead. This Tang Zai is a researcher. And it seems that his workplace is also in the medical area. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to go on a mission with him. And why is he wearing such a strange uniform in the picture just now? In his memory of 10 years of service, there has never been such clothes in Area A. Connection room. Observation room. What are these places? Fang Shuyu took a few deep breaths and tried to concentrate. Time is limited. He must get familiar with this place as soon as possible. Otherwise it won't be long before the clues in these pictures disappear. But he? Who? For some reason, his brain began to fall into a trance when he saw that name. That name hidden deep in his memory. Why did it disturb his thoughts like this? Why did this name make him so happy and so painful? Who are you? Where are you? The world in front of Fang Shuyu began to spin. He tried to calm his mind, but he couldn't change the speed of the world's rotation. Then, everything around him began to deform, shaking like a reflection in the water. Soon, he felt that he couldn't stand still. He barely took a few steps forward. But he was also stumbling. Wait for me. Wait until I find you. Fang Xiuyu flipped through the things in front of him randomly, trying to find a clue. But no matter how hard he tried, his hands were always empty. There were only these clues about that person. He ran out of this room and rushed to other rooms. Those rooms also began to deform. He could vaguely see that they were also places like research laboratories. But he didn't see any trace of Tang Zhe. Operation Room 2. What's in it? Equipment. Records. Got it. The list. Fang Xiuyu barely managed to stabilize his body. But his feet slipped, and he fell to the ground. He didn't care about so much. So he just sat on the ground and read. I don't know. Tang Zhe. Is there Tang Zhe? No. Who is this? Lu Tianyi? Fang Xiuyu's brain cleared up for a moment. He stood up quickly and continued to stumble forward. The research room, the practice room, all places returned to normal after he entered. Now, there were only places like treatment room, rehabilitation room, and morgue at both ends of the entire corridor. This floor returned to normal. Fang Xiuyu did not give up and went in to search again. The dizziness was relieved a little, but he still felt a little dizzy. He walked diagonally and knocked over things from time to time. He didn't know what he was looking for, nor did he know if he could find it. But that name, he had to remember it. It looks like the medical area. Very similar to now. There are not many equipment left. And it looks unusable. Files. No files left. After another round of searching, there were no more clues. Fang Xiuyu fell into confusion. Did the clues end just like that? There is no other place. There is. Fang Xiuyu woke up as if from a dream, and suddenly ran towards the corridor. Third floor underground. There are still traces on that wall of room 313. The floor is indeed normal. Fang Xiuyu took a walk and ran up to the third floor in 2 steps, heading straight for room 313. That small door hidden in the wall. Inside that door, he stopped. Where's the door? The wall was smooth as new, with nothing on it. Fang Xiuyu groped along all the walls, and finally just took the gun and smashed it inch by inch. There was no door. No dark room. There was nothing behind the wall. After knocking on the entire wall, Fang Xiuyu stopped and leaned to one side, gasping for breath. He slowly turned his head and realized that everything in the room was completely different. This was completely like an ordinary medical area. The equipment, the secret door, and even the layout of the office area disappeared. He leaned against the wall. His breathing slowly calmed down. After a while, he stood up and walked through this ordinary room and walked to the door. The door plate of 313 was gone. And now it read, Brain Healing Room. Fang Xiuyu was silent for a while, and was suddenly knocked down by an inexplicable emotion. He raised his gun and smashed the door plate of brain healing with force. What brain healing? You made me forget him. You made me forget him. He smashed the sign again and again. I don't want to. I don't want to forget him. Do you hear me? Give me back his memory. Bang. The gun seemed to have misfired, firing a shot at the roof. The metal plate fragments and mud fell down and hit Fang Xiuyu on the head. But he was unaware. His eyes were red. His brain almost lost its mind. He could not see or hear anything. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Zizi. As if something was suddenly connected. There was a sound of electricity in the air. Fang Xiuyu's movements finally slowed down, and his red eyes looked in the direction of the sound. Zizi. I'm sorry. Fang Xiuyu walked over. What did you say? I can't hear you. Zizi. The voice rang again. The next second, Fang Xiuyu heard the words clearly. I'm sorry, the voice said. I'm going to forget you. It was his own voice. Fang Xiuyu seemed to be hit. His mind was blank. What did you say? I chose to forget him myself? I'm sorry. The voice continued to come. I'm sorry. 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 I don't know if it was an echo or something. The word I'm sorry kept repeating in Fang Xiuyu's ears. Dozens of times. Hundreds of times. It was his helplessness. His confession. It kept repeating, and finally turned into a terrifying chant. As if the whole building was resonating, and everything around was wailing. Stop! Stop! Fang Xiuyu covered his ears and squatted down. The sound still did not stop, but was getting louder and louder. It was not ringing in the air, but in his mind, over and over again. Stop! Stop! Fang Xiuyu felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone was holding it tightly, trying to squeeze it to bleed. His mind was trapped in the changing lines of black and white, and everything outside could not be seen. Only the lines of unknown meaning. Finally, his eyes turned completely black. Then suddenly, it became snow white again. Fang Xiuyu, forgive me. A voice rang out. The voice was faint and cold, and in an instant, Fang Xiuyu seemed to feel the coolness of a mountain spring. But the whiteness in front of his eyes was still white. Whiteness without anything. I'm sorry. I regret it. Fang Xiuyu's body trembled involuntarily. Inside the helmet, he was already in tears. I regret it. I shouldn't have forgotten you. Where are you? Let me see you. Okay. The voice in his ears turned into a sharp wail, piercing his bleeding heart again and again. But the whiteness in front of him was always like a pool of stagnant water, without any change. This whiteness almost drove him crazy. He struggled to stand up, groping in vain, but his body kept hitting the solid building. He raised the gun, not knowing where to shoot. Tang Zai, where are you? His strength was quickly drained away, and he finally couldn't support the weight of his body, and fell heavily to the ground holding the gun. And he kept repeating the strange name. Tang Zai. His consciousness blurred. 0.214. 0.078. 0.02. A string of red numbers suddenly appeared in the blank. In a trance, he heard a soft sound behind him, as if someone was standing there. He wanted to turn his head, but found that his body could not move at all. Who is it? He felt that his mask seemed to be opened, but he could not see anything. Then, a hand covered his eyes. He tried to speak, but found that his body seemed to have lost control, and his mouth could not open. Was it him? Did he hear his cry? But why couldn't he shout? Why didn't he let himself look at him? The next second, there was a sudden warmth on his lips. The white mist faded away along with his remaining consciousness. He didn't know who was coming, but he had fallen into a deep sleep.